Oh, we got no, well, I guess you shouldn't play those.
It is a fastball. It's ripped down the line. It is gone! A fifth consecutive World Series game with a Freddie Freeman home run.
Damn it.
And the Dodgers are on the board first in Game 3.
Yeah, that's how the World Series started. Game number 3, Freddie Freeman with the home run in 5 straight World Series games, dating back to his days in Atlanta, which ties a record for most home runs. It tied George Springer with a home run in 5 straight World Series games, and the Dodgers are on the brink of popping some champagne and basically sweeping the New York Yankees. They're up 3-0, commanding series lead. The Yankees just going out like suckers. I see Justin, our engineer, our IT guy, he just walked in and out. I mean, what a disastrous month for him.
He literally just said, as soon as I saw Fat Joe performing, I knew we were going to lose.
No, he did.
He literally just said that and walked out.
Dude, I mean, he talk about his month. He was so high on the Jets. He was so high on the New York Knicks. So high on the New York Yankees. He was living good. He was living a good life last week. He was all in my DMs talking trash. Oh, man. You know, Shasky, you're the baseball guy. You're Shasky's baseball breakdowns.
Did you like that?
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. I liked it. Some people say that you saw Bonte's big screen and was like, ooh, I like that. Anyway.
Bonte's big screen?
Yeah, well, don't even worry about that. This World Series has not lived up to the hype. It's pretty disappointing.
Well, I actually, the individual games have had their moments, but when you get a 3 or 4 run lead with the bullpens being as good as they've been for the Dodgers right now, like the last 2 games have been nondescript. Game 1 was awesome, right?
Awesome.
And I think that the Yankees are going to look back at Game 1 and they're going to look at so many different elements, taking Cole out too early. Obviously Gleyber Torres doing whatever the hell he was doing at second base, that fan reaching over the fence, and maybe it was a home run, maybe it's not. Instead, they get out of the inning unscathed. Do you walk Mookie Betts in that situation and to make the bases loaded to face Freddie Freeman, throwing just a belt-high fastball inside to Freddie Freeman in that extra frame? I don't know, man. The whole thing is under scrutiny right now, but look, Walker Buehler is a guy that 3 or 4 years ago, when you saw him kind of hit the scene for the LA Dodgers, it's like, wow, he's 6'4". He's about 200 pounds. He throws a 97-plus mile-per-hour fastball. He's got multiple breaking balls. He's got the Verlander-like body early on. Yep. And he reminded me so much of Justin Verlander, just in terms of the pitching repertoire and the way he throws, where he's just kind of like, I'm going to attack guys. And then he had the arm injury. And he's been out a long time.
Yep.
I was not surprised he pitched like that yesterday.
Did he had a hip injury midway through the year, and he had to go back down to Oklahoma City to their AAA affiliate, get some work in. So he's going to be a free agent after the season. I think he's going to be back. The Dodgers, I mean, just a dominant season, dominant team. Mookie Betts is solid. I mean, their lineup, they take so many pitches in their eyes at the plate. You throw a bad ball, they're going to spit on it. They wait for their pitch. And they work the count. And Schmidt, you could just tell. The Yankees are lucky to get out of there, only giving up 4 runs. The Dodgers had multiple opportunities to blow that game open. I thought they would. They didn't. You had I don't even want to call it drama at the bottom of the ninth. Then he got the Verdugo's 2-run home run. But hey, Kopech just strikes out Gleyber Torres there. I was hoping Juan Soto would get up with the runner on base and maybe try to tie it or just have an opportunity. But the drama sucked out of the series. Game 1 was it. That was a Yankees shot. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. We're going to hear from Ronnie Hayward, I know, soon, the truck driver, because the Lakers look good as well, even though they lost last night. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. You're at work. What is happening? If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And we have a lot going on today. We got Baldy at 7:30 to talk some Niners. Brian Baldinger, 7:30 on the River Islands guest line, as well as we go behind enemy lines with Antonio Daniels, longtime color analyst with the New Orleans Pelicans, as they're in town for 2 games. And we're going to talk a little Warriors today. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Feels like here in the Bay Area we can't breathe, right? In terms of our sports, like the Niners have kept us on the edge of our seats. They go into the bye week at 4-4. Got some injuries. What's going on with Debo? The oblique and the ribs. That's a concern. Trey Greenlaw's going to be week to week. We did get good news on Christian McCaffrey. He's going to ramp it up. But then you look at the basketball court, and you look at the Golden State Warriors, and it's like, okay, Steph's going to get reevaluated Friday with the left ankle sprain. D'Anthony Melton is going to get reevaluated with the back strain. Oh, what do you know? Andrew Wiggins is probably out tonight against the Pelicans with the back injury. And all of a sudden, that depth that we talked about, the first 2 games, all throughout the preseason, will get tested right away. So as we try to relax and feel good about the 49ers, we look at the Golden State Warriors and we say, I'm not saying they're in trouble here, but when you look at these next 2 games against the Pelicans, this operation split in my mind, and then you go on this 5-game road trip, Shasky, to Houston, Washington, Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, and don't look now, but Jordan Poole's playing well. All of a sudden, it's like, boy, you got to try to stabilize the season early. You got to try to dodge some blows here. How long is Steph going to be out? Because that's, with all the depth, everything revolves around number 30.
There's no doubt it does. And so, I think a lot of people haven't had an opportunity to hear any of your Warrior opinions. They played a game Friday night. It was a big-time win, blowout of the Utah Jazz, and then they play again on Sunday night during the middle of the Niner game. And I don't know how many people were locked in to the Warriors, as closely as maybe they were the football game. So I've got a bunch of questions that I want to throw at you today. And so maybe you can kind of give your opinions, and then I would love to hear from the audience on these as well. Let's just start at the very, very, very top. Yeah. The Steph Curry injury, Bonte, that you're alluding to. Who's the guy that you're looking at that you think needs to step up the most in his absence?
Well, I think it's an obvious one, right? It's Jonathan Kuminga. And, I mean, let's be real here. This is a guy who is looking for new money, and the Warriors are far apart on a contract extension. They had one deal on the table, and you can make the argument maybe Kuminga should have taken that deal just to get it done, just to kind of not have to play this season thinking about, boy, am I going to get paid here? Am I going to get a long-term deal? What's my value going to be if I don't play well? Will I still get the same money? Will I not get the same money? It's obvious, Jonathan Kuminga, because you watched those last 5 minutes on Sunday, and you saw a young man who was indecisive on what to do with the basketball. Do I shoot the 3? Do I go to the lane? Do I pass it? It was like his brain was moving a little too fast there. And so he's a hell of a player, and he's got a lot of athleticism. But the start of the season has not been great for Jonathan Kuminga as he tries to find his way with this deep team. Once he starts, does he get pulled? Does he not play for a long time? So it's an obvious one, Shasky. Jonathan Kuminga has to lead the charge here, getting to the free throw line, getting buckets, getting himself, and maybe Steve Kerr draws up some plays for him early on where he gets him down in the post, get him some touches on the mid-block, let him get comfortable in the game, kind of like they do with Andrew Wiggins here, and then he starts rolling. But right now, Kuminga he's pressing a little bit. You can just see it. Defensively, I think he's fine. He's been guarding very, very well. His individual defense has been solid. But right now, when you think about the scoring load that's missing without Stephen Curry, and now without Andrew Wiggins, who may not go tonight, it's Jonathan Kuminga. Now, I can make the argument for Draymond Green as well, but I'm going to go Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, sticking on Kuminga, I don't think they're running stuff that he's going to thrive in. Where's the high pick and roll? Where's getting this guy downhill? Am I wrong on that? To me, I get frustrated because I know Steph has to play a certain way. I understand that. And this is where I know he wants to start. I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga. But it's almost counterintuitive that he starts alongside Steph Curry because the best path for him to succeed most efficiently is through. Now, I'm not saying every single possession has to be high pick and roll, but isn't he just an absolute menace when it comes to a pick and roll threat?
It feels like it, but this is not the Warriors' way, right? It's ball movement. It's moving around here. I think the starting lineup, we just look at the starting lineup. Trace Jackson-Davis, Draymond, Wiggins, Kuminga. It's a very good defensive lineup. But defenses are going to dare the Warriors to shoot when it's not Stephen Curry. They're going to shadow Curry. They're going to bump him. They're going to try to trap him, get the ball out of his hands. They're going to say, Wiggins will live with you shooting. Kuminga will live with you shooting. Draymond will live with you shooting. TJD, you want to shoot the midi? Go ahead. So the spacing in that half court, I don't think is conducive to a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. It's a lot of congestion in that lane. So if he does want to run a high pick and roll, there's going to be two bodies and a wall right there when he does try to go to the lane. So it's almost as if Steve Kerr may have to tinker with the starting lineup at one point to break this up. Is Kuminga a 4 or is he a 3? Kerr thinks he's a 4. Draymond thinks he's a 3. What is Kuminga? I think Kuminga ideally in a one big lineup would thrive next to a 5. Right now, I think Kuminga does need to play the 4, but you're not going to put him ahead of Draymond Green because Draymond Green has earned that equity here as a defender and whatnot, and as a facilitator in the half court. Because now, when you think about the starting lineup as well, Steph's not playing point guard; he's playing off the basketball, and he's playing off the basketball for the most part of the season.
Draymond, with that starting unit, is the de facto
point guard. He's going to play point forward. He's going to facilitate in the half court. So where does that leave Kuminga? I think it's a tough spot for him in that starting 5.
So you think he should go to the bench?
I don't know if he should go to the bench. I think the starting 5 is going to need to be tinkered with. Now, ideally, I would love for Draymond to be at the 5, Kuminga at the 4, Wiggins at the 3, and you figure out the 2, whether it's D'Anthony Melton, Buddy Hield, or Brandon Podziemski. Maybe it's Buddy Hield because of the spacing that he could provide, but on the flip side, you don't want to wear Draymond Green out at the 5. So, Steve Kerr, I don't know who's going to come off the bench. I don't really care about that stuff, to be honest with you, Shasky. But when you look at that starting 5, I don't think it benefits Jonathan Kuminga. Now, he's got to earn his way. And right now, he's not playing well. He's not playing .5 basketball. He's not decisive enough. Now, it's 3 games in. But when we're talking about guys who need to step up and pick up the slack here with these injuries, we're all going to look at Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, so I don't want to get too boggled down in the weeds here, but why do you always say that it doesn't matter about, like, you don't care about starting? Because it clearly is. It is a sticking point for this team over the last couple of years. It's like getting off to good starts.
No doubt, and I think last year they got off to good starts. I mean, at times the bench has picked up the slack. I personally always look at the entire game because I think so much emphasis is put on starters. And they may not play more than 4 minutes together. They may not play more than 5 minutes together to start the basketball game. And against the LA Clippers, I thought they got off to a decent start. It was their best start of the season. Now, mentally, a lot of individuals do care about starting, right? They want to get started because money goes along with starting. And when you come off the bench, you don't know when you're going to come off the bench. You don't know when you're going to play. You don't know who you're going to play with. You don't know if your rhythm's going to be there. All of a sudden, you're pressing, you're making mistakes, and all of a sudden, you're saying to yourself, oh, damn, I'm back on the bench here. So, look, I just don't put as big of an emphasis on starting as a lot of people do because I've seen Steve Kerr work this lineup for over 10 years now, where he'll start a lineup for 4 minutes and never go back to him again. But obviously, with Jonathan Kuminga, he wants to be in that starting lineup. I just don't know if it's going to work for him if you're going to have this lineup around him with TJD, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins. So Steve Kerr's got to figure this out because the spacing there is not conducive. It's not conducive for Kuminga, but it's definitely not conducive for Stephen Curry. No. Think about Stephen Curry running around here, and he's the only knockdown shooter because, again, no matter how hot Andrew Wiggins is, opposing teams are going to say, Wiggins, we'll live with you shooting. Draymond, we'll live with you shooting. Kuminga will live with you shooting. He's got to get downhill. And so how do you get him downhill? I think you got to get him on the mid-block a lot more.
Well, so, like, let's go to the other end of the spectrum.
But Sunday, real quick, mid-block, though. Real quick, half court, now that I'm thinking about it, though. If you get Kuminga on that mid-block with the starting unit,
you got to have shooters around.
You got to have shooters around him. And what are defenses going to do when Draymond Green's at the top of the key? They're going to sack off of him, and they're going to dare him to shoot. So now, all of a sudden, you don't have that room in the paint. You get what I'm saying?
No, I do. But, like, we've had this kind of Draymond Green conundrum. Like, he brings so many good things to the table, but also to build out the rest of your team, you need very specific players to play alongside of him. And it just feels like, to me, the organization last year needed to have made, going into the offseason, a decision very simply. Are we rolling with Draymond for the next couple of years, or are we rolling with Kuminga? Yep. I don't know if they can coexist simultaneously. People keep going Wiggins and Kuminga. Can they coexist? I think it's more Draymond, and the reason being is it's not because of just playing the 4. It's the spacing that you're talking about, and then minutes and allocation. So, which brings me to Draymond's clearly very important. Sunday was the first close game of the year. They only played 3 games. It's a close game. And so the Warriors are trying to close the gap and get back in that game. And Draymond's nowhere to be found in the fourth quarter. Was that a one-off? Was there?
No,
I didn't see Steve Kerr address that in the postgame.
No, he addressed it. He addressed it. He got asked, was it an injury? And Steve Kerr said no. Kevon Looney was rolling. That's what Steve Kerr said.
So in the fourth quarter, they're looking at Draymond to be a 5.
No. In the fourth quarter, Draymond didn't have it rolling. He didn't have it rolling. He was having a rough game. Zubac was having his way. Draymond offensively just didn't have it that night.
His body language wasn't great.
It wasn't the greatest body language. And so Steve Kerr, with that lineup, and you got to think, Steph Curry leaves the game with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Warriors technically said 7:55. He hobbles off the floor in the fourth quarter. And so they're down at that point. They're down at that point 10. Down 10.
What, they going like a 12-3 run?
12-3 run with Kevon Looney, Pods, and Steve Kerr just stuck with the lineup. He stuck with the lineup that got him back into the game. And that's how he's going to coach this team. So I didn't make a big deal out of it. I don't know if a lot of people made a big deal about it. But
I was surprised.
They were down 95-85. 95-85, and so Wiggins starts rolling. Pardon me. And then there's about 6 minutes left, and they're down 10. And all of a sudden, Wiggins makes a 3. And then Looney makes a shot. And it's like, oh, we're down 6. We have some life. We have some energy. And this lineup is working. And I think Looney deserved those minutes down the stretch. Looney's off to a great start. He's got 15 offensive rebounds in his first 3 games. He's rebounded the ball well. He's moving well. His body looks tremendous. He had a hell of an offseason. Hell of an offseason. He lost like 35, 40 pounds. Looney looks phenomenal. So Steve Kerr rewarded the guys who was playing hard and got him back into that basketball game. You got to think about that game, too. There was no flow for the Warriors.
None.
21 turnovers. They're getting outscored in the paint, 58-38. Every time they try to close the hump, close the gap, Clippers had an answer. So Steve Kerr's just searching for answers here, and a combination that worked. And it was like, wait, Pods, J.K., Wiggins, Looney, it's working. So he stuck with them, and Draymond sat for the last 8 minutes.
I was just surprised. That's all. I was very surprised because, Draymond's very important for this team. And so it was a change of course. You know what I mean? And I think it got kind of not swept under the rug, but we haven't been able to focus. We were worried about Niners, Cowboys.
Yeah, no, it was a big focal point. Steve Kerr got asked about it. Was it an injury? Because Draymond is dealing with the knee. He was hobbling around a little bit. It was a talking point. But Lou deserved those minutes. He deserved those minutes down the stretch. So this is how Steve Kerr's going to coach this team. And that's what happens when you got a bunch of guys on this team that are 12 deep. You know what? Well, I'm going to go with the lineup that's rolling to get me back into the game.
Yeah.
Whether or not, the only guy who I think is guaranteed minutes on this roster is going to be Stephen Curry.
Yeah. Well, now that he's out for I don't know how long, right now it feels like when Wiggins can get healthy, he's the next guy, right?
Right.
In line when it comes to that. I just feel like they're setting themselves up with all this depth. It's a good thing, but the opposite end of this, similar to the USA team, someone does have to sit, right? And so they're not as deep as the USA team, but the point is that you can't play everyone. And so every game, where's Moody? Where's Kyle Anderson? You're going to get 1, 2, 3 different guys that people are going to be clamoring for more opportunities from. And it's just, boy, it feels like they've got to make a move a little earlier than maybe I anticipated when the season started.
They might. They just might. Because Moody's not playing much. Kyle Anderson's not playing much. Now you have the back injury with Anthony Melton. Let's pick it up on the other side here because this is a big, big 7-game stretch for the Golden State Warriors if they have to navigate. Now, Stephen Curry is going to be reevaluated Friday, but he could be out anywhere from, 7 to 10 days maybe. How do they navigate without Stephen Curry? Because it all revolves around him. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Chris Settles. Hey, hang tight. We'll get to you on the other side. He's got a thought on Draymond Green. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This message comes from Viking.
he's going to miss the next couple games, and we'll reevaluate him on Friday. So the good news is the MRI was pretty clear, and we don't expect this to be a long-term thing. So, I've been touting our depth the last few weeks in preseason, and, not only are we going to be without Steph, but we'll be without DeAnthony, Melton, and Wiggs tomorrow night. So a chance for that depth to get their opportunity, and I'm excited about that.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Steve Kerr. Presser yesterday. His Warriors had shoot-around, and he's discussing the MRI for Stephen Curry. Not a long-term issue here, but short-term, the Warriors will be without their star, their franchise player, Stephen Curry, who, of course, tweaked his ankle twice in that game against the Clippers on Sunday, late in the third quarter, then at the 8-minute mark of the fourth quarter. And that's tough. That is tough as he was trying to find his rhythm here to start the season. I thought he was having one of his better offensive games, 6 of 11 from the floor, 18 points and 6 assists as the Warriors were struggling to find the flow against the Clippers. Clippers did a great job rebounded the basketball, forcing turnovers, and really paid attention to studying their scouting report. Their scouting report was like, get in the face of Buddy Hield. Let's make sure we take his airspace away. And Buddy had his worst game of the season, shooting 1 of 9 from the three-point line. But the other news here, and I see the text from the 707, Shasky, Comcast Business text line. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity Stream Sports for the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Bring on the good stuff. But hopefully we get some good stuff. But it had to be without Melton and Wiggs, who straightened their backs. Now, 707 said, when did they do that? How did they do it? Well, Wiggins, watching the game back yesterday a little bit, it looked like he tweaked it early. I want to say late first quarter, early second, but he had a couple moments where he started walking gingerly. I was like, huh. And then he just kept playing. They actually had a great second half, 20 of his 29 in the second half.
And he's been excellent thus far.
Wiggins has been awesome. Melton, I'm not sure, but obviously Anthony Melton missed a lot of time last year when he played 37 games with the Philadelphia 76ers with the back injury. And that was concerned in the offseason. I heard other teams kind of hit on Anthony Melton. There was concerns about his back. And that's unfortunate to me because this guy can defend. He's an extra ball handler, although the three-point shot hasn't come around yet. Not having Melton and Wiggs, 2 of your better perimeter defenders, it's going to be dicey.
Yeah, I was hoping that Melton would at some point find his way into the starting lineup just because I think he is a nice little ball handler. I really underrated his ball handling and his court vision, and I think that he does provide the elements of defense on one end, but spacing on the other end,
right? And
can be that guy who can play alongside Steph Curry because you have to be a very unique player to play alongside Steph Curry.
No, you do. You definitely do here. So no Melton, probably no Wiggs, and no Stephen Curry tonight. And Wiggs and Melton will be reevaluated on Friday as they head on the road to Houston. They'll play Houston on Saturday. So if they can't get these guys ready to roll on this 5-game road trip, all of a sudden we're looking like, damn, Houston. All right, you're in the nation's capital. Jordan Poole is kind of licking his chops, and he's off to a great start this season, Jordan Poole. Then you get Boston, you get Cleveland, you get Oklahoma City. This may be hard to do here.
I think about these things a lot. Like, sports is so much about confidence and psychology. I don't think we do a good enough job understanding that. I'm not saying knowing it. It's very difficult to know how someone feels. I'm just saying understanding that the psyche is a big part of it. Like, why are some guys just better in the fourth quarter than others? Or why are some guys more wired to be great closers or elite postseason players like an Andy Pettit? We were talking about all-time leader in wins in the postseason. Like, I always wonder about those. Like, why was Dave Stewart so much better than Roger Clemens for a long time in the playoffs, right? There's something psychologically as well as physically. I think about this often, and I don't know if this is real or not, but for the young players, especially like, let's just say Podziemski and Kuminga, when your name, fair or not, has been dangled, whether it's reckless or it was real reporting or parts of it were true or whatever, but when you've been dangled in a trade for months on end throughout the offseason, I'm not saying you obsess about it, but it's got to be in there just a little. Like, I don't know, like, can the genie go back into the bottle for a young player like that when you know that you've been dangled? I know you have to be professional. Like, I get it. But there's also the real personal element of, like, damn, do y'all like me or not?
Yeah, well, with Podziemski, I'll just lean on him. He came out, and I know you could say it's professional, and he's got to say it, but he came out and said, look, I like the fact that my name's out there. These teams want me. So I like that perspective that he had about that. And he's getting his 25 minutes. There's a lot of pressure on him in his second year with the departure of a Klay Thompson and a Chris Paul to step up and elevate his game from a first-team all-rookie season. Kuminga, I think it's really correlated with the contract.
You think it's contract?
I think it's more so contract with him trying to find his way. And he's looking around saying, boy, do the Warriors really believe in me? Maybe that's in the back of his mind. Maybe it is. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not inside of Kuminga's head. I'm not sure. I think you can look at it two ways where, one, do the Warriors want me? Or two, hey, I get to go out and prove myself. And I get to earn more money. Moses Moody did sign his contract, but Moody wants to play. And Moody's not playing much right now. We played 12 minutes on Sunday. TJD's getting a chance to start. I think he's fine. TJD, Clippers game, it was a one-off, but Zubac had his way. And he really was a non-factor in that game against the LA Clippers. So I'm looking at Kuminga and Pods. You got a lot of guards here, a lot of wings. Where does Pods fit in? Kuminga, a lot of wings, a lot of pressure on him with this money. What's going on with him psychologically? Don't know yet, but that's why when you think about guys who needs to step up, it's Kuminga, but I can make the case for Draymond Green as well, being the leader of this team. Draymond Green's got to add some scoring punch to this without Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins and DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, I'm going to take Draymond off. I don't know why. I'm going to take him off for right now. I look at Pods, and I think Pods is the guy that's got to kind of step up here, and I think this is a good opportunity for him. I think he's been up and down. He's scrappy, obviously, but the shot's not really falling right now. And he looks a little indecisive, like he's trying to do too much. And I don't know. I think this is a big stretch for him. Let's say Steph's out X amount of games. You know, I would assume he's going to start at the point in his absence. Can he be a 12 to 15 point a night scorer? Can he get it up that high? Can he be a 8 assist a night guy with generating multiple turnovers and getting some loose ball jump balls or something like that? Like I'm looking at Pods even more than Kuminga. I think Kuminga's going to be okay. I'm looking at Pods.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. The shot hasn't fallen for him yet. Just shooting 7% on the young season from the 3-point line. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about how to kind of phrase this because I don't think that it's just as simply put as Draymond is quote-unquote blocking a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, but I do think there is still an unknown with what Kuminga is and what he could be. And with Draymond, you know, we know what he is. Hall of Famer, he's integral to how we want to play and run the motion offense. But, you know, I look at a guy like Draymond and, these are the facts. We're talking about a guy who's 6'5.5", maybe 6'6", getting a little older, achy back, achy knees. You know, the stuff where he was able to maybe give a 6'10" guy a little bit of trouble in his yesteryear when he was healthy and young. I think those days are long gone. I just look at him and I don't think he can handle the size of some of these bigs that come down there. You know, it's not just Trace Jackson Davis guarding Zubac. Draymond's getting worked by Zubac as well, and he looks tiny next to him. And then you take it a step further, and you got Draymond. You know, they try to tell us Draymond's the point guard of the offense. It's like, okay, because you're standing at the 3-point line while other people are running off screens and you hit them in the chest, that you're not a point guard, dude. You're a glorified guy who starts the offense. You're not playmaking, okay? You went 0 of 2, 0 points, 2 assists, 2 turnovers, 3 rebounds? So we're talking about a guy who doesn't spread the floor. He doesn't score. His playmaking is vastly overrated and has been for a long time. You're talking about a guy who can't rebound, right? Good game for Draymond. You go out there, it's 8-8-8, couple steals, solid defense, a big defensive play here and there. And Anthony Davis is over there, 32 points, 18 rebounds, 4 blocks. And we're like, dang, he had a bad game. He needed to do better. But it's like there's so many levels to this. So, again, Draymond, we know what he is. JK, we don't know what he is. I'd rather, I know this is like the last hurrah with Curry and Dre, but we got to find a way to get – and it's a fine line, right? Because we don't have that much size. But there's something's got to happen where JK gets integrated. JK feels comfortable. He gets more opportunities. I didn't want to turn this into just like a bash Draymond thing, but in reality, Draymond is the one blocking him.
No, you know what?
I'll let you guys run with that. But
Chris, it's a great call, and there could be a sense it could be some validity to that, to where Kuminga is a natural 4, and maybe he needs to play the 4. Now, does he play the 4 as a starter? Or does he come off the bench as a 4? That's a conversation for Steve Kerr. But I don't think Draymond's going to leave this starting lineup with this team. But who knows, man? There may be things on the table where you got to get the best out of this roster. Last year, I don't want to go back to last year, but there was so much made about Klay Thompson going to the pitch. He finally came off the bench. So did Andrew Wiggins. He came off the bench. Chris Paul, they came off the bench. They all sacrificed. Whether they wanted to or not, they ended up sacrificing. We may have a conversation about that in the future. I don't think we're there yet, but there's no doubt Sunday, Draymond Green did not have it in that game. Zubac had his way against TJD. He had his way against Draymond. And Draymond sat the last 8 minutes. Offensively was just MIA. That's the thing with Draymond offensively. And Bully talks about it. I talk about it. He shot 39.5% from the three-point line last year. Now, he only took three attempts a game. That shot's presented, and it's open for him all day long. If you don't take that shot, whether it's him, Kuminga, it clogs the offense up with the way Stephen Curry runs around here. So, offensively, the Clippers said, you know what, we're going to sag off these guys. So, there could be something to that, Shasky, to where Kuminga has to play the 4. Maybe that is his natural position.
Well, I've long thought that it is. But on this team, the way, again, Draymond being there presents elements. Let's get into it on the other side, because he brought up something about point guard and where Draymond plays. And I want to break that down, because I've been harping on that for a while.
That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips. Bay Area, it's DeAnthony Melton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, DeAnthony, he'll be reevaluated Friday. That's the latest on the Golden State Warriors. A lot of injuries here. It's like injuries are happening all over the Bay Area with our basketball teams here. Basketball team, football team. DeAnthony Melton, who had 8 points against the LA Clippers, left the game before 25, underwent an MRI on his back post-game. The MRI showed no structural damage. He has a strained lower back and will be reevaluated on Friday. Stephen Curry, no structural damage. And they called it, a left peroneal strain. A left peroneal strain. Left ankle sprain. We're getting really detailed with these injuries. I remember I had to look it up. I was like, never heard of that. Where's Dr. Naram Pandya?
So he posted a video yesterday, Dr. Naram Pandya, our injury insider here at 95.7 The Game, UCSF Health, shout out. But he said it's basically the ligament that attaches to it's around the ankle, attaches to the bottom of the foot, the plantar, like you hear plantar fasciitis. Yeah. So it all attaches like there and stuff like that. So obviously it's strained. There could be some micro tearing in there. But he said, thankfully, it's nothing that sounds like too serious, so hopefully it should be fine. And then Steve Kerr had his presser yesterday after this shoot around and said Andrew Wiggins, who's off to a great start. Andrew Wiggins, so far this season, averaging nearly 20 points and 7 rebounds, and he was shooting 58% from the three-point line, 55% from the floor. I get it, we're only 3 games in, but he's unlikely to play tonight with the back injury, so not good. Not good, Shasky, for the Golden State Warriors, as this segment is sponsored by our great friends at Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shasky, we got somebody on hold here that didn't call yesterday, so we're going to get to him in just a second. But go ahead. I see your mouth moving.
Oh, no. I mean, that's just, we were talking about Draymond as a point guard on this team, and I understand that, like, right now, there's a lot of, like, positionless players in the league, right? And there's many ways to set up your offense. There's no like right or wrong. Like it's kind of like preference and stuff. But there are some things that I believe in if you're going to be a ball handler that is an offense initiator. Like, okay, for example, when we say point guard, there are scoring point guards, there's passing point guards, and there's blends of the two, right? Right. Nikola Jokic, at times, brings the ball up the floor for Denver and initiates their offense.
Point center?
What?
Point center?
Yeah, but you get where I'm going with this. But they also have Jamal Murray, and he's going to be out for some time, and so they're going to have other guys play. Like, there's many ways to initiate offense. But when I look at some of the great initiators of offense, the one thing that they can do that Draymond just refuses to do at times is dribble drive penetration, right? You have got to make the defense bend. You can't just come up to the top of the key, stop, hold the ball, and wait for people to move off ball because now because your lack of shooting and because that they're sagging off you and they're saying, we dare you to take that 3-pointer. It's 4-on-5 on the back end of that. And so you're just holding the ball waiting for someone to come off of a screen. Now, when you're a threat to dribble drive penetrate, they have to come up to you, right? And they don't want you getting into the lane for a layup. They don't want you getting into the lane, kicking it out to an open 3-point shooter, and then thus rotating their defense. Like, you're not a threat to shoot, and you're not a threat to dribble drive penetrate. You're making it more hard on yourself. And then you look at Draymond's, if we want to go deep here, the great point guards, point forwards, point centers, whatever you want to call them, their assist to turnover ratio is somewhere in the 2.5 to 3.5 range. Those are the good to great ones, whether it's Halliburton, who led in assists per game last year, or even a LeBron James, who's one of the great passers of all time. Like, he's usually been at 2.5 to 3.5 to 1 assist to turnover ratio. Last year, Chris Paul was like 3.5 to 1 or whatever.
Chris Paul's notoriously great. He excels when it comes to assist to turnover ratio. And I know where you're getting to with Draymond Green. The turnovers, and it's the live ball turnovers, and it's the turnovers where it's just, hey, there was one yesterday, I think he was throwing it down. Who's he throwing it down the floor to? And it just got intercepted. I think about the 2019 finals, not to revisit that, but to your point about turnover to assist ratio, Draymond Green had 30 turnovers in that 6-game series against Toronto. And there's one possession that sticks out to me. Iguodala and Draymond's on the floor. It's game 4, game 6? I forget the game. But they're both on the wing. Iguodala passes to Draymond, wide open, pass it back, wide open, pass it back. Guys got to shoot. So what my issue sometimes at times is Draymond Green. There was a possession, was it late third quarter, early fourth quarter, where he's in the mid post and Zubac is not even guarding him. But Draymond's not in that triple threat position to where he's not even looking at the rim.
Exactly.
And so it's like you're not even being a threat to shoot it. At least Looney now, you see him now, he's starting to face up to the basket to make himself a threat to shoot that mid-range jumper. Draymond at times is not in that triple threat position offensively, and that's not threatening the defense whatsoever. They're just saying, we know we're gonna play the pass. We're gonna play the pass and dare him to shoot it. He's gonna have to make the defense pay at some point this season.
There's no doubt. And God, you're bringing up so many great points here. But and this is where I tell him, hey, dude, you pick your dribble up way too often at the top of the key, and then you're sitting here pointing and begging and and then he'll throw a bad turnover where he's forcing it into multiple people. It's like, well, yeah, because they're playing 5-on-4 on the back end, and the defense has numbers and advantages. You've picked your dribble up. You're not going to shoot from there. Maybe I'm getting way too deep into the X's and O's, but it really bugs me. No, it bugs me. And then conversely, Pods does a lot of similar things to Draymond as a point guard.
Right.
But this is where Pods frustrates me. He does the dribble drive penetration, but refuses to shoot it.
Right. He's got to look for a shot.
And then the defense is like, well, we know you're not going to take that bunny or that runner or that floater in the lane. And so we don't have to, guard you that hard. We're playing the passing lanes. Yep. And so right now, they kind of do have a point guard problem. Yep. And that's why I go back to DeAnthony Melton, who you referenced, and I want to see him play.
Yeah, they really don't have a natural point guard.
They don't.
Even when this comes to Kyle Anderson, they don't have that natural point guard. Now, can you go get one? Do you need one? We got Stephen Curry. It's all about the combinations, right? I think Pods can be that guy. But like you mentioned, he's got to be more aggressive offensively to look for his more shot. And tonight, they're going to have to. They've got no choice, right? They've got no choice with Steph, Wiggins, and DeAnthony Melton out.
So, getting back to the original point that we were getting at, this isn't even just, it's just the pieces they have together don't necessarily fit in cohesion, especially when Curry's out. But, it's a little clunky at times, and they're going to have to make some adjustments right now. I think I could use another big. They need a rim runner. There's a lot that's going on, but they need Draymond engaged. That's where it starts.
Well, I think it was engaged. I don't think he didn't have it. He didn't have it on Sunday, and it happens.
Okay.
You have bad games, but maybe more aggressive offensively, I would say, because I don't want to put it on a player and say, hey, man, this player's not engaged. This guy's not into it. This guy's not playing hard. This guy's not doing that. I'm not going to go that far, but I do think they need an aggressive guy, especially now, because you got to get buckets in this league. You got to get buckets. You can play all the defense in the world, but you have to get buckets. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Hey, Rob.
Rob, man, I called you out yesterday, man. I love you, Rob, but we got to give credit when credit's due. You didn't call me after Victory Monday, man, against the Cowboys.
Look, man, I told y'all last week we were going to beat the Cowboys. I told y'all last week that we finna go on a 3-game winning streak. We finna beat Tampa, and we finna beat the Buccaneers. Tampa and Seattle. Run the tape. I said that.
You did. You did say that. That's fair. That's fair.
And then I got to let the peasants go first, man. You understand me? That's what I see what everybody was saying. Then I came and I said what I had to say. But yeah, the 49ers played the game I expected them to play. I like Crescendo. He remind me of Mostert with that speed.
Garindo,
I think he's going to need more carries.
Oh, yeah, my boy Garindo.
Lenore and Mustafa, yeah. I think Tyler Funga, he ain't gonna be back here next year. Mustafa one of them ones. But I want to talk about the Warriors though. The Warriors, man, look, man, Draymond Green, Kaczynski. Remember he's supposed to be an all-star player. They was talking about even an all-star player next year. Yeah, man, come on, man. Draymond needs to step up. You know what I'm saying? You making this money. It's time for you to score at least 15 points, man. Kaczynski, what are you doing? You supposed to replace Clay. All you did was replace the bench. You know what I'm saying? So. The Warriors, like I said, they max to me is going to be 40 games. Now, I say that's with Steph not hurt. Now it's Steph hurt. And one more thing, man, shout out to Klay Thompson, man. That guy's so washed right now. You know what I mean? He's getting smooth turns. He's getting easy turns.
Hey.
The thing is, he playing with two ball hogs, so it's not even the same type of offense. He playing with two dominant balls, and he's still getting his 18 to 20. So, but he was washed with Golden State, huh? And then Kuminga, look, man, Kuminga just don't fit with Steve Kerr. They don't like the same style of basketball. It's never going to work. Hence why they ain't paying him. So for Kuminga to do something, he's like to go to another team. He just don't fit with Kerr and the Warriors organization how to want to play. That's my thing.
I'm starting to agree with you in the sense that it feels to me like the Warriors are either holding on. Again, this is just my feel, okay? That something's up. I was really excited for Kuminga heading into this year, but it's like they're trying to force him to play a specific way of ball that he clearly, it's not the best way for him to play ball. And so there's something's got to give. Either they've got to run some more stuff that's going to work for him, and now with Curry out, maybe you start experimenting with some of that, or he is one of the centerpieces in a trade.
Klay Thompson so far, 19.7 points per game, 47.5% from the floor, 45.5% from the three-point line. I'm going to throw in with a bunch of Laker buddies. They're like, Bonte, how'd you let him go?
No, Laker.
Bonte, how'd you let him go? I mean, look, we're not going to do this every day. He needed to change the scenery. Warriors needed to change the scenery. But I am happy for Klay Thompson. He looks smooth out there in Dallas, and he's getting wide open looks playing off of Luka and Kyrie. And Luka's not even in shape yet. He's not even in shape. I mean,
will he ever be?
No, he never. He kind of uses the first part of the season to get into shape. But Klay looks good right now in that Mavericks uniform, man. There's no doubt about that. So,
good for him.
You know what? He wasn't washed because his last 30 games, he shot 43% from the three-point line and 46% from the floor. So I don't know where the wash conversation came from. Let's go to Oscar and Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, man, check this out. I'm Chasky. You guys got to understand. We got to stop panicking so much. Especially, I'm gonna get on the. I'm a Warrior fan. But I'm gonna talk about the Niners because I haven't even been calling in. But I'll tell you guys is right on. The fans are just. I mean, stop being so fair weather. The Niners is 4-4, and I'm a Raider fan. At the end of the year, the Niners are going to be all right. They got good coaching and good organizations. So that means they're going to be there at the end. I mean, we are just panicking in the Bay Area. I mean, suddenly with my birthday, I want to have a good outlook. And with the Warriors, oh, my God. I've been watching the Warriors, and we are going to be good. And with Draymond Green, man, we all know what Draymond does. Why are we just harping on that this morning? We got a team. And it's going to show tonight and Wednesday. And with Kuminga, I'm saying the same thing you guys are saying. He's pressing out there because right now he's just trying to go. We don't need him for points. The only way he's going to get a contract, he's going to have to use that athletic body to play defense, rebound, and play smart. Because if not, like you say, they're going to trade him because he's not ready for no $225 million because he doesn't have enough basketball experience. And that's why they're not going to give him that money. But I love Kuminga, but he's not ready for that type of money. He has to show us, man.
Oscar, I love your optimism. I do love your optimism. I'm just looking at the next 7 for the Warriors, and it's a pivotal 7 because you don't want to fall too far behind in this Western Conference. The Lakers are better, Oscar. The Mavericks are better. The Suns are better. The Clippers are surprised us winning 2 and 3, and they played the Suns very tough in the home opener. So how long can the Warriors navigate without Stephen Curry, DeAnthony Melton, and Andrew Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins is out today, Oscar. That's 20 points. Stephen Curry, he's good for 25, and then Melton's gone. That's a lot of production that you're missing tonight against a Pelicans team that's looking to get back on track.
Okay, let me say something. That's why we want to see we got strength in numbers, and these boys we got on our team, they're going to play, man, and we're going to see. That's why it's good early in the year we can reevaluate and see what we got. But I'm going to tell you right now, don't count out the Warriors youngsters, man, because I've been watching them since they've been playing. They just as good as the Pelicans. And I know the Warriors are going to win tonight. They're going to win tomorrow. And Steph will be back and Andrew will be back. They're better, man. We're a better team this year. Remember that. We are a better team, too. Y'all have a good day, my man.
All right.
Well, tonight and tomorrow are going to be very interesting games. I can't wait to see Zion. I was writing a list of players. They're not the best players in their sport, but most watchable, and Zion's at the top of my list.
Zion's on the top of the list in terms of all the NBA?
No. In terms of, if I know my team's playing them, I'm excited. Not that, again, Mahomes is the best player in the NFL, but when we play Arizona, I like watching Kyler.
Kyler's playing well.
Or when Kyler's on red zone, I'm like, yeah, keep it on here. I want to watch it. I want to see him run around. Do I think he's the best quarterback in the league? No, not even close. But he's fun. He's hella fun to watch.
Kyler's playing some damn good football.
Right? For example, you brought up Luka. Luka's really good. there are times I get annoyed watching Luka because of the way he's arguing and crying and whining, and it can get annoying. James Harden's another guy. Like, he's an annoying watch for me, right? I think that when it's all said and done, Harden's going to have a better career than Zion, right? But Zion, to me, is more fun. There's something fun about watching Zion.
Yeah, I mean, there is something fun, but he's
so explosive.
He's explosive. We'll get into it with Antonio Daniels tonight.
He doesn't do it for you?
He did. But right now, I got, me, man. And nobody's going to pick this player. This guy had 37 points yesterday in the first half. He dropped a 50-burger. Paulo Banchero is the best player nobody talks about.
Well, I mean,
and I that's what gets me going. His mid-range game, his three-point shot, his playmaking ability. Zion, I've been a little underwhelmed so far in his NBA career. That's just me.
I think everyone has.
That's just me.
Because the hype hasn't met the
right.
The play hasn't met the hype. That I agree with. But in terms of like being fascinated to watch, you're not fascinated to watch him still?
He's fine. I mean, yeah, I'm not as fascinated as I thought I would be.
That's interesting.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. Like, I'm fascinated with Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
That fascinates me. He fascinates me because he's going to talk that talk, and he's going to bomb threes. He's going to dunk on your head. Jokic, I know I'm in the minority here. That guy fascinates me because he does bring the ball up the floor. He does initiate offense. He does hit the three.
Three-time MVP.
Yeah, but last year when we talked about Jokic, everybody said they get bored watching him.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going. I think there's a difference.
But I get fascinated by him. I'm like, how is he going to do it tonight? He doesn't have muscles. You know what I'm saying? He's out there wearing SpongeBob underwear. # pause.
His skill is unreal.
Exactly. That fascinates me. I was fascinated by Tim Duncan. Not a lot of people were.
How many people are taking like Lamar Jackson over Mahomes? Probably not many. But yet, I find Lamar to be a fascinating watch. I love watching him.
Yeah, I think they're both fascinating. Lamar Jackson's not happy at the end of that game, by the way. Slamming
I mean, Bateman dropped the perfect pass. I mean, like a great example is like, in Major League Baseball, Bobby Witt Jr. I don't think he's the best player in the league, but like, man, I love watching him play. There's something about the way he plays the game, his swing, he stopped swinging. Like Shohei, I think, is that way for a lot of people.
Yep. Mookie Betts is like that for me, though.
Good, great call.
You know what I'm saying? Stanton has kind of had a rebirth here. And I do get fascinated with the way Stanton swings. I'm like, man, he's just...
And the way he runs the bases.
I mean, Jesus.
Well,
I mean, my guy, dude, just...
Well, he's had hammy issues, leg issues. Tough spot to be in. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, we're going to get to Baldy at 7:30. I don't know. Did you see Spinoni and Loveman's outfits as we take everybody inside the studio?
No.
They had these crazy outfits on, and Loveman was like, ask us why we're wearing these outfits. So I asked him, he goes, no, do it on air. So now I'm doing it. So why were you guys wearing the crazy outfits, Loveman and Spinoni?
Spinoni is wearing a bunch of Warrior gear today, and I'm wearing a bunch of Niner gear today because we, for our Halloween costume contest today at the station, decided to dress as you guys for the costume contest. So yeah. We're getting into the spirit of things. Yeah, I lent Spidoni some Warrior stuff because
he's wearing a flat brim Warrior hat.
He's got a lot of Laker stuff, so obviously,
I'm buying a lot of stock in D'Anthony Melton, Andrew Wiggins, Brandon
the thing is, and I was listening on the David Sampson podcast last night.
David Sampson, there you go.
See, that's our Bonte.
And we're talking over each other too. So there you go.
Spidoni, I can't argue with you.
That's pretty good.
We've been watching the film too.
That's pretty good.
Watching the film.
All 22.
I actually now
it's been really worrying me watching all this film. Oh, that was a great cutoff right there.
I now want to hear you both have a segment like you or us right now. Just a minute.
We just did. There you go.
Tee it up.
One more minute. Here, 1 more minute.
Yeah, go.
1 more minute. Go.
Oh boy. Well, Joe Shasky.
Bonte, I gotta be honest with you, man. I am really concerned about where things are going with the Warriors here right now. I mean, without Steph out, I'm really, really worried. Like David Sampson was saying last night.
You're always worried. Okay.
Am I wrong?
No, you're
Am I wrong to be worried?
Yes. This team has won.
Have Steph.
They've had 4 championships, Joe Shasky. Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr has lost it. He's washed. He's done. He's cooked. He's gone.
Championship head coach. The way we treat Steve Kerr in this market, when you compare him, what has Kyle Shanahan ever done? Have you seen what Steve Kerr has done?
Everyone likes to ride on Shanahan.
He won a gold medal.
Miss me with that big game
and they
nonsense.
still want him out of town.
It's just, you know what? Let's just be glad that Farhan's gone. I can't take it anymore. 3-1-1.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Oh, that's pretty good. That was pretty good. Hey, give you guys standing ovation. That was pretty good.
I'm pretty
Excited about the Giants.
And I was right about Buster Posey, by the way. I was right about Buster Posey. I've actually been right about mostly everything this year. I've actually never been wrong in the history of ever.
I haven't said that. Calm down, Spinelli.
But even when I'm wrong, I'm really right.
Yeah.
And I'm always winning.
I've had enough.
No, it's whenever I lose, I still win.
Thanks, LeVar.
Dart.
Oh, dude, that is... You guys are crushing us.
It's 405 Comcast Business Text Line says, you got to yell, I'm happy with Steve Kerr.
I am happy with Steve Kerr.
I am happy with Brock Purdy.
By the way, how about those Padres? God, I love the Padres. I so wish I could be the Padres. Ugh. Don't get me started on Mike Silver.
You see how much fun they have, Joe Shasky? You see how much just fun they're having at it's like you want to go to a game there. I go to a Giants game, and I'm paid for a Giants game ever, but when I go there, it's fun. Baby Ches, Anna, they're having a good time, but I just don't.
So anyway, I got the little guy. I'm watching the Giants-Steelers game last night. Why do we keep putting Daniel Jones on TV? It is ridiculous. It's just no one wants to see the Giants anymore. I am so out on the New York Giants. It's ridiculous. I don't get it.
If I have to watch Daniel Jones one more time, stop putting him. It's driving me insane. Christ. Stop putting him in standalone games.
We sound like Mad Men.
No, the guy is so garbage. Alex Smith thinks he sucks. All right, I don't want to watch him anymore. Poor Brian Daboll. I mean,
another shot fired at Alex.
Wow, is that me or Shasky doing that one?
Dude, that's pretty
I wanted Spadoni to come in, as you were saying about the Padres, be like, I'd rather be the Tigers.
I would rather be the Tigers. That would actually make sense.
The Tigers have been a playoff run, man. They're actually pretty good.
AJ Hinch, he's a championship level manager. He's won in Houston before. He went to Stanford. He knows his things, all right?
You guys crushed us.
650.
That's pretty good.
I will not go to a game this year.
I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
408 Comcast Business Text Line. Have them drop a movie reference. Oh, that's Shasky. You forgot the Star Wars reference.
I was watching Back to the Future 2 the other day, which I think is the best one of all of them. When they go to the future, Biff and everything. It's just great stuff. So me and little guy LJ, we were watching it, and the Gray Sports Almanac, Bonte. If you had a Gray Sports Almanac, what is the first thing you would bet on? 888-957-9570.
Oh, man, that's good. Oh, man. I'm going to go to break now because I'm cracking up. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Baldy at 7:30 as we segue back into some football.
Does Zion still do it for you guys? Honestly. No, be yourselves now.
He was in that playing game against the Lakers. He was awesome. And then what happened? What always happens to Zion? He gets hurt. Like sooner or later, I can't keep rooting for the guy, getting my hopes up because he's just going to get hurt.
Yeah, I'd probably echo that. Is just he has all the tools to be that guy. I mean, last couple years, I think Warrior fans been kind of side-eyeing Zion on his
2 minutes.
Oh, look at you. Good Sam Lovin impersonation right there.
Loved him.
I love
That's a good one.
Yeah,
we just need to get the redheaded wig in here. And
break.
See, I'm going to keep talking so we blow through the break as a way to stay in character. So Zion, he just, he shows all that potential. I know Warrior fans, they've been kind of looking at him as being like, maybe go get that guy. But it's
be careful. He can sit there. Got the juice that we have in here, loving. I'm just telling you. Got that equity.
Did we get the legal in? Did we do that legal?
We did get the legal in.
Oh, that's good.
Baldy coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years.
That was really funny.
Full service banking with no compromises. I would rather be the White Sox.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That was a hell of a segment. J-Dub, who's been traveling with the Stafford Cardinal, our friend Jordan Watkins, said that was a segment of the year. So nominate that bad boy for the Doobie Awards. Maybe Spinoni alumni will win Doobie. Have you found a location yet?
I mean, I've got a couple that I sent over to the boss.
You got to go.
Yeah, we don't want those. I already know where those are at. Come on. We need something extravagant. All right?
I know people.
Exactly.
I mean, you're the guy that's got the hookup at Chase Center.
But
the problem is if like 6 people show up and empty Chase Center, we're going to look like fools.
Yeah, no, that's why we can't do that.
Get some seat fillers.
No, we love it. Relax. We ain't there yet.
I said what I said.
We're not there yet. I'm trying to think. I think my idea is the best idea. You guys are just so damn nervous.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Yeah,
it's the most understated line of this show.
I'm telling you. It's a home run hit. It's a grand slam. Hashtag Freddie Freeman. What did I say? I say something wrong?
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
I'm just listening.
I'm saying, you tell Noreen. I know we could go to Jack's.
Wait, you guys missed the other home run that happened yesterday. You guys didn't hear it from John Sterling, WFAN?
And the break ball, there it goes. Deep left center field, and Teoscar is there to make the catch. Oh, did I get fooled on that? What with that swing and the ball majestically going to left field, Susan, I actually thought it was going to be out, and it wasn't close.
God love him. He's the best.
With the Dodgers on the brink of basically winning the World Series and sweeping the Yankees and validating the last 12 years of excellence, I thought it would be make me more angry. But I'm not that angry about just the Giants situation. And the reason being is they did what I wanted them to do. They got rid of Farhan, and they're turning the page. And yeah, we're at our low point right now. It's not even the lowest low point, but we're at our low point right now. And it's not our time to win right now. And I think when we're good, it's going to happen. When we're good, all right, it's going to be that much sweeter because they're all going to be out of their primes. And we're going to be the team to knock them off.
So what? 3 years from now?
I don't know. Maybe 2 years from now.
Oh, boy.
I mean, look, the Padres had them this year. They had an opportunity to knock them out, and they didn't grasp their moment. Now, maybe the Padres beat them, but it's not like the Dodgers weren't vulnerable.
Yeah, Yamamoto is going to be back next year. He's 26 right now. Maybe they find another closer. Kopech's 28 years old. Triden's 36. So maybe they move off from Triden. They got to make a decision on Walker Buehler, who's 30 years old. But boy, he looked excellent yesterday. What did they do with Jack Flaherty, right? They're going to get pitching. Mookie Betts is still playing at a very high level. Where's Shohei going? Where is Shohei going? Shohei Ohtani. He's not going anywhere. He's 30, and he's going to be hitting massive bombs next year. Max Muncy, we always think he's going to slow down at some point. Well, he hasn't. Will Smith is only going to get better. This Dodgers team's going nowhere.
They're older, though. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're older, but,
this is their opportunity.
But here's the thing about the Dodgers, too, though. They will attract stars. They are always in play. They had the rumor. Now, Jeff Passan knocked it down. He deflected it better than Dikembe Mutombo, rest in peace. But he basically said, no, Juan Soto and the Dodgers rumors are not real. But would it surprise you if all of a sudden Juan Soto ended up in Dodger blue? No, it wouldn't. So they're going to be in the mix on every big-time superstar for the foreseeable future. So we got our work cut out for us. So, yeah, I am a little ticked off that they're winning.
There's no doubt they have their work cut out.
It validates Dave Roberts. It validates Andrew Friedman. And we're the laughing stock by thinking that, we took Farhan Zaidi, the real architect of the Dodgers, and that was an absolute joke.
Yeah, but I've turned the page on that part. Look, now's the time for us to start getting better. And we're the plucky upstart here. We don't have a lot of long-term commitments. You got Chapman at third for the next couple of years. You got Logan Webb. You got some promising pitchers. All I'm saying is I thought I'd be angrier that the Dodgers, I would be furious if we stuck with Farhan and the Dodgers were doing this.
Sure, you're not going to get furious when they pop champagne?
I mean, look, it sucks.
You're not going to get furious where 10 years ago when we won the championship against the Royals, or we, the Giants, won the championship against the Royals 10 years ago, that the Dodgers are now sweeping the New York Yankees?
Look, it's not ideal. But B, like, now we know where we need to go. Now we know where we need to aim our sights on, which is the top of the entire sport, which is what the Dodgers are right now. They're going to be at the top of the entire sport. And
I hear you.
I would rather, would you rather that or, I want to chase, just hypothetically, the Atlanta Falcons, you know what I mean? Like, no, I want to go to the top of the sport. I want to see the Giants take out the LA Dodgers because they're going to end up winning the World Series, and it's going to take time, and we're going to be the David to their Goliath. And just, so be it. Let's do it.
Hopefully, but they got to leapfrog the Diamondbacks. They got to leapfrog the Padres. Then you got to leapfrog the Dodgers. I hear you. We have no choice but to play the long game here. You have no choice. But I'm going to be ticked off when they pop champagne either tonight, tomorrow, or when they get back to L.A. if the series does get extended. Like, they've addressed the Yankees. Addressed them. And they're playing and Shohei and Mookie at the top of their lineup with Freddie Freeman, who's not slowing down. And you know they're going to get some young studs at some point to come, and they're going to replenish their talent. Who's not going to want to bat around Shohei? Oh, no, by the way, Shohei's going to pitch next year.
Well, again, I mean, he's had multiple Tommy Johns. We'll see.
He has, but he's
touch and go.
He'll be back on the mound with Yamamoto.
Look, they're world beaters. That's why they're going to win the World Series. I don't deny that.
But you know what? It ticks me up because now I got to hear LA fans. LA fans are annoying. I get a text every day from Aaron Rivera after the game. You still want to wear that Yankee hat? Jason Jones from The Athletic. We are our good friend Jason Jones. Comments on every tweet. You're not loving the World Series? But Dodger fans are like Laker fans. They're annoying as hell. So it does tick me off when they win.
But it's going to be that much sweeter when the Giants develop a couple of guys like Bryce Eldridge, and those guys come through the system, and we eventually take them out. I'm telling you, man.
Well, that's a hope.
It is a hope. Trust me. Believe me. I know. I sound ridiculous. I sound
we're
ridiculous
wishing upon a star right now.
There's no easy fix for the Giants. And now with this team winning the World Series, the Dodgers, I'm doubling down on it. You can't just go out and spend flippantly. Like, yes, they need to add to what they have, but they can't just spend flippantly. They need to be smart and shrewd and continue to develop from within.
There's no doubt they need to develop. That's how the Dodgers started rolling. That's how they're able to trade for these guys, Mookie Betts and company, and the Trey Turners of the world and the Max Scherzers of the world who moved on because they had a bunch of assets in the minors. And you know what? I can't even name those prospects that they traded.
Oh, I can. His name's Alex Verdugo.
Yeah, well, that's one.
He was in the lineup.
Yeah, he hit the 2-run home run.
And there's a part of me that sees, like, when I look at the Warriors situation, and I'm like, you talk about Moody and the Kumingas and whatnot, trading an asset while it's still an asset is in part why the Dodgers are really smart. Verdugo was viewed as a certain asset, and they flipped him for one of the great players in the game. And he's a good player, Verdugo, but he's pales in comparison to how great Mookie Betts is. And so when I look at like shrewd trades and things like that, like that's how you stay on top.
No doubt. And so I'm going to be ticked off. I'm going to be really ticked off when they celebrate and win that championship. I've already heard from Darrell Wright multiple times. I'm sick of the Dodgers. I'm sick of them. And right now they have ownage. And when they do win this World Series, they're going to have the World Series patches on next year, World Series champs. And they're going to come to Oracle Arena, and Dodger fans are going to take it over. They're going to take it over like they have over the last 5 to 7 years. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So, yes, when they have the parade in L.A., and they're going to say, can't say anything about our Mickey Mouse ring now. We got a legit one. Oh, I'm going to be furious. So this annoys me. And just because Farhan's gone, it's going to make me even angrier that we waited this long to fire Farhan. He should have been gone the year before.
Yeah, but they did it, though. But I hear you. But they did it. And so, like, to me, like, okay, now's day one. And look, like, if you're Posey, you're taking over right now.
No doubt.
You got a fresh start, clean slate. And you're looking up, And the team that you try to go after is literally the best team in baseball.
All that is true. But it still doesn't deter me from being angry at the Dodgers winning the World Series. Like, all that's true. I like where the Giants are at. They got rid of Farhan. All right, cool. Buster Posey's running the show. Cool. You re-signed Matt Chapman. Awesome. Elliot Ramos. We'll see what type of player he is. This Bryce Eldridge kid's getting a lot of hype. All right, cool. I want to see it, right? I want to see what he does. You have Logan Webb. Birdsong, not bad, but I want to see more. That's all fine and dandy. I'm cool with that. I'm with you there. But it still doesn't stop me from being pissed off that my bitter rival are light years ahead of you right now. And they have been really since 2015.
Well, they've got to jump multiple teams, too. It's not just the Dodgers.
Exactly. You got the Padres and the Diamondbacks.
That being said, like, that's an older team, though. The Dodgers are an older team. Now is their time. There's no question about it. Now is their time. Our time's coming.
I hope so. When would that time be?
I don't know.
And how patient will fans be? So,
I'll tell you this: it doesn't start with the Giants spending literally $1 billion on Juan Soto. They need to make some shrewd trades from within, move some of the assets they have, like a Marco Luciano right now. Get anything you can. And look, if there's a guy available in free agency that you can spend, good. Add him to the Chapman list. You got to have players, but there is no simple one move fix everything for the Giants. They have a long way to go.
But that's part of my frustration too, is that it's not just the Dodgers. You have to leapfrog the Diamondbacks, who missed out on the playoffs on the last day of the season and were just in the World Series. And then, pardon me, and then you got the Padres, who have leapfrogged it. So it's not just, oh, let's aim for the Dodgers. They're getting older. The Diamondbacks are not older. They've got a young core. The Padres, they're alive and cooking. So, yeah, I'm a little bitter this morning, knowing that they're on the cusp of winning the World Series, and the Giants are trying to figure out who the hell their general manager. Have they even hired a general manager yet? Yeah.
No. So, and I really haven't heard a lot of names that are being floated out. Not that we're know any of these names, but I haven't heard a lot of names being bandied about.
Shanahan yesterday, I don't know if you missed this, but he said he's given no thought to firing special teams coordinator Brian Schneider. Hasn't given no thought to it. As we talk a little Niners here, Baldy's going to join us in a moment. Let me know when we get Baldy connected here. We got sound on special teams. Let's go ahead and play it.
Yeah, we evaluate special teams every week, so there's not a lot that you're going to do a lot different in the bye. We could add one more game to what we've been evaluating throughout it all. No concerns with Brian Schneider, if that's what you mean by that. I think that's what you're implying, and that hasn't entered my head at all. No, that hasn't entered my head at all. I thought I was proud of us last night. I thought we were up against a huge challenge. I thought our guys played real hard and did a real good job controlling Turbin, who is one of the bigger game changers in this game. I think we've dealt with a lot of stuff on special teams, a lot of changing of people, a lot of young guys starting out to play who we've lost and having to replace them with new guys, and working with a lot of different people. And I expect us to get better with that throughout the year. I know it hasn't been good enough in this first half, not at all. But I thought last night was a step in the right direction, and you're going to get better or worse from that, and I expect us to get better.
All right, so special teams needs to get better. Carlson, not bad on Sunday.
Carlson's not bad at all.
Not bad.
Overall, I thought they did a much better job on special teams, all things considered, and it was a step in the right direction. It's just we can't go a week without blaming a coordinator for something.
Oh, that's the nature of the beast. Shanahan, where he thinks the team stands.
I feel we're capable of doing everything else we set out for. I look at where our team's at and where I think our team can be, and I don't think we're there yet. I think there's a lot of things we need to improve on. I think we are gradually doing that, but I think we got the guys here capable of doing it. We just got to make sure we become a better team in the second half than we were in the first half.
Well, and then the bigger news, who's coming back? Christian McCaffrey. Can we expect him to come back for Tampa Bay?
It depends how this week goes. I mean, he's had no setbacks, so it looks like we're on track. But he's going to hit it hard this week while we're gone and kind of simulate some practice stuff for himself. And as long as it all goes good, hopefully we'll get him back in practice next week.
Oh, how hard is it to keep him restrained?
I think it was tough at first, when we, did it in training camp, and then felt like he was going to be ready for week one. And then after we decided to put him on IR, I think it's been pretty easy. That's why we did decide to do that. So we knew it was going to be at least a month and shut him down for a while, and now build him up slowly. And things have been going well. So now it's going to be nice to get him back, hopefully.
I just wonder what kind of player we're getting and for how long, and what's it look like after week 1.
I know.
Like, there's so many questions on the CMC thing. I have no idea what to expect.
Remember when Clay came back and every time he jumped and landed, you're like, yeah. Well, every time McCaffrey makes a cut, I'm going to move my Achilles. Say, you
didn't do that with Crabtree when he came back from the Achilles? Because I
don't remember doing that. No.
I did. I was like,
no.
He's getting slow getting in and out of his breaks.
Nah, this one with McCaffrey. Because back then, before I was in the business, I always thought that these guys are Supermen. Oh, they're going to be fine. They're on the football field.
Achilles was like a death sentence back then.
No, it was a death sentence. But once they got back on the field, I was like, they're fine. They're good. But McCaffrey, every time he jumps, he hops, he cuts, he gets tackled, somebody lands on him. I'm like, uh-oh.
I wonder how they break down the load for him and Garendo.
Well, Mason, I think you go three-headed monster.
Well, Mason's got to get the shoulder right.
You go three-headed monster. Now, what about our boy, Drake Greenlaw? Don't forget about him.
No, I mean, we talk about a lot of stuff, and he's working through it, but I hate to give a rough timeline for you guys because we're not exactly sure of it. I think it's, once we get back from this bye week, I think he's going to be about week to week deciding whether we should get him back in the practice deal or not. But we'll see how this next week goes. We'll see when we get back from the bye week, and I think once it gets past the bye week, then we'll be looking each week on whether we should bring him back or not because it is getting closer.
It is getting closer and closer for Drake Greenlaw. Now, what's the injury report heading into the bye week? How healthy are the 49ers? Seems like it's a all-day affair here on our Morning Roast with injuries. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors, who's in and who's out. Curry's out tonight. Melton's out tonight. Wiggins out tonight. Curry and Melton will get reevaluated on Friday, so they're going to be out for this doubleheader against the Pelicans. Wiggins, how long is he going to be out?
Could we get a Quentin Post sighting?
Well, Mike, you're going to get a lot of Quentin Posts.
I haven't seen him once.
You're going to get a lot of. Make it Lindy Waters a third.
Oh, well, Kerr said he would start him.
I think we're going to see a lot of him tonight. He could flat out shoot. There's no doubt.
How big is he?
He's 6'5".
Oh, he's that big. Okay.
Yeah. I was walking around media days. He's actually pretty tall. Let me get his.
I mean, you tower over a lot of the players on the team.
Yeah, 6'6".
Wow, he's that big.
Yeah, he's 6'6". Kyle Shanahan, excuse me, not Kyle Anderson. Kyle Shanahan, what's the injury report looking like going into the bye week?
All right, guys, injuries from last night. Jordan Mason, he aggravated the same shoulder. We'll evaluate here after the bye. D. Winters is in the concussion protocol. Debo had a rib and an oblique strain. We'll evaluate next week after the bye. Renardo Green, ankle sprain, just day-to-day. Chris Conley, hamstring week to week.
So Conley week to week. Renardo Green day-to-day. Mason with the shoulder re-aggravation of the shoulder injury. So where's he going to be at after the bye week? Do they sign another running back? Do you elevate? I mean, we saw Patrick Taylor Jr. return some kickoffs on Sunday. What do you do? Why are you smiling? What's going on?
I'm just looking at Baldy's face on the screen, getting ready to listen to him.
Oh, so you're not listening to me? You're not listening to the injuries? Man, so afraid you are. So afraid you are. Shark Week, hit me.
Crack, crack, crack.
All right, Baldy's ready to roll, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, good morning to you. I know you're ready to roll here. Football's in full swing And we're heading into November, man, where the champs will separate themselves from the chumps. And the separation starting here in the NFL, although we had a wacky and wild Sunday. Let's start with the 49ers and Cowboys, though, Baldy. And I know you watched the game over, and I watched the breakdowns on Twitter, or on X, I should say. Let's start with Kyle Shanahan. There's been a lot made about him and his game plans and whether or not he's still or whatnot. I thought he had a really good game plan for the Dallas Cowboys, running the football, play action passes or whatnot. How would you assess Shanahan's performance Sunday as head coach of the 49ers and his offensive play calling?
I thought he was excellent. I thought he was really good. And I thought there would be a steady dose of runs. I mean, the Cowboys have now lost 4 games. And in those 4 losses, New Orleans, Baltimore, Detroit, and then San Francisco, they couldn't stop any of those teams from really running it. And to see, the rookie Isaac Guerendo, really, like, he's coming on. And you can see his speed, and he's starting to press the hole right now. And, a lot of guys that are fast like that, they just want to use their speed. And they don't trust, their vision as much. And he does that right now. And so that was a big difference. But, look, the matchup with Kittle and Donovan Wilson for the big play, I thought they were excellent in the red zone. I thought all the way around, it was a solid game plan.
I want to get back to Guerendo here because I'm watching Mason. I'm a big Mason fan, and it felt like maybe he was missing the wrong holes or maybe choosing the wrong spot to cut back. I'm not as sophisticated as him as a runner. I don't know the offense as well, but it just felt like since the shoulder injury, he wasn't running with the same ferocity, finishing runs as he had weeks prior. And Guerendo's gotten better and better every single week. Now, put Mason to the side here. What specifically did you see from Guerendo that you think is sustainable going forward? Because he's got the juice.
Well, he's got breakaway speed now. You saw that in the 76-yard run, I think, the week before. But, he's got breakaway speed. I mean, he was the fastest back in the draft at 218 pounds. So, I mean, speed is – so you got that. But, there's a lot of guys that have speed that don't know how to run. I mean, I just think he's got really good feet. I don't know if he's as powerful as Mason is when he puts his head down and he steamrolls people, the way you described, because that's how he was finishing those runs. But this guy is he's still a load, though. I mean, he's still big. And, every running back has to like I remember blocking for different backs, and, some backs you knew where they were going, and some backs, you just couldn't figure out where they were going. And I feel like the dance that every back has to do with the offensive line, I think the rhythm is starting to come with him, and you saw that. You saw that against Dallas.
Yeah, you've been all over Isaac Guerendo there with that top-end speed. Reminded a lot of us of Raheem Mostert with the number 31 with that top-end speed. Once he gets a crease, he's gone here. We're talking to Baldy here on the River Islands guest line. I got to ask you about George Kittle, man. I know he sent you the Zinni glasses. We had him on when you were in studio, and I think people were writing his demise. Basically said, maybe this is the last year of George Kittle. And I'm thinking to myself, John Lynch and company need to find a way to extend this guy. He's playing like one of the best tight ends in football. He's having a resurgence. He had 1,000 yards last year. And just a tone setter, Baldy. We think about tone setters. This guy's not looking to run out of bounds. He's looking to run right through your face. And in the pass game, he still is good with the football in his hands with the run after the catch. Kittle's having an all-pro season, Baldy.
Well, that 43-yard catch and run, he was matched up with the safety Donovan Wilson. He ran away from the whole defense right there. And so, George told me when he was a rookie, his tight end coach told him coming out of Iowa that you should never get tackled one-on-one, never. And he has that mentality. Like, he's going to run somebody over. He's going to stay on his feet. He's not going to go out of bounds. He's going to draw a little bit of blood every time he hits somebody. Like, he is a tone setter. He is and he's having one of his best seasons. Now, he finished really strong last year, but he is their red zone offense when it comes to passing right now and what he can do. And so, I think he's got a lot of football left. His blocking was outstanding the other day, and it still is. And so, he takes a great deal of pride in it. It's a big part of their running success right now, and so he's indispensable with this team.
Yeah, I'm looking at the two receivers, Debo and Pearsall. I know Debo was utilized in a variety of ways in this one, but like, hey, without Brandon Ayuk, hey, what are these wide receivers going to look like? I thought Pearsall looked way better in this one, and maybe it was just because he was getting targeted. Made a really nice adjusted catch on that out play where Brock anticipated before he even broke. Such a great throw. And then Debo, they finally got him matched up on some linebackers out of the backfield. I thought Debo was awesome. I know he had the big touchdown called back, but without Brandon Ayuk for 1 week, what did it look like from these receivers?
It looked good. I mean, I think Pearsall can step into that role. I mean, he's not as polished, obviously, yet as what Ayuk has been, but he's a good route runner. He separates the out route you're talking about. He separates, and that's what you loved about him coming out of Florida, was his ability to just put the foot in the ground. I compared him and Ladd McConkey, like really, really similar between the two of them. McConkey leads the Chargers in receptions right now, and I feel like Pearsall could do a lot of the same things that McConkey's doing. I don't know if you had a chance to watch him yet.
Oh,
he
yeah.
had a great game last week, but like I thought they were both very similar. I thought Pearsall was a little stronger maybe than McConkey, but I thought they were very, very similar. And, and I think that's what you're going to see as time goes on here with Pearsall.
Yeah, I see the vision with Pearsall here, and I think they can implement Jacob Cowing a little bit better. But we got to talk about the quarterback here. We've been talking to you for about 5 minutes now, Baldy, and I thought it was a tale of two halves. The first half, a little clunky at times. I did like to read Deebo Samuel when he motioned about the backfield and he got matched up on Kendricks there. But Brock Purdy, how would you assess his first 8 games of the season as the Niners, or Niner fans, I should say, not the Niners. Niners know who they have, but a lot of fans are skeptical of Brock Purdy on whether or not he is the guy. So kind of break this game down for us, Baldy, because it felt like a tale of two halves for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a little uneven. He's obviously missed some throws that we think he should make. When he gets a clean pocket and his feet are set and he's sailing a ball here or there, he's a little bit behind some guys. And, you throw 7 interceptions, in the first, 8 games. That's never going to sit too well with anybody, even if they're not all your fault. But he hasn't been stick accurate the way I think we have seen him in the past. He's not, but he's still getting the ball down the field. He's still averaging, way over 8.5 yards an attempt. And anybody that's at 8.5 or higher is, you're getting good, whether it's, catch and run, or whether it's deep throws, whatever it is. I mean, you're getting explosive plays in the offense. And they're still getting a lot of explosive plays in the offense out of the passing game right now. And that's part of, it's not like in Philadelphia, they don't really throw the ball over the middle of the field, but he's asked to throw the ball over the middle of the field a lot. And those are, to a lot of people, those are kind of dangerous throws, especially if you're not Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Joe Burrow, you're 6'5", and you're looking over the defense. You're a little challenged like he is. I think that, I think he can play better, and I think he can be more consistent. And so, that's what I would look for the second half. Now, I remember last year at this time they had lost 3 in a row, and for the bye, and then they came out of the bye, and they looked like a completely focused team. And they'll be in Tampa next week. I'm going to be there announcing that game. I'm looking forward to it. But he's going to see a defense that's going to blitz him a lot, and different type of blitzes you don't normally see. A lot of combination blitzes, safety, linebacker, slot defender, safety. Like you see a lot of combination pressures, and so I want to see how they kind of pick those up and how he handles that.
I'm looking at these 2 young safeties, Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown, and I thought they played really well. I know there was some missed tackles, and they're coming flying in, trying to make huge plays. Look, Bob Sanders is one of the great players of all time, but like in terms of a small guy who is just going to run through someone's soul, Malik Mustafa squares guys up. It reminds me of shades of a guy like Bob Sanders. That's not who I'm saying that he is, because that's an unfair comp, but this guy's a ball player. And then Jair Brown seems to be really coming into his own. How did you think the 2 young safeties played in tandem in this game?
I thought they played great. I mean, Tig gets the interception. They're taking the ball away. Mustafa reminds me of Budda Baker. Like, Budda is just a cobra. Like the way that he just comes full speed at you. Like there's just no hesitation. That's how Malik is. I remember when Tig was coming out of Penn State. By the way, Penn State, Ohio State this week.
I know, Baldy. I know, Happy Valley.
But I remember when I was doing some breakdowns of Jair coming out of Penn State, his head coach hit me up. And, because I want my safeties to take the ball away. And that's what he did at Penn State. Between interceptions and fumble recoveries, he was a ball machine. And you can't get enough of those type of guys on the field. And so, it was good. He had good range on that interception. And so I feel like the more he plays, the more he sees, the more angles, the better angles he's going to take. And I think he's going to start timing things up to take the ball away at a better rate right now, especially after that last game.
Yeah, Baldy, I'm a little ticked off about that Ohio State game. 9 in the morning, man. It's too early for a game like that, man. That needs to be prime time, under lights, white out for Penn State with those unis. 9 in the morning, man. It's too much intensity for 9 in the morning, man. Anyway,
hey, don't get those college coaches started on that. They're already they've been kind of bitching about that all week right now. Those noon kickoffs. Yeah,
those noon kickoffs too much, man. Too early, man. It's just, we'll be up for it, but it's like, damn, you can't give me a 12:30 kick anyway. Back to the Niners, and I got to give this guy more credit. Nick Bosa in these primetime games, the last 3 games, we begged for him to step up. And I think Nick Bosa has stepped up in a major, major way. He's been a one-man wrecking crew on that defensive line, whether it's getting pressure on the quarterback, whether it's him in the run game. I thought Nick Bosa has been exceptional these last 3 weeks, Baldy.
Well, I do too. He has he's got this conservation of movement. He doesn't do anything extraneous. And he's mixing things up. He's been excellent in the run game. But he's just, his ability to still turn the corner, stay on his feet right now, it's as good as it's ever been. His pursuit of the ball is as good as it's ever been. He's affecting these throws. Like, the interception, he kisses Dak Prescott. I mean, he's got his head right in his chest when he's trying to throw that football right there. I mean, he had a big part of that. He's playing great. He's playing really, really well right now. And so Ukwamu played really well. I thought Malik Collins, I think Giddings is giving him good snaps. So, that's going to be a big part of the second half push is, what kind of depth do they have in the defensive line? Does Nick have to play more snaps than you want him to if you're trying to get to the postseason? It's just one of those factors right now.
If you had to add a piece to the Niners team, Baldy, would it be a D tackle, D end, or would it be another wide receiver?
I would go defensive line. Maybe a guy that, remember, like when they had Arden here, I thought
Arden
he was a really good Arden Key.
Yep.
I thought a guy that could be versatile, rush inside and outside like that. He's gone on and set himself a really good, career after he left. But I thought a guy like Arden Key, that type of a player, maybe not a starter someplace, maybe a rotational player. Like I'd be combing teams right now. They're not giving those guys away. They cost, they cost some collateral, some draft capital, but I'd be looking to add depth to the defensive line right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like their secondary is really young, but man, watching Diamond Lenore make play after play, I mean, that guy's just an
unbelievable.
He's a great player.
He's a fantastic player, man. Fantastic player.
The way he contorted his body on that interception and to land inbounds, I love watching him play. But Baldy, I don't even want to ask you about the secondary. You were at the Washington game against the Chicago Bears, correct?
Boy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I watched that whole game. Jaden Daniels, so impressive for a variety of reasons. I was actually impressed with the Bears defense at times, but at the end of that game, and we were talking about sports karma, Bonta and I, we're going to get into it in a little bit here, but I see a lot of kids, they get to second base now, and they want to do the celebrating or whatever, and they take their foot off the bag, they get tagged. You know what I mean? Premature celebration. I have never in my life seen what that safety was doing, number 29 for the Bears, and then all the videos that everyone's posting right now. I mean, hey, walk us through the whole thing. You're there, you're at the game, and then just you finding out the angle, the video of him with his back to the play. Like, there's just so many elements of it. Just go at it, man.
Yeah, well, that was Tyreek Stevenson, who's a starting corner. He's a good player, really good player. Look, they did it right. I mean, the key, honestly, was Jaden, because they threw a pass before that, was 6 seconds ago, and he hit Terry McLaurin for 13 yards. That got him to the 48-yard line. So now he's at the 48. And now he has a chance to reach the end zone, right? You got to get the ball into the end zone. If you're doing it from 65 yards away, that might be a little hard to get to the end zone. But he held the ball for 12 and a half seconds. And his eyes were down the field, but he needed to get his receivers the time to get down the field. So he's got his eyes up the whole time. It's an instinct. He's eluding the rush of Jacob Martin, a couple different, DeMarcus Walker, a couple different guys. And then he launches it. And, Stevenson, I think, was going to bat it down. And in the midair, he got hit by all the other bodies that were in the air. And the ball ended up getting tipped back to Noah Brown. But, I was talking to Jaden Daniels before the game. He came over and he was just like, I was just checking in because it was really questionable whether he was going to play with these ribs. And I just asked him, there was never in doubt, right, Jaden? And he goes, never, Baldy. I go, did you get enough work in this week? I got enough to be sharp today. The guy ran a no-huddle offense the whole game. He called every single play at the line of scrimmage. All right? And that's against a defense that came into the game number 1 in the NFL with opposing quarterback rating. And he called the entire game at the line of scrimmage.
Wow.
He called out the mic every play. The play, came in from Cliff Kingsbury. They didn't huddle up one time the whole day. The kid has unbelievable poise.
The Hail Mary play where you said Chicago did everything right. I saw a breakdown the week before Detroit against Minnesota. Minnesota was attempting to mail Hail Mary down, and Detroit said, to hell with it. We're rushing 5. We're going to put pressure on you so you can get the ball out quick. So is that going to be a new trend in the NFL? These Hail Marys said, instead of dropping back 7 and 8 and giving the quarterbacks all the time in the world to just throw it up and something fluky happens, maybe we just rush 5 or 6, blitz the hell out of them, make them get the ball out their hands quick. What would you prefer?
I want more rush. Like TJ Edwards is there, but he's just fine. Well, Jay Daniels is not running 52 yards.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense. Give me 4 or 5 rushes. Plus, I'm taking my tallest, most athletic player, and I'm basically guarding the rim. If I had Julius Peppers, if I had Montez Sweat, I'm putting a guy 6'6" or taller, and I'm putting him at center field. And when the ball's in the air, I'm going to put a big, strong guy that can jump, and I'm going to have him bat the ball down. I'm going to have him spike it. I'm not playing with defensive backs back there. What's the point of putting a 5'9" defensive back in the end zone? They're just going to get. Alan Lazard caught the Hail Mary from Aaron Rodgers
for the
this year.
Jets.
He's 6'5".
Yep.
I need guys that are. I want a frontline basketball player in the end zone right now, and I want a 5-man rush.
How does the guy Stevenson? I mean, how do you? If you're a teammate of his, looking through the film and everything, how do you address
here's
this?
What happened, Joe. Here's what happened. So the Bears, they had an unbelievable fan base there. They must have had 15,000 Bear fans there. So they just scored the go-ahead touchdown, right? So the Bear fans are making all the noise. So they're lining the rim of the stadium. And after they scored, some Commander fans started to leave. So he's look, I'm not absolving him here, but he's playing to the Chicago Bears fans that he feels like my fans are here. I'm going to let them know we're going to knock this down. We're going to win the game. So it looks terrible what they said, but I was in there. I was on the field 2.5 hours before kickoff. It was all Bear fans.
Wow.
They came and they traveled. And I was literally, there must have been 15,000. Now, they got drowned out because the game was so exciting and Jaden was so good. And, they made, so whatever. But that's all I think the kid was doing. I don't want to kill the kid, to be honest with you.
Real quick, 30 seconds or less. Charvarius Ward, we got a question from a fan. A lot of people have questions about Charvarius Ward. What have you seen on him on film recently? Is he still banged up? Baldy, we got about 30 seconds. What's your thoughts on Moody Ward?
I mean, he's a highly competitive kid. You want that guy on, against your best receiver. Let him match up. He's going to get a week to rest up. Everybody should come back. George, Debo. I still don't know how Debo got off, the pneumonia bed on Monday and played like he'd started the game, played like he did. But I think I want Charvarius in my secondary. Renardo's coming on. He made a good stick on on the fumble there going into the end zone.
Yep.
I like the way that they're playing. I like the aggressiveness. You're going to have to challenge these receivers the second half of the season.
No doubt. It should be a lot of fun. Baldy, where are you at this weekend?
I'm in Philly, Jacksonville and Philly this weekend.
Oh, the Jacks. Oh, man. Yeah. Philly quietly are playing some good football. They're coming along here, Baldy. We'll talk to you next Tuesday, brother. Keep up the great work.
Okay. Yep. Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Anytime. Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands Gas Line. Don't forget, he was also brought to you by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Now it's time for the injury report. All right, Steph Curry did undergo an MRI yesterday on his left ankle. No structural damage in his ankle. It confirmed this injury as a left peroneal strain. I guess it's another way of saying left ankle sprain. Never heard of that before. But Dr. Naran Panya, we could grab this out from him. He could explain it. Hey, Dave, have you ever heard of that before? Peroneal strain?
No. And I've had a lot of injuries, as you always tell me.
You have had a lot of injuries, and I thought I studied in biology class. I thought I did.
I know that the foot is something that it's got a lot of muscles, a lot of bones.
A lot of bones. And they all ache in my right Achilles, man. I think it's going to give out. McCaffrey, don't ask me for mine. Don't ask me for mine at all. He'll miss these next 2 games against the Pelicans and be reevaluated. Not now. On Friday. Also, DeAnthony Melton suffered a lower back strain on Sunday, and MRI showed no structural damage either. He'll be reevaluated on Friday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll do a little sports karma. We got Warrior stuff. Antonio Daniels, 920. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can give us a call on the 49ers. React to Brian Baldinger. What do you think about this team moving forward here? 4-4 heading into the bye week. They do have some injuries. Let's get into it here on the other side.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning, and we have a lot to get into. Warriors and Pelicans tonight at Chase Center. ABC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game live will be on, but the game will be aired on TNT, but you can also listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game. Shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Good morning to all the overnight workers, all the overnight dancers, all the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers, all the union workers, all the cops, firefighters, students, teachers, cops, you name it. You name it. Everybody out there, hopefully you're having a great morning, and please drive safely. We just had Baldy on, talking some Niners and talking some football here. And I do want to kind of start with this one, Shasky, before we get into everything. Ask Baldy, hey, if you had a choice, what are you trading for? Wide receiver, defensive line? Do you think a lot of people would say defensive line on this football team? Or would they say wide receiver? Because I see a lot of rhetoric online about go get another wide receiver. You need wide receiver depth. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Is DeForest Buckner available? Is DJ Jones available? Denver's winning games, so I don't think so. The Colts, they continue to trot out Anthony Richardson, which tells me they're not really serious about winning football games.
Not to get too down the Anthony Richardson rabbit hole, but people who watch film say that he was actually significantly better than the numbers suggest, and then his wide receivers let him down. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying.
I don't know. Did you watch him?
I watched portions of it.
I watched
it was
a lot
all
of
over
that
the place.
Game. It was all over the place. I just don't. Maybe he is getting better. Maybe the film does say it. But in real time, it did not look pretty.
Would they trade DeForest Buckner to the Niners? Not in that division. I wouldn't. Like, as in, the division that they're in is still up for grabs.
Feels like Houston.
No, I agree. I agree. But it's open, you know? Like, Houston's not a juggernaut.
They're not. But Houston swept. They swept Indianapolis. So they have the tiebreaker over them. They're 6-2. The Colts are 4-4. So essentially, they're 3 games back because they don't have the tiebreaker. I don't know. They play the Vikings this Sunday. Then they have Buffalo. They're at the Jets. They play the Lions. Maybe
trading DeForest Buckner would essentially mean that they're kind of.
But I only bring it up because Rappaport and company on the NFL Network brought it up. You know what I'm saying?
I want the Niners to do it. Do they? Okay. They don't need wide receiver help. Okay. Yep. This is a team that doesn't throw the ball 40 times a game. I do not think that they need wide receiver help. Plus, I think they have a guy in Jacob Cowan who I'd like, again, for my money, you can't find 1 or 2 touches a half for this guy. Like, okay, so you were going to pay a wide receiver $30 million. You are paying a wide receiver $30 million, and he was like a 4.5 target a game guy throughout the totality of his career. So, no, I do not think you need to trade for a wide receiver. Yes, I want to trade for a defensive lineman. I would love to do that, whether it's a D tackle, whether it's an edge rusher. I think Floyd's been okay. I expected more. Bosa's really turned it on the last couple of weeks. Can you get Greenlaw back?
Floyd's been disappointing.
If Greenlaw doesn't come back, I can make an argument linebacker is in need.
Ooh, because D. Winters in concussion protocol. The linebacker for the Patriots is with the Kansas City. You see that? It was like a 6th round pick or something, 5th round pick.
Why is anyone trading with Kansas City?
Well, if you're a bottom feeding team, you know they have picks and they'll give it up because they're in win now mode.
You bring up wide receiver, and I don't know if you saw the report, but I might have sent it to the thread about Brandon Ayuk. He still hasn't had the surgery yet, and his leg is really sore. And they think that not only does he have ACL, MCL, but he also has a meniscus thing. Like,
meniscus hurts.
I feel so bad for him. I gutted for the guy.
He was hurting. Yeah, I watched the video with Brandon Ayuk. Somebody sent it to me yesterday, and he was discussing. He's talked a lot this year, man. He's usually a quiet guy, and you can kind of see him speaking and kind of tapping in with the fan base, man. And what a tough 6-month stretch for him. Now, he gets his contract. He's under contract, which is good. You know, imagine if he didn't get the contract. How would you feel for him then? If he didn't get he played on the $14 million, and he came into camp, and he did that. He tore his ACL and MCL and had a meniscus situation.
Well, it would be unfortunate,
oh my
but
gosh.
I
for
agree.
the team, it would be better, but for the player, you know, in this league, I'm all for the player getting their money. So I pray for a speedy recovery for Brandon Ayuk, and Hopefully he can get back to doing the things that he could do, and hopefully this is not a lingering issue. But, when you tear your ACL and MCL, it takes you 2 years to fully recover and be yourself. So you're already looking at next season saying, what are the expectations for Brandon Ayuk?
I don't have any.
Not going to be high.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Not going to be high at all.
But this is why, the Pearsall being good is very important for them to continue to utilize him. And then I would just try to mix him in. Connolly had a drop in the game. It was slightly underthrown by Brock. I still think that Connolly should make the play, and he didn't line up proper twice, causing a big infraction. And it's just you go from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7. That's how you lose games. And Connolly has had contributions on this team. He's not a guy that I would single out as someone who's not contributed. He has contributed in the past. But moving forward, I want to see Cowan get a couple of looks.
Yeah.
He just gives you a dynamic speed element that is so sorely missed. And then the other thing is this, and this is where I worry a little, Kittle's been awesome. He's also on the injury report every single week. And so maybe having someone else take a couple of hits over the middle that otherwise would go to Kittle, you got to kind of protect him. I know you're in no position because you don't have the record to try to put him on ice a little, but you also have to be very careful. He is older. Yeah. So there's, gosh, man, it's just tough.
But you know what? He's got to play.
No doubt.
He's got to play. He's got to play. And so, we could bubble wrap these guys all we want, but it's pro football. It's pro football. So he's going to have to play. It'd be nice to have a second tight end, but it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Antonio Daniels is going to join us at 9:20. He'll talk some Pelicans, and we'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. But I want to play man, I just saw it on the board. I guess he took it off. John Sterling had a funny Teoscar Hernandez call. I saw it on the board. Never mind. Sports Karma. What you got for me when it comes to Sports Karma, Shasky?
Well, let's play the play from the other day. And if you haven't seen the viral video, it's all over the internet where the cornerback for the Chicago Bears, as the play is hiking, he's got his back turned to the actual play, and he's looking into the stands, and he's pointing. I couldn't tell if he was waving bye-bye or pointing and drawing.
Tyreek Stevenson.
Canes legend, Tyreek Stevenson.
No wonder he was talking that talk, because the Hurricanes know how to talk that talk.
Well, and then as the play is kind of developing, he's unaware that it's going on. So here's the play.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh, my goodness! This town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland! He did it!
And I'm watching that, and I'm going, after seeing the replay, I couldn't believe they even jumped in with Sunday Night Football at halftime. They're like, you have to see this particular highlight from the angle of the fans. And it shows the guy coming over late, and he's the one that gets hit from behind and deflects it backwards, which creates it. And I'm thinking to myself, I believe in it. I wonder how many people out there. And I'll ask you, Bonte, do you believe in sports karma?
A little bit. Now, what Baldy was saying there with Tyreek Stevenson, he was kind of, which I hadn't heard before, but Baldy was calling the game for Westwood One Sports, and he said he was kind of playing up to Bears fans, as Bear fans was there, which, the play's going on 4 seconds left.
Game's
and you're going
not
back
over.
and forth. Yeah, you're going back and forth, and you're talking that talk. It's a terrible look, and he had to apologize to his teammates. Is there sports karma? Sure. Say if you fire a coach prematurely. I look at the New York Jets right now. Is that sports karma? Is that just bad luck? Robert Saleh gets fired. They now go to 0-3. 0-3. It's unbelievable what's going on with the New York Jets. Maybe it's karma because the defense is playing well. The previous 2 games when Saleh was coaching, they gave up 10 points in Denver. And they would go to London, and it wasn't Saleh's fault that Aaron Rodgers threw 3 picks. It wasn't. So, is that karma? Are the Warriors suffering from karma with the basketball gods and everything that's happened over the last couple of years? 888-957-9570. Do you believe in sports karma?
It's hard to not look at the Cleveland Browns situation and like, ugh.
Yeah.
Is there a higher power like involved in this? I mean, geez Louise, there's like this dark cloud over them. The minute that guy goes away, Deshaun Watson, it's like the skies open up and Jameis is like sent from heaven for them, which is irony because Jameis is just hilarious. And it's like it changed everything. I'm thinking of like plays in like where people are celebrating prematurely. You know, Deshaun Jackson, you know, literally dropping the ball before hitting the end zone.
Yeah.
Things like that, where you are celebrating on the field before the play is over.
Yeah, so single play.
I see a lot in baseball where a pitcher throws up and in or throws at someone and then talks that talk, and only to have that batter come back around either within the same at-bat or another at-bat and hit a home run.
Yeah, that's true. Now, 405 says, Judge and Giants karma. Well, Judge, didn't he mess around and win an MVP last year?
Yeah, but the Giants got a home run hit off them in the very first at-bat against him, and that felt karmatic.
And then, you know what? This year, he came to Oracle Park, and he had 2 home runs on a Friday night. So I'm not sure that correlates.
Well, how about this one? Super Bowl, Leon Lett. This is Sports Karma 101. Thanksgiving. Oh, not the Super Bowl.
Not the Super, because I was going to say they won 52-17.
Yeah.
Player touched the ball, and then the Dolphins went on and recovered it.
It's on the 1-yard line. It's not in the end zone. It's in the 1-yard line.
They're going to sort it out.
And there's 3 seconds left on the clock.
92. Tolbert gets his hand up in the air and knocks the ball. No, it's not 92. It's 97.
Jimmy Jones.
Now someone touches the football here. Watch what happens. It's Leon Lett. No.
Oh, Lett, who is haunted by his Super Bowl misplay, and the ball goes into the end zone. They say it was touched at the 1-yard line.
Famously, Leon Lett in the Super Bowl that they're referencing is running down with a huge lead against the Bills, and Don Beebe is flying in, and he slows down before he's about to hit the end zone, and Don Beebe strips him right before he goes in, and it was total sports karma, and it followed him and haunted him the rest of his career.
You know, I'll never forget watching that game. Watching that game live. Was that a game that had snow?
Correct. It was really snowy. Yeah. Jerry was there too. He was on the sideline celebrating like they won.
It was snowing. Obviously, it was in the height of the Niners-Cowboys rivalry. I'll never forget that game. I'll never forget watching that game live, and I was jumping up and down saying, he touched the ball. He touched the ball, and he lost. Now, the Super Bowl, what happened, you know, with Don Beebe, I thought was just one of the all-time not quitting, I'm going to play hard to the final whistle, even though we're getting blown out. That was inspirational to see Don Beebe do that in the Super Bowl. But the Cowboys are up 52-17. Now, you hear Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy on the call, the longtime NBC crew. They're the A crew for a long time on NBC Sports, Bob Trumpy and Dick Enberg. But that game right there was like, Leon Lett, what are you doing? Get away, get away, get away.
And then, like, another one that I think about all the time in terms of sports karma is Matt Hasselbeck in the playoffs against the Green Bay Packers saying, we want the ball and we're going to score. And then immediately throwing a pick six. That's one of the all-time ones.
That is all-time. That is all-time. We're going to score. That is... I wanted him to score, too.
We all hated the Packers.
I wanted him to score so bad. So if you got any moments, sports karma, anything karmatic that's happened in pro sports, you say, yeah, that's karma. That's karma for them. That's karma. You got anything? Oh, Stafford versus Cal. The band is out on the field.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
We want the ball, we're going to score.
Oh, boy. That was over the PA system here at Lambeau Field saying we want the ball and we're going to score.
Hasselbeck was partly right. One of his passes did lead to the score.
The pass is picked off. Intercepted. Back the other way. The Green Bay Packers advance.
I mean,
what was that, Mike McKenzie with the interception? with the dreadlocks. It was unbelievable. Pick 6 overtime.
It was either him or Al Harris, right?
Al Harris. Could have been Al Harris. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. Phenomenal knowledge.
Lambeau Field.
Well, I got one I'll throw in here in honor of the Sharks' first win last night. I want to go back to what was the second round of the 2019 Stanley Cup playoffs against the Golden Knights. Game 7 was someone on the Knights took Joe Pavelski out, knocked him down. He's bleeding on the ice. And then, so he has to come out. They got that 10-minute major, and the Sharks rally back to beat the Knights in that Game 7. 4 straight goals right there to take the win. So I'll give a little sports karma to the Sharks there.
Hey, that was the same night, because I was at the tank that night. I'll never forget. I swear to God, I was at the tank. And it was the same night where Damian Lillard waved bye-bye to the Oklahoma City Thunder with the 35-foot three-point shot. Why are you laughing?
Because Dame Lillard was going to be on my list because earlier in that game, they were taunting him as he said goodbye at the very end. He got the last laugh.
It happened. So check it out. When that shot happened, because I had it on my laptop at the tank, and the tank scored crap. I've never been in a building that loud. I swear to God. That place was on fire. And I went to the presser with the Golden Knights, and the coach was just ripping the referees for the major. They didn't think it was a major or whatnot. Pavelski was beat up, but they scored 4 goals. Boom. But the Knights tied it. So there was a break in the action. It was going to overtime. Break in the action. Tank scored crazy. And it was like, oh, wait. And I think it was Roxy. JD was there. It's like, the Blazers have the ball on final possession. And he's sitting there with Paul George. I'm like, what is he doing? You got to attack the basket. And he stepped back from 35 feet and wave bye-bye to Oklahoma City and Russell Westbrook.
I remember someone after that game was like on the Thunder, they were asked about that shot, and he was like, oh, that was a bad shot or something like that. And then that quote was relayed to Dame, and Dame's like, that was bad defense.
Yeah.
Might have been Paul George that said that.
Paul George, I think, did say that.
Now, when you're talking about shots going in with Dame Lillard, I think of bad sports karma as a shot not going in that's an all-time meme, which is the Nick Young meme, where Nick Young shoots the shot, thinks it's going in, and turns around to celebrate, and it clearly is not going in.
No doubt.
Isn't that an all-time gif?
The meme was great. It's an all-time gif. All-time. Michael Strahan, this is good. Comcast Business Text line. Michael Strahan pointing at the scoreboard in the divisional round game at Candlestick Park, or not divisional round, it was a wild card game between the Niners and the Giants.
0-2.
When they were down 38, what are they up, 38-14? And T.O. scored. It was 38-22. And Strahan still pointed at the scoreboard. T.O.'s like, okay, watch this.
They were talking so much smack in that game. Sean Williams, the DB, and Seahorn were talking crazy.
Yeah, they were talking.
Shockey caught a touchdown, or maybe it was a ball near the goal line, and like spit into the crowd. Shockey was out of it.
He spun the camera to the Giants fans.
He was out of control.
It was unbelievable. What about the dude in the Olympics doing the mellow? That was Bojan Bogdanovic. He was doing the mellow. Carmelo Anthony got up from his courtside seat in the Olympic game against Serbia. Boy, that was tough because they were up 15 late third quarter. I text you guys. I said, man, this is over. USA's about to lose. But karma got him. Oh, no. How much do you guys believe in karma out there? 888-957-9570. Is it karma? Or is it just things happening?
I got a good one. Sam Lubman reminded me of this because it's a little more low-key, but everyone loves to hate this guy, whether you're a Laker fan or a Warrior fan. Dylan Brooks going at LeBron James and trying to get in his head, quote-unquote, a couple of years ago. Yeah. That's an all-timer. Hell, Lance Stevenson trying to do it for the Pacers way back when. How many people have tried to get in LeBron's dome and it just doesn't work?
Oh, dude. What about Dylan Brooks doing it to Steph Curry?
It was so good.
What about with Steph Curry? And Steph Curry ices him up in Houston, Texas. Crosses the ball over, goes around the back and splashes. Dylan Brooks has been on the wrong. By the way, we see Dylan the Villain this Saturday against the Houston Rockets.
Dylan the Villain this Saturday.
Dylan the Villain this Saturday.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Oh, that was another one. I mean, that's a great one. Some would say that Draymond's got a whole list of karma.
He's all over the karma.
I mean, he is just like,
absolutely incredible.
Taylor Swift.
Karma's a guy on the scene.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know where you were going.
It's a lyric from the song.
I my Taylor Swift knowledge.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
Flew over my head.
You're getting there, though.
Shake it off.
That's about it.
Clean it up, Ante.
Why do I need to clean it up? I don't need to clean it up.
You got to clean up your Taylor Swift knowledge.
No, I don't. No, I do not. I'm hoping she phases out of Taylor Swift. So when it's time to go to a Taylor Swift concert, she won't care about it because you see the tickets for Taylor Swift concerts?
They're also like 3.5 hours long, just her performances. So you'd have to take her there and probably your little friends, Bonte, and just be hanging out on your phone, just relaxing. Watching the Warriors game.
I mean, there's a new M. Night Shyamalan movie out right now that I got like 10 minutes into and fell asleep, where he takes his daughter to a concert. That's the beginning of the movie. It's all at a concert. She's supposed to be the Taylor Swift of the movie, and like his daughter's like all into it and everything. So I'm envisioning Bonte as Josh Hartnett in whatever this M. Night Shyamalan.
Wow, Josh Hartnett. There's a pull.
Nosebleeds are like $800, $900 for the Taylor Swift concerts, right? Like nosebleeds.
You gotta just do what a lot of people do and just stand outside the stadium and listen to the music from there.
What?
Oh, you didn't see those videos? There were like literally thousands of people that would be like just chilling outside of the stadium, like singing along to all the songs because obviously the music carries. And so you see these videos, just people everywhere.
Love it. Keep it real. That's something you would do, huh?
No, I would not do that.
When they built AT&T Park, I remember one of the selling points was you'll be able to walk along the arcade and you'll be able to watch an entire game without actually going in. And I think that they don't allow you to just like watch the game anymore over there, do they?
They clear you out every 3 innings.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. This is a good one. 5-1-0. Dusty Baker pulling Russell Ortiz and giving him the game ball.
Great one.
In the World Series.
It's a great one. You never give the game ball away before the game's over.
I didn't know this because a little before, I remember the game, but I don't remember Brent Jones talking about the Super Bowl during the Giants NFC Championship game before Roger Craig's fumble. Oh, this is a really good one. This is big time karma, and he got his ass kicked. I like this one. This is outside the box. Comcast Business Text Line 831. Antonio Margarito, who watched what did he do to his gloves? He doctored his gloves against Miguel Cotto, and it was really bad. Shea Mosley called him before. But anyway, Antonio Margarito mocked Freddie Roach for Parkinson's. Then he got his ass kicked by Manny Pacquiao. He got destroyed.
You can't mock someone for that.
He had Antonio Margarito.
Was like the plaster in his gloves or something like that?
Plaster in his gloves.
Yeah, I remember that.
Before he fought Shea Mosley, Nazeem Richardson, a longtime trainer for Bernard Hopkins, was then traded Shea Mosley. They were, when they tape up the gloves, they check it out. And they're like, hold on, this is not right. You got plaster in the gloves. So they took it out and they caught it right before Shea Mosley was going to fight Antonio Margarito. But the way he beat Miguel Cotto, it was like, wait a minute, this is different. Like, Miguel's like, whoa, what's going on here? So he was basically, the plaster basically made it concrete to put more emphasis on his shots there. And Miguel Cotto took a beating at Madison Square Garden. So they had a rematch. Miguel Cotto got his get back. But Margarito's one of the dirtiest boxers ever. But he did he was mocking Freddie Roach at the Parkinson's or whatnot. Manny Pacquiao said, okay, watch this.
I feel like there's so many, if you go to like mixed martial arts or boxing, the amount of S-talking that you do leading up to that, there's just so much of that karma involved, right? Like some of it's for show, but I think of Conor McGregor versus Khabib. How much talking did Conor do? And Khabib just didn't say anything.
Well, she was never the same.
Oh, yeah.
Her career was over.
Oh, she was done.
She was in WWE real quick.
Holly Holm, she made a lot of money. Conor, though, he threw a chair into the bus and it injured somebody.
Yeah,
and he talked about the religion.
Yeah.
And Khabib was about that life.
Well, and I was thinking the ultimate sports karma for the Bay Area and nationally. It's like Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds kind of treating people like crap for a long time. I'm not even just talking about the writers, just everyone. And then, everyone's like, yeah, well, we're never letting you into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well,
David Ortiz smiled a little. We like him where he's in, Yeah. A-Rod's, he smiled a little. Everybody let him back into baseball. It's just something to think about.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Pacquiao stays in the locker room to watch the Heat in the finals, making a fight weight, then loses to Tim Bradley. Well, he got screwed on the decision. That was a screw job there. Sports Karma, 888-957-9570 if you want to chime in. Any sports karma, do you believe it's, first of all, do you even believe it's sports karma? That's what I want to know. If you do you have an example of something that happened when it came to sports karma?
And I have a list. I call it a 12-pack of questions regarding the Warriors.
Oh, I like that.
That I want Mr. Warrior, Bonte Hill, to try to break down. And I want to hear from the fans. I'm really fired up for this 2-game stretch for the Warriors. And without Steph Curry, whoo!
Steiny's the real Mr. Warrior.
Well, if I want salty Steiny opinions,
He was salty yesterday. Steiny was in the mood. All right, we got to go. Brought to you by Safeway, Northern California Division.
Head to Safeway this week.
break somebody's jaw.
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, San Leandro Mo. 50 Cent, by the way. That was Lloyd Banks, but I did a deep dive on 50 Cent last night. I didn't realize how much him and his oldest son, beef. He's like, yeah, my estate and everything my inheritance is gonna go to my 12-year-old son, not my 27-year-old. They're like, they don't even follow. It's weird. Anyway, well, speaking of hip-hop,
it ain't nothing you can do about it.
I guess there's nothing you can do about it, Marquise.
50 Cent should have been the one that performing yesterday, right? If we're just going by like artists that are bigger in New York.
I've seen him on a baseball diamond.
Well, not throwing the pitch, but just a perform.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather hear from 50 Cent than Fat Joe.
Jeter's first pitch was pretty good.
When I think of the Yankees and rappers, I probably go Jay-Z, maybe LL, because of the hats, you know?
But you probably can't go Jay-Z right now. There's some rumors swirling. So what about DMC? You bring out some version of Run DMC. I know Jam Master Jay's passed away. I think 50 is from Queens, huh?
Hell, Alicia Keys you could have done. Empire State of Mind.
Yeah, you could have done some of that. What about Jada Kiss? Yeah, I don't. Boy. I gotta say this. By the way, most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bolt Thugs, and DJ Quick. Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Tickets on Ja Rule. He's from New York City, right?
He is. Where is Ja? I'm just going to address this real quick, and bear with me, fellas. We're going to get to the calls about sports karma. But I just saw a text, and, this has been kind of weighing on my mind, too. 925. No one's going to talk about Bosa crashing the interview with the Make America Great hat. Nobody's going to talk about that. And I happened during the break to open up an article about Jim Trotter, longtime writer for NFL Network. He's been around the league for a long, long time, Sports Illustrated. And he says that the New York Times watered down his Nick Bosa column. He was told that he'd be in violation of the New York Times journalistic standards regarding sports and political commentary. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting how this story is going to play out because I don't think it's going anywhere, folks. I really don't. I really don't think it's going anywhere. And I remember being in the mist when I first started at 95.7 The Game. That was the season in which Kaepernick started kneeling for the national anthem, which a Marine told him, like, hey, instead of sitting, why don't you just kneel? That's one way to protest. And I just remember Kaepernick getting peppered over and over with questions. And he sat there like a man, and he answered every single question. Now, whether or not we like the answers, he still answered them. And he gave us his reason on why he was doing things. And I think just like Bomani Jones, I was watching him yesterday, he was discussing the situation. They said, look, whether you wear the hat or not, that's irrelevant. He goes, but a lot of people get told to shut up and dribble. And I actually want to hear why you did it instead of just kind of dismissing it. And the follow-ups. I mean, look, man, I'm not trying to rip 49er beat writers or whoever is in that press conference or whatnot. That's a huge story. And the follow-up questions to it was a bit underwhelming.
Well, I think I differentiate all of these things. Like, this is my personal belief. I don't want to hear from Popovich. I don't want to hear from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry on who they're voting for. That's their opinions. They can do whatever they want. Popovich takes entire press conferences after games, before games to say whatever he wants. At the same time, I don't care if Tom Brady has a MAGA hat in his locker or if that's what Nick Bosa wants to put on there. To your point about him ducking the question, well, that is a little like, hey, if you're going to do it, you hijack the moment from your teammates. Yep. You have the platform now in your postgame to do what Popovich did, and you chose not to do it. It is the media's, I guess, discretion to figure out whether they want to follow up or not. They didn't, which was, whatever. But like, I remember when we went over to Boston, this is like kind of my setting on this. Went over to Boston and I did a bunch of hits for their like TV. They're equivalent to NBC Bay Area. They're like
Sports Boston.
Steve Kerr's gun opinions and his opinions on the border and this. And I was like, I don't care at all. I come to sports for sports. Yeah. Now, is there overlapping sections of things like that? For sure. And when those moments in time happen, we can discuss them or whatever. But like, I want to talk about Steve Kerr's rotations. And,
I'm with you.
And him being a championship coach and this, that, and the other. So, like, what ends up happening, though, in B is that you open the door on this and everyone comes cavalcading in and it becomes a bunch of people either having confirmation bias or telling you you're an idiot, depending on what side you're
Let's take it like it is. It's coming down to this, a black and white thing. That's exactly what it's coming down to. And a lot of people feel like there's a double standard. You know, there was hosts here, I remember one Saturday afternoon, where people were talking about shut up and dribble. Players should just shut up and dribble. It's like, whoa. Michael Jordan got ripped for not being too outspoken about certain rights, and then players started being outspoken, which I think hurt the game in terms of viewership, because I still run into people that say, we don't watch basketball anymore after the Black Lives Movement was on the court and this and that. And that's their choice. I'm with you in terms of I don't want politics in my sports. When I watch sports, it's my escape from everything. But I am eager to see what the standard is here and whether or not there is a double standard, because the Kaepernick stuff happened right here in our backyard. And I was in the middle of it, and everybody had no problem talking about what was going on with Colin Kaepernick. I mean, we did shows on top of shows on top of shows, and I was like, I'm tired of talking about it. And there was no right answer. It's everybody's opinion or whatnot. But Bosa, I think people are eager to see what happens with Bosa, who is white, and Kaepernick obviously being black. He's black and white, but, obviously he's black. So I'm just eager to see it, because a lot of people are coming out speaking, saying, we want to hear from Bosa. We want to hear more why he wore the hat. Why didn't he stand on business at the podium? And that's all that is. I don't care who he votes for. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care who Spinoni votes for. We don't even talk politics outside of work. We try to have fun here. And do I believe Nick Bosa's racist? Absolutely not. How many black guys he's played with at Ohio State? Saquon Thomas down in Florida, his black teammates here with the 49ers. I don't think Bosa has a racist bone in his body. That's just my opinion. Yeah. But I don't think he's racist, nor am I calling him that. There's a lot of people who are now, and we're in the market of it, and we're already seeing it. What's up with their media out there? They didn't follow up on that? They're not talking about it? And so it's just the tip of the iceberg, in my opinion. So
I think also, like, when I look back, again, I'm looking back on it. I wasn't in the media at the time of the Kaepernick thing, but it's very different. So, like, for example, I view them very different. I think that the Kaepernick message got hijacked. That's just my personal opinion. And I think that once we evoked the flag and he wore pig socks, everything started spiraling out of control. He also later on made statements about the NFL and comparing it to slavery and stuff. So there was a lot more than him just endorsing a candidate by wearing a hat, which whatever people see when they see that image is what they see, right? Some people see it as the person they're going to vote for. Other people see it as a form of X, Y, and Z racism or division amongst the country, right? So I understand that can be triggering or confirming depending on how you view it. The Kaepernick thing to me was a little different than what Bosa did, but I do understand your point about follow-up, and that I think is definitely fair. Here's where I come down.
Also, too, though, Shaz, you got to remember that came on a night where there was a rally for Trump in New York City, and you see the clips, and you see everything that was discussed at that rally where it was like, whoa. There's some racism.
I'm not surprised that Nick Bosa is voting for Donald Trump.
It's not even about that. It's not about that. I'm not even going there. I'm saying the day he wore the hat happened hours after a rally in New York City at Madison Square Garden, where a lot of things were said at that rally, which doesn't sit well with a lot of black folks, Latin folks, a lot of racial jokes that wasn't funny, some misogynistic things that were said. It was like, whoa, what's going on? And so I think that's where some of the outrage is like, on that day?
Well, my big takeaway on this was like, forget the political side of it. Dude, it's Isaac Arendo's moment on Sunday Night Football, and you come storming in, and now you've hijacked. This kid might not ever CMC might come back, or Jordan Mason might come back. You'll never get this opportunity again. Come on, man. Come on. Like, you didn't need to photobomb them at that moment.
No doubt.
That's the way I would look at it. And it was kind of like unnecessary. And look, and now we're talking about this.
Right.
And not talking about the game.
Right. No doubt. And it became the story. It was like, damn.
I just don't look to most sports athletes for my opinions on the world.
I don't want it. Yeah, I don't even like talking about this stuff publicly.
Just like people don't come to me for my opinions on San Francisco politics, even though at times I joke around and spew them out. People don't come to Nick. I don't go to Nick Bosa or Steph Curry or Steve Kerr or Popovich or whatever you lie down on. I don't go to any of them.
No doubt.
For my particular beliefs on how to run this country.
Let's move on here and go to Will in Petaluma. We're going to segue back to Sports Karma. Sports Karma, that's our political moment. Political minute, I should say. Will in Petaluma, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Will?
So I just got after the Steelers win yesterday, it's only fair to bring up Juju Smith-Schuster and his dancing on the logo. Then getting absolutely blown up by the Browns. Blown up. Forced fumble and everything. And it's hard to say. It's hard to say being a Steelers fan, but hey, man, he deserved it. Karma's karma.
Karma's karma. Karma's karma. What about you, Diane in Walnut Creek? Sports Karma. Sports Karma. What's up, Diane?
Hi. My sports karma is about Milwaukee Bucks. And when they took Drew Holiday in, they did really well. And then they got rid of Drew Holiday and their coach, Budenholzer, is that his name? Everything fell apart. And I felt like they had karma. Like, they shouldn't have done that.
That is.
Getting rid of that coach and Drew Holiday.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I have.
That's a good call, because what did Adrian Griffin start? He was like 30-13? And now Doc, I saw the record yesterday. I think Doc's like under 500 since he's been named head coach in the Milwaukee Bucks. He was bent over and Peyton Pritchard hit a buzzer-beating 3.
Doc might help us get Giannis.
He just might. He just might. Watching that game yesterday, I was like, ooh, okay, Giannis. All right, let's go. Here we go. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 888-957-9570. Sports Karma. Anything karmatic here? Deshaun Jackson. Now, Deshaun Jackson, when he did fumble that football or let the ball go at the goal line, they ended up winning that game, right? Philadelphia Eagles? They ended up winning that game. Monday Night Football?
But him slowing down and, like, it's just, I mean, come on, dude. You got to get through the end zone.
Kyle Pitts almost did it against Tampa.
I know. I thought he did, actually. And I also watched another one, old back in the day, Steelers versus the Bears. The Bears are wearing throwback helmets, and they block a kick, and the guy gets all the way to the end and starts slowing down with the ball in his hand like a loaf of bread and gets stripped at the one.
Wow. Now, how about this? I saw a text earlier in the Comcast Business text line.
I've seen lots of texts on the Comcast Business
right
text
now,
line.
Talk politics. I don't know how many idiots I've been called. In the last 5 minutes, I've been called an effing idiot about 15 times. One is the 49ers. The karma of losing or leaving Candlestick Park and going out to Santa Clara and moving out of the city.
People still bring that up. But no one brought that up last year when they won in the NFC Championship game.
I told you, when they lose, we start talking about the stadium.
It's just crazy.
Like Niner
really
Nick.
is crazy.
Niner Nick did a video a couple weeks ago, talk about the game. He goes, in this stadium, and it's like, when in doubt, talk about the stadium.
And I mean, I look at the Warriors. They win the championship at Chase Center. The very next year, it's like, we've got a Chase Center problem. I think they went undefeated in the playoffs.
Right. Let's go to Will Moran. He's got some sports karma stuff to get off his chest. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. My favorite sports karma of all time has to be Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz won. Off of 10 days' notice, Conor McGregor is talking all this trash to Nate Diaz, telling him he's going to bury this little skinny Mexican in the Las Vegas desert. You have no shot. You're a little rat from Stockton. You're a poor boy. Gosh. Nate Diaz, 10 days' notice, destroys Conor McGregor. Not only does he beat him on the feet, he takes him to Conor McGregor is so overwhelmed, he shoots in on Nate Diaz and gets submitted in under a minute in front of GSP, Dana White, The Rock. Everybody was there to watch Nate Diaz get crushed by Conor McGregor, the notorious guy calling his shot. Mystic Mac got choked out, and Nate Diaz took his head home. That was the best sports karma. Thanks for taking my call. I love you guys.
Right on, Will. It is. I mean, he's trying to hurl these he started going to religion. Like, he came at Khabib and started talking about his religion. His father's like, dude, just talk trash.
Conor McGregor.
Why do you got to get racist, man?
Conor McGregor.
It's just that he's done. I mean, he's never fighting out.
It's like the way I view Pete Rose. Like, I truly believe in life karma. Okay, it may take years, all right, for something to come out. But I believe, like, if you're a horrible person, eventually it will catch up to you.
Yeah,
that's just the way I believe it. And like Conor McGregor, I think he's a bad guy. I just think he's a bad guy. Like Trevor Bauer, right? I don't. Everyone's like, he's innocent. He's this. He's that. I don't know, but I know he was very condescending and mean to a lot of people behind the scenes who have stepped forward. And I'm like, this is what happens. Like when people have an opportunity to get you out of the building, and they no longer deem you to be worthy. Like, it does catch up to you at some point, whether you were guilty of the crimes, the harsh crimes that you were accused of, or just a bad dude like Pete Rose. I think he was just a bad guy.
Yeah. Turned out to be a bad guy.
I think he's just a bad guy.
How about this one? 405 Comcast Business text line. He says Homer Bailey, but it was Matt Latos when he signed to baseball. I hate San Francisco. And in Game 5 in LDS, he gets the grand salami to Buster Posey, and the baseball hits the Matt Latos sign up there in left field. It was unbelievable.
Didn't he also break Dave Fleming's car window?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Flim's got some beef with him. Flim's got some beef.
God, those were the days.
Let's go to Charlie in San Francisco. Charlie, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What up, B? It's Charlie, man. We talked yesterday, brother.
What's
How
up,
you doing?
Charlie? What up, Charlie?
What's up, bro?
All right, so 2011, okay, NBA Finals, D-Wade and King James. Mark Nowitzki being sued. You remember that?
Yep.
And then I think Dirk dropped like 30 in Game 5, and then the Mavericks took it in 6 that series. So that was a huge bowl of karma for those two.
No, that's a good call. They did. They walked into the arena, no doubt. And then Dirk. Whew. Dirk went nuts. Dirk, that was, when I think about Kevin Durant in 2019, before he got hurt, he was on a run where he had a 50-burger, 40-burger. Go look at Kevin Durant's game log. It was reminding me of Dirk Nowitzki in that run back in 2011. They swept the Lakers, right? They swept the Lakers. They beat in the first. They beat the OKC Thunder in the Western Conference Finals in 5. I forgot who they beat in the first round. But Dirk in that run, that fadeaway was hitting up the net all playoff.
When LeBron James got to Miami and he said, how many are you going to win? Not 3, not 4, not 5. How many people held that against him after year 1?
They still do.
You think they still do?
Oh, yeah. Well, nah, probably. Not 6, not 7. But they held it against him, no doubt.
I mean, I felt like people were coming down. They were like, JJ Barea is the greatest, right? That whole series. Gosh. I felt like karma did hang over all of them.
And LeBron, he's shrinking. Remember that game 4?
Yeah, he kept passing the ball.
Had like 8, 8. And it was like, what is going on with them? And I think he said something like, man, I came out there on the court and I saw all the cameras and it was just too much. And that's what he told everybody after the series. Well, I get to wake up to my life and you got to wake up to your lives. Your miserable lives.
That was
something like that.
Was it, you remember the line he had? I think it was in the 2015 finals where he's like, I got to rally these guys. I'm the greatest player in the world. I got to win this series. Like hearing that one, like when the Warriors beat him after he said that, like, yeah, that karmically felt very good to make happen.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's go. What else do we have here? Nope, not going to read that. Not going to read that one. Here's a good one. As we shift through some of these texts. Comcast Business text line. Best one has to be Suns Mavericks. Devin Booker taking a crap, ended up losing in the playoffs in the Dallas Mavericks. Remember that? When the second round series, Devin and them were talking. They were talking that talk. And Luka walked off the court in Game 5 and said, you talk when you win, huh? Okay, we'll see. Talk when you win.
There's the meme of him just smiling, just looking over, zooming on the face, just smiling at Devin Booker.
At him while they're up 30 at the half. Up 30 at the half. Unbelievable. Max and Concord. Max and Concord has
Max. One. Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Love your show. I just wanted to talk about, as a Raider fan, man, karma, the biggest karma is leaving the Oakland Coliseum to go to Vegas now, and they are just killing the other team's fans are just killing us in attendance, bro. It's so sad, and it's like, damn, if that's not karma, I don't know what is, man. Seeing that that sucks, but yeah, that's karma for you right there, man.
Karma. Karma, karma, karma. Karma, karma, karma. Sports karma.
I mean, the Rudy Gobert one, well, I remember we were in studio, me and Covey, and it was like the world was coming to an end. And like Rudy Gobert is like, yeah, I got Donovan Mitchell sick or whatever. And he started touching all the microphones
all
and
the
everything.
Recorders and stuff.
like literally within 12 hours, the entire world shut down.
Oh, dude.
Tom Hanks got it, and that's where it started. He was in Australia, had to isolate. I was doing a show with Tim Roy after your guys' show. I was doing the whatever it was, Beyond the Arc. Beyond the Arc. Yeah, we were doing that.
You were doing it with Tim Roy?
Tim Roy, he was doing a live version because it was during free agency period. Yeah. So he was doing like a free agency reaction or preview.
Was it a Wednesday?
No, that wasn't free agency when COVID hit.
No, it was the middle of the season.
No, it was middle of the season because I went to, they were going to play the Brooklyn Nets
Utah
in front of nobody. Yeah, Utah just played.
Yeah.
Zion and Sacramento were getting ready to play. I was loading up the bet on that
like,
game.
We're going to start canceling some games.
Right.
NCAA the next day was like, no, we're going to keep playing.
Yeah, they played a couple conference tournament games, and then they finally canceled. But no, it was middle of the season because I just went to a Clippers Warriors game.
It was All-Star break then.
All-Star break?
No. It was March.
No, it was. So I just went to a Clippers Warriors game. Bob Myers had hooked me up with some seats, and Kawhi and them beat the Warriors by like 30. And then a couple days later, that's when everything shut down because they're going to play the Brooklyn Nets on the Thursday. Whitley and I are going to go with no fans in the stands. They're going to say, yeah, we're going to play this game in an empty gym.
March 12th,
Yep.
Our boy who we've had on the show, Sam Quinn. Rudy Gobert could have potentially spread the disease he reportedly tested positive for 2 days later. And it shows him touching all the microphones, and everybody is concerned. And Dave Fox from Fox 2 says, take note, hashtag, coronavirus, hashtag. I mean, just insane. Wow.
Oh, boy. Unbelievable. Wow. Nick and Berkeley has a good one. Nick and Berkeley.
Yeah, when Joe Montana came back from his back injury and had to sit there in the second half of the game while Steve Young pissed it away and we lost in the playoffs, and then he went to Kansas City the next year. That was the ultimate to me, man. That still hurts me. And then also, one time when I was watching the Cal game when Harbaugh was coaching Stanford, he was up by like 4 touchdowns and decides he wants to run in and score with like a minute left in the game. He did a swing pass to his tight end. He got hit and blew his ACL right there, up 4 touchdowns, trying to score. I was like, Harbaugh, you are such an idiot. The kid was a senior, dude. That was on Harbaugh.
Oh my God. Oh, dude, there's another one. I see Martin Gramatica tearing his ACL while celebrating, and I actually thought about that one, but I said that's not fair because he was celebrating the kick.
But it wasn't a game winner.
It wasn't a game winner. It just happened to land wrong, and he tore his ACL and was never the same.
How about this one from the 510? Guru getting eliminated first at the 95-7 the game knockout basketball game.
I lost. I'm out.
For talking up his skills.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's pretty funny.
That is funny. He got knocked out. Here, you got it? You got it, Spadone? You got it, Spadone?
This is the official 95-7 the game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot the free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru is eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
It's the greatest Steiny minute and a half in the history of his radio career. Give it to me one more time. He is on.
This is the official 95-7 the game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot the free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru is eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
You can hear the smile.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
Oh, he was hurt.
God, that's so good. I love you, Goo.
He was wearing jeans on the court. Like, we're talking karma. That you kind of bring that karma on yourself when you bring jeans.
My favorite is like every few months when he tweets at Willard, like you could get this bucket or whatever, and it's him like scoring a basket on Willard, and Willard always replies with like, "I didn't even know we were playing." It's just so funny,
dude.
That's the happiest Steiny's ever been, by the way.
Dude, it's that was a funny time.
Scottie Pippen sitting out the last play while Kukoc hits the game winner. That's a good one.
That's a very good one. That's a very, very good one. Here's a good sports karma story. I forgot the exact year, but it was a Giants game in April, early 2000s, when they celebrated Rich Aurelia for his off-the-field work, and he hits a home run, a walk-off home run in the rain on his night. Such a cool memory seeing that live for my birthday. So karma can work in different ways. What about Drew Brees blowing out his shoulder while playing for the Chargers?
Jeez.
Ends up having to move on to the Saints, and they win the Super Bowl. And how about the karma of him going down to Miami? Saban's like, oh, we're about to get Drew Brees. He's visiting New Orleans. Sean Payton's in the car. They make a wrong turn, and they basically go into the no man's land in New Orleans. And Payton's like, I just lost Drew Brees. And Brees and his wife, I forget her name. They don't know the name, Mrs. Brees. I always like to get their, but anyway.
Mrs. Brees.
They're like,
you got to Google it.
We actually like this area. We could do a lot. We could do a lot for this community, and it actually worked out in Sean Payton's favor. So that is a good one. He ends up winning the Super Bowl.
Bonte, I'm ready to ask you some Warrior questions.
One last one. David Saliendro. Get him on him.
Hey, Damon.
Hey, Hey. I just want to add that the 49ers have not won a Super Bowl since Eddie D got expelled. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, hey, something went wrong. Something went haywire since old Jed got the team, or is it just karma? I don't know. That's all I'll add. That's all I have.
Unfortunate, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, but they've been close. It's tough for me to say it's karma. They've been knocking on the door, man. How about players just execute? Is that karma?
I mean, we've been to 3 in the last 15 years. It's just, God. All right, to the Warriors.
Yeah, trying to sound happy about it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Bonte, I've got some Warrior questions. I'm fired up. We got a double dipper against
the Pelly Pels.
All right, Pelicans.
Smoothie King Center. No, it's actually here at Chase Center.
I've got like a 12 or 13 pack of Baker's Dozen of questions.
12 pack?
Yeah, and I just want to start rat-a-tat-tatting them with the guy who I think knows the team better than anyone out there who's not on the actual team.
A lot of pressure on me. A lot of pressure.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
So here we go.
I'm just playing a bit.
If Curry was healthy, do you even like the starting lineup that they're rolling out right now? Not, is it the one that they're going to, just do you like it?
I see potential in it, and I think we need to give it time. So initially, I do like it because I think they need to have a little size on the wings. I like the fact that Kuminga and Wiggins can switch on the perimeter when it comes to guarding and defending opposing wing players, but I'm not in love in it. I'm not in love with it because I do see the limitations with the starting unit offensively, something Anthony Slater pointed to earlier this offseason. Now, Wiggins got off to a great start. TJD was solid. He didn't miss a shot in the first 2 games. And I think Curry was starting to find his rhythm, but I do think it needs to be tinkered with, so I'm not in love with it. I don't mind it, but I'm not in love with it.
Right now, who do you have? It doesn't have to be 5 guys. It can be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. If you have 5, great. Who are the 5 pillars, or are there 5 pillars to finish every game?
Oh, great question. There's Steph. There's Draymond. And it goes by the game.
That's kind of how I feel.
Who's rolling?
But that's why I was surprised that Draymond didn't come back into the game.
You know what, though?
Sunday.
It tells me that Steve Kerr, and he showed this in the NBA Finals, he's not afraid to go a different direction if it costs the team a win or not. So we went with Looney the other day. So really, the only pillar, I think there's 2 pillars. It's Andrew Wiggins and Stephen Curry.
See, I agree on Wiggs.
Draymond, I think for the most part, will be in that finishing lineup, but I was a little surprised he didn't play the last 7 minutes of change against the Clippers.
Which brings me to Draymond. For those that weren't as tapped in on Sunday, because the Niners and the Cowboys were playing, what did you make of his game on Sunday?
It was one to forget. It was a game. It was a forgettable game. Now, I know he was limping around a little bit, but he's got to be more aggressive offensively. There's a couple possessions you see him in the mid post where he's not in the triple threat position where you're not looking at the rim. You're just kind of moving around looking to pass the basketball. It was a forgettable day for Draymond Green. There's no doubt about that. And, they challenged it, and he was running hot with the challenge, and he was telling the coaching staff, challenge, man, challenge. There's some where he looked like He wasn't necessarily happy that the challenge didn't happen right away, but he ended up winning the challenge. He won the challenge. But he didn't play in crunch time in the fourth quarter, and he just had one of those forgettable games, man, and hopefully he can turn the page and have a better game today against Zion Williamson and the Pelicans.
What's the weakness of this team early on, if I took injuries off the board?
The weakness, great question. The weakness so far, they only lost one game, so it's hard to pinpoint. They don't have I think the weakness is they don't have an established rotation. I think having too many guys at times could be a detriment, right?
Because we keep hearing that the advantage of depth is X, Y, and Z.
Right. But if you're depth, right, you're playing and you're a Moses Moody or you're a Kyle Anderson or you're a Looney, you may be playing in 4-minute spurts. As a shooter, can you get into a rhythm? As a scorer, can you get into a rhythm by only playing 3-minute spurts, 4-minute spurts, 5-minute spurts? So I think even though it's their biggest strength right now, it could be their biggest weakness that they haven't pared down the rotations. Ideally, you want an NBA coach to tell you, I want 9 to 10 guys, max. Steve Kerr's played 12 in the first quarter alone.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that could be a detriment to the team where you have too much depth and you need to establish a starting rotation. But Jason Kidd said it last night after the Mavericks win. He said, you know what? You're going to play if you're positive. And you're going to play if you're positive and contributing to wins. Right now, we can't worry about feelings. Check your feelings and be positive for the betterment of the team. And I think at some point, Steve Kerr, when everybody gets healthy, he may have that come to Jesus moment where it's like, we got to say, screw the feelings. We got to pare down this rotation. And as 415 says, turnovers.
Which brings me to Steve Kerr. I'll get into individual players in a second. Where's your confidence with Steve Kerr and his Midas touch when it comes to lineups, rotations, specific play calling for specific players?
So far, so good with Steve Kerr. He's trying to give Jonathan Kuminga a runway with the starters. He's unlocked Andrew Wiggins, empowered him to be more aggressive, which we see from Andrew Wiggins to start the season. He's playing everybody. The first 2 games, we had no issues, right? They had 38 and 35 assists in each of those games against the Blazers and the Utah Jazz Friday night. So that's 73 assists. They out-rebounded each team by 15, so they were plus 30 on the boards. They were 40 of 98 from the three-point line, so everything was flying. But then you get to step up in competition against the LA Clippers. You come home for your home opener, and right away, you don't punch back. The Clippers dictated tempo. The turnovers are a problem. But Steve Kerr, so far, I think he's trying to figure out who's going to be the guys he goes with. So early in the season, I'm giving him a pass. I think Steve Kerr's been solid so far. I've got no issues with him. But at some point, he may have to pull the plug on how many minutes a certain player gets, who's going to start, who's going to come off the bench, who's going to be the sixth man, who's going to get the short end of the stick of getting the DMP or whatnot. So he's got a lot on his plate, but so far, so good for Kerr.
Let's start doing some of the players here. What's going on with Kuminga, and how do you get him going?
Get him some early touches in the paint. Get him on the block. Let him get that mid-post. Let him go attack the basket and get to the free throw line. Kuminga needs some easy buckets. Like any NBA player, you get some easy buckets, then all of a sudden you can step out and get to the three-point line and start shooting some threes. But early on, get them established early. You know Wiggins can get his. You know Steph can get his. Make it a point to get Kuminga touches early and often and empower him to feel like he's involved in the game plan here and get him rolling to the basket. Play to his strengths. Right now, he can run to the rim, he can dive to the rim, and he can dunk on your head. Let him defend and simplify the game for him. Tell him, don't think too much. The motion, read, and react. I want you to do simple things. Dive to the basket, set hard screens, rebound the basketball, get to the free throw line. Simplify the game for Kuminga, but also get him some early touches in the basketball game to empower him.
What will we learn about Brandon Podziemski with Steph Curry's absence?
We're going to learn a lot. How much the next step for Brandon Podziemski? He does a lot of things well. Handle the ball. He's in the right spots. He has good IQ. He keeps the ball hopping around. He's got to get that jumper rolling. Now's the time to get that jumper rolling. So that's the next step for Brandon Podziemski is knocking down some shots from the outside.
Does Moses Moody even fit on this team currently? Full health.
That's a great question. I want to see Moses get some runway. Now, Buddy Hield's gotten off to the great start. Without DeAnthony Melton, they're going to count on Moses Moody to play a little bit more. But I did notice the first game, Moses Moody was the 12th guy off the bench. He did play in the first quarter against Utah. But you see the Clippers game here, and he only plays 12 minutes. Maybe it's not. That's why you extend it with the team-friendly deal. Maybe it just comes to a point where you have to say, you know what, it doesn't fit with Moses Moody. I have a lot of hope for Moses Moody. I think there's a role for him on this basketball team, and he's going to get some runway here. Now, without Melton and Wiggins and Curry for the next 2 games, I don't know if Wiggins is going to be out tomorrow night. I know he's going to be out tonight. Moody's going to get an opportunity to show Steve Kerr that, hey, I belong on the floor. There's a role for me. He did this up to Steve Kerr to figure out how to give him some minutes.
Is Buddy Hield having 2 good games, then a bad one? Is that sustainable, or should we expect more of a dip?
You know,
because he's not going to play lights out every night.
He's not. And the Clippers, when they saw Buddy Hield step on the floor, they're all over him.
Do you think Curry's absence in the second half affected that a little more?
Not only that,
not that he was great in the first half.
Well, now he's going to be elevated on the game plan.
Yeah.
Now other teams have seen how the Warriors, and let's be real, you play the Blazers and the Jazz, 2 teams that are rebuilding. Now Utah played Dallas tough yesterday in Dallas, but Portland, they're a long way away. We will see games like this. We saw it like this from Klay Thompson. There's going to be nights where Buddy doesn't hit, and I still have question marks on. I think Buddy's a great fit here. I really do. But I still wonder. It's kind of like Bob Melvin. Why did San Diego get rid of Bob Melvin? What's going on with the Padres? Why did they really get rid of Bo Mel? Well, why has Buddy been on 5 teams now? Why did Philadelphia not play Buddy Hield in the playoffs? Why did Indiana trade Buddy Hield when Indiana plays at the fastest pace in the NBA? They go up and down, get them up and down, and yet they traded him to Philadelphia. Why was that? So can Buddy Hield, when his shot is not rolling, how can he impact the basketball game? That's something that we're going to see here. Can he impact the basketball game if he's not making shots? Sunday, that didn't happen. He did play crunch time. He did have the 6 rebounds, but can he impact the game without making shots? That's yet to be seen here with Buddy.
All right, 2 more questions before we get on out of here. Kyle Anderson, does he just not fit?
It's early. I still think there's a fit.
What's he carving out for him?
I don't know. He played 4 minutes on Sunday against the Clippers. I was stunned.
Especially with Dre not playing toward the end.
I was stunned. His length. Now, his jump shot hasn't been rolling yet. TBD on Kyle Anderson. Bookmark him, though. Because it was strange to see him only get 4 minutes in that game against the Clippers. And he's a guy, I don't know if he's going to turn it over a lot, but in the game that you're turning the ball over, and he's a ball handler, now he's going to be able to handle the ball a lot more without these guys in, Curry, Melton, and Wiggins. Bookmark him, because I do think there's a role for him, but to see him only play 4 minutes against a team like the Clippers, who are bigger, longer, was shocking to me.
I still fear that even with all the athleticism they've injected into the team, because they're a more athletic team. I don't think that's arguable. Can they defend the rim?
Rim protection.
Like, they need another big. I feel like a wing for a big trade has to happen here.
It could be.
So I guess my question to you is, even though they're more athletic, are they better this year than they were last year?
I don't know. Last year, he won 46 games, and Draymond missed 27. You know?
Well,
I think
he also got how many
that.
from Steph? 70?
He played 70 games from Steph, too. So,
I mean, 3 games in, he already got an injury.
I don't know if they're better. Is the Western Conference better than the season ago?
What do you think?
I believe it is.
You believe it is?
I believe it is, even though Denver's going to take a dip. But the Clippers are all of a sudden 2-1, got some good wins.
I'm waiting a month before I make on the West, on the Warriors. At least I need to wait a month.
Now, I'll give you a bonus question. I'll just answer myself.
Yeah.
I'll answer it. Will this be the final roster for the Golden State Warriors this season?
Absolutely not.
I think moves will be made.
Yeah, I think a deal's coming before Christmas.
Yeah, me too. I think they're going to strike earlier rather than later because you don't want to fall too far behind in the Western Conference. So we're going to get a lot of questions to answer tonight, Shasky, with Pods, Kyle Anderson, Jonathan Kuminga, And then Draymond Green. It's a huge game for him against Zion Williamson and the Pelicans.
I think that what we just did there, a little 12-pack, I think we got to do that like once a week on the Warriors.
Let's
you
do
like
it.
that?
I like that.
Just rat-a-tat-tat. Because none of these are things that you get into every single day. But like, there's a lot of storylines on this Warrior team right now.
A ton of storylines.
And we play a ton of games every single week. And I think that like obsessing over Moody's minutes on a daily basis might not be the best thing for my mind.
Once a week.
Talking about it once a week, I think is appropriate.
Once a week. And again, this is a great opportunity for Moody to kind of tell Steve Kerr, hey, I'm ready to roll. All right, Antonio Daniels coming up. Color analyst for the New Orleans Pelicans. He'll be out here with Joel Myers. He'll join us to talk about the Pelicans and the expectations for New Orleans. That's coming up on the other side as we talk some Dubs. We'll end the show with some fun. That's all coming up. Our great friends at Safeway Northern California Division.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
Buddy, I'm trying to, man. Buddy Buckets. Off to a solid start this season. Obviously, struggled against the Clippers, so he'll get a chance to bounce back tonight against the Pelicans. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, all available right now. You can listen to all the great interviews or whatnot. So,
Bonte, did you see what the boss just did at the break?
I did see that.
He came in here filming me as I'm sitting here reading my phone, and I look up. He's wearing a Buzz Lightyear outfit. To infinity and beyond. We had a segment we did at night, Takes to Infinity and Beyond, where you had to give the most outlandish possible take that would never really happen that you possibly come up with. Sports or non-sports?
Some will say we have those anyway.
Oh, I believe my takes.
Yeah, that's the problem. I do too.
That's why you have Walk It Back Wednesday.
Yeah, so they're not a take technically. A take is something that you like almost do for clicks. These are opinions.
You ever done a take for clicks?
No.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, I will say one of the things that gets me annoyed about the internet is when they say, "Bots, are you doing it for clicks?" And I'm like, no, actually, I believe these takes. And I don't care whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's how bad they are. We believe them.
I believe them. I convinced myself. And I'm going to run with it. And I'm not afraid to run with it. I'm going to put my name on it. You know? Shout out Trey Lance, who was at Levi Stadium on Sunday. But
just the ghost of Trey Lance.
Is anyone dressed up as him today? The ghost of Trey Lance?
Oh, my God.
Like, could you imagine, like, it really, sports is very much like taste, right? You know, you have opinions. And so, like, could you imagine, like, Joe, what do you want on your sandwich? I want mustard, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, onions.
Of course, the works.
What? You like lettuce and tomatoes? What a terrible take.
Well, no, I would say I would go with the bread first. If you chose like multigrain or something like that, I'd absolutely crush you. You never go multigrain in the sandwich. You go sourdough, you go Dutch Crunch, maybe wheat.
At a deli.
Maybe. Multigrain, never.
Well, at a deli is different. At home, I'm eating the Beckman's all-seeded, multi-seed, whatever. It's delicious.
That's a fireable offense right there.
Gosh, that is a fire.
You got to go get the Santa Cruz sliced sourdough is what you need to do.
Well, no doubt. And they have a wheat sourdough that's not as good. But I'll tell you this, Joe, the older you get, the more you try to reduce the carb intake.
All right, let's go behind enemy lines. We're going to talk to our boy, AD Antonio Daniels, coming up.
When you need to...
Are you serious?
I am shocked.
All right, let's go out to the lines, man. And one of my favorite color commentators in all of the NBA. He gives you everything he got. I'm telling you, Joe Myers and Antonio Daniels, one of the best combinations in the NBA. You can hear about Sirius XM. You hear about the Pelicans Television Network, of course. And they'll be out here for a double dip tonight, which is a national televised game on TNT, and then tomorrow, which you can catch right here locally on NBC Sports Bay Area. The Pelicans come in at 2-1 with a slew of injuries, but a big-time expectation this year to take a leap in the Western Conference. Antonio, welcome to the Morning Roast here at the River Islands Guest Line. What's going on with your brother? Happy NBA season.
Yes, I hear that. Happy NBA season. What's up, fellas? Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, anytime, man. We love having you on whenever we think about the Pelicans. Hell, we think about basketball. We think about you. And, of course, Eddie Johnson is also over there at Sirius XM Radio. So the Pelicans, we saw them a lot last year, and you guys took it to the Warriors, especially here at Chase Center. And I know you're missing a couple guys here, which we'll get into here, but I love the additions with DeJounte Murray, Trey Murphy III, one of my favorite players. He's out for the foreseeable future, but they lit him up. So coming into the season, after last year kind of ended with a dud there with the injuries in the play-in game, what are the expectations for the Pelicans this season?
Well, I think the expectations are to finish in the top six. You know, nobody – the thing is the West is deeper than it's ever been. That's a given. But you basically have 13, 14 teams competing for 10 spots. And every year you want to get better. So you don't want the Pelicans. You don't want to continue to find yourself in a play-in scenario. Mm-hmm. You don't. And right now you have a team that's talented enough. You have enough star power, right? You have enough firepower to work your way into the top six. That way you don't have to worry about the whole play-in situation. Do you have to play yourself into the playoffs, lose the first game, win the second game, whatever it may be? Top six.
You know, the Warriors have a bunch of guys that were dangled in trades all offseason, whether that was real or just speculated upon by the media. The same thing can be said for Brandon Ingram. I heard his name in a million different trade scenarios all offseason. Where is he at with the team right now? How's he playing? How does he feel about the situation? What's going on with Brandon Ingram?
Well, I'll tell you this first and foremost. We had training camp in Nashville. And obviously, anytime you're talking about a contractual situation, it's tough. It's tough. So what happens is BI now is on the last year of its contract, and guys can come into camp two ways. Guys can come into camp where they're pouting and upset because they didn't come to some sort of agreement to start training camp, or guys can come in more motivated than anything else. And I'm not saying this to be biased whatsoever. Being in Nashville for training camp, Brandon Ingram had the best training camp of anybody there. BI was 1A, Jordan Hawkins was 1B. As far as being impressive in camp, the first two games, BI averaged 27 points per game. In those first two, 7.5 rebounds per game. He's getting up a lot more three-point attempts. This is something they talked to him about in the summertime. So it's nice to see, because the thing is, you never know. In training camp, I've seen guys play well in training camp, and then the regular season starts and they struggle. And I've seen guys struggle in training camp and the regular season starts and they're in a great rhythm. Right now, in these first three games, BI is not letting that contract situation stand in between him and how he's playing. I love the attitude and the mentality that he's come into this season with.
Antonio Daniels, he's an NBA champion, also the color commentator for the New Orleans Pelicans, joining us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? So you just said 1A and 1B. And you mentioned Brandon Ingram's being 1A right now, Jordan Hawkins as 1B, as having good camps in Nashville, Tennessee. And I do love Jordan Hawkins, a second-year pro out of UConn. He can light it up with the best of them. But you didn't mention Zion Williamson. And obviously he's box office, and that's the guy it feels like, boy, if he can take that next step and just stand on the court, you guys would be in that top six and be a threat in the Western Conference. Where's Zion Williamson at right now, Antonio?
But here's the thing. When I say 1A and 1B, what I'm referencing is guys that, to me, had the best training camp. And leaving Z out doesn't mean he had a bad training camp. But BI stood out to me because I'm watching with a different lens. I'm watching to see his approach into camp. Jordan Hawkins stood out to me because I'm watching to see if he took that proverbial step from year one to year two as far as confidence is concerned. Zion was Zion in camp. Z was Z. And then the thing that happened is he has yet to find his rhythm yet in this season so far. So the last preseason game, he was out the last preseason game, and then he was sick. He got sick, had a bug, missed the home opener versus Chicago Bulls. So he was on a minutes restriction versus the Portland Trailblazers in this little baseball series that was down there. So it's a matter of time before he works himself into the rhythm that we're accustomed to seeing him in. Thing that we've always kind of attached to Zion is efficiency. 60% from the field, 70% from the field. If you look at his first two games, that's been off because his rhythm hasn't been there yet. But if you look at the first game against the Portland Trailblazers, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals. So he found different ways to contribute, but I think it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm and hits the ground running.
No Trey Murphy III. He was awesome last year.
He's so good.
Everybody in Warrior Land was falling in love with him. And no DeJounte Murray. How big of a loss is DeJounte Murray, and how big of a loss is Trey Murphy in the small term?
Well, I think it's huge. It's huge for different reasons, though. DeJounte Murray is because he is a traditional point guard. And point guard, for me, it's a lot of guys in this league that have a point guard skill set, but don't have a point guard mindset. And the position, to me, is not a skill set, it's a mindset. It's thinking the game like a point guard, thinking the game like a quarterback, understanding time, score, situation, what's needed and when it's needed. And that's why DeJounte Murray, that's why you trade Dyson Daniels. That's why you trade Larry Nance Jr. to bring in DeJounte Murray. Because if you look at last year in clutch situations, that was the New Orleans Pelicans' Achilles heel. They struggled down the stretch, understanding where the ball needed to go. How do I get it there? Whose turn is it to shoot? Who has it going? How can I put this guy in a position of success? And if you watch the first game versus the Chicago Bulls, DeJounte Murray did a great job of putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And that's what you bring him in for. But you got to find a way to figure it out over this next 4 to 6 weeks being without him. Trey Murphy, for a completely different reason, right? The fact that he's 6'10", can shoot from distance with accuracy, and you want to play small. You want to finish small on a lot of nights. Because remember, Jonas isn't here anymore.
Yep.
Larry Nance is not here anymore. Cody Zeller's not here anymore. So a lot of times you'll find yourself playing small ball. Trey Murphy being 6'10", with the ability to shoot from 25, 30 feet with accuracy, that's missed. That's missed right now. And I remember when last year, I believe it was, when I came on with you guys,
yep,
and I said, talked about Trey Murphy being like in a Splash Brother conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember so many people from Golden State were like, oh my God, this guy, he's so off. What is he talking about? And then that night he went out and hit 5 shots from 30 feet or more.
Yep.
And again, it's not a creature of the moment, prisoner of the moment situation. It's what I see every day in practice, right? There are certain guys, for whatever reason, can shoot from distance with accuracy and with little effort. And Trey Murphy is one of those guys. So when you have guys like Zion, when you have guys like B.I. that carry so much gravity, you need guys to give them space.
You know, AD, on Trey Murphy III, and I remember when you said that, and I watched him in warm-ups, and Corey Brewer's out there, and I was like, wow, he hasn't missed a shot. He had like 10 straight threes from, 5 feet from beyond the three-point line, and his defense is really good. At times, he's switching on to Steph Curry with that length and that big wingspan. I know in the pre-draft combine, or when he came out to work with the Golden State Warriors, I think he was in the Bay Area for like 3 days. And they didn't want him to leave the building. They were falling in love with this guy. And I'm thinking, boy, what could have been with Trey Murphy III? Now, Moses Moody, I think, is going to be a good player for the Golden State Warriors, and they just extended him. But his defense as well, AD. Trey Murphy III is one of those guys who could defend and be one of these two-way players in the league.
Yeah, and the thing is, people forget, growth isn't linear. People forget, like Trey Murphy he just re-upped this summer, north of $100 million contract, and he's worth every penny. But people forget 2 years ago, he got sent down to the G League. He got sent down to the G League because exactly what you're talking about, Monte, he was not ready yet defensively. Offensively, that's always been there, right? The length, the stroke, that's always been there. The toughest side of the ball for most guys is defensively, especially rookies and second-year players. And he was struggling defensively. Now the light has come on, and he's figured some things out as far as confidence is concerned. Not just offensively, but how to use what the Lord has blessed him with. He's blessed him with length, athleticism, and a huge wingspan. So he's not the strongest guy, but now he understands angles and how to use that athleticism on the defensive side of the ball.
What's your outside looking in view of the Golden State Warriors? Do you fear them at all?
I fear Steph Curry. I mean, I don't think you can. You can't say I don't fear the Golden State Warriors because they still have Steph Curry. And I know it's a very simplistic answer, but that's how I feel. If you have Steph Curry, you have a chance. Plain and simple, because he's that good. We all saw the Olympics. We all saw what he's capable of. His body of work speaks for itself. And it's not simply being the greatest shooter of all time, but there's no more valued skill in today's NBA than the ability to shoot the ball. There's not a player in the league that carries more gravity than Steph Curry does, with and without the ball. You have great players. Giannis with the ball, Jokic with the ball. Go down the list of different players in this league. But when Steph Curry comes off screens, all 5 guys, all 10 eyes are still looking at him. So I don't think there's a guy in the league that carries as much gravity as Steph Curry does, whether he has the ball in his hands or whether he's running off screens without the basketball. Do I fear the Golden State Warriors? I think you have to fear the Golden State Warriors because they still have Steph Curry.
Interesting there. And they're obviously not going to have Stephen Curry tonight. He's going to be reevaluated after twisting his ankle Sunday night against the Clippers, where the Clippers controlled the pace throughout the game and really took it to the Golden State Warriors here. On the outside looking in, as you mentioned, feared Stephen Curry and whatnot. But I got to ask you, how weird is it going to be walking into the gym knowing that number 11 Klay Thompson is now playing in Dallas?
Right.
I mean, he looks good in the Mavericks uniform, AD. He's lighting it up.
It is because he can shoot. That's the thing. Again, there's no more valued skill in today's NBA than the ability to shoot the ball. Nothing. And it is different. I saw a thing on social media the other day where, and I believe it's against Utah, where Steph throws the ball behind his back and he throws it out of bounds. And it's almost like that's where Klay Thompson used to be. You know, I'm accustomed to Klay being there. So like when you fire a coach and you bring in someone else, you got to start over. Your coach is coming in with a new system, new foundation. When you lose a player of that magnitude, because chemistry and camaraderie, I feel like it's so incredibly underrated. Now, if I'm Steph, I have to learn DeAnthony Melton, right? I have to learn Kyle Anderson. I have to learn some of these other guys that I'm not accustomed to playing with. And not only do I have to learn them, they also have to learn me. So there will be a I don't want to call it a rough patch, but there will be a time where they have to develop chemistry. And you know what fans don't want to hear? No fan from any fan base wants to hear, you got to be patient, because they all want it right now. Yep. But when you lose someone with Klay Thompson's resume, with all that he's done here in Golden State, man, there's a grace period that you have to offer the Golden State Warriors, and especially the new guys that have come in.
Especially a Buddy Hield, who lit it up for the first two games. Before we get you out of here, what's your thoughts on Buddy Hield? Because this is his fifth team, and I just keep trying to think, why didn't the Sixers play him in the postseason series when he could shoot the ball the way he shoots it? What about the Indiana Pacers? That goes up and down. They play at the fastest pace in the NBA, yet they traded Buddy Hield before the deadline last year. What's your thoughts on Buddy Hield and his fit with the Golden State Warriors?
I'll tell you what's interesting is I heard a stat the other day that was so surprising. When you hear who leads the NBA in three-point field goals made over the last 3 seasons, your mind automatically goes to Steph Curry. Oh, got to be Steph Curry. Got to be Klay Thompson. And it's actually Buddy Hield, which is wild. Yeah. But I think that speaks to his skill set. And here's the thing. I'm not telling you guys something you don't know. Every situation is not the same. The Buddy Hield that you've seen thus far in Golden State may not have or been playing with the same confidence in Philadelphia. Because new situations, a lot of times, sometimes guys need to change the scenery. Mm-hmm. I've played with guys that they'll be in one respective situation and sit the bench and go to another respective situation to be an all-star. Like, how does that happen? Yeah. Because you're playing for a coach that believes in your skill set, one, and also knows how to put you in a position of success, two. All situations aren't created the same. I'm so interested to see, because the thing is, it's not fair to ask Buddy Hield to be Klay Thompson. That's not fair. Even though it feels like it. They have very, very similar skill sets, catch and shoot guys, 1 or 2 dribble, pull-up guys, but they're two completely different basketball players. I'm interested to see how Steve Kerr maximizes Buddy Hield's ability to shoot that basketball. And if there's a coach that has experience with how to maximize guys that can catch and shoot, I think Buddy Hield's in the right place.
No doubt about it, AD. We'll see. We'll be out there tomorrow. National game today for TNT. But I always love these little double headers. Get 2 games in the next 2 days. And unfortunately, we missed Trey Murphy today. I don't think no Warrior fans going to say, oh, we missed Trey Murphy. We missed DeJounte Murray. Maybe catching the Pelicans at the right time. But these should be 2 really good games. Both teams are shorthanded, but trying to find their way in the Western Conference. AD, always good to talk to you, brother.
For sure. Appreciate it, fellas.
Anytime. Antonio Daniels here on the River Islands guest line, man. I love listening. He brings so much energy. You can tell he just loves the game.
So interesting. Like he said, without a doubt, the number one most critical skill in the entire NBA is shooting.
Yep.
It's just interesting. I think
in today's game, think about it, Shasky.
Well, okay, let's look at the roster that they have, right? Like they've added a lot of shooting, but think about the carryovers. Like TJD not going to be a shooter. Yep. Looney not going to be a shooter, though he's trying to add some of that to his game. Kuminga, though he shot well at times, he's not what I would deem to be a shooter.
Prototypical
he's
shooter.
A slasher.
Yep.
Draymond won't shoot at all. And I think that's the thing that's really, like, as a one-way specialist, I think we overrate the defense and underrate the negative impact on offense. And it's just, I feel like people think that it's either you're all in or all out of Dre. No, I want Dre, but we also have to be realistic here. And like, he's lacking in a very important aspect of the game.
I hear defense wins championships all the time, right? Especially in football, defense wins championships. But the way sports are being played these days, even in football, in basketball, sometimes I look at these games, I'm thinking, boy, my offense is my best defense. Because if I'm getting buckets or if I'm scoring touchdowns, I'm putting more pressure on the opposing offense to have to score to match me, right? In the NBA, for example, the Warriors, and Evan Turner's talked about this on the podcast with Andre Iguodala, point forward, and it's so spot on. And going to those games, he's so right. The Warriors would be down 13, right? And there's Kevin Durant. Even before Kevin Durant, they be down 10. You got Steph, you got Klay rolling, Draymond's barking. And they be down 10. And you see these other offenses pressing, saying, we have to score every time down. Because all of a sudden the Avalanche threes start coming down, Oracle or Chase starts going crazy, and all of a sudden you start wilting. Same thing with the Niners offense last year. It's like, you got to keep up, buddy. You got to keep up with these guys. And if you don't, each possession, you start getting tighter. You put more pressure on yourself. So sometimes, like you look at the Boston Celtics, their offense right now, their defense is really good, Shasky. Really good. I'm not taking anything away from their defense. But the way they can hit shots and the way they can hit threes puts so much pressure on you to try to keep up with them. And as you miss a couple shots and they make a couple, you look up the scoreboard, you're like, damn, we're down 9. Damn, what happened? They just hit 3 shots in a row. So sometimes your offense has to be your best defense, and you have to get buckets, right? You have to get buckets. That score the other night is, in today's NBA, it's kind of a low-scoring game, 112 to 104. We're used to seeing games down to 120s, to high teens. You have to get buckets. You can play great defense all you want to, but if you're not scoring the basketball or shooting and making the defense honor your shooting, you're going to be in some trouble in today's league. You're going to be in deep doo-doo in today's NBA if you can't hit shots.
Well, we talk about Draymond like he's this elite specialist, which I guess to agree, he is still an elite specialist. But all the elite specialists, as they aged, added elements. Yep. Bruce Bowen added the corner 3. He couldn't shoot it at all. Yep. He added it. Shane Battier added a knockdown shot. I think we're entering...
Rasheed Wallace?
We're entering this area. Read this. Read it. I wrote it down.
I see it. You think it's the Tony Allen treatment now?
It's the Tony Allen line of demarcation. And that's where we're at. 2014, 2015. The Warriors put the blueprint out there. Yeah. If you refuse to shoot, we will refuse to guard you. And I keep saying it, and everyone wants to point. And look, Kuminga is not some finished product at all. He's to a degree a specialist. But it's not either or. When you are playing TJD, Draymond, and Kuminga, it is too much Tony Allen-like stuff where they are one-way players who don't stretch the floor, who don't space it, aren't looking to drive and get their own shot. Now, Kuminga will drive at times to get his own shot. Problem is he gets a little reckless, gets out of control. It's just, that's why I'm telling you, I don't think Dre, Kuminga, TJD, that is not a sustainable lineup.
No, I think Steve Kerr he would tinker with it. And here's the crazy part. You know, as you mentioned Tony Allen, I don't even know what his 3-point percentages was, but I bet that Draymond Green has a better percentage than Tony Allen, which to me makes it a little more frustrating offensively. Offensively, I think Dre is capable of hitting about 3 threes a night. I really do. It sounds crazy, right? But let's look at Tony Allen here, 3-point percentage. He's a lifetime 28% 3-point shooter. Tony Allen.
Okay.
28%. I mean, that is, like 23%, 34%, 35%, 27%, 30%, like awful. And I love Tony Allen. I do. But the Warriors said, you know what, we're not going to guard him, which Luke Walton kind of did to Draymond Green back in 2019, where he stopped guarding Draymond Green. Now, Draymond is a 32% lifetime 3-point shooter, and he's coming off a season where, look, it was some rough rides from the 3-point line for Day-Day. 30%, 31, 28, 28, 27, 29. He gets back into the 30s in 2022, 23. And last year he attempts 2.5 threes a game, and he makes 39.5% of them. Now, if he was able, because teams, even if, say, Draymond hit 4 out of 5 threes every single night, teams are still not going to honor him on a 3-point line. They're going to dare him to beat them. I think it's imperative that he takes some of these shots and he hits some of these shots. To your point about the Tony Allen line of demarcation, the buck that trend said, hey, I'm going to age my game, because you're bringing up guys who added something to their game. Rasheed Wallace, what did he do? Added a 3-point shot. Sam Perkins added a 3-point shot. Grandmama, Larry Johnson, didn't have the athleticism anymore after his back injuries. What did he do? Became a knockdown 3-point shooter. So to that point, if Draymond did shoot that 3 with consistency and hit it with consistency, then yeah, teams are going to at some point say, you know what, we can't get beat. Because NBA coaches, Shasky, they hate leaving guys wide open. They hate leaving guys wide open.
Well, because they're NBA players and they'll knock that down. But I contrast Draymond to the last 2 years of Al Horford. Al Horford at 36, 37 years old, he knows to stay in the league, what's he have to do?
Got to hit some shots.
He's shooting almost 43% from three-point land.
Got to hit some shots.
Right. Now, I looked at Draymond, and I've been looking at his stats all morning. Since 2019, he's a 30% three-point shooter from three-point land. And again, like Tony Allen and him, that's a lot closer on 30% to 28%.
But I'm looking at last year. I'm
last year was
last
great.
year. Last year
but
was.
He doesn't take enough of that.
That's my point. And people laugh, and I'm like, dude, if he takes like 6 or 7, if he hits 3 or 4, all of a sudden that's 9 points. All of a sudden you get a couple chippies in the paint, you're averaging double figures. You just scored 13 points.
But it opens like the other part of this is it opens the floor up for him as a playmaker,
no doubt.
And then he can drive a little more. And so look. Everyone could say that he does so many great things on defense. He still needs to pick up his offense here if he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot.
Well, it's kind of going back to the Sacramento series in the first round, when in the first round we were discussing it. You're like, Vontae, how are they going to beat the Kings? I said, I think they need to go to a one big lineup. I think the one big lineup is the way to go against Sacramento.
Yeah.
And what flipped that series? Going to the one big lineup. Now, they eventually went back to Looney and Draymond in the front court, but they flipped the lineup. Now, that was in Game 7 where they was like, all right, we got to go back to Draymond and Looney, and it ended up working out, and you get 50 points from Stephen Curry. Yeah. But that one big lineup, even against the Lakers, Steve Kerr was thinking about it. He started JaMychal Green. You know what I'm saying? Because of that, because of the shooting. So if you're going to play TJD and Draymond Green together, it is imperative that Draymond shoots a little bit more offensively, and there's going to be plenty of shots available tonight.
You think he plays tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Well, he was on the injury report earlier this week, so
no, he's not on the injury report right now.
Oh, that's good.
I don't see. I just pulled it up right here.
They need him.
Steph Curry out.
You know, an all-time legend needs to help all these youngsters and will this team to a 500 record for as long as Steph's out.
It's also a great point by the 5-0. Jason Kidd added a 3.
Yes, he did.
He added a 3-point shot. So that's the next evolution here on this team.
We've been talking about Draymond's shooting for. And we're not even saying he's got to shoot 15 times a game, because like Robin said, he needs to get back to 15 points a game. He never averaged 15 points a game. It was 14.
Yeah.
His best year was 14.
14.8?
Yeah.
I guess if you 14, no, it was just 14.
It was just 14.
Just 14.
But dude, we're talking about just a couple buckets. We're not talking about, it's the same thing when I look at wide receivers for the Niners. We're talking about 3 or 4 targets.
Yep.
We're not talking about 22 targets or 22 shots from Draymond. We're talking a couple of drives and a couple of 3-point shots. And then maybe you get fouled and you go to the free throw line.
Because Ty Lue against the Clippers, they said, you know what? We're going to get all over Buddy Hield. We're going to get all over Buddy. And we're going to make these guys like Wiggins, they say, go ahead, beat us from the 3-point line. We're going to live with that.
But to Wiggins' credit, when the shots aren't falling, he will attack the rim.
He goes to the rim.
And he'll go try to get offensive glass rebounds and get his own.
And that's what I want. And that's what I want from Kuminga. Get to the cup first.
Well, he needs to,
and then let the 3-point shot come alive.
I would love for him to just say, regardless of the shots falling or not, I'm going to get 12 rebounds a game.
It's also, this is a game, too, where I really want Podziemski to be aggressive offensively. And don't worry about the shots that are falling. But sometimes these shots that are presented, just take them. Hoist these bad boys. Let's go. You got to get your game right offensively. And I know Podziemski's put in a lot of work in the gym to get that 3-point shot up. And he's talked about it. I got to be better catch and shoot. I got to be better hitting the open 3. So Podziemski, I expect, and Podziemski's playing fine. He's just not hitting shots right now.
Yeah, but they got to fall.
They got to fall, no
doubt. There's no doubt. Now, I think he's playing really hard. I mean, he had a really nice steal to make that game closer toward the down the stretch with 4 minutes to go or whatever.
This is a pressure-packed season for the Warriors. The vibes are good. They're immaculate. But there's also baked-in pressure here.
There's a lot of
because DeAnthony Melton's a free agent. Slow-mo, what are you going to do with him? Uncle Looney, Kevon Looney's a free agent. GP2 is going to be a free agent. Steph Curry, what does he want? You know what I'm saying? Podziemski, trying to make that leap from first-team all-rookie all-rookie first team to, hey, I'm a legit professional. That's not a fluke. TJD, I'm a legit 5 in this league. You know what I mean? And then Draymond Green, how can I elevate my game and take it to the next level? And then, not to mention, Andrew Wiggins kind of rejuvenating himself and saying, hey, look, man, last year was a complete fluke. I'm here. This is a two-way Wiggins you got when you won a championship. And this is why I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins, because of personal stuff we underrated. That must have been tough on him, but he's playing well. But Kuminga, the pressure on Kuminga. Think about what Draymond said at Media Day, Shasky, to Kareth Burke. You said that with Kareth Burke. It was a great interview, NBC Sports Bay Area. And Draymond said, look, it's my job to get it's my job to get Jonathan Kuminga into the All-Star game. I have to get him to be an All-Star. He's a 3, and the expectations for him should be an all. He said that. He said that.
I know, but it's absurd to hearing him say, I have to get him.
Well,
to, like he has
I got to help him. I got to help him. I got to help him. I'm paraphrasing here. I got to help him. So
Kuminga's very important.
But that pressure of like, oh man, my teammates expect me to be this, and now you're playing without that contract extension. There's a lot going on, and we know how last year with Jonathan Kuminga. So there is a lot on the line. There's a lot of baked-in pressure. You know what? These injuries, I hit him right in the face. So the depth, it's going to be tested right away. It starts tonight against the Pels.
The amount of people who have texted in the last 30 minutes that if Steph doesn't play, it's almost a lock that Draymond finds his way. Like, and it's a joke, but like teched or thrown out of the game. It is. If it does happen, like tonight, I'm going to be real with you. If it happens tonight, like I'll start buying into the whole he does wild things almost on purpose. Like I don't buy that. Incredible. If it happens tonight, I will start to buy it.
Well, if it happens tonight, they'll fall lives tomorrow. Oh boy. It's a big game
when
for the
he
Dubs.
said to Baron Davis, I can control how many texts I get and I'll keep it under 10. It was like, no, you're not going to keep it under 10 this year. Like what? You had one in the first 5 seconds of the season.
We didn't get to
and you're not in control. That's like those the rage monster. Like I'm in control of my emotions. Misses the eagle putt, misses the birdie putt, smokes the par putt by, snaps the club in half.
It happens to all of us. I just like Baron Davis running into JJ Redick at the car wash, saying he's watching film there. I don't even believe that. I'm just saying things.
You can watch anything on your phone now.
JJ Redick. Yeah, I watch everything on my phone. Dinner, everything. Shout out to John Dugan. The original Jones on Chestnut Street. Beautiful. The decor is awesome. Had a great time in there. I need to send a personal text too. Love the decor. I always look at the decor. The lighting, the windows. It was great. But I bring my phone everywhere. I said it. I got a game on all the time. Phone stays charged up. Games are on, buddy. Games are on. I'm not missing no action out here. Big game for the Warriors tonight. Big game. Got anything? Damn it.
You know, there's certain guys in sports that just get under my skin, and I don't even really know why. CJ McCollum's one of those guys.
I was going to say, I didn't know where you're going. I didn't know if it was Sean Payton, Doc Rivers. All right, CJ. There we go.
He likes Sean Payton now.
No, JC Horn and I were yelling at him for trying to run the score.
No, that's Sean McVay who you like now.
Yeah, McVay I do like. Well, he reminds me of me.
Even though you ripped me for so long for liking McVay. And
some guys are just motivational
I'm not letting you get away with that.
What?
I'll pull it a snidey here.
What?
Now he reminds me of me.
Yeah.
No. You ripped me for liking McVay for so long.
Michael Jackson, man in the mirror.
No. McVay is me. That's who.
You're not a blonde white guy who's like 5'9".
But the swagger. It's not just the swagger.
It's the gel in the hair.
That's where you lean in and say both Sean McVay and have beautiful wives, both beautiful children.
I was going to get there.
That's where you lean into it. There you go.
I was going to get there. But Shasky has
I was worried about his
swagger
in his home. But I was going to compliment that first.
Decor is important.
No, Malibu, I'm sure. That's where he lives.
Getting back to my point, there are certain guys that get under my skin, and I don't even have a reason why. I don't know why, but CJ McCollum is one of those guys. He just annoys me.
Thanks for the new CBA. How long is this Jerry Jones cut?
It's like 50 seconds.
All right, let me just play it. Here's my final thought, because I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I just want to hear Jerry Jones on the Heartbreak in San Francisco with RJ and Sean, 105.3 The Fed.
One of the second times, or one of the few times I've ever cried, literally cried, was the championship game that we had there at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. We lost that game, and I thought we had a great team, and we lost it when Switzer was our coach, and our Dion was a 49er, and we came back there, and I thought we had a chance to win it after a disastrous start. So I can go that far back with you on what San Francisco has meant to us. We've had some great days in San Francisco. They're a great franchise. They're formidable. We've got a great history with them. Now, they've been to more playoff, more championship games than we have. I think we're both needing to see a Super Bowl in the participation area.
That guy, man. That guy. Karma! Sports karma, Jerry. Love it.
I mentioned it earlier on the show, but shout out to the Sharks, the last NHL team this year to finally get into the win column, coming back down 4-1 last night. Alex Wenberg with the OT winner. Spadoni, if you could.
Granlund shoots. That deflects up high, and they score! Alexander Wenberg! The Sharks with an incredible comeback, and they win their first game of the year. It's a miracle in Utah. Look at the reaction. Look at that reaction.
It was a great reaction indeed. Randy Hahn on the call there for NBC Sports California. Guys, they scored 3 goals to erase a 3-goal deficit, 3 goals deficit, in less than 2 minutes to force OT. Great times for the Sharks, man. Listen, there are not going to be a lot of wins for this team this year, but moments like that, we can enjoy the joy you saw on that bench last night. It's nice to see the Sharks kind of working their way in the right direction, even without Macklin celebrating.
I mean, final thoughts, man. Fast 5. Projected number 1 pick. Sharks taken, by the way, Utah Hockey Club. I like the logo. I like the name. I like the fact
just
that Salt Lake
keep
City
it,
has a
right?
hockey team.
I like it too.
Yeah,
kind of like Washington football team, right, Vontae? I kind of like the one the Commanders, whatever.
Yeah, WFT.
Yeah, right. It sounded cool. It looked cool. My final thought is, even in a loss, I'm actually impressed by JJ Redick so far as head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. It's early. They've been impressive. LeBron, I think he's finally feeling it, even close to 40. Like, there were times yesterday where I could watch the game and be like, damn, he's feeling old. He's feeling old for the first time, and I'm watching it in real time. Old. Which is crazy to say because he's 39.
Right.
It's just like now he's feeling it, but you could see it late in the game yesterday, and I guess he's not feeling it as his nose hurts or something. I don't know.
Well, like Mariano Rivera, when he went around the country and everyone gave him a retirement party, the Lakers gave him Bronny.
It seems to have rejuvenated him in the Lakers.
Lakers 3-1. Suns
Not
are
the
rolling.
blood doping. Not the HGH.
Well, is that an accusation there, Joe Shasky?
I mean, look at his forehead for crying out loud.
I'm not. Don't do that. You could get sued. Where's my read? Damn it. Did I throw it away already? Oh, that was Fast 5.
It bothers me.
Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have fun, everybody.
I am slippery.
Your business needs it.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Starting the show with an error. What's new? What's up, Evan? How you doing, man?
Good. I mean, look, it's no jokes. Guru, as he said yesterday, he's at a funeral, putting one of his beloved family members to rest. So just trying to hold it down for him, have some fun, man. Because look, yesterday I think was the 31st sports equinox. I don't know if you pay attention to these things. You got all four major sports going, though one of them was the New York Giants and the Pittsburgh Steelers. But there was a lot of sports going on, Sonny, and especially here in the Bay.
Russell Wilson threw the best pass of the year last night. You see that pass to...
I think it was the one that Dak Prescott threw that Kevontae Turpin dropped.
That was a good throw, too. Would have been a great catch. But 49ers obviously coming off a nice win against the Cowboys. They have a bye this week, so there's some good news looming. It sure looks like Christian McCaffrey's going to try to play against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And maybe that's where I'm going to start, Evan, with McCaffrey coming back. And the 49ers had utilized Jordan Mason for the first 5 or 6 games. He got a little banged up. Now here comes Isaac Guerendo, who's looked very good in his brief period of time. And I'm excited about the fact that each of these 3 guys does a little bit something different. And how McCaffrey's going to fit back in, we'll see. But I would be surprised if, after not playing the first 9 weeks of the season, he's going to get his normal 20 to 25 touches. So the question then becomes, once McCaffrey starts easing his way back in there, what happens with either Guerendo or Jordan Mason?
Well, I saw something that was, I don't know if it's concerning, but it was certainly noteworthy on Sunday night, which was, McCaffrey's out and he's helping all of his guys with the running back drills and just kind of sitting there, and he's got his hoodie on and his cap, and he's keeping it pretty low-key. And then I looked down at around the ankles, right? Mm-hmm. So he's wearing these joggers, and he's got his joggers tucked into his socks like a biker or something like that. And I notice he's got some ankle guards or some sort of apparatus that is there to, I don't know, probably help him through his rehab or whatever he's doing, his ramp-up period. But they were fat ankle guards, Sonny. Like, I'm talking like the ones that Steph Curry wears underneath these socks as he's just walking around pregame. And look, he's got, a week and a half from now until next Sunday to get right and get ready and be on the field. I'm just approaching Christian McCaffrey with a very cautious eye because I don't think that he's going to be Christian McCaffrey yet. The issue is that I believe the Niners need him to be. Like, if this season is going to go up instead of down, they need 2023 Christian McCaffrey. And I'm not sure how much help they're going to get at the trade deadline. I think it's a great sign that a lot of these younger players, and especially in this rookie class, have been so good for the 49ers. But they need Christian McCaffrey. And I just thought it was interesting that even pregame, I don't know if he had gone through a workout prior to the game, but he's walking around with these braces with these guards on. And I don't know, man. I guess I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I'm just not sure if this guy is going to be the same person he was.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously going to be the huge question. I think that the 49ers do have a little bit of a luxury because of Guerendo and because of Mason that they can ease him back in. I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. If you are worried about how he's going to last the second half of the season, I don't know, get him 8 to 10 touches against Tampa Bay. And then the week after that, if he responds well, get him 12 to 15 touches. And by the 13th or 14th week, ideally, then you can get him back up to his normal workload. But the one thing that has kind of hit me this year is through the first 6 games, I'm thinking, boy, Mason's pretty good. I mean, he's pretty good. There's not a big drop-off there, at least in terms of rushing. But over the course of the season, I think you do kind of see the dimension McCaffrey brings, they're missing. And there's something about him out of the backfield that impacts a defense more than when Mason tries to run a route out of the backfield, or even Guerendo, although it looks like, to my way of thinking, Guerendo, it looks like they want to utilize him more as a pass catcher than they do Mason.
Well, they have to. Like, what have I told you that Kyle Juszczyk has more receiving yards than Jordan Mason this year?
I believe you.
Well,
I believe you.
I mean, it's true. So, like that, but that means that he's not a threat in the passing game. If you watch the way the Niners use him, he's not being defended. Like he's not being guarded. It's like the Warriors throwing Andrew Bogut on Tony Allen. Like you don't have to guard him when he's not in the backfield, and also when he's not running between the tackles. Isaac Guerendo, one thing that I was really impressed by was his ability to actually get to the edge. Like you'll see a lot of Niners runs and these, kind of side to horizontal concepts, but a lot of times they're not able to get to the corner, and that threat in and of itself is something that Jordan Mason doesn't offer. So he's a great, I think, second running back to have. He's a bruising running back. He's a bulldozer. But I'm not sure if it's also just missing Christian McCaffrey, but the type of running back that he is. Like Christian McCaffrey is the best running back when he's 100% because of everything that he does. But someone like Isaac Guerendo, I think, also is important for someone like Brock Purdy, who we're going to get into, because he's a safety valve. Like he's a hatch that Brock Purdy can just jump down if he needs to. And as much as I've been impressed by Brock Purdy being able to move the ball through the air and throw the ball downfield and drive it, which a lot of people say that he can't, which isn't true, I do think we saw in the second half of that football game that Brock Purdy is at his best when he's also able to pick you apart at the line of scrimmage and behind, when there's screens involved, when there's jet sweeps like the 39-yarder to Ricky Pearsall, when there's a little dump off that's available to him, like someone Isaac Guerendo. There's more things that Brock Purdy, I think, feels comfortable doing in that style of offense than the one that he's been asked to so far implement. And I think that's the reason you've seen some up and down performances from him this year.
The other thing I think that's important is with McCaffrey coming back is even if he's not touching the ball as much as he normally touches the ball, I think it's perfect timing because it does feel like Jordan Mason's wearing down a little bit. Obviously, the shoulders bothered him the last couple of weeks, but when you're not used to the kind of workload he's had, maybe you use him 6-7 games, and now you give him a little breather. You incorporate more Guerendo. You get McCaffrey back into the mix. And then maybe you revisit Jordan Mason 3 or 4 weeks down the line if you feel like he's more healthy at that point. But I do think that it could set up for the San Francisco 49ers, Evan, where they've got 3 pretty good running backs from week 11 or 12 into the playoffs, assuming they keep winning or make the playoffs. But, I mean, they got 3 good weapons back there, and they all do kind of different things.
That's true, but I'm not sure if that's going to, again, help what ails this team.
Like, what do you think ails this team?
A lot of things. And that's what I'm saying. Like, adding another running back to me is not just going to all of a sudden magically take away all the issues that we've seen. And that's why I'm kind of curious what fans think right now in regards to the eye test. Like, through 8 weeks, the Niners passed your eye test. Because I was looking at numbers this morning and last night and going through the PFFs, the next gens, the NFL pros, all of these metrics and people that are quote unquote experts will tell you that the Niners are fine.
Right.
They'll tell you that the Niners have another level to get to. They're actually a lot better than you think they are. If you look at this ranking and that stat and this stat, they're a Christian McCaffrey away from making a run at this thing. The eye test tells me something different. And that's where I think there's a lot of hesitation about this team, because I'm watching them play the Cowboys, and that game, I think, played out exactly who both teams have showed themselves to be so far. The Cowboys are not a good football team. The Niners can't close.
Right.
So the Niners naturally built a large lead and then saw it shrink. Okay, is that going to change from now until November 10th when they play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Is that going to change from now until week 11 when they start to get into the Buffaloes, the Green Bays, the Chicagos, other teams that have looked far better as far as the eye test is concerned than the San Francisco 49ers? Are they Christian McCaffrey away? Is there a trade that they can make? What do the Niners need to do in order to, I think, instill my confidence in them that they can pass the eye test, because so far they haven't done it.
I feel like the national media is assuming that the Niners are going to get it together because they have in the past. But I feel like the local fans, the 49er fans who watch this team every single game, they feel like they're a little bit more skeptical about whether this team can turn it around or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan asked the question, have the 49ers passed the eye test this year? How good a team is this? Are we starting to find out? Have we found out anything through the first 8 games of the season? 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Also, that segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. 49ers in a shame.
So let's go.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru will be back tomorrow. He's tended to some family business. No jokes, please. No jokes, please. And Dodgers go up 3-0 on the Giants. Tough day for Giants fans. What?
I mean, threw up on the Yankees. You said threw up on the Giants.
Well, you know, I mean,
simmer.
It's been a tough week for Giants fans too.
We got 4 games left.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
When did he say that? When the season ended? That was a good time to get excited about the Giants. All right,
He's buying stock.
I'm not going to take shots at the Giants. They're not even playing. Warriors tonight. Pelicans.
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, really?
Well,
let's. How's Wiggins going to play tonight?
Most likely not. Yeah, I mean he's questionable.
Oh,
okay. Don't talk over it when you play it.
Most likely not. Yeah, I mean he's questionable right now. There's a good chance we keep him out. It's early in the season. We'll leave him as questionable, but I'm sort of planning to play without him.
All right, that's 3 guys the Warriors are going to be without at least tonight: Melton, Curry, and Wiggins.
I like the Niners.
So, Steve Kerr's going to have to trim that rotation from 15 to 12.
Actually, I think his job gets easier the more guys go down.
I think you're right. I mean, we saw last game Kyle Anderson kind of got left out, and Kerr kind of admitted
he deserved it.
There's going to be some times when guys won't play on given nights, or certainly won't play a lot. But
so would that, I don't know, would that kind of make the Isaac Guerrero the Kyle Anderson of the Niners? All right, now the guys are dropping like flies. He's got to step up. And
is Guerrero better than Mason?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, boy. 888-957-9570.
For this team, yes. Isaac Guerrero and his skill set is better suited for this 49ers team than Jordan Mason.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I think the reason he didn't play immediately is because he's a rookie and he still has a lot to learn about the NFL. But he's got 4.3 speed. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's going to make some mistakes. You know, Jordan Mason's probably better in pass protection. The reason why Brock Purdy got obliterated on that 3rd down, which forced the final drive for the Cowboys, was because Guerrero missed a block. But those kind of things are going to happen. Overall, yes, I would feel more comfortable with Isaac Guerrero in the backfield predominantly than Jordan Mason.
That's what the comment is here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Guerrero has problems in pass blocking. The hard sack was the one Guerrero gave up. That's our main man, Rotz, on the Comcast Business text line. I just feel like the only thing I'm worried about with Guerrero is ball security. Little bit of ball security. Like, I feel more sure with Mason running the ball that he's going to hold on to it. But
well, he was the guy who fumbled at the goal line against the Cardinals.
First fumble ever.
Yeah, Guerrero's got one. I think Guerrero's got one too, but it was on special teams.
Yeah. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, your squad is 4-4. My question to you is it a good 4-4 or is it a bad 4-4? I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I would have said it's a bad 4-4. Now I think it's a pretty good 4-4. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is, I think if you look at the last 8 games, you got to acknowledge that they've had some injuries, and I'm not using that as an excuse, but I think the McCaffrey injury obviously might have had something to do with one of the 2 losses to the Rams or to the Cardinals, and there's no way around it. They let 2 games slip away. They could be 6-2. That doesn't mean anything. They are 4-4. They're in a very easy division. They just are. And there's no reason why they still can't win the division. I think the goal is probably better than just winning the division. I still think they're thinking 10 or 11 wins is possible. And maybe it is, but they're going to have to get some health, and they're going to have to win some games against some pretty good teams.
If you told me that everything that happened this offseason and so far this season was going to go down, I think most fans would take 4-4, right? You know, you lose your number 1 D tackle for the season, you lose your number 1 wide receiver for the season, who already held in over the summer. Trent Williams missed all of training camp. Christian McCaffrey's got Achilles tendonitis in both Achilles, apparently. Your number one wide receiver, your first-round pick, got shot before the season started. You've been dealing with injuries left and right. Brock Purdy hasn't had his normal weapons. Deebo Samuel got pneumonia. All these things that have happened for the Niners. I think you take 4-4. But it's also, that's the reason why I'm hesitant about the rest of the season, is because a lot of those injuries, they're going to impact the rest of the year. Like Ayuk ain't coming back. Christian McCaffrey, I can't assume he's going to be 100% even if he returns. You're obviously not getting Hargrave back. You're not getting a few of these players. You're also not getting, I think, a few of the seasons you got a year ago from some of these guys. Charvarius Ward does not look like a first-team All-Pro cornerback anymore. Now, fortunately, Diamador Lenore has been fantastic for the 49ers, but to me, it's a win to be 4-4 at this point, but I guess I just wonder how much better it can get. Like, they've been able to limp to 4-4,
right?
But are they going to continue to limp, or are they going to get up off the canvas and start running?
Well, you gave me that interesting Vegas stat earlier before the show, and I was pretty surprised by it. But why don't you go ahead and tell people what it is, and we can talk about it.
Well, again, it leans into this idea that all the experts or odds makers still believe that this Niners team is very good, or can be very good, because right now they're plus 850 to win the Super Bowl. They have the fourth best, or tied for the fourth best odds to win the Super Bowl.
All right, hold on. Let me. So we got the Chiefs.
Yep.
We got the Lions.
Yep.
And there's one other team with better, Baltimore.
Baltimore.
So you're telling me the Niners are still ahead of Buffalo. So then we got the Niners. I got to believe Buffalo's up there.
I think they're tied from what I saw.
Okay.
But I mean, even if, depending on which book you go to, they'll be around there. Like, their odds are still very high. I don't understand why. I don't.
Well, I think one reason is you still have to give them the advantage that they're going to win the division, right? If you're handicapping the NFC West, you probably figure the Niners are going to win the division. And once they win the division, if they win the division, then they're going to get a home game. And so maybe that's part of the thought process, is that the experts know that it's going to take a real collapse for the Niners not to win the NFC West. And maybe that's it. You look at let's say the NFC East, and you see two good teams there, Philadelphia and Washington. Well, who's going to win that division? One of the two. I think in the NFC West, you look at the division and you still say, the 49ers are probably going to end up winning that division. Obviously, they got to go out and do it, but I don't think maybe I should ask. I don't think there's any Niner fans out there who think we're not going to win the division. I think even a somewhat pessimistic 49er fan has got to believe that they're going to finish above Seattle, they're going to finish above Arizona, and they're going to finish above the LA Rams. But if you don't agree with that, 888-957-9570 is the number. But look, to my way of thinking, they weren't perfect against the Cowboys, and they almost let it get away, but they didn't. And so now they're 4-4, and you get McCaffrey back ideally for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it at least represents an opportunity for this team to kind of change direction a little bit and continue an upward trajectory.
So I do agree with that, but why do you think, for example, that the Detroit Lions have the second best odds right now to win the Super Bowl?
I think some of it has to do with AFC, NFC. Like, if you're going to make the Chiefs the favorite, that means that...
And they should be.
That means that the other teams in the AFC have less of a chance than maybe a team in the NFC.
Yeah, but the Lions don't play in the AFC.
No, but what I'm saying is this is odds to get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl.
Right now, the Chiefs, as it stands, are plus 450
to win the
Super Bowl.
Okay, well,
outright.
So my thing would be, and I'll ask you, if the Chiefs are 450, doesn't the next team almost have to be an NFC team?
Well, they're tied. The Ravens and Detroit
are
tied.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it. They've been impressive so far through 8
that's
games.
my point. They've been the best team in the NFC.
No doubt.
By every single test. On paper, eye test, everything. Detroit's been dominant. They're a half game up on the Green Bay Packers. They're only a game up on the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
Well, they have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
They don't. But my point is that division is not a cakewalk. Like
not at all.
This ain't the AFC East where Buffalo is competing with 3 other teams that only have 2 wins. Like Buffalo's they can limp to that division. And even they are 11-1 behind the 49ers. So the division, I understand what you're saying, that the Niners have more of a viable path to the postseason than other NFC teams. But to me, that number, the plus 850, the 4th best or tied for 4th best Super Bowl odds to still win it, that means that there's faith in this Niners team that they're going to emerge, that they're going to reclaim some semblance of the past few seasons. And it's almost like they've done it before, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they can do it again. And my question is, why? After everything we've seen through 8 weeks, why is the confidence still there that this Niners team can run the table?
Well, I take it you don't mean run the table, winning their last 9 games and winning 12 in a row. Well, you mean winning the division and then making noise in the postseason.
How many wins do you think it'll take to get to the division?
10.
To win?
I think 10 gets it done. 9 might, but let's say 10.
Okay, so 10. So the rest of the way, you got to get 6 wins. You got to go 6-3. That's 2 games better. That's better than what they've been playing. So is it just McCaffrey? Is it the fact that they believe in some of these younger players? Is it because they believe in Purdy? Is it because they believe in Shanahan? Now, I'm legitimately asking because I'm trying to figure this out. And I think a lot of fans are also trying to figure out how much faith to put into this football team for the remainder of this season. Because leave the schedule out of it. Like, I can tell you that they play the 4th hardest schedule the remainder of the way.
All right.
That doesn't matter to me. If the Niners play at the championship level that they did last season, then the opponent shouldn't really matter. Like, if they're good enough to really make a run, if they're a top 5 Super Bowl contender, then the opponent shouldn't matter. I'm trying to figure out why people still have, nationally, so much faith in the 49ers team that so far has been pretty mediocre.
Well, I'm wondering where 49er fans are, how much faith they have in this team. I mean, I know that if I were a 49er fan, I would be somewhat disappointed with the way this season has gone. And the way training camp went. It's to me, it's kind of funny that we were talking about how training camp in the offseason just didn't go well, whether it was Ayuk, Trent Williams, of course, McCaffrey getting hurt, Greenlaw fighting his way back. And so it almost shouldn't be a surprise that they've gotten off to a 4-4 start, and yet we are disappointed. And the question I now have is, if they get McCaffrey back, if they get Greenlaw back, certainly you have to be more optimistic about this team. And I'm not penciling in McCaffrey for, let's say, 9 games. He's gonna rush for 900 yards and catch for 400 or 500. But I'm wondering if it first starts out with a dimension that he gives you that you haven't had, and you just start to be a little bit more efficient on offense. And maybe that's where it starts. That's what I'm thinking. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, you heard the question. Do you think the 49ers are more likely to attack this second half of the season, get things rolling, and make a run at this thing? Or do you think what we've seen through 8 games is essentially who this team is? Are we looking at a team that's going to go 9-8? I still would bet this team's going to win more than 9 games, which means, they have to go 6-3. And how can you not give them the benefit of the doubt? And I get that things have gone a little differently this year than they have in those past years where they rallied midway through the season. But objectively, you have to give them that opportunity, or not opportunity. They're going to have the opportunity. But I think if I'm a San Francisco 49er fan, I'm not packing anything in right now. And I'm not saying, well, you know what, it just isn't our year. That might not be the case yet, because it hadn't been the case in a couple years prior to this year.
No, but again, it's all we have to do is judge them based off of 8 games. I'm not judging him off the last 4 or 5 years, and that's why I brought the odds makers into this. I don't really care what they think. I mean, I don't think that this is a top 5 team in the NFL as currently constructed. Can they get better? Can they play better? Absolutely. Could they make a move at the trade deadline? Yeah, they could fortify some things. They can maybe go get a receiver. They could go get a defensive lineman. I'm just not sure that's going to cure what ails this team, because right now they've been losing the war of attrition, and a lot of teams have too. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network just reported that Stephon Diggs tore his ACL. He's out for the year for the Houston Texans. So other teams have been hit with injuries too. The Niners have not responded like other teams have to taking those injuries, to being hit by those injuries. And that is what would concern me a little bit. So, the thing that I like about this week is obviously they can get rest, they can get a little bit better, they can get their bodies right for the second half of the season. But they're also, like, the trade deadline, to me, the 2 trades that they're getting are ideally Christian McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw. Right. Like, that's who you're trading for. You're adding those players and those pieces. But what level are they going to be at? What level are they going to keep this Niners team at? Are they going to be able to elevate it? Are they going to need some time? Because as we get later in the season, Steiny, time is not something you're afforded. If Christian McCaffrey takes 3 weeks to get back to where he was last year, that's great. What if you lose those 3 games?
Well, and that's where it has to be. It has to be
4-4.
It has to be. I would look at it as though we essentially have the same team, and we are going to get McCaffrey back. But in a way, I would almost view McCaffrey in week 10, which would be their 9th game, as one of their 3 backs. That's all he is to start. He's going to be one of their 3 backs, and he's going to play a third of the time or a half of the time, and then the other 2 guys will play the other half of the time. And you're going to have to build. You're going to have to build his role up, I think, in the next, obviously 3 or 4 weeks. And maybe, even though he's not the bulwark that he always has been, maybe he can just give you something, help you win a couple games as he's getting up to 100%. And I don't want to channel my inner guru here, but the reality of the situation is, I think the most important day for the Niners is going to be the Monday after the game against Tampa Bay to see how he feels, assuming he can play through it and he can, let's say, finish the first game that he plays.
For sure, but I think that's the savior. Like that, right. That's who you're hoping can be the savior for this season. I don't think that guy's coming at the deadline.
Not right away.
No, I would temper expectations for McCaffrey. If he gets 20 carries for $150 and 2 touchdowns week 10 against Tampa Bay, that is awesome. I find it hard to believe that he's going to be at 100% immediately. I also think the Niners are going to try and take it easy with him. And the ramp-up period is going to continue when he actually starts playing games.
They have to. I mean, could you imagine in 12 days, Christian McCaffrey carries 20 times?
No.
I can't either.
Because the other part is, too, and I don't know, I might regret saying this. I texted you last night. If Christian McCaffrey gets hurt and re-aggravates that Achilles, there's a very serious possibility that this 49ers team does not make the postseason, does not make the playoffs. Like, that's how important I think he is to the rest of this season.
Do you really think that if McCaffrey tries to play against Tampa Bay and just can't, that they won't make the playoffs? I still think they'll make the playoffs. I still think they'll win the division.
I hope they can.
Who would win?
Why?
Who's the most likely team outside the Niners to win the division? Seattle? Or you think the Rams are coming?
I actually like the Rams. I like Los Angeles. But that's the point, though, is any of those 3 teams we just wrote off. The rest of the 3 teams in the NFC West, we wrote off. Arizona's not bad.
No.
Los Angeles is getting healthier also. Seattle has a reason to believe that they have action. I actually, weirdly, kind of believe in the Seahawks the least of the 3 teams. But the Niners are not just going to be a shoo-in for the NFC. I think everyone just assumes that they're going to win this division.
I just feel like at some point they're going to win 3 or 4, and they'll get 2 games over 500, and then I don't know if you can exhale, but I think they can win the division with or without McCaffrey. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but obviously if they want to go any further than that, they're going to have to have McCaffrey back at a real good level. The last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. Let's go to. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say it. I realize it's only been one half, but the first 5 games of the year were your cupcakes.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
You played the Jets, who stink. The Vikings are good. They're a good team. The Rams, you played without 3 offensive linemen, and they're down 2 receivers. You played the Patriots, who stink, although they're better than the Jets, and the Cardinals, who you had a game against. You went 2-3 in those 5 games. I know you blew 2 of them, but again, why, from what I've seen, why would the Niners all of a sudden transform into a different group unless McCaffrey is the missing piece?
Well, it depends on how much elevating do the Niners need?
They need a closer. Like to me, he's Rivera.
Okay.
Like he's Billy Wagner. He's the guy that you bring in to help close football games. And so that's what they need him to be, in my opinion.
This from the Comcast Business text line. Kind of agrees with you, the 415. The 49ers have played 2 good teams so far this season. They lost both of them. Who would that be? That would be
Kansas City and Minnesota.
And Minnesota. Yeah, and they were handled in those games, I thought.
I don't know, maybe some people thought that Seattle was a good team.
I mean, Minnesota! Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Couple questions for 49er fans. One is, how much faith do you have that this team can go 6-3, let's say, in the second half, end up winning the division and making a run? I think 6-3 would be the goal for the second half of the season if you're the San Francisco 49ers. And I listen, I'll agree with you. When you say 6-3, oh yeah, they can do that. But it's not going to be easy to go 6-3 with the teams they're playing coming up after the bye. Also, here's the other thing: we got a trading deadline coming up November 5th, I believe.
Yes,
and
thank God it's pushed back this year.
What do the 49ers need if they could have anything? We're going to talk about that. That also on the other side. No, we got an idea, Goo. We got an idea of what they need. And we'll talk about that on the other side. But if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, what do you think this team needs? Either externally bringing somebody in, or what's the area they need to improve the most in? To me, it feels like one of their best groups is secondary right now. And that coming into the year was a position group that people were concerned about. But I feel like with those 2 young guys, starting to develop a little bit of an identity, and maybe that's not a place where they gotta help.
Yeah, I mean their rookies have been, I think, one of the saving graces of this season, and it looks like they have a chance to emerge even more and secure positions and roles for themselves for the future. I mean that to me is right now the 49ers. Like, where would they be without this rookie class? I think it also places emphasis on not just drafting, but retaining draft capital. And I wonder how much the Niners take that into account when you're surveying the landscape and looking to potentially make trades, because they gave up certain picks for certain players that are currently on this team that either because of injury or lack of productivity aren't necessarily helping you. How much does that weigh on the mind of John Lynch or whoever's making the decision in those front office about what they actually need? And how much is that worth?
888-957-9570 is the number. How much faith you got in this 49er team, faithful? That's the big question. And then secondly, what do they need to do? What position do they need if they're going to go out and try to acquire somebody on November 5th? That's not true. They don't need a quarterback. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year accounting.
on, Joe.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking San Francisco 49ers. 2 days after their win against the Dallas Cowboys. And I think I can say it confidently. Cowboys are in shambles.
Yeah, they stink.
How about this? This is Trayvon Diggs, right? From the Cowboys. Listen to what he's... 49ers don't have guys doing this. This is Trayvon Diggs talking about coaching. You coaching?
I think we went into the game like with the right mindset as far as like the wanting to win and everybody doing their part, doing their job. I feel like we had a good first half. Like our calls was good. We were stopping the run. We was flying to the ball. We was just doing everything that we can, making sure they wasn't, punching it in. And then halftime came, and I feel like they made some adjustments that we didn't adjust to, and they started calling stuff that, was beating our coverages, and, we just didn't make the proper adjustments. And, I feel like the second half, they jumped out on us fast.
All right. Sounds like somebody loves the 49ers coaching staff.
Well, too bad we don't need a corner.
What do they need?
Cowboys,
what would you say they do need?
The Niners?
Yeah, if they could have anything.
Oh, boy.
Well, here's where I'm going.
I don't want... I know 408 and the Comcast business text line. I don't eat breakfast, but...
Oh, somebody called you Negative Nancy.
Yeah, that's my mom's name, but...
Dude.
I don't mean to be Negative Nancy. What I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out where this season can go because, again, and this was kind of my question, like, the Niners are passing every statistical test that you look around. Like, I spent far too long last night looking for things to come to the show with today that I think are a little bit underneath the surface. Like, where are the Niners? Where have they not really extracted the best out of themselves? And all across the board, they're sixth in offensive DVOA. They're actually top 10 in terms of defensive DVOA. Their special teams are in a different category, but on the surface, they're a top 6 on paper. They're a top 6 football team in the NFL. Again, the Super Bowl odds makers are saying that they're a top 4 team to win the Super Bowl. There's a lot of faith outside of the Bay Area and probably still inside the Bay Area as to what the Niners can become. But I just, from what I've seen, and I've watched all these games, I've been in the locker rooms, they're just, the eye test isn't doing it for me right now. And so I'm trying to figure out how they can pass the eye test after the bye week.
Well, let me tell you what they're not going to trade for. And I've been giving this a lot of thought. They're not trading for a wide receiver. To me, that makes absolutely no sense. And here's why. So right now, you've got Ayuk, and he's hurt. Outside of Ayuk, you have Pearsall. You still have Pearsall, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, and Kittle. And you still have Conley and Cowing. The reason I don't think you can go out and get a receiver is because let's say Brandon Ayuk is ready to play next season, okay? Or at least early in the season. Let me ask you this, just separate of any other thing. Do you believe that next year the San Francisco 49ers will have on their roster Pearsall, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk? That's 5 guys who catch the ball.
All of them? I would lean no.
And
but
I would too.
However,
and that's kind of why I don't
think the rest of the season is going to determine that.
How so?
Well, Brandon Ayuk has a torn ACL.
Right.
I hate to break it to you, he's not going to be there for the beginning of the season. So if someone like Pearsall isn't ready, I think Pearsall's looked fantastic, by the way. Like, I know he's gotten limited snaps and probably isn't even 100% as far as stamina goes. I think he's looked great.
I think he's looked good too.
Juwan Jennings is, the guy who Brock Purdy, at least currently, has the best chemistry with. But what if you decide that Deebo Samuel is integral? Like, you can't let him go because Brandon Ayuk is not going to be back at the beginning of next year.
Right.
George Kittle, I don't think is going anywhere because he still looks like one of the best, if not the best, tight ends in football. So as far as their weapons, I do think there is a path where all those guys you just named are on the team next year, which wasn't going to be the case if you asked me at the beginning of the season.
And it's all because of the Ayuk injury?
Yes.
Okay. If I had to bet, I'm still I'd be surprised. But let's 888-957-9570 is the number. What does this 49er team need going into the second half of the season, or do they just need their team to get a little healthier? I.e. Greenlaw and Christian McCaffrey. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland. What's going on, Gene? How you doing, my man?
I'm doing all right, fellas. Hey, look, as far as who the Niners are, well, look at what they have been under Shanahan. They've been basically a second-half team almost every year, okay? You know, they've had to adjust typically in the first part of the season. They've had sub-500 records a couple of times that they went to the conference championship, both times. So if they can get healthy, I think they'll challenge and likely win the division. And if these, keep in mind, I mean, they've had more. I think they've had more high-quality players out first part of the season than I can ever remember under Shanahan. So, I mean, listen, Christian McCaffrey, he was Offensive Player of the Year. He's key, all right? And I think the fact that we're not scoring in the red zone, is directly a result of him not being available. So I expect him to come back. The talk is that he's going to come back for the Tampa Bay game. I certainly hope so. And I expect him to be what he was last year. There's nothing, from what I understand, that should hold him back. And he should be pretty well rested, too, for the rest of the season. I mean, I'd love to see the Greenlaw that we had last year. That's a bigger question mark, I know, with the Achilles and all. But if he can be 70 or 80% of what he was, at some point this year, that's a big plus. This kid, Ricky Pearsall, as you said, I mean, he's looking like what everybody was saying that knew him said he would be, and I'm hoping he continues to develop, becomes a solid player on this team. And once again, get everybody else healthy. Debo always seems to be injured. If he could just get right, and some of these other rookies like Mustafa, this kid is really coming along. So I'm confident that health, considerations, with health considerations, of course, that they're going to make a run.
Yeah, I think they got one in them too. This from the 925 Gene. 49ers need to get younger, get rid of the older guys, and build in the draft. Well, they've gotten younger, and maybe it's come out of necessity, but they're playing a lot of young guys right now, and that's one thing that I would be optimistic about. And maybe you look at it as though we haven't had McCaffrey. Kittle missed a game. Debo missed a game or two. Now we lose Ayuk. We're 4-4. Maybe you could make a case that they're lucky to be 4-4, and they did a great job to be 4-4. If you take out of the equation that they made the NFC Championship in 4 out of the last 5 years, but if you would treat this year simply as a singular year entity, you know what? They're doing a great job of hanging in. Maybe we can look at it that way. They let 2 games get away because they didn't close.
That's the problem, though.
That is the problem, but maybe, and nobody's going to want to hear this, but 6 plays and they're 6-2. I get it. Maybe 6 plays go the other way and they're 2-6. But I still think that I give them the benefit of the doubt because of what they've done before and just optimism about McCaffrey coming back and not necessarily being McCaffrey right away, but just giving him another dimension that they can utilize until he gets back to being Christian McCaffrey. assuming and hoping that he eventually will be again.
Yeah, and I certainly hope he can. I love watching Christian McCaffrey play football. He's maybe one of the hardest workers in the NFL. He's a great dude. Like I hope McCaffrey comes back in his former self. But this idea of the past, right? History. That's why they get the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
Even the team they're kind of stripping themselves of that. Like, I know Nick Bosa talked at the podium about a bunch of, well, he didn't really talk about political things, but something else that he mentioned in regards to football, because someone asked him about what we're talking about. And I don't know if we have the cut, but basically someone asked him, hey, you guys have been here before, to Gene's point. Bosa, you've been a part of the 2021 team where you guys started 3-5. You made the NFC Championship game. Obviously, 2022 was the year that they were 3-4. They made the NFC Championship game. You guys have been here before. How much do you rely on those experiences to help you in a place where you're at now? Because to be fair, they're not below 500, or at least in going into the bye. And he basically said, history doesn't matter. That's Nick Bosa saying that. That's not Evan Giddings. That's not Matt Steinmetz. That's not Bonte or Shasky or Willard Dibbs. That's Nick Bosa saying that basically everyone talks about history. We don't think about that. And I don't think they can think about it. Now, they have to get better, and everything is in front of them. But even the team is saying, like, the 2021, like, yes, those are reasons for faith. And I think as fans, it's natural to look at those and say, well, we've done it before, we can do it again. But I'm more inclined to listen to what the players, the guys that are actually out on the field are saying, which is they're not relying on the past. Like, they can't look at the teams that they were and just expect to be that again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I agree. I mean, history doesn't matter in terms of today, but I do think I'd rather have a team that's got a bunch of players on it that have been in this position before and have found a way to get on a run than a team that's never done it before. Like what was the first year they started out 3-5? Was that
2021?
2021. All the guys on that team that turned it around and are still on this team, yeah, I think it helps rather than hurts for whatever that means. But no, you're right. Just because they did it in past years doesn't mean they're going to do it. I mean, they lost 2 games already to the Cardinals and to the Rams that in other years they probably win, even if they don't play particularly well. But they lost those games this year. So, I don't think the past is going to be the reason they do it. But I also think there's got to be some advantage that the players know they've done it before. And therefore, they probably think they can do it again.
No, I agree. And sorry, I didn't mean to drag Bosa into this. I'm just saying, like, that's the... Well,
what about Bosa?
I'll talk about him later. Oh. The thing that I want to discuss with the Niners now is the fact that those seasons, like, all right, Bosa was on that team, Debo was on that team, Warner was on that team. Not everybody was also on that team. Like, I believe that those core players understand what it takes to turn a season around. They were also in very different places. They weren't coming off of a Super Bowl run in those years. They were coming off a 2020 injury-riddled season in which they probably felt energized and rejuvenated and ready and champing at the bit to get out there and prove that they were the 2019 team from 2 years ago. They're not that same group. I hate to break it to you. The 2021 team, they were top 3 in terms of yards allowed on defense. That was a very good defensive team. That team was also number 1 in red zone offense in the league. Like, they knew already how to punch it in. They knew how to get scores. This Niners team, this defense is not the same that it was 4 years ago or even 3 years ago or even last year. The offense has already been different. And that's why I think I'm hoping that Christian McCaffrey can unlock what ails them and what plagues them in the red zone, because a way to offset not having as great of a defense is to score a lot of points. And I think they still have the ability to do that. but that demands that McCaffrey has to be a big part of this football team. Defensively, Devondre Campbell in that second linebacking position has been a weakness. If Dre Greenlaw can come in and be the same player we believe him to be, that helps them immensely. But as far as just asking this team to transform into a different group, unless those two players on both sides of the football can uplift this team, then I do think that we have, we do have a problem.
What about this? This is from the 650, and I kind of forgot about this. The year we started 3-5, this is from the 650, we lost to the Falcons, Bears, and Broncos. Those are pretty lousy teams. So that year it didn't look great either. And, they were able to turn it around. So maybe...
Well, and they also didn't make massive trade acquisitions that season. I think the biggest one they got was Charles Omenihu, who ended up being a pretty good piece for them, but it wasn't like they were bringing in a McCaffrey or a name that people magically believe will appear to save this season.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Burlingame. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Oh, doing good. We're talking about Brock for a second here. What he's got to do is, like he's turned into Fran Tarkington where he scrambles. He's got to run for those first downs more and more. When he sees the open field, when there's a run, he's got to take it. Because the receivers are being covered, and so he's got to take advantage of that ability that he has to scramble for that first down and get it. And he's done it, and that's how they saved the victory. So Brock is going to have to take advantage of that skill of running.
I agree.
And that's what I see right now because of the weakness of, these guys getting open, except for Kittle. And he's got to go to Kittle more. Kittle's got 6 touchdowns. Let's do it. Kittle is the guy that's holding on to the ball. He's got good hands. He's 3rd all-time in yardage. Let's get him up there to T.O. and use him. If he's got connection with Kittle, then let's just milk it like Kelsey and Mahomes.
I feel like they're going in that direction.
The thing is that it's all about Brock right now turning into Mahomes as best that he can and running. And that's all I got to say. That's it, folks. It's all about Brock. And we love your show. And Matt, good luck.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Good luck. Was that a shot at me or Goo? No, thanks, Mike. I'm
talking to Matt or Eric.
No, that's one for the ages.
By the way, was anybody out at the Collie on Sunday for the Reggie Jackson Celebrity Softball game?
So I think one of Guru's friends went. I also knew somebody that went. They said it was a ton of fun.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it was really cool to see all the local legends from near and far of all the A's, the last ball game at the Coliseum, all the rest. And I realized it was wrapped under the day the Niners were playing, the Warriors had their home opener. So I kind of got lost a little bit, but everybody who went said it was a ton of fun.
Well, if there were 5,000 or 7,000 or 8,000, I don't see how it could not have been fun. I did see some photos of it, and it looked like there was a lot of interaction between the ex-players and the fans.
It was weird seeing Barry Bonds in green and gold, I'm not going to lie. That was like the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. But he was there. Barry did. Barry and Reggie, obviously not known for being
what?
The friendliest to the media or people or fans.
I feel like Barry Bonds is starting to move that.
I think so too.
And I think it's been like that for a while, actually.
I agree.
He's very private, but I think that, look, I mean, he understands that he's kind of getting up there. Like, he doesn't want to be known as the disgruntled old man.
Why not? What's wrong with that?
Well, unless it's from 10 to 2.
He's too
5 days a week.
Hey, you're the negative one today, apparently.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go to Matt and Orinda. Yeah. What's up, Matt? How you doing, my man?
Hey, Matt.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Dynamite.
Well, I mean, I guess Steiny read the tag correctly because I turned on the show and I thought I was in an alternate universe, and it just shows how far goo gets under your skin because positive Steiny, it's not what anybody's used to.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't want you to take this the wrong way.
No, that's fine.
But, I think I would call you a realist who generally trends toward the objectively negative side.
Okay.
And when you agree with when you point out that they can still win the NFC West, even though they've already lost to the Rams and the Cardinals, but I've been to those games, man. Like we got a rent-a-kicker situation going on. We got a special teams unit across the board that has failed in almost every aspect at some point in time. We can't hit the open receiver, and the receivers can't get open. We got a guy that got shot. We got Jordan Mason in his situation. You
don't see it.
So you just sort of put the reality out there,
right.
Steiny, and you're the positive guy today. I don't get it.
Come on, who's better than them in the NFC West? That's all. I still think they're going to win the division.
But Steiny, if they don't, yes, they might be the best team. But when you lose to the Rams and the Cardinals early,
you're right.
The best team that's climbing out of that hole is tough.
So you don't think they're going to make you don't think they're winning the West?
I do believe they will win the West, but I'm nowhere near as confident as you are.
Okay, that's fair. I look at it. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call, buddy. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, that wasn't me, Matt.
Well, it isn't like you're saying they're going to win the West. You're giving them the benefit of the doubt that they can still do it.
Put it this way, and this is the way I look at a lot of things. If somebody said to me, Steiner, you have to bet. You have no choice. You can't sit it out. Will the 49ers win the NFC West or won't they? I would say yes, they will win the NFC West. And I'll bet you that most 49er fans would agree with me on that. Doesn't mean they're a great team. Doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. And hell, maybe they only get 9 wins. I'm not going to bet on any other team. And maybe that's the part, Evan. I don't expect the history of this team to be what carries them. But I do think now it's been 5 years. We have seen it before. Somebody else has to show me that they're better than the 49ers in that division, knowing that I think the 49ers have their best football ahead of them.
Well, I hate to break it to you. The Rams and Cardinals also probably think that too, because then they've also beat you. I'll ask you a question on the other side, because you mentioned the odds. And
all right.
I know you kind of dabble in the degeneracy world, but I'm going to drag you head first into it.
I love
because there is a side of gambling that I think would change your opinion on this subject.
Okay.
We also got some news on the other side that does not help the 49ers.
Okay. I also see Pete and Chris. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. You know it, Niner fans. You're with me on this one. We still winning that division. We still winning the division. First things first, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570. Now you got me all curious about what this news is. And come on, Niner fans, you know it. You know you agree with me. We're going to win the division. It's not going to be as pretty as we thought it was going to be at the beginning of the year. Take it to the bank, put it in the cap, do all those things. Yeah, put it behind bars. They're going to win the division. Tell me why I'm wrong if you think so. 888-957-9570.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking San Francisco 49ers. They don't play for 12 days. Chance for them to heal up a little bit. Plan is for Christian McCaffrey to play against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then ideally you get Dre Greenlaw back a couple weeks after that. In the hope of turning this season around. They're 4-4, and they got a lot of work to do. And the question is, can they get it done or not?
Well, I think a lot of people get the wrong idea about you, Steiny. And last caller was calling it. It sounds weird that Steiny's the positive one today, but that's because people don't often see off the air. Like, you were being positive for about, what do we have a break? 6.5 minutes? You know, your daughter calls from London, right?
Sure.
All I hear is, you're doing great. Yeah. Keep up the hard work. Giving her words of wisdom, fatherly advice. See, that's the kind of Steiny that I don't know. People don't get to see that often.
Well, she's not 4-4. She's about 7-1. So I have a lot of confidence in her.
She's closer to the Kansas City Chiefs than the
exactly.
Niners.
Exactly. 888-957-9570. Let's go with Pete in San Ramon. Get us started here in the second hour. What's up, Pete? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hi, gents. Thanks for taking my call this morning.
Sure.
And speaking of history, and I know Guru's big on history, and I wish him the best.
Thank you.
But there's a big difference between history and experience. And so I'm optimistic about the Niners, that these young guys are getting this experience. Same thing with the Warriors. The young guys are getting some good experience. So I'm optimistic about both teams, and happy to see what's going on. That's it.
Appreciate it,
Thanks
Pete.
A lot.
Yeah, you and me, Pete. We're both optimistic about the Niners. Warriors? Yeah, I guess I am optimistic about the Warriors, too, relatively speaking.
Which team are you more optimistic about, since we got you on your positive kick today?
49ers.
Really?
Like somebody, Ken just came in and said that Matt Narinda called back, and he said, just off the top of his head, what are you more confident in, that the 49ers will win the West or the Warriors will win 46 games?
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's the Niners.
Wait, you had the Warriors with, was it 47 or 48 wins?
Yeah, something like that. 46, 47. I'm getting a little worried about that.
You're already off the wagon?
No, I didn't say
3 games.
I like my Warriors.
I didn't say off the wagon.
God.
No. How would you answer that?
Well, I don't know, but I'm stuck on the fact that you're a bandwagon fan.
I've been given a choice.
I expect that for the morning show.
I can't sit it out.
Sorry, that was a show.
And I can't sit it out. And look, you're just asking me about my confidence level. I think the signing again, 49ers win, or can the Warriors win 46, 47 games? Yeah, I think they can. Stein, can the 49ers win the NFC West? Of course. That's how I would answer both those questions. So I'm a little more confident in the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, the next 2 nights will, I think, answer the question for me, because the Warriors
they're playing without Curry.
Yeah, but they're actually playing a good team.
Just go 1-1.
Yeah.
You know, by the way, when has the NBA started doing this so much? So the Pelicans were in Portland. They played the Blazers twice. Now they come to the Bay. They play the Warriors twice. There must be something about travel for a team like New Orleans, who probably should be in the Eastern Conference. Maybe they try to save some travel miles.
They should be in the Eastern Conference.
They should.
Well,
they will be at some point.
I thought it was because last year they had the... Sorry, what's Spinone? Small
Spinone doesn't know me.
But I think that...
I'm a back off.
Last year... Thanks, Priest. Last year was because they did the 1-1s with the NBA Cup, or the in-season tournament, whatever they call it now.
As optimistic as I am, I still don't like that.
Well, at least they told us what it was for. It's called the Emirates Cup now, and that's basically what it's all about. It's just a cash grab.
I'm not optimistic.
It's a cash grab. But now these 4 games that the Pelicans are playing, 2 versus Portland, 2 versus Golden State, back-to-back against the Warriors, it's not even for the in-season tournament. Like, I don't even get to see new uniforms or one of those weird hardwood courts that they roll out.
Well, they will eventually.
Well, yeah, but a home, well, not even a home and home, just a home, a back-to-back home series against the New Orleans Pelicans. You might as well just turn it into baseball. Just play 3-game series. At least we'll figure out I don't know who the starting pitcher is for both teams. It's just, I don't like it. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, all things being equal, I don't really care one way or the other.
Now, that's the Steiny I know.
I don't like, everybody's got essentially the same schedule. Let's go to Chris.
Not at all.
Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chris? How you doing, my man?
Hey, guys. This is 49er Big Chris from Section 125.
Yes, sir.
What up?
I'm optimistic that we're going to win the West, but we're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. If we go to Detroit, I'll feel good about it. We haven't won in Minnesota, since the 90s. I went out there last season, and it was, that is a brutal stadium to be in, man. That skull chant is something else.
Well, especially when Kirk Cousins is at the helm.
Shut up.
It's true.
Sam Darnold, the guy's got a hell of an arm, and he's got wheels, too. I don't like being one of these fans that's always beating up on Shanahan, but there are some things that I just get super frustrated about. Like, when he finds something that doesn't work, like, he keeps trying it. Last game, he ran a screen 4 times, went nowhere. And I'm wondering if the fact that we can't run the screen is also why we can't defend the screen. And then this thing with, Debo out of the backfield, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked at all this season. We keep doing it. We keep running screens. We keep running Debo out of the backfield. It doesn't work. I read something that the cornerback from Diggs from the Cowboys was on the podcast
with Michael Parsons.
Shanahan has an answer for everything we do. But the third quarter was amazing. But there's 4 quarters in football. And we can't be a third quarter team and hope to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know what, Chris? That's the one part that I do think is, if you were to ask me what's the biggest issue with the Niners, they have not played a really good game start to finish
against anybody.
Pretty much.
No matter how bad.
And that's a big reason why they're 4-4. And if they don't get that solved, then maybe they are looking at 8-9 or 9-8. I also think the whole idea of the screen, maybe that goes away against Tampa Bay because you got McCaffrey back.
Well, I don't think it should. Also, to be fair, and I appreciate Trevon Diggs giving credit to Shanahan for having answers. It's easy to have answers against a defense that are missing maybe their 3 best players.
Well, let's listen more to him.
Okay.
It was their coach. They had great coaching, just adjusting to the things that we were running. It felt like everything that they called was just a counter to what we were in, and it was just we was SOL. So, they got good players. Debo had a great game. Kittle, Hall of Fame wide receiver. Purdy's over here doing his thing as well. So, they got pieces. They got the right pieces. So they was executing.
How's that enthusiasm level in Dallas right now?
Not very, and it shouldn't be. They stink. That Dallas
They're struggling.
That Dallas team is done. They're done.
You think so, Goo?
Now we're starting to have the yeah. No, I can't. I think we were talking about
I actually want them to make a run at the Cowboys.
Why?
Just to see what he'll do. Guru, that is.
You don't want to see him get his hopes up again, which is actually what he did down the stretch of that football game. I know he'll come on air and deny it, but I got receipts, and I'm sorry, Guru, I don't want to be the snitch that I am. But Guru was eternally hopeful throughout that football game, especially when the Cowboys got the ball back with 3:32 left in the fourth quarter, down by 6. Because you hit us with this would be an all-timer.
If the 49ers had given up that lead.
If they had blown the lead. And then Guru, I swear, it might have been about the non-PI call at the end, or it might have been about Dak throwing a pick. I don't know what it was. But he absolutely was into that football game and was rooting for the Cowboys.
I think the poor guy...
He can't help himself.
I saw a video. I saw a video that he posted before the game, said, we're going to lose by 100. going to get beat by 100 today. But I know how Guru is. You go into half up 10, was it 10-3 or 10-6?
10-6.
And I think he's like, we got a shot. We got a shot.
We got action.
Then he gives up and he says, we stink again, down 27-10. And then he says, we can win the game. And then he gets crushed.
I might go viral.
Well, he's a fan. But so much so that it was on Monday. He didn't want to give Dak Prescott any credit. So much to the point that, we were talking about the last drive, and I was like, yeah, Dak almost threw it to the Niners twice. But then, God, I'll tell you what, the best throw of that football game was the dropped incompletion up the sideline. He goes, that wasn't anything. Dak can't throw that ball. I'm like, dude, let's look at the play. He put it in the bucket. The guy dropped it. And he goes, oh, well.
Even Collinsworth said it was a great throw.
We still stink. They do.
It would have been a great catch.
He is right about that. The Cowboys do stink.
Let's talk a little bit about McCaffrey. Let's get into this Kyle Shanahan sound. He met with the media yesterday. Let's just put the rat on the table. What's going on with McCaffrey? Will he be ready?
It depends how this week goes. I mean, he's had no setbacks, so it looks like we're on track. But he's going to hit it hard this week while we're gone and kind of simulate some practice stuff for himself. And as long as it all goes good, hopefully we'll get him back in practice next week.
All right, so Kyle being a little more cautious, saying, well, he's going to practice next week, and clearly they're going to have to see how it responds. But here's what he said about, has it been difficult to kind of keep the reins on McCaffrey?
I think it was tough at first, when we, did it in training camp and then felt like he was going to be ready for week one. And then after we decided to put him on IR, I think it's been pretty easy. That's why we did decide to do that. So we knew it was going to be at least a month and shut him down for a while and now build him up slowly. And things have been going well. So now it's going to be nice to get him back, hopefully.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan. By the way, you never paid off the tees on the breaking news.
Well, there's a couple pieces of news.
Okay.
One that's, well, I guess they're both not good, but one is actually serious.
Okay.
It was reported by Tom Pelissero of NFL Network that Charvarius Ward's 1-year-old daughter tragically passed away. So we're sending all of our love to the Wards and, of course, everyone surrounding that family. That is not good news. As far as the other piece of news in the NFL is that Deontay Johnson was traded from the Carolina Panthers to the Baltimore Ravens. And that was a big trade target for the Niners. I think Mark Willard even said that was the guy that he wanted. And so he is not available, which now means that Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Deontay Johnson, and there's a fourth wide receiver out there that was Amari Cooper. All four of those guys have been traded during this time, and the Niners have gotten no better at wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm seeing this news about Charvarius Ward's daughter right now. He posted on Instagram, we're heartbroken that our beautiful baby girl, Amani Joy, passed away on Monday. She was born with Down syndrome and had a lot of challenges. And boy.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Absolutely.
That's, thoughts and prayers to Charvarius Ward. That's an indescribable hardship, I'm sure. So we'll see there, but that's pretty serious stuff. So all the best to Charvarius and his family, and some things are more important than football. There's not really much to add to that. It's
just sucks.
Sad.
He's got to go back to work.
Yeah,
I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of how America works.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I mean, that'll put it in perspective. The 49ers are 4-4. It's been a disappointing season. Maybe they'll get it together. Maybe they won't. But it's not the end of the world one way or the other.
Yeah. We're talking about small potatoes in the grand scheme of things.
We are. Let's go to Greg in Fairfield. Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I'm doing pretty good, man.
Good.
I appreciate y'all taking my call. This is the first time I was listening to the show. I was over here at work and stuff. But, back onto the 49er situation and stuff, realistically, man, we have a no limited defense is just incredible. There's no doubt, even though we do have injuries in general, we still pick up our pieces and do what we do. But the fact of the matter is, Kyle Shanahan, I respect the man. He's a coach and stuff. But you have to utilize, the respect of what you got to do, man. You got to utilize your running game, man. Your running game is the one going to get us everywhere. I understand Brock Purdy could throw, and don't get me wrong. I love that man to death, but utilize, man, our running game is off the chains, man. And I've been a 49er fan for years, and it's, man, at this type of point on, I've been disappointed from both of the 2 Super Bowls we did have, because realistically, we got cheated out, man. And I mean, we played our heart out. No doubt what it is, how it is. The facts are, man, he just chokes. I mean, I respect that, man. I can't keep saying it, but he just chokes, and we are one elite team. I guarantee we can get our stuff together. Even if we get McCaffrey back, man, there we go. It's a possibility we could go to the playoffs. But you know what I mean? We just got to pick up our pieces and stop fighting each other and stop getting our flags. That's another thing that's killing us is flags, and penalties, man. We just got to realize what's going on. And the other thing is Trevor Ward, man. I respect, man, what's going on. Sorry for the situation. I did have a daughter that did pass away myself, too. She was 2 months old. Yeah, and, it's hard, man. Sometimes it's going to take you a little while to get there. It took me about 2 months, man. But, I got over it. I did what I can. I still love my daughter to death. Damn. I mean, just go as it goes, man. And I love you most definitely. Sorry for the situation. But, hey, let's just get our pieces together and do what we can, man. We are a heck of a team. And I've been 49er fans from Patrick Willis, LeVar Bowman, Steve Young, all of them, man. I'm phenomenal about the squad. And this year, man, you have to realize that we have rookies. Ricky Pearsall, man, he got shot, but look at him. He's going to come back and be a surprising player. Yeah, our boys went down. Debo went down for a little while. Brandon Ayuk, he just got paid off, But look, man, we still got to utilize our pieces. And I guarantee we get our stuff together, we could go far.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Appreciate the call.
Sorry to hear about that, Greg, by the way.
I'm starting to – I mean, at what point do you officially say this team's got some adversity?
At what point?
Yeah.
At what point haven't you said that? No, I mean, seriously, I'm not talking about Ricky Pearsall getting shot. It's just like from the offseason.
Well, that's just part of – yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. First you had Ayuk and McCaffrey's injury and Trent Williams, and those are football things. And then you go into the season, and Ricky Pearsall gets shot at Union Square. He comes back. He looks great. And now you get the news about Charvarius Ward's 1-year-old daughter passing. I mean, there's
those are unquantifiable ways to measure this football team, but it obviously doesn't help. And so, again, that's why I'm glad that coming off the bye week, it looks like Christian McCaffrey is going to get integrated back into this football team. Shortly thereafter, you hope that Dre Greenlaw can help stabilize a secondary linebacker position that's been a point of weakness for the 49ers. But, to kind of go back, and I know we're going to get into Brock Purdy at 12 o'clock with our Purdy prognosis and, discuss his first 8 weeks going into the bye week. But to me, it is about McCaffrey, because I'll say it again. If Christian McCaffrey is not the same player that he was, and we know to be one of the best, if not the back running backs in the league, I do think there is a good possibility that the Niners do not make the postseason. And it's because of all the baggage they've carried, of the war of attrition that they have been losing, honestly, and the level of play that they have not been able to get to. And there's been breadcrumbs everywhere. I'm just reading the tea leaves. If Christian McCaffrey cannot be the savior for this football team that he was in 2022 when he was traded to the 49ers, I don't think this season is going in the direction everyone hopes.
Can I give I don't know if the word's a shout out, but this is what I was thinking about coming into the show today, just about 2 players. And I don't mean to criticize one of the guys, but I was thinking about this. So when we've been talking about Brandon Ayuk and the season that he was having up until his injury, and some people think we were being too hard on Ayuk. He missed training camp and he didn't get off to a good start. But after seeing Ricky Pearsall,
you've been killing him.
Well, okay. So then I'll just ask 49er fans, then fine. Explain this to me. Brandon Ayuk holds in, okay? So he's at practice, but he's not practicing. Then he gets signed. And then for 6 weeks, he's not himself. He didn't look engaged. He was dropping passes. And something was going on, it felt like. He had one good game, and he had other games where he just wasn't in it. He just wasn't in the game. Ricky Pearsall doesn't practice, suffers a gunshot wound, comes back, and in 2 games, he looks more integrated and interested than Ayuk did, even though both of them, I don't want to say had similar situations, but they both didn't have a lot of work in the offseason. Pearsall suffered the gunshot wound. Like, why was Ricky Pearsall, a rookie, able to integrate himself so seamlessly, at least through the first 2 games, but Ayuk wasn't able to do that in 6 games?
Well, I think training camp matters, number one.
But didn't Pearsall miss a bunch of training camp?
He was hurt a lot. Yeah, he had the shoulder injury.
Yeah.
But I also think his skill set is probably closer to Jawan Jennings than Brandon Ayuk, and that's the guy that Brock Purdy's had the best connection with. I'm not so sure, but it's interesting though that a lot of these rookies, and we'll take Pearsall aside because he did miss time, but a lot of the rookies had to get practice reps with the ones because, let's say, I don't know, Williams wasn't there. That probably helps Dominic Pooney or a lot of other guys get more reps. Well, maybe not Pooney. He plays a different position. But, okay, so the wide receiver room is pretty bare. That allows a lot of the younger players and rookies to get more reps with the ones. On defense, Talanoa Hufanga wasn't there this offseason. That means someone like Mustafa probably has to practice more at that position. And look, he's been very good for the 49ers. I know he got criticized nationally because he got stood up by Mahomes a couple weeks ago, but he's been really good for them. Renardo Green, who has now had to play, he actually played a couple of snaps during the Cowboys game. He had to get those reps in training camp and in practice. So in one breath, the injuries have been tough for the 49ers, and the holdouts and the hold-ins have not helped, certainly. But I think that's also a reason why we're seeing a lot of these rookies get acclimated so quickly and why they're able to get to the point where they can contribute immediately.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. I mean, Ayuk left a lot of reps out there on the table during training camp. This is Kyle Shanahan from yesterday. He was asked about not only Christian McCaffrey's return, but what are the expectations for McCaffrey when he does play?
The expectation is to see how he is when he gets back and then evaluate him as he goes. I mean, of course, the hope is that everything just goes back to normal and it's, perfect, but that's what we're all striving for. But you got to play that out smartly, and you got to evaluate that each day, what we see with our own eyes, what he tells us. That'll be something we constantly are working through.
You know what? Every time I think, well, McCaffrey will come back and they'll ease him back in.
Oh, yeah.
There's something about Kyle Shanahan where if they look at him and they say, he looks good. He looks like Christian McCaffrey.
He's going to get the ball, dude. I'm telling you, he's going to run him into the ground if he can.
What would you put the over-under on McCaffrey carries Tampa Bay?
Carries?
Yeah.
Like 8.5, 9.5.
I think I might take the over. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on the other side, it is the Purdy prognosis. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy. I got a bunch of stuff I want to talk about Purdy, whatever I'm going to say. We're going to talk about Purdy, and I got about 3 or 4 things to get off my chest, and hopefully I'll be able to do it better than I just did that last sentence. On what's coming up on the game. Mm-hmm. It is funny. It is funny.
Keep up the positivity.
It is funny when I butcher things. Celebrating 60 years of full service banks, full service banking with no compromises. Let's lay out here because this is important. That segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Purchase new wiper.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I was going to say Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm sure he will be. And
blame the director of sports.
I don't even know who that is.
That's a good question.
Are you serious? Is he still walking around with that dumb basketball? I'm going to take that from him.
By the way, so he's
like I used to strip Jerry Del Calo of Governor Mifflin back in the day.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Yeah, sometimes.
You age yourself by saying that last name.
Nobody knows who Jerry Del Calo is.
Yeah, no one should. But people should know who Lucas Alexander is because he's our director of sports. He's dressed up as Adam Sandler today because, as you and I have failed to do, we have a costume contest in the office. And everyone is in the mood and having a fun time around Halloween.
Yeah.
Not us, but Lucas distracted me with a question because, so it's the anniversary when Clay broke the three-point record, right?
Okay.
14 threes. I think it was against the Bulls.
Oh, please, Evan. I don't know.
Okay. So he asked me what I think of when I think of Klay Thompson.
Oh, that's pertinent.
There's a long list, so I got distracted, and that's why I was late.
I'll tell you what.
All this stuff has nothing to do with basketball.
I got nothing but love for Klay Thompson. I'm rooting for Klay Thompson.
He's shooting pretty well.
Yeah.
Through 3 games.
I have a bet with a buddy of mine, and it's a vague bet, but the bet is basically who will be more effective for their team, Buddy Hield for the Warriors or Klay for the Mavericks. And I said Klay for the Mavericks. I got off to a tough start. Klay was 1 for 9 in game 2, and Buddy Hield was 18 for 20 from 3. It felt like the first 2 games. But anyway.
Do you only make sucker bets? Like you
yes.
only bet someone
pretty much
when you have a 95% chance to win?
Yes.
What's the point of gambling?
When I bet someone, I like to think my odds are about 95%. When I make a regular bet, that's different.
Is that why we never make a bet?
Correct. And that's why I make bets left and right with Guru. He owes me because the Cowboys hung in there tough the other night.
I don't know. Lonzo Ball, career comeback. Ben Simmons, Ben
Simmons is a starter. Ben Simmons is starting right now.
Doing what?
We're not going to do
Ben Simmons is starting.
Would you rather be a backup on like a good team or a starter on a bad team?
I think Brooklyn's got action.
Well, speaking as
at some point
as neither, that's why I chose to go D3. I wanted to play.
Well, I chose to go Division III because no Division I school wanted me.
Because the prognosis wasn't looking good.
Speaking of the prognosis,
we've had 2 nights to sleep on Brock's performance.
Here's Purdy, takes off and goes head first for 10. Leading by 6. Purdy protected, floats it for Kittle. Kittle with a catch and out across the 35. Play action, Purdy, use check. The catch, first and goal.
Now it's time for Steiny and Guru to break the huddle and deliver their Purdy prognosis.
All right, you're gonna love this because I put a lot of thought into this.
Hit me.
Okay, Brock Purdy. The more I didn't go back and watch the all 22, but I ruminated yesterday on the game from Sunday, and I'm revising how I thought Brock Purdy played. I thought he played terrific. I really do. And here's what I'm here's why I thought he was terrific. There's two different things with a quarterback. There are bad throws and there are bad decisions. To me, a bad throw, that's like a guy missing a shot. It happens. You got a guy open, you overthrow him. Those happen, and as long as you can keep those to a minimum, that's fine. Bad decisions, they're what get you beat. And I liken a bad decision in football to something in basketball that would be like a...
Not guarding CeeDee Lamb?
No, like you blow a dunk, a fast break dunk. The other team comes back, makes a 3. You turn it over and they make another 3. That's what I equate a bad decision in football to. I felt like Brock Purdy only made one bad decision against the Cowboys, and it was the ball that almost got picked off deep in their own territory. It didn't. But here's the other thing. I was thinking more about this. let's say that ball does get picked off and it becomes a bad decision. They were still up 27-10 at that point. I'm not excusing the decision, but if you're going to make a big mistake, you may as well do it when you're up 17, trying to make something happen, as opposed to a one-score game. But anyway, I thought Brock Purdy was terrific on Sunday. The more I think about it, especially in the second half.
Well, I do agree.
I thought he was really good.
I thought he was really good against the Cowboys. And in the first half, people were, I think, questioning some of the decisions he made. There was a throw behind Debo on a fourth down.
Bad throw.
His receiver could have picked him up, but it wasn't a good throw. But also he had a touchdown called back on a hold. I thought Purdy played pretty well. But my Purdy prognosis through 8 weeks would be Purdy's been introduced to the real NFL, which is interchangeable parts, not having always the best team in football, having a game plan that's going to have to change and not go according to script. And what I believe is that when he has all of those things, he is one of the game's elite. When he has his complement of characters, when Shanahan is rolling as far as play calling, and when the defense is giving him some turnovers, he is an elite quarterback. But I think what he's proved this year is that even in the real NFL, where all of those things don't happen, he is still very good. He is still one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. That might not be good for some people, but to me, that is very good. And what can get him to the point, and I think we saw it against Dallas, where he can still rise to an elite level, even without everything in his favor, is when he uses his legs. To me, across the NFL, we have seen a lot of quarterbacks be asked to run, and whether it's on purpose, whether it's a scripted play or whether it's making something out of nothing, there are a lot of quarterbacks, that's the added dimension to their game that takes them to the next level. I think Brock Purdy is starting to unlock that. And I think it was evident during the Cowboys game on the Deebo Samuel screen that he just basically broke off and ran for his longest run of the game, 16 yards. That was an impromptu decision by Brock Purdy.
That was a great play.
Immediate analysis, immediate dissection of what got blown up and where he needs to go with the ball. That wasn't throwing it. He ran for 50-something yards on 8 carries. A lot of people might say that's too many rushes. I beg to differ. When you don't have everyone out there and when you can't always rely on a play being there, even if it's not audibling or the backdoor play, the safety valve, so to speak, that Shanahan talks about, Brock Purdy has to use more of his legs, and that's what I'm excited to see the rest of the season.
Here's Brian Baldinger on Brock Purdy after his first 8 games, giving an evaluation of the 49ers quarterback.
A little uneven. He's obviously missed some throws that we think he should make. When he gets a clean pocket and his feet are set and he's sailing a ball here or there, he's a little bit behind some guys. You throw 7 interceptions in the first 8 games, that's never going to sit too well with anybody, even if they're not all your fault. But he hasn't been stick accurate the way I think we have seen him in the past. But he's still getting the ball down the field. He's still averaging way over 8.5 yards an attempt. And anybody that's at 8.5 or higher, you're getting good, whether it's, catch and run or whether it's deep throws, whatever it is. I mean, you're getting explosive plays in the offense. And they're still getting a lot of explosive plays in the offense out of the passing game right now. And that's part of, it's not like in Philadelphia, they don't really throw the ball over the middle of the field, but he's asked to throw the ball over the middle of the field a lot. And those are, to a lot of people, those are kind of dangerous throws, especially if you're not Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Joe Burrow, you're 6'5", and you're looking over the defense. You're a little challenged like he is. I think he can play better, and I think he can be more consistent. And so, that's what I would look for the second half.
Evan, are you familiar with the 5-minute fool versus the lifetime fool?
I feel like you've told me about this over a pop. But
you haven't listened, or you just don't remember?
No, it was just followed by a few more pops, and I forgot.
Okay. There is a 5-minute fool and a lifetime fool. The 5-minute fool asks a question that may get a little bit of ridicule because people think, well, you should know that. How could he not know that? But if you don't ask the question, then you're a lifetime fool because you never find out the answer.
Wait, what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
A 5-minute fool is somebody who asks a question that everybody's like, well, that's a dumb question. Everybody knows that, Steiny. and then you make fun of me for 5 minutes. Okay, but if I never ask the question and I don't open myself up to that 5 minutes of ridicule, the reality is I'll never know the answer. So Brian Baldinger used a phrase there, and I got to ask what it is. What is stick average? Stick average. It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
That's a 5. Thank you, Spitoni. You want to play it again, and we'll try and get through this together. I promise.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stop it after you hear what he said. This is Brian Baldinger, and I need somebody to explain what he means by
a little uneven. He's obviously missed some throws that we think he should make. You know, when he gets a clean pocket and his feet are set and he's sailing a ball here or there, he's a little bit behind some guys. You know, you throw 7 interceptions in the first 8 games, that's never going to sit too well with anybody, even if they're not all your fault. But he hasn't been stick accurate the way I think we have seen him in the past, but he's still...
What is stick accurate?
So I thought you said
stick accurate.
Yeah, I thought you said stick average.
I did.
So
stick accurate.
I mean, just putting the ball where it needs to go. Like
throwing at the sticks?
Or just sticky accurate to the point where the guy...
So
the ball
sticking the ball
him.
exactly where it should be.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think so.
See, I figured that, but I wasn't afraid to ask the question, and I knew I'd get one of these from a clown, 510. Steiny does the 5-minute fool 5 times a show. Okay.
Well, it is also interesting because he mentioned how Brock Purdy is willing to use the middle of the field. And I think he was against Dallas. In fact, I think that's also why they were so effective in the second half. There was a lot more yards after catch. Kittle was fantastic and sensational in the passing game, but there was quick hitting options. There was a couple of swing passes to Guerrero, and not all of it was in the flow. Like Purdy had to make those reads. I think that's where he needs to get back to. Like the fact that they've been driving the ball down the field, I think is a byproduct of the fact that they weren't exactly sure what this offense was going to look like with interchangeable parts, with no McCaffrey. So to me, I think that Brock Purdy, that quarterback that we saw the second half against Dallas, and specifically the play calling we saw against Dallas, that needs to be continued for Kyle Shanahan. Because against the Kansas City Chiefs, and maybe this is just because they have a great defense, like Brock Purdy was not very good when he was throwing over the middle of the field. And when you force him to throw outside the numbers, he's not as impactful. So if they can find a way to free things up, you know, whether it's with play action, rollouts, or maybe also just dumping the ball out of the backfield and allowing someone like Guerrero to do it himself, I think that Brock Purdy will be much more of an effective quarterback.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here's the other thing that I have written down here about relative to Purdy. And, you know, I didn't watch the All-22, but when I think of that game on Sunday, I felt like Purdy was not often under duress. And anytime he was, he scampered for whatever it was, 6, 8, 10, 12 yards, getting a first down. I felt like Dak Prescott was under pressure most of the time he threw. And so I guess what you got to do with that game on Sunday is acknowledge that the 49ers defensive line and their offensive line controlled the game. And like I feel like the defensive line and offensive line played well enough that it should have been more than a one-score game. Now, it doesn't matter if it was or it wasn't.
I mean, they're up by 17.
Right. But I feel like the 49ers, I felt like they controlled that game more than the score indicated. But nevertheless, it felt like Purdy had a lot of time. And even when he ran, he gave the play as much of an opportunity as he possibly could have, and then took off when he absolutely had to. And then he made something happen. Prescott, on the other hand, I don't know whether he can't get wide or whether the 49ers were hemming him in, but to me, the defensive line was really good for the Niners, and their offensive line did a great job of protecting Purdy. But for that one play that Guerrero missed the block, and I guess they were fortunate that Purdy was able to hold on to the ball. But, the offensive and defensive line were both really good on Sunday.
No, I think so, and that's why they're able to run for over 200 yards.
Yep.
So, I mean, I agree with you there. But I also think with regard to Purdy, again, the legs, that's where I think there is room for growth. And we're seeing it in real time. So, like against the Cowboys, he scrambled 5 times. So those would be plays that are not called runs.
Correct.
Scrambled 5 times for 51 yards, 3 first downs. Over the course of this season, he has 15 first downs on scrambles. That's tied for second most in the NFL. So, at least entering last night's game. So Brock Purdy is getting better at not just identifying where the ball needs to go through the air, but when he needs to take off. And I think he's also done a pretty good job of not taking any big hits, at being able to recognize when he'll slide, when he needs to dive for the extra yard. Brock Purdy, the cerebral nature of his game, I don't think just applies to him throwing the ball, but also when he can use his legs. And I think because whether he's smaller or because he doesn't have, elite 100-yard dash speed, people don't necessarily think that's a part of his game, and I think he's taken advantage of that.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Brock Purdy. How do you guys think he played on Sunday? The more I think about it, the more I think he was pretty darn good. And I know that he wasn't crazy about his performance in the first half, but I do think there's something to be said for a guy who doesn't turn the ball over. Like, I'd rather, he didn't have a great first half. Fair. But he still didn't turn the ball over, and you didn't put your team in a big hole going into halftime. You were still in a one-score game, and by the time he got it rolling in the second half, they were off to the races. But, if I had to give Brock Purdy a grade for the first 8 games, I think I would give him a solid B. Do you have any problem with that?
No, I think B is appropriate because I can't give you an A or an A minus because you're 500.
Right.
And I also can't give you a C because I don't think Brock Purdy's been average. Now, in regards to taking care of the ball, this is something that he still has to answer, and he's 24 years old. He's relatively an infant in his career, but when he turns the ball over, it tends to be in bunches, and it tends to be against good defenses. And the Dallas Cowboys are not a good defense. The teams that he has torn up this year are not good defenses. So, but also after the bye, like Tampa Bay, they don't have a great defense. That's a team that a lot of other groups have put up points against. So I think Brock Purdy, for example, could have a big game against Tampa Bay. Does that mean that he'll struggle when he gets to, the Bills, who I think have a better defense? Maybe. But fortunately, he doesn't have to face the Kansas City Chiefs and the Minnesota Vikings every single week. So, I think Purdy he's getting better, and that's what you want to see from a guy that you expect to be your franchise quarterback.
Yeah, and I look at what he's had to work with this year, and obviously he hasn't had McCaffrey, and Kittle missed the game, Debo's missed the game, Ayuk's been subpar, and now he's hurt. Pearsall's just getting back into the swing of things. Like, that's why I think this team still has a lot of hope. Not necessarily, when McCaffrey comes back, he's going to change everything. I think McCaffrey can change some things, even if it's subtle. But what I see happening over the course of the second half of the season is, all right, it's not good news, but you don't have Ayuk. You don't have him. You're not going to have him for the rest of the year. Okay, so now you got to work with Debo Samuel. You got to work with Kittle. You got to work with Jennings. You got to work with Pearsall. If those guys can stay healthy, I expect Purdy to be more and more productive and effective for the last 9 games as opposed to the first 8 games. I think it's more for Purdy about getting some stability in terms of knowing who he's going to be out there with every single week. And that's why I do think it's important that once McCaffrey comes back, that he can somehow stay on the field for the rest of the season, because even if he's not vintage McCaffrey, the more I've seen of the 49ers this year, the more I feel like I'm starting to see what people mean when they talk about the dimension he gives, the extra dimension he gives, because, I mean, the numbers are the numbers and the numbers are the numbers, and Mason's numbers are pretty good. They're really good. But the offense is just missing that McCaffrey spark.
They are, but I also, I don't know, like it's one half, but I also think there's a correlation between how Purdy played in the first half when Jordan Mason was predominantly his running back, and in the second half when Isaac Guerendo was his running back.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Unless they're my numbers. So Isaac Guerendo, he's not Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey's, when he's 100%, is the best running back in the NFL, bar none. But what Isaac Guerendo can do is he can stretch the field horizontally out of the backfield because he's got 4.3 speed, and he can also catch the ball. Now, he's a rookie. He's going to make mistakes, like not picking up a blindside block. But Brock Purdy, I think, has only known so far a running back that is multidimensional. And so he's had to adjust to someone like Mason, who is a great downhill threat and gets north to south with the best of them, but he can't catch the ball. Like, there was a play in the first half where, Brock Purdy, usually he motions the running back out. And it's as much to identify what the defense is in, zone or man, as it is to, let's say, create an extra threat. But Eric Kendricks, who is the middle linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys, I saw him take the most lackadaisical jog to the sideline to go guard Jordan Mason because he knows he doesn't have to. The ball's not going to 24 when he's on the outside. That's not the same case when Christian McCaffrey is out there and potentially when Isaac Guerendo is out there. Is the ball going to go to Guerendo? Probably not, but you at least have to respect the fact that he can catch the ball. God love Jordan Mason. The ball's not going to him in the red zone or out of the red zone.
I feel like I've seen the same thing with Jordan Mason. I feel like not necessarily in the red zone, but when he goes out as a receiver, you can just tell he's not a priority. And I feel like there are times when the easy decision for Purdy would be just to throw him the ball, but it's his last option, and he really doesn't want to do it. And if Guerendo gives you that facet more than Jordan Mason, I'm starting to think it's only a matter of time before like Guerendo's role and Mason's role maybe changes a little bit, one into the other, in terms of Guerendo maybe getting more carries over the second half of the season than Mason.
Well, I think he's more of a modern-day lead back than Jordan Mason is. And I know that sounds weird because he's averaging like 95 yards a game, and he's racked up big 100-yard games. But Jordan Mason, I think, like he's a very good running back, but he's not what this 49ers team needs and uses. It's not like they're the Baltimore Ravens where they're just going to line up because – at least for right now, Brock Purdy is not also a threat to tuck and run. He'll scramble, he'll break off a play, but he's not, you don't run design runs, or at least they haven't so far created design runs for Brock Purdy. So anytime Mason's in the backfield, it's almost just like a tell. And I think defenses are able to key in on that.
Yeah, 925, Mason's not good in the red zone either.
Well, because you know that the ball is going to him. Wasn't it? I don't know. I just found it jarring how easy it was when they were in the red zone and the C opened and Isaac Guerendo just plunged in when they had the ball at the 3-yard line. Like, it just looked easy. And it hasn't looked easy for the Niners in the red zone the first 7 weeks of the season.
Yeah. And we'll see how that continues or if it stops once McCaffrey gets back, ideally against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right. On the other side, we're going to get into some Warriors. The Golden State Warriors have a back-to-back at Chase Center tonight and tomorrow against the New Orleans Pelicans. And they're going to test that long rotation right off the bat. We'll talk about the Warriors on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, what's up, fat boy?
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. We got pizza in the building.
Yeah, I know. I'm wolfing it down.
Yeah, me too. That's why I was a little late jumping on the mic.
We only got 5 minutes. You're right.
Meat Fest. I got my Meat Fest pizza, sausage, bacon. Yeah.
When was the last time you had a vegetable?
I've had a salad.
The fact that you had to think hard about that says a lot.
Yeah, you know what? I had some soup the other day. It was kind of like we call it Nana soup for my Nana, my late grandmother who made it, and the recipe stayed in the family, and there's some carrots and potatoes in there.
Okay, I believe that Nana ate vegetables. I'm going to need to see evidence about you.
Yeah, just a few carrots are in there. Yeah. I'm not a big vegetable guy.
Yeah, it's okay. There's barley.
Do you know that Nick Bosa does not have carbs? He doesn't eat carbs?
That I'd believe.
Apparently, I heard that on the broadcast, and they had a photo of him on his birthday, and he had about 7 slabs of meat from meatloaf, and it looked like a ton of vegetables, so good for him. You said you wanted to carve out a minute or two about the dominant defensive end. You want to do it now, or?
Well, you want to do it at the beginning of the segment or at the end? I don't want to open up a can of worms, but I just didn't really think that.
Let's open them up.
Okay.
We can talk Warriors after. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
Well, no, I thought it was interesting because, you know, a lot of people, I think, in the press box missed what he did on the NBC broadcast, right? Which is basically crashing the party. He wasn't his interview, wasn't invited, but just showed up with a MAGA hat, pointed at it, dipped, then went to the podium, had a different hat on, and refused to talk about it. And look, Nick Bosa has come out and said that what he tweeted back in 2016 about Colin Kaepernick, he has since changed his mind on. But what Nick Bosa called Colin Kaepernick on Twitter in 2016 is what he was at the podium on Sunday night after the game. He was a coward. He was a coward. Now, is he a coward? Potentially not. But he was in that moment because he refused to stand on what he brought to the table. And I didn't really think it was smart unless he was going to discuss why he did it. And I was genuinely interested, not because of a political affiliation, like just objectively. I was curious why he did it. And I think there's understood reasons why. But if we are going to open up that can of worms, I just think that Nick Bosa was cowardly in that instance because he had a chance to open up a forum to what he believes in and has the right to believe in. And he chose not to do it after drawing unnecessary attention to himself.
I thought it was dumb. I just didn't think it was a smart move. And the one thing I've been trying to think about too is, well, what if he had the other hat on? And I can honestly say, I wouldn't have liked that either. Believe it or not. Not now. Not where we're at. But
we're in a different climate. I think it's also interesting that he's willing to do it now that he has a lot of money.
Well, that's true too. But I also, timing is a big part of this. And it's a week before the election. And so that...
Well, duh.
I know.
So just say it. Like, seriously, just come out and say it. What Nick Bosa believes in is not a secret.
Right.
It's the worst kept secret in the NFL. But when someone asks you a question about why you did it, and you say, I'm not going to talk about it, well, then we get to criticize you for it. And he knew that. He opened himself up to it. But I also just find it interesting that he's unwilling to explain what he believes in. I don't care whether he's right, left, middle, wherever. But Nick Bosa put the bullseye on his back when he did what he did, which, by the way, he wasn't invited to that interview. That tells me that it was premeditated. Like, he knew that he was going to do that probably before the game. And especially since he didn't have the same hat on at the podium, then he had that hat, before I even slip, that hat planted somewhere on the sideline for him to do that. And so when you make a premeditated act like that, I don't care. Like, it, whatever it represents, some people might not like. Other people might believe that it's a completely a completely normal thing to believe in. But you didn't explain why. And to me, that was an opportunity to have a discussion about what Nick Bosa believes in and what he believes lies in sports. Because the 49ers have dealt with this before. They were the most socially progressive team back in 2016. And now it seems like, whether they're on one side or the other, Nick Bosa didn't want the smoke.
Yeah, and 415, why does Bosa's choice have to be dumb? Again, and maybe you're going to call BS on me, but if some other player came up with a Kamala Harris hat, I would have been like, that's dumb. It wasn't, to me, it wasn't the time or place. And I'm with you. Like, what was he doing? Why was he there? You're right. It had to be premeditated, and he wasn't in, like, it was like, you weren't in this one. You weren't in this one, Nick, so why did you need to get in there? You weren't part of the interview, so you jump in with that hat. Okay. Maybe it makes people awkward. Maybe it makes people laugh. Maybe it makes people incensed. I don't know. I was just like, yeah, it's not the time or place. Whatever. And then, but what everybody's upset about is, I guess, well, then wear the hat to the post-game interview.
Or just use the podium to talk about it. Like, again, I don't know, people can label me what they want. I don't really care. But if Nick Bosa believes firmly in something and is willing to highlight it on a national stage, then I want to know why. Like, if I'm a Nick Bosa fan, and I'm trying to see this from the other side, like, if I'm a Nick Bosa fan and I believe in what Nick Bosa does, I would like to hear him talk about it and not shy away from it. Similar to how, I mean, we brought up the DNC when Steve Kerr was invited and talked about it.
Yeah.
You know, whether you like it or not, I would like to see people stand on what they believe in, whether you think they're right or wrong.
Yeah, I gotta.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
Like, No. I mean, I just don't have a lot of ammunition on this one. I wouldn't have done it. I didn't think it was the right time or place to do it. I do make a distinction between what Curry does and what Kerr does, because, you know, Curry, those guys were invited to do something. They made a choice to say, yes, I'll go speak. Talking most specifically about Kerr. But no, I agree. If you're gonna pop your head in there and wear that hat, then maybe answer a question or two afterwards. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know. Is it a nothing burger? It's a little burger. I don't think it's a huge deal, but you know, I'm the other thing is, you're right. He's 27 years old and he's a gazillionaire. It's like, it doesn't.
No, there wasn't anything he was sacrificing and doing.
Exactly.
Like, there was nothing on the line, and that's. I mean, look, I don't know. I thought it was very interesting, and the funny part was and again, like, we're going back to media. There was a lot of people talking about it at the podium, and then didn't ask him about it, and maybe because they're afraid of having this conversation we're having right now. But look, Nick Bosa's allowed to do what he wants, and he did. And I also hope he goes out and has 3 sacks in 2 weeks against Tampa Bay, because he's a big part of this football team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to me, this was one of those where, I don't have a strong opinion. I wouldn't have done it, and he's inviting criticism that probably doesn't need, but maybe he doesn't care. Anyway, we got Warriors-Pelicans tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at Chase Center, and we're both going to be in the building. Is that correct?
Yeah. You want to go together? You can say no.
Well, I got to tell you.
I know you don't.
we may bump into each other.
We're probably going to be seated next to each other, assuming you don't skimp us for some courtside seat that you want to roll into.
Okay, so this was a real dilemma for me last night. How am I going to, and I told you guys this, I'm going to go to a lot more Warrior games this year. But boy, there's just some logistical things. So, I usually take Bart in. So if I'm going to stay in the city, I'm downtown right now. I got to get to the arena. How am I getting to the arena from here? If I don't have my car.
Well, Guru's first suggestion was to walk, which is the last thing that I would do. I would take the Muni.
How long a walk is it? Is it a mile?
Oh, no.
Oh, more than that?
No, more than that. Well, so it takes about 45 to get from here to Oracle, the Giants Park.
Oh, boy. Okay.
And as you well know, it's in Mission Bay, so it's further.
Yeah.
So probably it depends on if you're Gabe Kapler, you could cut it down to 35 because just walk faster. That'd be his suggestion. But I'd say 45 to an hour if you want to walk. Dude, seriously, take the Muni or get an Uber.
I haven't taken Muni in about 23 years. Where do I even pick it up anymore?
What about a Lime scooter?
Oh, that would be rich. Can we please get Steiny on a scooter? What? Just whipping it down Market Street.
What? I don't have my helmet, though.
Spadell's got one for you.
All right, Warriors tonight.
Does anybody wear a helmet on those things?
You know what?
No, I know. I actually don't like electronic scooters at all.
I have a running feud with my partner, and she just is obstinate about it. Oh, we're getting on the scooter and motorized bikes. Okay, can you wear a helmet, please? No. We never did as a kid. Okay.
Well, those scooters when you were a kid didn't go 25 miles an hour.
Those things are, you gotta be, you better pay attention when you're on those things.
You also got to have your balance.
I probably won't take a Lime scooter. I have my car, so the point is moot. Today, I have my car, Ken. I have my car today. I might not bring my car tomorrow if I can figure something out. Also got to figure out a place to now park it down by the arena and try to get a good rate. I mean, damn, I'm going to go to the Warriors game tonight. I'm going to be out like $250. That doesn't get reimbursed.
Wait, what? How are you spending $250 to go cover a Warriors game?
Well, I'll tell you how. Normally today, I would have taken Bart in. $8 round trip.
Yeah.
So I've already had a drive in here. That's a $9 toll.
Sure.
And it's $17 in the lot right now.
Allegedly.
No, it is. I parked down at the Hilton. 4th floor.
Actually, $17 in the city's.
It's great.
It's pretty good.
I can sniff out a deal. It's at the Hilton. They have public parking. Although they probably won't now.
This sounds like you just didn't want to take public transportation.
I love taking public transportation, but what would I have done now?
You would go to the Montgomery BART station that you get off at every single day when you take BART. You go to the Muni side. I think it's like $250. You hop on the N Judah, which is going the opposite way of the Judah. And, shout out Judah. And then you just get off at Chase Center. It drops you right off in front of the arena. I think that's what a lot of fans do.
Okay, fine.
East Bay fans.
Yeah, we tip off at 7:05, right?
I hope.
Yes.
Last night, dude, the Suns and the Lakers were at 7:30.
Game goes till 9:30. I'm going to be working the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be done 10:30. I'll break a story by 11. Now, how am I getting home?
You get back on Muni.
At 11? Then how am I getting back to Oakland?
BART closes at midnight.
Okay, so
you just got to be skippy.
So then I take BART back to West Oakland. Now where? I still got to get home.
Well, didn't you drive to West Oakland in the first place?
Not under this circumstance.
Well, what I'm talking about is, well, we can't undo the past. What you should have done is what you normally do: park at West Oakland, take BART in, take Muni to and from Montgomery or Embarcadero, wherever you want to get off at, and then take BART back to West Oakland, get on your car, or I was going to say get on your horse, get in your car and go home.
And listen, nobody has more of an affinity to West Oakland than I do.
No, that's probably not true.
That is true. I've had my car broken into, I would say 7 times in the last 10 years.
Why do you have an affinity for it?
Because it's never happened in West Oakland. Rockridge, broken window. Piedmont, broken window. Grand Lake, broken window. Montclair, broken window.
San Francisco.
Temescal, broken window. Downtown San Francisco, broken window. West Oakland, safe and sound. The car is safe and sound.
Then why don't you live there?
Because I have a house in another area. Okay. Or I live in another area.
A cul-de-sac.
It's not all my house. All right.
It's a dead end.
Warriors, Pelicans. Warriors are going to go into tonight's ball game most likely without Steph Curry, DeAnthony Melton, and Andrew Wiggins. Probably not going to play today. But let's lump the first 3 games together. They won their first 2 games on the road against Portland and Utah. They lost on Sunday to the Clippers. Steph Curry got hurt in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts after 3 games and where you think this team is.
Well,
do you like what you're seeing?
It's hard to lump all 3 games in together because 2 teams appear only concerned with one thing, and that's not this season. The Clippers game is also hard because Curry got hurt. I don't think the team was playing that well before, but to me, you got a glimpse at what is going to happen. It's going to inevitably happen, which is you're going to have some nights where Buddy Hield's shooting it, and the Warriors are ripping and running, and Curry's distributing, and Draymond's playing defense. And then you're going to have a few nights where Buddy can't throw a rock into the ocean, and you got 21 turnovers, and Andrew Wiggins is the only guy that can go get you a basket. Or maybe one night it's Kuminga, or it's, I don't know. That's going to be this season. Like, it's going to be a roller coaster ride. And that's why I felt like, in a very different way, we're going to end up around the same place that we were last year, which is wondering just if this team is good enough. Like, I think they can still win 45 games. The Clippers game doesn't really, I don't know, do much for me. You know, I'm excited to see what they can do tonight against New Orleans. But the big question is the depth actually going to do something? Because you got injuries tonight. Well, last year, this is a penciled loss. The last 2 seasons, in fact. If you don't have Curry, right. L. Tomorrow, L. Saturday, Houston, if Curry's not there, L. I'm penciling in losses. The depth that was pushed upon us and that was sold as being this bill of goods, well now we're going to see if it's actually as good as you said it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, to me, after 3 games, and Warrior fans can jump in here at 888-957-9570. It's pretty simple. Your impressions of the team after 3 games, knowing they got a back-to-back coming up against the Pelicans, and then they go on the road for 5. And we know Steph's not playing in the next 2. And
what did you make of the first 3 games?
I like the vibe for sure. But I do think we haven't solved the Kuminga-Wiggins challenge.
I agree.
And again, like, I want to be completely clear on how I feel about Kuminga. I don't think he's an attitude. I don't think he's a head case. I don't think he is a malcontent. But I do think there's a basketball part of this where he and Andrew Wiggins, it's hard for them to both play well in the same game. And I think it's just because their games are similar enough that they're not great at helping each other. And so it's up to 2 guys kind of on their own to do it. But, you know, it's great. Hey, Wiggins has been playing well. Good start for Wiggins. Bad start for Kuminga. So I don't know how long they're going to go if that continues.
I think they are eventually going to have to make a choice.
Me too.
And it's in the starting lineup because even before the Clipper game, the 2 games against Portland and Utah, they didn't start those games very well. Like, the starting lineup was outplayed by 2 of the Western Conference's worst teams. So is that an indictment of Wiggins? Not necessarily. Is that an indictment of Kuminga? Not necessarily. But I do think that it's an indictment of the pairing because what I agree with is Steve Kerr prioritizing the back line and prioritizing. The Warriors should prioritize in the starting lineup their 2 best players. And at full health, it's Curry and it's Draymond. So who can play alongside Curry and who can play alongside Draymond. I think they've answered who can play alongside Dre, and that's Trace Jackson Davis, because that front court was really good at the end of last season, and I think has a potential to get better because it keeps the Warriors defensively at their most optimal. We still don't know in the starting lineup who's going to play alongside Steph. And it sucks because he's out for the next 2 games at least, so we're not going to have an answer to that question. But long term, I'm with you. They have to figure out which of those 2 guys is going to remain in the starting lineup. It's not as much about they can't play together as it is. I just don't think it maximizes Curry.
Yeah, that's interesting. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He was on his weekly show with them, and he was asked about Wiggins and Kuminga, how they played together so far.
At the end of last year when we played with Draymond at the 5, JK and Wiggs were actually pretty good together. So the question this year is, can they be good together with Draymond at the 4? And we've been starting that way, Wiggs, JK, Draymond, Trace. And, just to be really honest, I mean, that is not a modern NBA starting lineup. Everybody's playing, shooting at almost every spot. And so we're doing something that's a little different. And for it to work, it got to be great defensively. We got to get out and run. We got to use that force downhill, playing off of our defense, and did that really well the first 2 games. Not very well last night. So again, it's early in the season. We're looking at a lot of different things, and that's still a work in progress.
All right, and here's one more of these, because I'm going to ask the Warrior fans the same question that Willard and Dibbs asked Steve Kerr, is how have the first 3 games gone? About as you expected or different than you've expected?
Not what I thought it would look like, to be honest. I'm not surprised by anything. We have a lot of good defensive players this year. Our defense has been excellent. Even last night, we weren't perfect, but we definitely played well enough to win defensively. But our offense didn't measure up, and I think that's going to be the harder side of the ball for us to really execute under duress against the best defensive teams, which the Clippers are one of them. I think that's going to take a little more time just because we're doing some different things this year. We're trying to get more organized. We're trying to run more sets, to get that organization. We're playing more people. We're playing people in different spots. So that's going to take a little bit of time.
All right, so it looks like he's willing to forsake a little bit of offense as long as this team starts to defend at a higher level than it did last year. I think they've certainly got the depth to be a better defensive team, and I think their personnel is better defensively because, they don't have Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, and I don't think that either of those guys are above average defensively anymore, and they got some players in here who ain't bad defensively, notably Melton and Kyle Anderson. So I think they absolutely can be better defensively, but the West is a bear. And the Pelicans, if they're healthy, are pretty good. And so these games tonight. The other thing I'm going to watch is, what's the Warriors' record when they don't have Steph Curry? If he's going to, there's a number we can all live with in terms of Curry's games played. And I think optimistically it would be 70. You got to have north of 60. And to me, I would take between 65 and 70. So if they're going to play 15 to 20 games without Steph Curry, can you be 500 in those games? I think that's going to be, something to look for. Here's the other thing I'm going to look for, quite frankly, is Draymond Green the next 2 games.
Yeah.
The bottom line is that he has a reputation for not exactly picking up the team when Steph is hurt. And so we'll see what Draymond Green brings to the table these next 2 games, because they've got no chance without Curry and without playing with a lot of passion, and that's what he brings. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, we're a week into the season, Golden State Warrior fans. What do you think about the 12-man rotation? What do you think about Curry getting banged up a little bit early? What do you think the chances are that they can withstand more injuries this year than maybe a normal team because they have so much depth? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. 957-9570. We're getting into the Warrior season on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no. Stomach issues again?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings on a Tuesday, and the Golden State Warriors tonight play the New Orleans Pelicans. Zion Williamson, C.J. McCollum, Brandon Ingram. It's a talented team. Warriors will be playing without Steph Curry, most likely no Andrew Wiggins, and definitely no DeAnthony Melton.
Well, Pelicans not at full strength either.
Who they missing?
DeJounte Murray.
Oh, that's right. He broke his hand or something like that.
Yeah, so
you know what?
He's got a broken digit. Big offseason acquisition.
I won't.
Easy.
Not a big fan.
They're also missing Trey Murphy.
That's right. Now that's a bigger.
That's bigger.
I think so. Trey Murphy's good.
Well, they got another forward to step in. I mean,
who?
Ingram.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. If you take a look at Brandon Ingram, I mean, the guy looks like he's always on the verge of taking a nap. Don't you think? I mean, he's just
because his eyes are naturally lower. I mean,
the energy's sometimes waning. He looks like, what he'd be good.
Trey Murphy comes off the bench.
I think Brandon Ingram would be a good hammock salesman. You know what I mean? I bet he.
When was the last time you met a?
Last time I what?
Met a hammock salesman.
Oh, they have them. You got to go to the store and find the hammocks, but there's usually a hammock guy there.
What, in Jacksonville?
Canada. We have a hammock in Canada. Up in
is that
a little place
in Canada? By the way, speaking of Canadians, Steiny put me on to a Canadian reggae ska band, one in which I have actually grown quite fond of in the last 12 hours. But why?
Oh,
why did you send me those songs?
I will tell you why. So the name of the band is, and we haven't heard anybody that's heard of them so far. And we asked some young people.
Well, this band isn't particularly young.
No, they started in the early 2000s.
They might be young for you, but they're not. Oh, sorry.
All right, Ken and Carter, you guys are hip.
Well, Ken might know.
Have you ever heard of a band called Bedouin Sound Clash? Oh, boy.
Where's the cricket drop?
Oh, boy. Anyway, they're a whatever kind of band Evan was.
But you didn't even know what genre of music the band was when you sent it to me?
No, but you know what? To me, it's a very touching story, and I'll share it with you.
Is it because they're Canadian?
No, that never will hurt anybody, though. So we're in. I was visiting my daughter in London, and we had the whole family there, and some of my daughter's friends were also there. So we had a group of about 8 of us, and we were at a pub. Then we got there at about 10 o'clock. And if you don't know anything about the English pub scene, they don't stay open till 2 in the morning. They usually shut down at 10 or 11. Well, this pub was going to shut down at 10, but they saw us come in and they said, yeah, you know what, sit down. We can grab a pint and you can stay till 10:30, 10:45. So, okay. So, we're at the table talking, enjoying the company of my family, and I go up to the bar and there's a song playing, and I'm like, I like this song. It's a good song. And so I went to the bartender and I said, hey, Missy. Hey, Toots. Who sings this song? And she said, it's a band called Bedouin Sound Clash. And she said the song's name is Brutal Hearts. I said, okay. So I quick downloaded it on my Spotify. And so now, when I hear that song, it reminds me of the night in London with my family where we just had a great time and we were just sitting around and enjoying conversation. And so now when I hear that song, I think of the family and that great night we had with my daughters and their friends.
Well, real quick, as we get back into who's starting and who's not for each of these teams tonight. Sure. Why did you send me those songs last night?
Well, last night I had the Lakers Suns game on, and I was watching it without volume, quite frankly, because what's a basketball announcer going to tell me that I don't know? I can just watch it with the sound off.
Well, Fitz does it every night.
And, I was just playing some of their music. I was going through the catalog. And I thought, and this is the way I think, I said, let me tell you something. I work with a young, hip kid. Evan Giddings, I'll bet you he would really like this music. And I gave him 2 songs that I'd heard and said, check these out. And about an hour later, Evan's on board.
Well, of course, I had to listen to more than just the 2 songs he sent me. They're actually pretty groovy.
Yeah.
But I was skeptical. I'm not really used to a lot of because I do like reggae and ska, of course, the predecessor somewhat to reggae for all those out there. And I was a bit skeptical because I don't know too many reggae bands or ska bands where the lead vocalist is like you and me.
Oh.
Caucasian.
Talented. Wordsmiths.
Don't be disrespectful.
Anyway, clearly no one else has heard of them because now's usually when the text line at 888-957-9570, somebody will chime in. Oh, yeah, they're great. Oh, I saw them in concert 3 years ago. They're great. But nobody's texting that in.
Well, kind of like the bassist in the band. It sounds like to the 408, Trey Murphy is the ultimate glue guy and would move Kuminga for him. But he's not playing tonight, so we won't get to see him. So actually, this is something that I am interested. Again, I know it's not tonight. By the way, I'll be doing Warriors Live and Warriors Wrap Up live from Chase Center. So looking forward to that.
Oh, I get to see you at work.
You were gonna see me anyways.
What do you mean? Where do you do the show from?
One of those bunkers. They got us in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think where Willard did.
But not at Ballast Point.
No, not tonight. Shout out to the great people at Ballast Point. My guy Corey. He also frequents the Napper Tandy on 24th and Van Ness and the Mission. So shout out to him. But the YouTube chat would have heard of that band.
Hey,
that's a good one. 530.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
No, but I am looking at these games as kind of like a set. So if the Warriors can take one of two, then I will be encouraged. If they don't win tonight, I'm not going to go on Warriors Wrap Up and kill them because I need to see what they do tomorrow. But the Pelicans are also an interesting team because I think they do have the best player right now on the floor with Curry being out, and that's Zion Williamson. How do the Warriors play against a true superstar caliber level player? I don't consider Harden that anymore, and obviously the Blazers and the Jazz, as much as people like Lauri Markkanen, they don't have one of those players. So how do they play against a literal big boy?
By the way, you can send your thank you cards to Mike Dunleavy. Send him to the Chase Center. Oh, my God, did he save this team?
Was it 88 Warriors Way or something?
99.
99
Warriors Way. Send your thank you note to
somebody's drafted
Mike Dunleavy.
Why?
Because if this team were sitting with Paul George or Lauri Markkanen or both, oh my gosh, and Paul George was making 55 and Markkanen was making 30. What'd you think of Markkanen the other night?
He stinks. All right, well, you don't put me in that category.
I'm not going to judge it off one game, but he ain't it.
No, I was more in the Paul George camp than I was the Lowry camp. In fact, his name grew into Voldemort. I just didn't want to hear it anymore over the course of the summer. But it's funny because someone that also has a great basketball mind, as you've alluded to a lot, is Draymond Green.
Yes.
And even he admitted in the recent story I read on ESPN by Ohm Youngmisuk, go check that out, is the offseason swings, quote, could have been trash from Draymond. Could have been trash.
Great minds.
Well, he was also the one that greenlit him, so I don't know why he's necessarily saying that. But again, he's right. They could have been trash. And I think the Warriors, I don't know. I don't know if they'll swing a big deal this season. I'd like to believe that they'll put themselves in a position to. They obviously have the flexibility to. Whatever the next big move there is, if it does come, it's gonna be better than George and Markkanen.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that's one of the reasons why
Paul George even played a game yet?
No.
Oh.
Neither has Embiid.
Well, he doesn't want to play. I think George does.
I got to tell you, I kind of said this the other day. I think the NBA, oh boy.
Well, you tweeted something last night at Steinmetz Sports.
Oh boy. I did?
Well, I'm just glad you have a picture up there instead of the
Yeah, did you see it? Jason Caffey.
I thought it was a burner account.
No.
Well, before you had the picture of somebody who's also not you.
Well, it was what do you mean?
But before your picture,
it was the egg or whatever.
Yeah, that's not a person. That's an avatar.
Right.
Not even an avatar. It's just, it's like when you made your MySpace page and you just had a picture of Tom. Anybody 30 and older will get that reference.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
Not everybody. Shoot, I forgot. What was the tweet?
The tweet was Karl Malone's games played.
Oh, my God.
Compared to Joel Embiid's games played.
Oh, my God. You know what? I didn't even think I was going to do this. Hold on.
Well, you don't need to actually do that much research because the games he played for umpteen straight years were pretty much the same. Did you write that down, by the way?
What?
The number? The only number that matters?
Which is what?
82.
He played 82 games like 7 years in a row. And this was the other one. How about this? There's a player, a former NBA player that's considered one of the most injury-prone players in the history of the game.
Jason Caffey?
Sam Bowie. Do you realize Sam Bowie is associated with having one of the shortest careers because of just devastating injuries?
Well, he's the original bust, right?
I don't like to say that for a few reasons. One, he's from Pennsylvania, and I saw him play a lot in high school. And two, I don't think when he was healthy, he was a pretty good player. I don't like to call bust just because of injury. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, you know how many career games Joel Embiid's played?
Ooh, he's played... He's coming up on 10 years, right?
Something like that, yeah.
So in 10 years, he'll 300, 350?
433 games.
Oh, that's more than I thought.
Sam Bowie's played 511 games.
That's how tall
Embiid's played 433. So at this rate, Embiid will catch Bowie in about 4 years. And it got me to thinking, has any fan base, has any fan been treated worse than an NBA fan in terms of getting hosed?
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. You have a ticket to the Warrior game tonight and tomorrow? Hey, no Steph Curry. Now, I get it. Guys get hurt. But the price of the ticket has never been higher. The participation from the players has never been lower. And I think we got an issue at some point. They're on a collision course. You know how much a courtside seat is?
No, I've never
looked. It's a lot.
You paid for one?
No. But, okay. Actually, I was doing the math. Hold on. It's 1 o'clock. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First North Credit Union. All right, what do you think the most expensive ticket is at Chase on the first row?
$3,000.
Oh, my God. It is way more than that.
$100K.
I would think, just a guess, would be $10K. $10K. In other words, if you're a season ticket holder and you're sitting 5 seats down from Joe Lacob.
Oh, my God.
What?
No, I just thought of the joke yesterday of you talking about an 8K camera. Sorry.
You remember what that did to the show?
Yeah, it derailed it.
Yeah.
I can't help myself.
Anyway,
have ADD.
I got to believe there's 41 home games, and I'm going to say a front row seat's $10,000 a game, which would make essentially more than that. Anyway, I'm sure a season ticket for a courtside seat is about $500,000.
Is this what you do in your spare time?
At least. So nobody ever buys one ticket. You always buy two.
Why are you counting the Warriors' pockets?
The bottom for what?
Court size 4,500, 4,000.
For the Pelicans.
So I was closer.
We have dynamic pricing. Okay, 5,000. So let's say it's $250. So two courtside seats are $500,000 for the season.
Oh, for the season.
Yeah, for the season.
Yeah. Okay.
So, for $500,000, I'd like to know that when I go see games, unless a guy's hurt, I'm going to see the teams playing at full strength.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of you're going to, you're going to the Sixers game tonight. Yeah, Embiid's not playing. Why not? He just doesn't play back-to-backs. I mean, you can't keep doing that.
Well, you get to see Maxey.
And I like Maxey.
You get to see Pods for the Warriors. You can see Kuminga.
You think Pods is worth $5,000?
Don't make me answer that question.
By the way, I will say this about Pods, and I'm looking forward to talking to him tonight when I go over there. Seriously.
Is that the one guy
The mask is a big problem for him. It is a big problem. He can't play in that mask.
He doesn't want to.
What do you mean?
Well, he has to.
I know. I mean, but I am giving him the benefit of the doubt with that mask.
Oh, you're letting him skate. Shoot the ball.
He can't see. He can't see. Oh, but here we go. Now, if you want to go to the Mavericks game against the Warriors when Klay comes back, you want to sit in the first row? It's a cool 9,000. 9,000. What I'm getting at is if the NBA is going to
Zion Williamson
gotta play.
Is Zion Williamson
gotta play.
A bigger draw than Klay Thompson?
No, not for here.
Oh, well,
not for here. But I would think that. Yeah, if you're going to go see a game in Chicago, I think. Well, but you'd probably rather see Dallas because of Luka and Kyrie, and then Klay comes along for the ride.
That's true. By the way, Klay is shooting. A couple games, but usually sucks in October.
He's probably about 40% from three.
Yeah, that's about 10% higher than he usually is. Any trader's remorse?
For the Warriors?
Not for you.
Yeah. No, it was time. It was time. Okay. And one of the things that made it perfect was I think it was best for both sides. Best for both sides. But anybody going to see the Warriors tonight, I'll see you out there. Come say hello.
Well, are they going to be allowed to actually mingle with you, considering you'll be courtside?
I don't know that I'll be courtside. I don't know where I'll sit. I'll probably sit with the if I get a seat.
The media?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
at least for 5 minutes.
Sit by me.
Okay. Who usually sits next to you?
Whitley.
Okay. Is there an extra seat for me?
Well, I don't know. You got to talk to your boy Raymond.
All right, let's.
He's listening.
All right, let's get back to the Warriors though. They're 2-1. And they have a back-to-back tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. No Steph Curry. But
what are you watching? Like, what is the... Because I feel like, again, the last couple of years, well, and even maybe before then to some extent, when there's been no Curry, I don't know if people know what to look for. I don't know if people know what to watch for outside of just the final score and whether they win or not. But I think that this team is different. What are you going to be watching for tonight?
I mean,
outside of Pods' mask.
Honestly, tonight is just, can they hang in the game? I mean, they're missing 2.5 starters, and they don't have Curry. I see scoring being a real issue tonight, and I actually see scoring being an issue even when Steph's around, because the one thing I will say about the Warriors that does give me cause for concern is the discrepancy or the chasm between Steph Curry and whoever you think their second best player is. And I look at a team like the Pelicans and I'm like, boy, I mean, they got Zion, so he's like Curry. Then they got Ingram. Then they got McCollum. Then they got even, Trey Murphy's not going to play tonight, but like, boy, damn good role player. And the Warriors, to me right now, until something changes, they have Steph Curry and what? Night in and night out.
Night in and night out? Well, Buddy Hield's usually there.
I mean, are you laughing about that?
No, I'm not.
But that's my point. Okay, so...
Yes. You asked me a question.
You got Zion and you got Curry. They cancel each other out. Now it's like, okay, who's Pelicans' second best player? Well, it's Brandon Ingram. Okay, who's the Warriors? Wiggins.
By the way, okay, for your dangerous take the West by storm New Orleans Pelicans, why did they get beat by 20 by the Portland Trailblazers 2 nights ago?
It's the same reason.
Riddle me that.
It's the same reason why they're going to split against the Warriors.
Yeah, that's a win for the Warriors.
I used to talk to the great Rick Adelman about this a lot. That when you play a team twice in a row, chalk it up, you're going to go 1-1 in the NBA.
Well, they beat the Blazers by a bucket the first time.
A win's a win, Evan. And Portland plays hard.
As we found out with the Niners, not all wins are equal. Okay.
That's true.
You got to play a full 48. And the Pelicans, I don't know. Actually, I'm starting to think that your boy DeJounte Murray's the missing ingredient.
Yeah, like he was in Atlanta. Excuse me.
Why do you do that?
What?
Anybody associated with the Atlanta Hawks is not
by the way,
garbage. Okay?
By the way,
Another text I got from Steiny last night.
I mean, here's what nobody realizes. We had the biggest game in the NBA last night. It went under the radar.
I wonder why.
The Wizards beat the Hawks. And you want to talk about... What are you laughing at, Chicker?
What do you think he's laughing at?
That is the NBA's new rivalry. I don't know if you've been watching basketball. So the Travis Schlenk, who was in Atlanta, now he's in Washington. So there is bad blood in the nation's capital and in VA. But don't you think it's interesting that this past year the Hawks had the first pick? They took Risacker. Is that how you say his name?
Risacher.
Now the Hawks took Risacher, and the Wizards took Sarr. I believe they're both from France.
At least it wasn't Sarr-ish.
Don't let Sarr emerge.
Well,
Sarr's a good player.
He's 7 feet.
No, he's not. Actually, let me take that back.
He better emerge.
He's not a good player yet. He's got a chance. He plays defense. I like Sarr.
Well, Quentin Post has got a chance.
And don't look now.
So what?
But you know who's playing well? JP.
Oh, Jordan Poole?
Jordan Poole.
Yes, he is.
And they got Kula Lalabi, the guy from France who was in the Olympics playing well.
Koulibaly.
JP the most in steals right now in the NBA.
Of course. Nobody defends like he does anymore.
Holy gambler. Dude, that's like... what was the year Allen Iverson led the league in steals? It was like 2000, 2001. It's basically like the guy who didn't play for the Cowboys on Sunday, Deron Bland. I know you remember this well. I think it was last year he led the league with like 5 pick sixes. He had 8 interceptions or something. If you watch him play, the dude is just a gambler. All he does is go for picks. And
like Hufanga.
Yeah, well, a little bit different. He catches the ball. But Deron Bland would just get beat for 60, 70 yards every time he didn't get those interceptions. So Jordan Poole, not as much on the line, not a touchdown, but every time he tries to rip somebody and fails, probably 1 out of 10, well, then the ball's just going back the other way. He does. Jordan Poole,
yes.
I'm rooting for him, but I'm going to take that loss.
By the way, one of the things that's going to be a theme of this season, I don't think there's any doubt, is what's the move the Warriors are going to make? I mean, I'll bet anybody right now they make a trade before the deadline.
It'll reveal itself.
And I do think that the Pelicans have some players worth monitoring, mostly Zion. There's no chance he wants to play the rest of his career in New Orleans. Then this is where Mike Dunleavy has got to spend all of his time. Did you see Giannis last night? The Bucks got handled by the Celtics, and Giannis is sounding some alarms. Like, that's what this year is going to be about. Don't let Zion Williamson tell New Orleans, guys, I want out of here.
Yeah,
Warriors could make him, he's a guy worth monitoring.
Well, but I also think they're in a similar place to the Niners, which is, okay, so one question I had at the trade at or around the trade deadline is like, why haven't the Niners made a move? Everyone talks about them needing a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Well, how come Amari Cooper's in Buffalo and now Deontay Johnson's in Baltimore and Devontae Adams is in New York and the third receiver? Why is that? Is it because the other teams have better packages to offer, or because the Niners don't actually think that they're a piece away?
I actually think it's something different as it relates to wide receivers for the Niners.
But that's the question that the Warriors are going to have to answer. Are you a big boy away from actually contending for a championship?
Well, even if you're not, if the big boy incrementally helps you to get closer, then it's still a no-brainer.
But that's why they didn't pull the trigger this summer, is because I think they didn't deem those players good enough to give up their trade capital.
That's fair. I think Zion and Giannis, and we can go down the list, are bigger impact guys than Markkanen and George. But we can talk about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the bottom line is Dunleavy and Kerr have been open about when a move comes up, we're going to be ready. There's this there's this feeling that the Warriors are poised to be ready to make a move. So if you're a Warrior fan, what player are you monitoring? Because you know how it goes. Guys become available over the course of a season when things don't go well. 888-957-9570. We'll talk more about it on the other side.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. I got about 5 things here I want to get to. And the first one, you're going to think it's a troll job, but it's not.
Why?
Why would you think it's a troll job?
Because
I'm going to take
It was a redundant.
I'm going to take a position that probably doesn't reflect conventional wisdom. There's 2 things here. Okay, Anthony Richardson, quarterback for the Colts, he's not going to start this week. Joe Flacco is going to start. Shane Steichen is going to start Joe Flacco.
Well, but did you see why?
Okay, let me tell you guys a little something about sports. Okay?
Okay.
When you play as hard as you possibly can, sometimes you get tired. All right, so Anthony Richardson is the quarterback of the Colts.
Don't do this.
He made a run where the play was alive for like 24 seconds, and he ran like 400 yards in a play. And he gets to the sidelines, and he's just gassed. And he says to the coach, hey, get me out for a play. And everybody say, oh, how could you quit on your team? Listen, there's nothing wrong with a guy who's tired and knows that he's not going to be able to function at the high. We used to have the fist. The fist.
Excuse me?
Now, you know what the fist is? Fist is what a lot of coaches use in basketball, where if you're tired, you give the coach the fist. And it means, get me out for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Now, just because I've never given the fist and would never give the fist.
You've gotten the fist.
Sometimes Steve Sicking would give the fist. And I'd be like, Sick, well, you know what? You actually haven't had a great possession or two. I like it. That's a team player. Go take a blow for a minute or two. Get somebody fresh in here. In Sicking's case, it would have been Eric Talbert, who brought a lot of defense to the table. Like, there's nothing wrong with being totally gassed and saying, get me out for a couple plays. Do you really, disagree with that?
Yes.
Oh.
When you're the quarterback of a team, you're not a running back. You're not a wide receiver. You're not a defensive end. You're not a player that rotates. You're not a player that we look at the sideline and say, hey, in this case, Joe Flacco. I'm sorry, I need a playoff. What if that playoff is 3rd down? What if you need to extend the drive? What if that play is 4th down? Do you think that Anthony Richardson would have bowed out if that was a 4th and goal with the game on the line? Because apparently, I don't know. You cannot ask to come out of a football game when your team needs you unless your name is Joey Bosa.
Say it's a small difference from what Deebo Samuel did. Oh, well, hold on. I have a note here.
You're right, it is different from when Deebo. Deebo had freaking pneumonia, dude.
Would you listen? I'm trying to do 8 things here. I got a note from the producer that says, do you want to hear Baldy's breakdown of Richardson tapping out? I have it ready if you want. Let me follow that up with a question. Do I want to hear what Baldy had to say? Let's take a listen.
So it's 2nd and goal at the 23.
Come on, Baldy.
When Anthony Richardson drops back, he shakes off a defender like he's prone to do.
Yeah.
Big man, strong, fast, and he takes off with it, and he tries to get as many yards as he can on 2nd down. Hanson technically sacks him right there for no gain. But he gets up, Big Q comes over, Tucker comes over, checks on his quarterback, makes sure he's okay. Yep, that's what Q does to his quarterback. Doesn't matter who it is. But then this happens. We see this. The whole world sees it. We've never seen it before. We've never seen a quarterback tap out. We've seen defensive linemen tap out. We've seen wide receivers go, okay, I just ran 2 go routes in a row. Give me a blow. We've never seen this from a quarterback. This is your franchise right here. I don't know what the guys are saying about him today, but that's not acceptable. It just isn't. Nobody wants to see this from their quarterback. All right. You're tired. So what? Everybody's tired. What happens if this is a playoff game? If it's a big moment and you're going to tap out? You can't do it. It's not acceptable. Jimmy Irsay deserves better than that.
Okay. All right, Baldy. Fair enough. Can you do me a favor? Do you have the sound of Baldy talking about Tyreek Stevenson? It was at the end of that interview with Bonte and Shasky. Now, Tyreek Stevenson is a defensive back for the Bears.
Quit looking for a victory
On the
lap.
last play of the game.
That's not there.
On the Hail Mary, Tyreek Stevenson is looking into the stands, celebrating. He ends up getting to the play late. Please tell me we have that. Because I'm going to just make a comparison. And listen.
It is not at all the same.
I'm tight with Baldy, so I'm okay with we don't have it. You know what he said about Tyreek Stevenson? He said, I don't want to be too hard on the kid. He's a good player. I don't want to be. So, okay. Baldy's not going to be too hard on Tyreek Stevenson, who maybe cost his team the game, as opposed to Anthony Richardson, who had to miss a play because he was, and my sources said he was hyperventilating.
But again, the play could have been a playoff game, could have been a potential touchdown play, could have been a big moment in that football game that could have swung things for the Colts. It's also, God, I hate that I'm going to put my goo hat on. The principle of it, Steiny, you can't tap out of a football game if that's not your role. If you're not supposed to come out, then you don't. You do not ask to be taken out. Just like a starting pitcher should not be asked to be taken out of a big baseball game. It's ironic that on this date, back in 2014, Madison Bumgarner came out of the bullpen in Game 7 of the World Series against the Kansas City Royals in one of the greatest moments in the history of Major League Baseball. Did he ask to come out of that game? No. Did he ask to come out of the shutout that he threw earlier in the World Series? No. And even if he had been tired, do you really think that Madison Bumgarner would have asked Bruce Bochy to come out of that baseball game? Hell no. Anthony Richardson, what are you doing? If you want to prove to your team and to the rest of that fan base that you are in fact the franchise quarterback that you were drafted to be, the last thing that you can do is tap out of a football game. No, Moss, not acceptable.
Did he not come back in?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Yes, it does.
Why?
Tapping out is, I'm done for the game. What he did was, I need a playoff.
Well, you know what, Sonny? I got some bad news for you. He's been benched.
That had nothing to do with it.
What?
That's what I'm
Are you kidding me?
I'm reading a story. He's benched because he stinks, not because he got tired.
That's a PR move.
Listen,
it's not solely because of that. He also threw the ball to the other team with like a minute left before the half.
We're going to agree to disagree here.
That's fine.
Because, listen, I just don't think it's a career definer. And that's sometimes...
Really?
No, I don't.
I hate to break it to you. Every time you say Anthony Richardson on the street, someone's going to say he tapped out of the game.
Until he wins a game.
No.
Yes.
That's going to follow him for the rest of his career.
I'll bet you it
When
doesn't.
have you ever seen a quarterback asked to come out of a football game?
I don't know, but it's happened.
For non-injury related issues.
Well, that's the other thing. Maybe he took the high road and didn't want to say that maybe thought he was concussed.
I'm sucking wind. Get me out. Come on, dude. Just because you're tired in a basketball game doesn't mean you ask your coach to take you out.
But it doesn't mean you're a quitter if you do.
Well,
I'm talking about one play. I'm just saying. Like, okay. So you're writing this guy off.
Okay.
Essentially.
If he was seeing stars and literally could not breathe, that's a very different issue than I need one playoff to get my breath.
Let me tell you something.
Get back in the huddle and throw the ball.
Let me tell you something.
Sorry, that's a little tough.
I went out back 2 Saturdays ago, start taking some shots, little 18-footers, starting to run around for about 5-6 minutes, and I gave the fist. I had to give the fist. I needed a break. I came back and I knocked down about 4 in a row.
You need to get rid of the fist.
Okay. I'm not. I just want to say, I just didn't think it was some career-defining move that is going to. I don't think it'll haunt him for the rest of his career.
Well, no, and I'm radio mad about it. But the thing is it is going to follow him. I mean, dude, the internet is unforgiving every time.
And so's the text line.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Because all Richardson did was the same thing Goo does on Thursdays.
No, that's
the text line.
It's a Tuesday. He'll be here tomorrow.
God, I hope
Thursday.
he didn't hear that.
I'll send him the rewind link.
World Series thoughts.
What about it? It's over. What?
Boy, that's gutsy. Oh, what a gutsy statement.
What, do you want me to sit up here and say we're going to see another 2004 rerun? There's a reason it doesn't happen.
Well, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about the Dodgers? They're going to win it all.
Yeah, they're... I knew that you were going there with this. Okay, I was actually rooting for the Yankees because one of our good friends in this office, Justin Beltray in engineering, is a massive Yankees fan. And by the way, is over here across the country from Queens, born and raised, and is one of the only New Yorkers that actually has kept this fandom because I don't know, he's insane. But he's probably the most passionate sports fan of the station. So he loves the Yankees. Mm-hmm. He's also a Jets fan. Hate to break it to you, they stink. And he also likes, some hockey team that's irrelevant. But the Yankees are his lone team. So I wanted them to win for him.
Right.
And they're not. They're not. I also think that Aaron Judge is basically the offensive version of Clayton Kershaw.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Said it.
How many postseason games has he played in?
Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
More than Mickey Mantle? How about that?
Well, that means nothing because they only had one playoff series when Mickey Mantle played.
So that means Mickey Mantle always played in higher leverage games and it was still better than Aaron Judge in the wild card, in the divisional round, in the championship series.
Say it. Do you think he's a choke artist? Do you think Aaron Judge is a choke artist?
No, I think he's overrated.
Well, that's not controversial.
He's a choke artist, and he stinks. How about that?
Anyway, I was rooting for the Yankees because of Justin, but...
That's not true.
I have no dog in the hunt. None.
Why then every single time when someone has walked by our table, table, not office, table, before all of our shows and says, Steiny, who you rooting for in the World Series? And you go, verbatim, the Dodgers.
Listen. Yes, there's some truth to the fact that it's, I don't know why this week, but I am looking forward to the crossover a little more than normal. Because, as you said, Evan, Giants fans may have to retire that Mickey Mouse title that they talk about with the Dodgers.
Well, which was always the dumbest thing, by the way. I'm sorry. You win a championship, you win a championship. And the fact that you back it up with another one, by the way...
It is just funny that the Lakers and the Dodgers both won during COVID, and they both catch the same amount of grief.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that. But also, the Yankees are not some rollover. You're not beating the Arizona Diamondbacks of last year. You're not beating, who was it the year before that? The Philadelphia Phillies, who limped into the postseason. You're beating the best team in the league outside of the Dodgers. So... Every Giants fan out there, I'm sorry, there is no ammunition you have. You gotta bow down.
And apparently this happened again for the 19th time in the last 3 months.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Really? Again?
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Please explain. What did he miss this time?
Well, I don't know. Spadoni probably does. He came out of retirement. Cut the guy some slack. It's funny that you'll cut Anthony Richardson slack, who's 23 and has a healthy heart. But every time that Sterling... Well, it's true. But every time that Sterling says something that he calls left from right or right from left or up from down or whatever, every time that he makes a mistake, and you know how difficult it is to narrate in live time, Steiny, because...
Well, I did it great when Guru... lost in knockout.
Yeah, but if you butchered it, we'd replay it over and over again. So you also know what's at stake.
I got it perfect, and you replay it over and over.
But if you had to do it for 60 years, eventually you'd make a mistake. You know, like sometimes when you do our commercial reads going into break. We don't replay those over and over, but every single time that John Sterling makes a mistake, you come down his road for it. Why do you hate all other fellow old people? Older people.
I saw what you did there. 925, Comcast Business text line. Did Steiny compare him playing basketball in the backyard to Richardson? Yeah, I did. What's your point? Lastly, you want to, let's see what else I got here.
So what do you think about the World Series? Or are you going to save it for the crossover when Willard comes in?
I'm going to save it.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to save it. I want to play this piece of sound from Jerry Jones, owner of the Cowboys, was on his favorite station.
When does he not talk?
105.3 The Fan, and he talked about heartbreak losing to the Niners.
One of the second times, or one of the few times I've ever cried, literally cried, was the championship game that we had there at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. We lost that game, and I thought we had a great team, and we lost it when Switzer was our coach, and our Dion was a 49er, and we came back there, and I thought we had a chance to win it after a disastrous start. So I can go that far back with you on what San Francisco has meant to us. We've had some great days in San Francisco. They're a great franchise. They're formidable. We've got a great history with them. Now, they've been to more playoff, more championship games than we have. I think we're both needing to see a Super Bowl in the participation area.
What is he talking about? Like, seriously.
Wait, was that the game where Switzer said he dog-cussed his offensive coordinator?
Ernie Zampese.
Yeah. He just threw him under the bus. Carter, get the dump button ready. No, why does he have to speak 3 times a week is my question.
I think, you know what?
Also, by the way, I think he got into a car accident before the game on Sunday, so I'm glad that he's okay, number one. But number two, seriously, this guy should not be the most vocal member of the Dallas Cowboys.
No, he shouldn't be, but I don't mind that he talks. He probably just talks a little too much, but I don't mind an owner that talks once a week in football.
No, so
but I don't think you have to.
Well, we're talking about the older generation. For the 480, I'm defending the older generation. Steiny's the one that won't give Sterling any credit for being the man that he is.
Look, it's a matter of pride. It's you know what? I have one goal from this point on, and it's not to get pushed out of the business. My one goal is to leave on my terms.
Well, you could tap out.
He had about 3 opportunities to do that.
Well, he did, and then the Yankees made the World Series.
You're not going to believe this. I want to issue an apology.
Oh, to who?
You're never going to believe it.
Guru?
Nope.
Okay.
If I were to issue an apology to a basketball player, who have I been hard on?
I like this game. Well, there's a lot. So if you were going to issue an apology to one basketball player.
Been very hard on this guy.
Trae Young.
No, he stinks. I owe him no apology. Let me talk about Domantas Sabonis for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Did you watch the documentary?
No.
Okay.
He's not very good. All right. I'm not coming off.
That's not how you start an apology.
I'm not coming off that. I think he is. My feeling with Sabonis is because of what he makes and because of the role he has to have on that team, they are just. It is going to be so hard for them to break through and win 2 rounds in the playoffs. Now, that said, I have been too hard on him because the guy can do one thing. And for 10 years, I've been consistent about saying the one thing I love is big men who can pass. And so Sabonis can do that. He's a great passer for a big man. And so last night I'm watching the Kings play somebody terrible Portland. And
God, they've been on too much lately.
You're right about that. And, I apologize because he's not useless. He's not useless. Like he's an okay player. He's okay. And I've been too hard on him.
That might be the most backhanded compliment I've ever heard in my life. That's not an apology.
But what do you mean?
You just said
he doesn't stink.
Well, he's not useless.
He's not. The problem
You're not talking about a mop. You're talking about an NBA power forward.
The problem they have is he's gonna get 9 assists a game because of the way they play him. The way the Kings play him. Like he's involved.
Why do they run their offense through him?
I don't know.
Because he's good at it. Is he the perfect player? No, but you're acting like he's a scrub.
I never said he's a scrub.
Scrubini.
But if he's your best player, you stink. If he's your second best player, you're average. If he's your third best player, maybe you got something. Maybe. Anyway.
Well, he could be their third best player. They added DeRozan.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Keegan Murray.
Oh, no. I do like him, but he should not be your third or second best player.
The Warriors will have a better record this year than the Kings, I believe.
See, and this is why we don't make bets. Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It's taken us like an hour. Finally found something.
The one thing we were gonna do at the start of the segment, of course, I forgot, is what players are you going to monitor if you're a Warrior fan this year?
Oh,
we'll just go tell. So no, this is a serious question.
Yeah, actually, though,
we'll do it real quick and then get out. The guy I would really monitor is Zion. There's just no way he's going to play his whole career in New Orleans.
Well, there's no way he's going to play his whole career. He gets hurt all the time.
Well, but I also think he's young enough to turn it around. You have an interesting guy, and I think your guy is feasible.
Well, not that I need your approval, but Jimmy Butler would be the player that I would monitor because I think he fits with the Warriors. He fits with any team. He wins. And if he actually can buy into a situation, there's never a case in which he doesn't help them improve. So I also think he's got like a $50 million player option for next year. He doesn't want to be in Miami. He said he's not signing that extension, picking up that option with Miami anyways. So I think he's very gettable, and I think he'd actually help and wouldn't cost you as much. So Jimmy Butler would be my player to monitor.
I don't hate that idea at all. In fact, the one thing I would add to it is if there's one thing I'm not worried one iota about as it relates to Jimmy Butler is, well, what about him and Draymond together? What about him and Draymond together? I don't have any problem with that. I don't think that's a problem waiting to happen. But I've heard that from a lot of people. Oh, what about Butler gets mad at Draymond, and Draymond gets mad at Butler? Okay, they get mad at each other, and then we move on.
Oh, I thought he meant fit. I was like, they got to figure out Wiggins and Kuminga anyways. By the way, Wiggins is officially out tonight. So Curry, Melton, and Andrew Wiggins will not be playing against the DeJounte Murray and Trey Murphy-less New Orleans Pelicans.
All right. Coming up on the other side, it is crossover time where we will take the temperature of Mark Willard, who has seen the L.A. Dodgers jump out to a 3-0 lead against the San Francisco, may as well be, on 95.7 The Game. That segment brought to you by Safeway. We'll be back to talk about it more on the other side on 94.7. 95.7. I'm looking at 94 something else. My bad. 95.7. Stop on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, welcome back, Steiny and Evan. Giddings in the house, and we are now joined by Butterfingers. Butterfingers Willard just fumbled.
It's Malik Mustafa Dibs with a PBU. It was a pass breakup. I should have had the pick.
Which you don't do around electronics. My God, it's like I've got a 10-year-old at home. I don't need to be reminding my 50-something-year-old friend not to play with a ball in the house, for crying out loud.
Then secure the catch for crying out loud.
Never play ball in the house. The Brady Bunch taught you that.
Yeah, no joke. No joke. How you guys doing?
Hey, good. Willard and Dibs joining us from Chase Center today, where there will be there till 6 o'clock and talking about the Warriors and 49ers and Dodgers.
Something like that.
Steiny, wow. Yeah.
By the way, I should mention, you say at Chase Center, we'd like to let our audience know right away this is a little bit more special than just Chase Center because we are what in what I would say, Tim Jordan, might be one of the best live remote setups I've ever seen in my entire career.
Wow.
We are not inside Chase Center. We are outside Chase Center. We are in the middle of Thrive City. We're staring right at Gott's Roadside with the NBC Sports Bay Area studio on our left. Chase Center is on our right. We've got this entire plaza essentially right now to ourselves. That's why I brought the ball. We're going to be running routes today. Not only during the breaks, but as the fans come into the Warrior game tonight, we're running routes. That's what we're doing. And I mean, I'm juiced. We're doing this today. We're doing it again tomorrow. And so we are out and about and ready to press the flesh, boys.
Well, it also looks like there's going to be kind of a big game going on later this year. Behind you, is that All-Star 2024? Chase Center?
2025, which will be the 74th annual, taking place here February 16th. And by the way, tickets are on sale now for fan events and premium experiences, taking place from Friday, Valentine's Day through February 16th. Tickets to NBA Crossover, the Ruffles NBA All-Star Celebrity Game, Castrol Rising Stars, the NBA HBCU Classic, and NBA All-Star Practice, all available at NBAevents.com. And yes, the backdrop is telling you what is yet to come here. And you guys know, and Steiny, you were on the beat then when they covered the last All-Star game in 2000 in Oakland. Jason Richardson, the dunk champ, as you remember.
When was that?
2000.
Wait a minute.
2000.
I'm getting something mixed up. I thought it was Vince Carter.
Vince Carter. I thought it was Jason Richardson who won that one.
He was in one, but I don't think he won that one.
Yeah, my bad, Steiny. That was 2000 at the arena. I was just like 13 years old that year.
Here's what I remember about the 2000 All-Star game. It never rained harder in the Bay for the week leading up to it all through the weekend. It was awful. They had to cancel the NBA Jam session, which they had the whole parking lot was usually for fans, and they have games and kids play out there, and there's all kinds of stuff to do, and it was just, it was just a downpour for days and days and days, and really, and also what happened was everybody was staying in San Francisco, and it was a pain to get to the arena in Oakland because of the traffic and the weather. But hopefully it'll be better in 2025.
Well, with all that rain, they probably should have made it NBA Dams. Am I right?
It's 2.
Yeah.
Previewing the 3-point contest.
It's actually, and it's only 2 because it's early and I'm still in a good mood. But
get some coffee for
why are you in a good mood?
Because
you're headed into a long, dry off season.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? A
lot of blue in the off season, and he's even wearing a blue hat to try to get on board with the eventual World Series champs.
Yeah, I'm
pretty gutsy, huh, Mark?
I'm ignoring all of it. I'm completely ignoring all of it. Here's what I will say. 10 years ago today was an actual heroic World Series performance. Nothing that I've seen this year is a heroic. I guess Freddie Freeman, he's a little bit heroic. But
even Ohtani just playing.
Yeah, whatever. They're no mad bum. I know that. None of them.
Oh, all right.
Someone will get Judge's sword to fall on.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, good Lord.
Put it this way, Mark.
I'll be able to hit better with it.
maybe the silver lining is this is the only way we could get to what could be the most historic collapse in World Series history.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say these next 4 Yankee wins are going to be amazeballs. Can't wait for them. Really excited about it. But Warriors, Pelicans, Steiny, your thoughts?
Well, you know what? Seriously, on the so obviously no team in the World Series has ever come back from 3-0.
Never.
The Red Sox did it to the Yankees back in 04. It's never happened in the NBA playoffs.
Never.
And what would it take for a team to actually come back from 3-0, do you think?
You talking about in hoops or in this particular series?
Both.
All kinds of luck. Major injury.
Yeah, see,
they're not coming back. They're done. The Dodgers are going to win the World Series. They're done. Yeah, they're done.
It almost happened a couple years ago, I think, in the Eastern Conference Finals, where like the Heat pushed the Celtics to, was it 7 games?
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah, but
I think you're right.
They won 3 in a row, but they couldn't cap it off and win 4 in a row. So we almost saw it.
I'm actually surprised it's never happened in the NBA because you'd think, and not that you ever wish this, but you'd think that a team would take a 3-0 lead and then in the game 3 their star got hurt and now they're playing the rest of the series without a great player, but yeah, I don't know when or if it'll happen in our lifetime.
Yeah, baseball feels like, and I know you guys just said it happened once in the ALCS. Baseball,
2004.
That feels like the sport where it could or should happen more because it's so quirky, and there's not this whole like, well, they're clearly the best team, so they win. You know, you can get the ground ball with eyes or one pitcher who just goes crazy or whatever. Like in the NBA, if you're up 3-0, it's probably because you just have a clearly better team or better player.
Yeah.
But baseball's a little bit more of a crapshoot. So, yeah, like I said, these next 4 Yankee wins will be a blast.
Well, and think about that, Steiny, in terms of when it did happen in baseball, and I'm just looking at it to refresh, and, you know, Dave Roberts and the stolen base that everyone talks about, that happened in the 9th, and then they needed to win in the 12th. Mm-hmm. Okay, cute story. You're down 3-1. In Game 5, they scored a run in the 14th inning to win that game. 5-4, and then it goes back to New York, and they win 4-2 with 4 runs in the 4th, and then Game 7, as Guru would say, that's lemon booty time, and Boston put up 2 in the 1st, 4 in the 2nd, 2 more in the 4th, and that thing just turned into an absolute, cacophony of runs. And so in baseball, you can do it if you get a hot pitcher or a hot hitter. And as you know, Steiny, it's happened 4 times in hockey in the playoffs, including the Sharks up 3-0 on the Kings, and they blew that and eventually lost in 7. So, yeah, the NBA, I think, is a little bit more choke-proof in that way because if you're up 3-0, you're probably the better team, and most likely you're not going to lose 4 in a row to a lesser team.
Yeah, that's all fair. What do you think about tonight? Warriors going to head into that game without Curry, without Wiggins, without Melton. And, I guess so much for the 12-man rotation.
Right. Well, but the good news is you still have 9.
That's true.
And maybe even 10 if you put Waters in now, which Steve Kerr has sort of insinuated may happen. So, I don't know.
Spencer.
If we're excited about the depth, then let's see it. You know what I mean? It's Game 4, so it's not like there's urgency right now. I still think that the Warriors can put out an NBA-level product, and they're home for the next 2 nights. So I heard you guys talking about, 1 out of 2 would be a win. I'd expect that. I'd expect at least 1 out of 2. They're not going to lose both these games.
Wow. I think, well, if they do, that would give us some insight as to how much depth they actually have. But, I think this game, maybe not this early in the season, but this game or this stretch is the reason why you have 12 players you can play. Like that was one of the things we talked about, I think, last week was this team being a little injury-proof, right? You have talent that can now run in an 8 or 9 man rotation, or maybe 10 if you throw Waters in there. And I think it's a good test to see how deep this team actually is, because you're missing probably your 2 best scorers, not just Curry, but now Wiggins is also out. So also it's going to test how good defensively we think this team is, because I think that's the thing that stood out to me the most, is not just who's getting off and Buddy Hield throwing in shots, but also defensively, even against the Clippers when they struggle without Curry, they're able to defend at a high enough level. So that's what I'm looking for tonight, especially with a team who's got the best player on the floor in Zion.
Who's scoring the ball? That's the question to me. Who's going to score the basketball tonight and tomorrow night for the Warriors? Because you have to be overwhelmingly encouraged by Andrew Wiggins' start to the year. He's been everything that they sort of cracked him up to be, saying that he was back to his old self and feeling good about life again and all focused and everything. So he's been fantastic, but it also makes you wonder, okay, scorer 1 and scorer 2 are both out, so who's next?
Kuminga.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco.
Oh, it's pronounced Odyssey. It's pronounced Odyssey.
Always live. You guys missed pizza today. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
By the way, I actually thought today we have our costume party at the office. I thought Dibbs was dressed up as Ohtani with the brace. I thought that's who he was going for down there.
Well, according to Raymond Ritter, I'm always dressed up as Billy Joel.
Billy Joel, yes.
So, bald-headed and gray-bearded Billy Joel. Billy Joel. I am an innocent man, Steiny, as you well know.
Yeah, you are. I can't think of a song right off the bat to play along, so I won't. Here's the one thing, though. I'll get back to basketball, so as the boss won't come in.
Well, let me give you one before you get back to basketball, because you clearly need to figure out what the legal is and then collect your thoughts. But over the last 3 years, not including this year, the Warriors without Steph Curry, 25-27. So you're basically a 500 club over the last 3 without the chef. So go out there and split these 2 games.
Yeah, no, I think that would be the goal, and I would take that if I'm the Golden State Warriors. The one thing I was thinking is, so we all know that Kuminga and Wiggins have a little challenge of playing together and both having great games or very productive games at the same time. Wiggins has had a nice start to the season for 3 games. Kuminga's off to a little bit slower of a start. But without Steph Curry, they both need to score. And that's the one thing kind of I'm going to be looking at tonight is where will I think one of them will score, but can they ever get both of them going at the same time? Because it's just going to be tough to beat a team like New Orleans if you're down 25 Steph Curry points and then only one of the 2, Kuminga or Wiggins, is being productive offensively.
Well, Wiggins is officially out tonight, so he's not playing, right? So
then it's Kuminga.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity for him to show that he is what he clearly and his agents believe that he is. I don't, but I hope I'm wrong. And it's 1 game, so we're not going to make all kinds of judgments just based on that, and we won't make it just on the first 3 or 4 games of the season either. But I'm discouraged right now when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga and what he's going to be and sort of like his place in this whole thing. I know they've empowered him by shooting the 3-point shot. I don't want him shooting the 3-point shot. I don't think he's very good at it. And as a wing player, and I know we could have the conversation about whether he should be a 4 or a 3, but as a wing player in the NBA, if you want $200 million plus, you have in 2024 you got to make a 3. And you can't be that guy that when you get the ball at the 3-point line, the defense starts running the other way. And that's what's happening right now. They defend him the same way they defend Draymond Green, for goodness sake. And I'm discouraged. I'm discouraged by what I see right now from Jonathan's offensive game.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm discouraged, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that it's more he's just struggling than he's I said this earlier in the show. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga is an attitude problem. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I don't think that he's a fun sponge. I just think that he's really struggling to find how he fits on this team. But I don't think it comes out of selfishness. And I don't even necessarily think it's driven by, I got to get paid. I think this is something that's not new, and he's still looking to find his place on this team and, to a lesser degree, maybe his place in the league. And it's not that deep into his career yet.
Right, and I do think that is the biggest question about, how he fits Jonathan Kuminga on this team. Does he fit on this team? If he's not a guy who can shoot the three very well, and I don't think that he'll ever be 37, 38%, he might be 1 for 3, 33%, and that's not good enough if you're playing 32 minutes a night. So if that's the case, and you want to play this way around Steph Curry, and you do, and you've won that way, does Kuminga still fit on this team based on his skill set? And that, for me, becomes a big question. And to a different level, Jordan Poole, where I know Jordan Poole's off to a great start, and Evan, you were, quick to point that out, and, small sample size, but maybe with, the guidance of a new front office, he could be a better player. But I look at Jonathan Kuminga on a team that relies on player movement, ball movement, three-point shooting, catch and shoot, and the rest of it. Maybe he's not the player that actually fits with how they want to play.
Well, I think he, more than any other player, is really hurt by the 12-man rotation. So overall, I think you guys are correct. I mean, and you mentioned 32 minutes a night. Well, he's only playing 20 minutes a night. And if you look across his career, he plays better when he plays. Like, if you look at his splits after 30 minutes, he plays a lot better than when he comes off the bench or plays less. So I think overall, he's still got a lot of questions to answer. But in regards to tonight, I actually do think he's going to have a big game tonight because he's going to have to play a lot, and he's also not going to have Wiggins on the court next to him. So if Jonathan Kuminga goes for 20 or 25, I wouldn't be shocked, but I'm with you guys that I don't think it answers the bigger question, which is how does he fit when this team is whole, because that's really what matters.
Well, I think they both do. I think those points are all well taken, and Steiny, yours too. Like, I'm not out on Kuminga, I'm down on Kuminga. Those are two real different things. I want this to turn around and go the other way, and I think that maybe he is struggling to find a fit. And Steve talked to us yesterday about that, about finding the rotations and the minutes, and he's hoping that at the latest, at the quarter pole of the season, so around 20 games in, they've got a real good idea of exactly how they're going to do it. I don't think they're doing a 12-man rotation when they're blessed with health for the whole season by any stretch. But a night like tonight, and again, I don't think Jonathan's an attitude problem. I don't mind that he does want max money. Who doesn't want everything that they can get? But a night like tonight is when, to me, you've got to go show that you are worth that, because if there's an extension for Jonathan, it's not just about this year, it's about the future as well. And so in a moment like this, go show everybody that you can lead a team in scoring and win a basketball game. That's a great opportunity for him tonight.
Yeah, when I look at the Warriors, let's say, offensive pecking order, I actually think it should be more defined. You have Steph Curry, who should get you 25 a game, maybe more. To me, when you say, well, who should be their second leading scorer, to me, it's got to be Wiggins. And the reason is because Wiggins can get his own shot when he absolutely has to. And if you were to ask me, well, can Kuminga create his own shot? I would say not really. Yeah. And so, but that's okay, because Kuminga should be their third leading scorer, but the kind of guy who you don't call a lot of plays for. He gets you 2 or 3 fast break buckets. He gets you an offensive putback. He gets 2 or 3 little mid-range jumpers in the flow of the offense. And then you look up, and at the end of the night, he's got 19. And like that, to me, is where the Warriors could elevate their offensive game if Kuminga because I don't think you can really run a lot of plays for him or run anything through him. So he's got to work around the margins, but I do think there's enough possessions and enough opportunities with the ball that he can do that.
I bet you right now that at the end of the year, Buddy Hield has a higher points per game than Jonathan Kuminga.
I would take that.
I bet you right now.
You would take the bet, Evan?
I would take that bet.
I'll lay out.
Yeah.
Let's do it. What do you want to put on it?
I'll get you down to the ship. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, we can just make we can make it friendly.
That's a good bet, because my partner here is like Drexel in the tournament. He's one and done.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe 2 if he has a ride.
That's a good
2 and some water.
And by the way, Evan, you'll have probably 4 years to save up money before I'll actually be able to do it. But
maybe 6 years.
Let's put a night at the ship on it. That's fine.
I do think that's an interesting conversation though, because Buddy is going to get his Clay on. He's getting 40 14 to 17 shots a night.
Yep.
And I do think that Kuminga, as he starts to find his way, and I also think, guys, that he's in a little bit of a tougher spot because Kerr has said, let's play fast, let's shoot threes. And Kuminga's probably thinking, I like fast, I don't like threes. And so if he's not getting rim run and he's not getting fast break dunks, then what can he really do, Steiny, in the half court that you actually want to have be your best option? Because he can't really post up and get a bucket. He can't really get you off the dribble and get a bucket like on the regular. And so in the half court, what does he do that you actually want him to do?
The one thing I do like, the one thing I think he's great at, and I don't know how to describe it other than like when he kind of rocks into that mid-range where he doesn't...
Is it that ha-ha?
It's not. He doesn't really have...
I had to do it.
He doesn't really have the ha-ha change of direction, but what he can do is get you a little off balance, end up right near the foul line area, and then take that little fadeaway. And he nails that. I mean, he really shoots that one well, and I think he can get that off. But you're right. That's even a shot where you probably don't want to take it until the shot clock's down to 6 or 8, and maybe you need to get one.
And Mark always calls him the here, you do it guy, where you get down to 5, and it's like, oh, my God, what do we do now?
Yeah,
and
you
give it to
take
him.
it. Yeah. And that's actually what I see as the issue for the next few games for the Warriors is, in my opinion, they now do not have that guy. And you need that guy in the NBA. The offense doesn't always work, and when it doesn't, here, you take it with 6 seconds left on the shot clock and get a good shot. And the next 2 nights, the Pelicans have people who can do that, and the Warriors don't.
Yeah. Hey, well, listen, we will. I'll see you guys down there. So you were right near where, for lack of a better way,
you cannot miss us.
I was going to say, for lack of a better way to describe it. So you're looking at where Bonte works, right?
He's to my left.
Bonte's to our left.
Now, I know where it is now.
To the left.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Dumpling time.
All right, well, listen, I'll say hello to you guys. Are you sticking for the game?
Of course.
Yes, come on down. Both of you, come on down.
By the way, one of us just lied. I'll let you guys figure out which one did.
Maybe my plans have changed, Mark.
Well, now you just ruined the surprise.
Well,
it was
there's
you.
no surprise. Hey, how are you?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you both.
No, you're not. You're looking forward to seeing Brandon Pajemski. I already heard you earlier today. You're not looking forward to seeing
mask is bothering him.
Get it right.
All right, gents. I got to get down there. You know how the traffic is.
Yeah. Steiny, just real quick.
Yeah.
You can walk. Don't let Evan tell you it's an hour. It's no more than 2 miles. Evan must be getting his strut on, reading his press clippings. You can walk. It's okay, Steiny. It's 2 miles, and it's mostly downhill.
And even if it is an hour, walk an hour.
No,
what's wrong with that?
That's fine. And then the game's over, and my car's 2 miles away.
I got you covered. I'll give you a ride to your car.
Light rail, and they don't charge you in the post game because there are thousands of people on the train.
Oh. Get to know the city, Steiny.
Steiny, honestly,
seriously.
We're fancy today. We have parking. I'll take you to your car after the game.
Act like you've lived here for 35 years.
Let's
I got
go.
a clock
All
to
right.
42 minutes.
Game time. I'll be there, but my way there will be a game time decision.
All
On
right.
95 Sound again.
Night.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. How good is this?
Thrive City, baby. Let's go.
Live City, Thrive City as we get ready for a little two-step between the Warriors and the Pelicans, and we also get you ready for so many other things. We are sending people to Vegas. We are out here promoting All-Star Weekend. We are getting ready for 2 back-to-back Warrior games.
We're going back-to-back.
We are in the middle of a 49er bye week, so we get to breathe and talk some things out with regard to that football team.
The Sharks got to win. Hello?
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Although Macklin Celebrini is out for at least 2 more weeks.
That's fine. The Sharks got to win.
The Sharks got to win.
We're focusing on the positive. They won't go 0-82.
Focus, people.
Yep,
focus.
yep.
So anyway, a few assignments for all of you today. First of all, if you're one of these people who's got Warrior tickets, you're all fancy like that, you better come see us.
Yep.
Like, seriously offended if you don't.
You can't afford but to see us.
No joke.
We're that much in the mix.
The west entrance of Chase Center is right on our right, and that is the main entrance, and you should be walking through Thrive City at some point over the next handful of hours. You better come see us. I brought my mini football so we can run some routes. So everybody come on out here and see us. We got that. Also, pair of tickets to see the Warriors and Hawks on Wednesday, November 20th, right? Pre-Thanksgiving action right here at Chase Center. Just be listening at 3:30 and 4:30 today for your chance to win. Also, in addition to the 2 pairs, by the way, 2 pairs of tickets to that game.
2 pairs outside?
Yes, we've also got the Vegas dance that we're doing all week long. Be listening between 5 and 5:30. We'll get you all set up for a trip to Vegas to see the Scorpions. We got all kinds of action coming to you. Live City, Thrive City, Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. Also, Mark Schlereth comes on with us at 3. Doc Pandy is going to be on at 4. We check in on Steph's ankles. Zaza live in the plaza. It is Zaza Plaza at 5:30 as we get ready for the game. So we got all kinds of energy coming at you today and a whole lot of fun planned. All of that said, and I like at the risk of bringing everybody down, I cannot start the show without sending our condolences to Charvarius Ward and his wife and the entire 49er family. As a father of 3, this punches you in the gut unlike any other thing you could possibly think of. They lost their 1-year-old daughter today, and so I did not want to start out what is going to be a day of fun and frivolity without acknowledging what has happened to the 49er family, this absolute tragedy, to the Ward family. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I just flat out cannot imagine.
And thank you for doing that and for pointing that out, because when we got the news and we got it on our show thread, and I was actually at the doctor with my 2-year-old, and I had that moment of, dread for myself and obviously feelings for Charvarius and their family. But you think about that when you have, especially when you have a younger child, and the whole thing about, the fragility of life, and, you put them down to sleep and, you hope for the best and all the rest of it. And, I have a couple of kids in their 20s, and even that is devastating to think about when your child precedes you in death. But when you talk about a 1-year-old, there are really no words to describe it and to explain it. And I just hope that he's able to, find his own peace and, forget the whole thing about the trade deadline and how he's done this year and all the rest of it. Like, this is real humanity, and the loss of a child, especially at that age. There's no way that you can ever get over it.
No, her name was Amani Joy, and Charvarius and his lovely Monique. They lost her today, or the announcement came today. We don't have really any information in terms of what happened or why or how. And I know that to make sense of these things is really, really difficult. But I think you just said it well. I can't imagine, and the 2 of them will never be the same. And so I'm just so sorry. I'm so sorry to Charvarius Ward and the entire 49er family for this absolute nightmare become reality.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to say it. And, like you mentioned, you got 3, I've got 3, and, you live your day every day for your children. And I'm sure he was in the same boat, and he and Monique are in the same mindset. And, to have this happen at this point is just completely life-altering forever.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Amani Joy. And our thoughts and our love go out to Charvarius Ward and his entire family. All right, we are at Thrive City. We're getting ready for Warriors Pelicans tonight and tomorrow. We want to see as many of you as possible come by and say hi. Truly, do not feel like you don't feel like you're bothering us. We would love to say hi to as many of you as possible, and if we complete a pass or something like that out here on the plaza, then who knows? Then the relationship is even more special. So come on out and see us. By the way, before we leave the 49ers situation, and Grandy's grades are coming up in about 15 minutes.
I can't wait.
We do it every Tuesday after a 49er game. And so we do need to go through this one because
it's going to be an Oprah session get an A and you get an A and you get an A.
Maybe. I would imagine that it's not like that game didn't have some frustrations involved in it.
No warts. So a couple of pimples.
Yeah.
But no legitimate warts or bunions.
Well, we'll see what Grandy has to say. I got a wart that I'd like to pass out today.
Jeez.
Why the hell didn't you go get Deontay Johnson? I don't get it.
They couldn't afford it.
They couldn't afford it. Did you all see? This guy ends up on the Baltimore Ravens, who I think are very similar to the San Francisco 49ers, where you look at their wide receiver room and you're like, you're fine. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar, you're fine, but we could use depth and maybe a little bit of extra pop. And what did the Ravens have to pay for it? Hang on, checks notes. Nothing.
Nothing?
Literally next to nothing. The Ravens swapped out a 5th-round pick in exchange for a 6th-round pick, and that means because it's a Ravens pick that they're giving up versus receiving a Panthers pick,
right.
They barely had to just move down in the draft at all.
Like a 10-pick move.
They moved down a little bit, and the Panthers are still picking up most of the money.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I don't get how the 49ers did not beat this price. And so I wonder what everyone thinks about that. Plus, I do want to further explain the comment that you made to Steiny during the crossover, because our buddy Raymond Ritter, one of our favorites, is here, and he was thinking about you halfway across the country in Utah earlier
this week. Which is
a
little weird but flattering.
Well, but he's walking through the Delta Center, and he's like, why do they have a picture of Dibs? Why do they have a picture of Dibs on the wall
That's right.
at the Delta Center? Turns out when you zoom in, it's Billy Joel.
Yeah.
But could have fooled me.
Yeah.
When I saw it at fast pace, I'm like, there's Dibs at the Delta Center.
And no doubt. And so on the way home that night, I was listening to the Warriors, and I was also putting in a little Billy Joel playlist and working on my Billy Joel karaoke in case you ever need me for a karaoke night here. Yeah, you can pick your song. I could do them all. He and I are of the same tenor. He's a better singer than me, barely.
Except for you usually did start the fire. I'll say that about you. you usually did start the fire.
That's four.
It's kind of your thing.
What's funny is my brother and sister famously, when they were 4 and 3, they actually did start a fire. 1968 in Fairfax.
A Dibley family tradition.
Yeah, they were playing with matches, which back then was like playing with Lincoln Logs when you were a kid. Yeah, Legos, whatever. Matches, a lighter. Anyhow, so happy to be out here, and just looking behind me reminds me of like the goodness, and this is all great. Chase Center, yes, we love it. The Warriors, Steph, Thrive City, all the rest of it. The All-Star game is coming, Mark.
Is coming, I know.
The All-Star game.
I really feel like it probably hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves as we now move into the fall season. November is going to flip to the calendar here real soon.
And that's why we are in front of a backdrop, a 15-foot-high advertisement. This
is the best backdrop we've ever had on this station.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, the All-Star game is coming, like the Super Bowl is coming next year, so 2026 to Levi's, whatever. That feels like forever away. The All-Star game is coming in like 4 months.
4.5 months.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Let's do this thing. Absolutely. So anyway, 888-957-9570. Does Dibs look like Billy Joel?
Oh, boy.
And also, did the Niners miss out on an opportunity? I know you weren't that hot on the wide receiver idea, but Dibs, he was free. He's free. Come on, man, you're a media member. When you see free food and it's not your favorite food, do you still grab it? You grab it.
I would say no, but
Yes,
I'd
do.
be lying. I had a half a donut yesterday that was at least 9 hours old.
Like for me, the worst pastry of all pastries is a scone. It just is. But if I see a free one, I'm going to eat it.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat it.
Well,
because it's free.
And you're the king of the scoop and score. At the end of the day, we have a suite full of free food, and we get to the end of our show, and whatever's left,
bro,
it's a to-go box for you.
We are the closers of 95.7 The Game.
I was in need of a closer.
We got a job to do, and I'm going to do it, okay? But yeah, we're out here in beautiful Thrive City getting ready for a Warrior game. When the guys said that there was free pizza at the station, I almost left and went back home.
I'm with you.
But anyway, Deontay Johnson was free, man. You could move down in the draft about 10 to 20 spots. You pay about, I don't know, $300,000 for the rest of the year. That's literally all that's happening. And you could have a much more bolstered, professional wide receiver room that's also a little bit more Debo injury proof.
Yeah.
I think that people need to remember that. I know it's the bye. I know Jawan's coming back. That's all great. Debo Samuel gets hurt seemingly almost every game. And so why wouldn't that happen at least another time or two in the second half of the season? I don't know what the inner workings are. Maybe there's another receiver. Some people are saying that the Niners are going to bring back Kendrick Bourne, and that's just a depth piece. He's not as good as Deontay Johnson, not even close, but he's a free agent at the end of the year. This is absolutely this is a fling. All you had to do was go on a free fling with another wide receiver, and you're not tied down, by the way. You're not cheating on anyone else. Brandon Ayuk's out for the year. He'll be back next year. Deontay will be gone. This is a missed opportunity to me for the 49ers.
You don't need them. You only run 3 wide receivers about 20% of the time. You have 2 receivers already. You drafted Pearsall. He looks good early. Debo, whatever you can say about injury, he's going to be back, and he's going to be healthy enough. You got Jawan coming back. You don't need another receiver. What you need is a D lineman, and you probably need a linebacker, and you might need a safety who is a real veteran, a grown man in the secondary where you got a bunch of kids back there. Wide receiver was not a need, and you can spend a 5th-round pick if you want to bring in a guy that you don't really need. For me, it's largesse. You don't need to bring in a receiver when you already don't have a lot of receivers that you actually utilize.
But I'm gonna lean on Kyle Shanahan's words yesterday. You're right. If it wasn't a full level capital N need, but this was not a need price. This was a piece of cake price. This is move down a few picks in the draft, don't spend any money, and he's gone at the end of the year. That's a want, and the price for the want was absolutely right. And what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday is we don't look at it in terms of positional need. We look at it opportunistically to see if there's anything that could make us better. This would have made you better. It would have made you better.
Well, I don't know if it would necessarily have made you better because you don't necessarily need that player like you need other players. And maybe, the player at the end of it had a greater desire to go somewhere where he'd actually be used, because if he was here, he wouldn't be used that much. And look at the targets from any game. It's 4 and 4 and 4.
That's fine.
Deontay Johnson's not getting the ball here.
That's fine. Brandon Ayuk doesn't get the ball here, and they paid him $30 million.
Yeah.
All right. We got a lot to get to. Grandy's grades, Mark Schlereth, all kinds of stuff with the Warriors to discuss as we get ready for the 2-game set against the Pelicans starting tonight, plus tickets to the Warriors and Hawks. Wednesday, November 20th, we've got 2 pair, so 3:30 and 4:30, plus another chance to qualify for the Scorpions tickets and trip to Las Vegas next March. That'll happen between 5 and 5:30. We are jammed. We are busy. We are happy. 888-957-9570, the number. Grandy's grades around the corner. Live from Thrive City. Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get Thrillifyingly fast Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile. And get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fee applies. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it?
Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap.
So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open?
Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and TV and enjoy instant access to your favorite live sports with the Xfinity Stream app. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S. Programming subject to change.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar! La, 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 la.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
At least for the time being in the Kerr household. Was it Lulu and Mabel? Is that what we decided?
That's right.
Lulu and Mabel.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Olive and Mabel of internet fame.
Well, should be Lindy and Mabel if it's a backup point guard, because now Lindy might be the backup point guard.
Lindy Waters might be the backup point guard tonight. I can't wait to see what they do. We'll be seeing it tonight at Chase Center with the Pelicans in town for 2. Willard and Dibbs live at Chase Center. Thrive City outside, brought to you by Xfinity. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. And before we hop back to some of the football stuff, we need to pass along something that a little birdie just told us. Something. And the Warriors would love for you to hear this. Obviously, Clay's return is going to be a spectacle in and of itself. And if you haven't looked at a schedule recently, it's not very far off. It's on November 12th. So a couple of weeks away, Klay Thompson will be back here at Chase Center as a member of the Dallas Mavericks. And a little birdie just floated to us that the Golden State Warriors believe that they are set to do the coolest thing that has ever been done for a returning player in the history of professional sports. They go, you know how everyone does a video? Video.
2 videos.
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe a video before and during the game.
Double video action.
That's a great idea. The Warriors would like to hire you for their marketing department. You sound qualified.
I'm already employed,
but anyway, that's the Warriors say it is going to be the coolest thing ever done for a returning player in the history of professional sports.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's incredible. And I actually, as that little birdie was walking away, I threw out my idea, and it wasn't refuted. I thought it would be cool if they did clay for clay. So they have somebody come out and fashion clay out of clay, slap it in the kiln, boom, clay and clay.
All right.
Bam, 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 and I'm fired.
What else you got?
That's about it.
Okay. Who was the one who
I'll show myself out.
Did someone say that they get him a boat? Was that you also?
No, that was Tim Jordan.
Tim said get him a boat, which I thought would be a really cool.
On a boat.
Yeah, no, I thought that'd be a great idea if you could actually send him out on the boat during the game.
Right.
Like the coolest thing would be if Clay did not score his 19 points during the game while they're playing the Warriors. Hopefully Steph will be back for that game. That's the other thing that right now, and I think that the thought is that he should be all of that. It would be a real shame if he missed that one. So anyway, 888-957-957 is the number. Mark Schlereth is going to join us in about 25 minutes. We're live at Thrive City, just filled with surprises today. Less than an hour from now, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to the Warriors-Hawks game on November 20th. We'll do it again at 4:30. 5 o'clock hour, Zaza in the Plaza. And we're also going to have you have another opportunity to qualify for the Vegas trip and the tickets to see the Scorpions in March. So we've got all that. Doc Pandy is going to stop by to talk about the Steph Curry injury and much more. By the way, I'm not against what you were saying, Niner trade deadline-wise. We were talking about the fact that I'd really would have loved to see the 49ers go get Deontay Johnson, who went to the Ravens today for an absolute song. Very little money, very little draft position, changed hands. I thought the Niners could have and should have beat that price. But you're not wrong. I would be surprised if they didn't do something, and something that helps them stop the run is probably what they're thinking is priority one. I get that.
Yeah, and also to be able to maybe, I don't know, pressure the quarterback up the middle, and Okawanu has been good in that spot, and, Floyd and Bosa around the outside, if you had one more piece in there, and I know that Javon Hargrave was supposed to be that guy, and he wasn't because he got hurt, and beyond that, you haven't had a lot of pressure in the interior defensive line, and I also think about the game against Kansas City where they basically gave the ball to Kareem Hunt, and they ran it right down your throat between the guard and the tackle over and over and over. So I think about their needs, and wide receiver for me is probably 4th or 5th on the list. And, yeah, you can always look at injury, and if Debo gets hurt and he tends to miss games, fine. And you could look at that for any position. But as I look at it right now on need, I look at the D-line and even linebacker ahead of wide receiver. And, yeah, granted, Deontay Johnson was acquired for not a very high price, and you have the ability to get that done. I don't think that position is one that you need right now.
Yeah, I just don't look at it as an either or. I like, okay, you want a defensive tackle? Let's get a defensive tackle. Get Deontay Johnson also. To move down 15 picks and pay $250,000? Fine. Like, that doesn't preclude anything else from happening, if you ask me. And more opportunity to get better. The Chiefs have already made 2 moves, and we're still a week away from the deadline. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not refuting anything you're saying. To me, it's an and, not an or.
Right.
They can do what you're asking for, and they could have done this too.
They could have done it, but I think that they look at their roster and they look at their receiver room and think, we're probably pretty good. When you get Jawan back and you have Debo and you have Ricky, and you only are going to dress 5 on game day, right? And so Ronnie Bell, for everyone who wants to diss Ronnie Bell, and we all do, he is a special teamer. He plays on almost every special teams unit, so he's got to be up. And then it gets down to Chris Conley or Jacob Cowing, and Cowing plays on special teams. So I really think that if you bring in Deontay Johnson, and I don't know what he does on special teams, I would bet that he probably does nothing.
He has some return experience in his background.
Right.
So
but I think if you look at like your receiver room and you're going to dress 5 on game day, and you've got 2 of them who are special teams guys, Cowing and Bell, now you're down to 3, and it's going to be Debo and Pearsall for sure, and Jawan. I just don't know if Deontay Johnson can come in and supplant one of those 3 as a non-special teams wide receiver
you
guy.
can dress more than 5.
You can, and they dressed 6 last week.
They dressed 6 last week.
Yep.
Chris Conley is someone who I'm getting pretty close to putting alongside Ronnie Bell as, like, do we really need Chris Conley on this football team? Nothing against.
You can't live without Ronnie Bell.
Well, then live without Chris Conley.
Well,
yeah, that's an upgrade, and it was a cheap upgrade, and it provides you insurance if a receiver goes down. And oh, by the way, you're still, and I love the early returns on Ricky Pearsall, only get better, but it's still only been 2 football games.
Yeah.
And I don't want the 49ers to end up in a spot where they're putting too much on his shoulders too soon. So, again, if the price were high, I'd understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Yeah.
It just wasn't. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't do it. But anyway, let's keep the conversation moving forward. Mark Schlereth is going to join us at 3. We'll get into everything that the 49ers are facing and beyond. The whole NFC, the whole league for that matter, the trade deadline. We'll talk to Stink coming up in 20 minutes. But right now, a different Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Grandy's Grades.
Hey guys, how's it going? You ready?
Hi, Grandy.
You ready?
Man,
Live
where'd you come
Grandy.
from?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
I didn't even know you were
Out of
sitting
nowhere,
right there.
just right next to Dips. I don't know if you can see me on YouTube and Twitch, but Grandy's Grades times, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. After a Week 8 win for the Niners against the Cowboys, 30-24 was the final. As always, we've got 7 groups to go through, and we will begin, as we always do, with the quarterback. That was Brock Purdy, as always, and for his performance against against the Cowboys. A little bit of a rough first half, but an excellent second half. I didn't think the first half was as bad as many do. Yep. An A- is what I gave Brock Purdy for his performance.
I like that.
Week 8.
I like that. I had it down as a B+, and I thought that you'd be actually lower than that. And I look at a couple of plays where 4th down, he throws behind Debo, and then he had the fumble where he tried to collect it. Didn't ultimately cost him. Neither one really cost him. And the second half, he was spectacular. The scrambling was great, efficient, and timely. And ultimately, his job is to not turn it over and win the game, and he did that, Mark.
Yeah, I like your B+ grade, and I'm a little surprised, Grandy, that you were as high as you were.
Getting higher than both of you.
Yeah. I mean, and on a weekday, no doubt. But anyway, I think he was good, and I think the further away we've gotten from the game, everybody's starting to realize that first half was not as bad as you thought. When you go over the tape, we were frustrated. They couldn't get in the end zone. That was more, in my opinion, the fault of a bunch of holding penalties than it was Brock. I can't give him something in the A bracket, though, solely because of one play. If it's 4th down and someone's about 5 yards from you, you got to hit him in stride. Debo could have caught it. He gets his share of the pie. But that ball alone, for me, knocks him down to about a B+.
Fair enough. We're close, though. A-, B+, in the same neighborhood there. Up next is skill positions. This is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. For that group, I gave a familiar grade. Another A-. The only major negative I can think from this one was Eric Saubert and his hold on the big Debo Samuel touchdown that took that 66-yard score off the board. Other than that, a lot of good stuff. Isaac Guerrero came in and filled in for Jordan Mason. He was awesome. George Kittle on National Tight Ends Day was amazing as well. Debo Samuel had that touchdown taken away, had another 47-yarder. Skill positions an A- for me.
Gave it a B+, and you hit on the big one with the Saubert hold, but also there was the confusion on the play where I think it was Conley and Pearsall,
yes.
You go here, no, you go there, no, you go up, no, I go up.
Called back a big play.
You had Juszczyk with a hold, you had Kittle with a hold, and Debo with a big drop on a screen on 2nd and 20 that would have been, he had blockers, he had a convoy, that would have been a something, so I brought it down to a B+ for that.
I'll bring it down to a B because you guys are forgetting.
Tough love.
You guys are forgetting a play that could have ruined the season. On two fronts.
Say it with your chest.
Isaac Guerrero totally whiffing a block that A, could have put Brock Purdy on IR.
The hospital.
And B, it could have given the Cowboys the ball in the high red zone down by 6 points with about 4 minutes to go in the game.
We'll get to that one. That impacts a different category that we'll get to a little bit later.
That was a huge play. You're also forgetting that while Debo Samuel gets a small part of the blame for the 4th down incompletion, gets a big part of the blame for the ridiculous drop that he had about 4 plays later. So I'm not saying it was a bad day. I'm just saying it was a B. This was not an A-level performance.
Wow, Willard, the harshest grader of the Niners through 2 rounds? What is going on here?
I need the two of you to get a little hair on your chest. This is getting a little annoying, the homerism from the two of you.
Yeah.
But I'm here to fight it.
Nice
I won't have this crap anymore. I'm holding this team accountable. That's enough out of you two.
Hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah.
Change of pace from Willard there.
Totally.
All right, up next, we got the offensive line. It was a pretty good day for the group. I mean, they averaged 6.2 yards per carry on the ground. Guerrero was a big part of that. Ricky Pearsall had the 39-yard run. That influences that a little bit as well. Purdy was only sacked once, but all the injuries for Dallas, it's not like this is a very good defensive front that played on Sunday against the Niners. So all of that considered, opponent considered, B+ for the offensive line.
That makes about sense. I might even say A- because you're only allowed to play the people who you're playing. And it was the best pocket and the most time that Brock Purdy has had all year. Yes, their 2 best pass rushers were out. But again, that's who was in front of them. They opened up holes and they gave Brock Purdy time. So you got to give him some love. I'm going to go A-. Thank you very much, my brother.
Yeah, thank you. And shout out Purple Rain, one of the all-time great albums. B+ for me is where it fell felt like
Thank you, man.
The range would be. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I thought that, in general, you're right, Grandy. Not a really imposing front. You didn't have, Parsons was out, and Dallas
was out. Yep.
Didn't really present a huge amount of pressure. And I thought, in general, the run game was effective. Jordan Mason, maybe not as much because of his injury, but by and large, a clean game. Couple of unnecessary penalties early in the game, but I had him as a B+.
All right, B+ for the offensive line. Now we move over to the defensive side of the football. The front seven, this is the down linemen and the linebackers. Considering a similar thing, who the opponent was, also the Cowboys without Rico Dowdle, so they're running out a couple of old, slow running backs in Ezekiel Elliott and Dalvin Cook. I gave the front seven an A- for their effort despite that. I mean, Nick Bosa was good as well. He had just 1 sack. Sam Okawano had the other sack, but Bosa also forced the first interception that Dak threw down the left side to Jair Brown because it was his pressure in the face of Dak. Campbell, who I know you highlighted, Devondre Campbell had his best game as a Niner. Not a super high bar to clear, but it was his best game as a Niner. And Fred Warner was awesome as always. Could have had an interception late to seal the game. I gave the front seven an A- for what they did against Dallas.
I'm going to again call out the homerism and call it a B+. It was good. It was good. But I will say this. For example, even though Dallas's stats were not good in that run game, and they only averaged 2.9 yards per carry, I still saw some poor tackling at times. I saw them move the ball on the ground, quite frankly, even better than they should have, because as you pointed out, these are 2 washed-up running backs that they're throwing at him. Yep, best game of the year for Devondre Campbell, no doubt. D. Winters, I love the aggressiveness. Hope his concussion is okay. He got knocked out of this one. Warner almost had the pick at the end. Pass rush was good. I thought should have been better against a weak offensive line and Dak Prescott, who doesn't move very well. I would have loved to see more like 4 sacks instead of 2. Good, but not great. B+ for me.
That same B+ is what I had down, and you would have liked to have them wreck the game a little bit more. And I think the missed tackles is certainly one to look at, where there's a couple of plays where Bosa had his hands on a Cowboy and didn't get it, and Fred missed the tackle as well. I am glad that you highlighted Campbell because I thought he played very well. The front seven was not dominant, but they were solid in the game for sure.
Yeah. I think those are fair points. Up next, we got the secondary, of course, corners and safeties. This was interesting because I thought for the most part they dominated this game. Jair Brown, Deommodore Lenoir interception. That Deommodore Lenoir interception, by the way. What a play.
That player.
Yeah, Demo is awesome. The tragic news aside, Mooney Ward a couple of bad holding penalties on Sunday, and I hope everything was all right with him and his family, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the Ward family, of course. But then the fourth quarter was awkward. You kind of got in the prevent defense when you were up by 17 points, and CeeDee Lamb was open like 4 or 5 times in the fourth quarter. So I felt like the secondary was really good for the majority of this football game, but what happened in the fourth, it knocked it down to a B for me for the secondary.
Yeah, I actually want to give them about a B+, because I think in terms of a group, for about 3 quarters, they were playing as clean as any group on the entire field. And so you mentioned the interceptions. I think they were there. They were there where they needed to be, and on an individual by individual basis, they were playing pretty well. The fourth quarter, though, knocks it out of the A range to a B+, because you got guys running into each other. You got CeeDee Lamb wide open down the field, and obviously a prevent defense drive that only took 30 seconds. So something was wrong out there. But I give them a little bit, not a pass, but look, they were tired. It's the fourth quarter, and the offense couldn't stay on the field when they needed to because they had kind of gone into victory mode. So it knocks it down, not too much. B+ for me.
Down to a B- for me because, Mooney Ward, and again, thoughts and prayers to the family, and I don't know how long back this has gone with the tragedy that they reported today, but the 2 big pass interference penalties, and also when you have 2 of your guys pick each other on a play where the best receiver in football outside of Justin Jefferson is able to break free and score, and even the previous touchdown that he caught where it was a clear coverage break.
Yeah.
So his 2 touchdowns, one was you forgot to cover him, and the other one was you knocked each other over. Those, to me, are glaring mistakes. That's why I put it at a B-.
Yeah, I think that's fair. B-, B+, B+, somewhere around there sounds about right to me. Up next, we got special teams. And how about this? A rare good grade for special teams.
Hey!
8 weeks in. This might be the first A I've given out from maybe week 1 they got an A because Jake Moody made all 5 of his field goals. But an A- for special teams today. The only thing I can remember that went wrong was one kickoff out of bounds when the Cowboys got the ball at the 40-yard line. Other than that, nothing terrible.
Well,
A-.
and nothing anywhere near as bad as what the Cowboys did on one of their kickoffs by having the ball land short of the 20 and giving the Niners the ball all the way out at the 40-yard line to start a drive. That's pretty funny. But, yeah, I'll go with you on an A-. Look, don't forget also, you're on, I know it's kicker 3, but in a way it's kicker 4 since the punter tried one earlier this year, too. You're on kicker 4, and he nailed it. He had a great day. He kicked long field goals. A- for me on special teams.
Highest grade of the year for me all season, B-. B-.
Come on, man.
You cannot
haterade.
Not kick the ball out of bounds in that spot. And that thing was way out of bounds. Inexcusable.
Looked like you hitting a golf ball.
Whatever. It's 27-10. You just scored, and you don't laugh at that, Jordan.
No, it was funny.
No, because my kickoffs never go left. They always go right.
No, but
that's where it's inaccurate. My kicks go way to the right. You cannot kick the ball out of bounds when you've got a 17-point lead, and the kick coverage, your kicker never really was able to kick the ball into the end zone, and I know he's on kicker 4, but better, but still not good enough to get an A grade for me.
That's rough. That's rough, Dibs. All right. Last one.
Speaking of rough.
I like Homer Dibs better.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Speaking of rough, worst grade of the day for me goes to the coaching staff. I gave them a C+ for their performance against the Cowboys on Sunday. First of all, you came out flat, but you got to give them credit. You adjusted well in the second half. You scored 24 unanswered points. Then, as we were talking about earlier with the defense in the secondary, you changed up the scheme entirely in the fourth quarter defensively. It allowed the Cowboys to get back in the game. And then the play you're talking about where Garendo didn't get the block on Purdy's blind side. It's 2nd and 3 with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Why do you call a pass on 2nd and 3? Why do you call a pass? Even if Garendo does pick up the blitzer and it's an incomplete pass and the clock stops, what are you doing? Hand the ball off, get a first down, kill clock. I cannot make sense of that play, a C+.
You go first because forward tease, I have a rebuttal. Go ahead.
I like it B-, and that whole sequence was egregious to me. And even before that, on the previous drive, when you get the ball back after you force Dallas to punt, 3rd and 1, and you run that play action, and Brock rolls and rolls and rolls, and he throws a pass, and it's deflected, and they almost pick that off. That's one where just run the ball, keep the ball. I thought Kyle got too cute in the fourth quarter, so that's why I had it a B-.
I'm going all the way up to B+, and here's why. The only reason.
Go.
Well,
it's because you live with the head coach,
and it's because there's things that you haven't seen on tape. You need to go watch it for an 8th time.
Oh, the all 22.
The all 22. Everybody's got a homework assignment tonight. I want you to go find video of what happened down the field when Brock Purdy got sacked and Garendo missed a block. As a coach, you are only as strong as what your players go out there and do as far as their assignments. You can hate the fact that he threw the ball. What I think Kyle knew the whole time was that the middle of the field was literally an absolute chocolate factory. It was nothing but dessert out there for the Niners whenever they wanted it. Ricky Pearsall had about 8 yards of separation down the middle of the field on that play. And if Garendo even gets a piece of that defender, the ball game is over. You can say he should not be throwing there. I think he knew that it was going to pay wonderful dividends. The only reason I don't give coaching an A is because on the defensive side of the ball, the prevent defense, which was wobbly in the fourth, we will play for you later in this show sound from Draymond Diggs on Micah Parsons' podcast this week talking about how Kyle Shanahan had the Dallas Cowboy defense in knots the whole game. So the coaching staff deserves a nod for what I think was a pretty well-called game. You can't do anything when your players go out there and blow the assignments they're given.
Homer Willard is back, Tibbs.
He's back.
God, I mean, he went to the bathroom and he came back.
He's back.
And he's back. All right. Whew, isn't it nice when all is right in the world?
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We are 30 minutes away from giving away 2 tickets to the Warriors and Hawks on November 20th. And we're like 3 minutes away from talking to Stink. Mark Schlereth joins the show to go over everything Niners and beyond, live at Thrive City, getting ready for a 2-step with the Pelicans. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plant.
and a lot of quarterbacks don't process this, but you already know what you've got. Like you can tag each route individually, what you're going to get, but to see what the defense is doing instantly and going, I don't like that combination. I'm getting to the backside. I'm getting to number 3. And so I'm a huge fan of the way he plays and the knowledge and the speed with which he processes. I think he's a big time player. And you get players back and get players healthy and good things are going to happen.
Mark Schlereth with us on Willard and Dibbs. Stink, I wonder if you weigh in on something we were talking about earlier. Look, I understand it's not the biggest need in the world, but if I'm the 49ers with all the wide receivers who are available here at the deadline, I'd have gotten in on that. With Ayuk out, knowing the injury history of Debo and the youth of Ricky Pearsall, and now the price of Deontay Johnson today, which was next to nothing.
Get off the football field. Why have we given up long drives at the end of halves and at the end of games? Why have we let teams that we've got our foot on the throat get back into it like we did Dallas on Sunday night? Like that was the one that I would look at, and there are a lot of people that talk about, hey, do you have an elite level corner or do can you go get another corner, another DB? And that's all great. There's an old saying that one corner can, take one receiver out of the game, but a great pass rush takes all the receivers out of the game. And, that would be an area, if I'm San Francisco and I'm John Lynch, that I would look at the defensive side of the ball, because I think offensively, and I hear what you're saying about injuries and stuff, but I think offensively, that team is poised to explode when they get, most of their weapons back and some of those young guys start getting exposed and start playing a little bit.
I agree, Mark, and I look at the defense against Dallas, and I wonder what your thoughts are about those last couple of drives where it felt like they were playing the old prevent defense, which many people think prevents you only from winning. When you looked at the defense in the first 3 quarters as opposed to the fourth quarter, what changed? Yeah, it's philosophy. I think more than anything else, you start playing and saying, hey, we're going to give up underneath throws. We're going to give up yardage, and we're going to exchange yardage for time. And so we'll let you complete a bunch of passes, make tackles, and let that clock tick. And I think I think it's just a philosophical approach that most teams have. It's really like you get into this kind of passive, let's give up a bunch of 7-8 yard completions and keep the clock running, right? And so that's kind of the philosophical approach, and you're really exchanging yardage for time. And it's kind of a philosophical thing. But, it's funny, and I think everybody can relate to this, what I'm about to say, is when you're much better at something, let's say it's an athletic skill, maybe it's playing hoops or maybe it's racquetball or whatever, tennis, pickleball, whatever it is, and you're much better than the person you're playing. And then you go into that relaxed mode where you're just trying to, hey, let's have some fun and make a game of it. And that person gets a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence, starts playing better. And then it's really hard to flip the switch back on. I think we've all been there a time or two where, you're competing with somebody who's not nearly as good as you, and you kind of take some time off. And the next thing you know, you're like, oh, shoot, I'm about ready to get beat by this guy. And I think that happens a lot with the kind of quote-unquote prevent type of defense, or let's just bend but don't break. And I just never understand, let's take our foot off the gas. To me, how have we been playing? What have we been playing? And let's just continue to play the snot out of it, right? They haven't gotten us at all. And we're so afraid of giving up the one big explosive play that what we end up doing is just giving up a bunch of plays that end up being explosive over time. So I don't like the philosophy. I understand it, but it doesn't mean I like it.
Stink, when you look at the NFC as a whole, because you sound very bullish on the second half of the season for the 49ers, if I made you make a little mini list, how many teams are you going to name before the 49ers in terms of what you think is the likelihood of them getting all the way to the Super Bowl?
Over the 49ers, I would take right now probably the Lions. I think the Lions are the best team in football right now.
Yep.
And then after the Lions, I would probably take I'd probably take Philly because I think they're that talented. Oh. And in the last 4 weeks, Jalen Hurts hasn't turned the ball over, which has been their biggest issue. They're starting to kind of hum, and they've got all kinds of talent, really strong offensive line, all that kind of stuff. And then I'm trying to think, Washington's playing really good. I don't think they're at the talent level they need to be offensively. I think they're really talented and they're really good. But defensively, I don't think they are. They're playing exceptionally hard. But I don't think I'd take San Francisco. I don't think I'd take Washington over San Francisco. I'm probably missing one team.
What about Green Bay?
Okay, so Jordan Love got hurt again. He hurt his groin this time. He has not been real judicious with the football. Like, he's turned the ball over a bunch, and there's just something about that matchup from a physicality standpoint that I'd probably now I'm assuming again that the 49ers get healthy. Like, that's a big assumption. Like, right now I'd take Green Bay, but I'm assuming toward the end of the season they get healthy, they get McCaffrey back, they start to hum. There would be at the end of the season, if all things kind of remain the same and San Francisco gets healthy, I would assume it's probably Philly and the Lions that I would give the nod to.
And that's fair. I mean, the Lions, I think, are the best example in football right now of playing that complementary football where the offense and the defense are kind of in lockstep. And you look at the Niners, and you mentioned Isaac Guerendo and what he's done. How much is it kind of McCaffrey, not McCaffrey or bust for them to go to the Super Bowl, but just how critical is he in all facets of the offense to get them to get to that top echelon in the NFC?
He's huge, and it's not just running the ball, and it's not just receiving. It's personnel groups. So now all of a sudden something they call like 21 personnel, as you guys know, is 2 back, 1 tight end. It's the fullback, for you guys to be Juszczyk and McCaffrey. But all of a sudden you can get into 21 pony. So now all of a sudden you can get Mason as your main guy, and McCaffrey's playing, motioning out, playing wide receiver. Or you can get Guerendo in there to be your main running back. And now all of a sudden the two of those guys. So it just gives you another big-time personnel grouping that a defense has to go, how do we match this? What do we do? And because of the interchangeable nature of Debo and McCaffrey and the things that both of those guys can do, it just makes it a nightmare when you try to match up and you have to make a decision, how are we going to go about this? And then all of a sudden, if you're getting raked over the coals, now we got to make a change on how we're going to do that. And so it just presents a big problem. Detroit does it a lot when they decide to go with Montgomery and Gibbs in the same backfield, and Atlanta does it when they do Robinson and Tyler Algier in the same backfield. And it's just another one of those wrinkles that you got to spend time trying to defend, and they can run a bunch of different stuff out of that based upon the versatility of Christian McCaffrey. So, yeah, it makes a big deal.
Mark Schlereth is with us here on Willard and Dibs. We're live at Thrive City. Mark, this is always sort of a difficult needle to thread with the Niner fan base because expectations are high, and therefore every play call by Kyle Shanahan is scrutinized. I know you know the Shanahan system very well. It was interesting. Draymond Diggs went on a podcast yesterday and talked about how the defense was in knots because of Shanahan's play calls. Can you just shed some light for our listeners about what he does that's special, and then sort of what your review of specifically this year is?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously they haven't had the weapons, so but they still had a ton of production. And, one of the things I always say about their run game, and I talked to coaches all over. I talked to a coach last week about their run game, and, it was Arizona's coach, Jonathan Gannon, said San Francisco's run game is what everybody studies. It's the best run game in football. Miami has a lot of those same principles, but the way they can take one play and just attack a different aspect of that play. So, for instance, let's say we're an 18 handoff, and your defensive end has to defend against an offensive tackle blocking them, and then it's a tight end blocking him. And then it's 2 tight ends blocking him. And then it's the tight end that looks like he's blocking him, but he arc releases and the fullback loads him and hits him in the head. And then all of a sudden, it's the tight end pitching inside and somebody else pinning him, an offensive, like a wide receiver pinning him, and they get the pin pull kind of stuff. And then so all of a sudden you're basically running one play, and for 9 of us, it's the exact same play every time we run it. But for 2 guys, they're operating in a different realm where they're blocking the edge different. But for the defense, it looks like 7 different plays, 8 different plays. And so it's one play for us, but it's 8 for them. And so now they're confused about, well, what are they doing here and how are they getting this and what are they getting? Oh, we got the 2 tight ends. Well, last time we both got blocked by them, but this time neither of us are getting blocked by them. And it just becomes one of those things where it gets you to play on your heels. The other thing they do is their motion and their shifts are so good that they gain real estate. And what I mean by that is, let's say you're on the backside of a play and you're a guard and you're big and fat like me, and you got to get up to a linebacker and really run. So we're going to motion across the formation ever so slightly. We're going to snap the ball right as the linebacker takes one step to his left, and now we come back to the right-hand side, and that one step gave me 8 inches of real estate where I can block him now as opposed to him running by me. Just little nuanced things like that are the difference between 4-yard runs and 40-yard runs. And San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan do it better and coach it better than anybody in football.
Mark Schlereth there on 95.7 The Game, and you mentioned being a guard, and I'm wondering a couple things. One, when is National Guards Day? And secondly, what do you make of the rookie guard, Dominic Pooney, and how he's gone from draftee to starter in this complex run game?
Yeah, you know what? He's been impressive, and you know I haven't spent a ton of time focusing on him. You know, because when you're doing games, like I try to watch pretty much everything that I can. But when you're doing a game, you're kind of an inch wide to mile deep on the team that you're preparing for. So I haven't had San Francisco, but what I've seen of him, he looks really good. He's coming off the ball. He's doing a lot of things really well. So I've enjoyed watching him. But listen, man, that's the system. They do a great job with the system. I think Forster's a hell of a football coach. And so they just have, like, everybody is coaching it one way. And I think one of the cool things is Kyle talks about it the same way the O-line coach talks about it, the same way Bobby Turner, the running back coach, talks about it. Like, they're all on the same page. And so you're never getting any mixed messages when you're in a system like that.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes. This football season, we're talking with Odyssey insider Mark Schlereth. Stink is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Stink, what'd you used to do during your bye week? Like what does this do for guys?
I used to have surgery during my bye week. So that's what I did. I mean, I didn't go anywhere. I had surgery pretty much every bye week. I think there was one bye week in my 6 years in Denver where I didn't have surgery. So
oh my gosh.
I was just nursing and trying to get healthy. That's what I was doing.
Sounds like fun, Mark.
Yeah, sounds great. No, but we've noticed, especially, and maybe this is just recent years, but the Niners have seemingly always had a very mid-season bye week, and they have used it to do something that has them come back out and look like a completely different football team. And maybe it's cheating this time because when they come back, McCaffrey might be on the team. But what can that really do for a team? What extra stuff do they plug in that you think maybe makes them improve at such a level?
Yeah, it's just being fresh, getting away from it for a minute. Having the bye week in the middle of the season is great for them. It's super. I mean, it's super. You get the victory. You get the 500, 4-4. You get a bye week. You get to come back fresh. Hopefully, some guys heal up and get right and then can stay right for the rest of the year. So, like, more than anything, it's just being healthy is, like, when you're healthy and relatively healthy as you can be as a football player. But when you get that and you get rolling, you know, you get this renewed energy, if you will. And so getting McCaffrey back it'll bring excitement to the football team. So, you know, the other thing is like you've got the fast track to win that division. I mean, you've got everything in front of you. So I look at that like that's energizing as well.
Mark, we love having you on. We thank you so much as always, man. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
There it is.
All
That's
right,
Stink. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider. Mark Schlereth, host of the Stink and Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious.
Yeah, and it's interesting the way you laid that out about the Niners after the bye, because they tend to be really, really good. And if you think about this year after the bye, they've got 9 more games. And now the latest news is that no setbacks, and McCaffrey should be, could be, or should be rather, ready for Tampa Bay, which is exciting. And even if he's not ready for a full rack of plays, you think about McCaffrey and Mason, if he's good to go. Garendo's been spectacular. Now that room is getting full and good again. And if Jawan can come back and Debo's healthy and you got Ricky starting to come into his own, that room looks good. George Kittle already bragging about 4 tight ends being up and active on National Tight End Day. That room looks good. The O-line, all 5 offensive linemen played every snap on Sunday. That room looks good. Brock Purdy's been at least a B, if not a B plus all year. He's been good. So you start thinking about an offense, and they are going to be whole other than Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
And they're going to be humming down the stretch.
And his answer about the NFC, I think, no matter what the frustrations are about the Niners and what their situation is in the standings, he's right. I don't think many people would get to a 3rd or a 4th team before they get to the Niners in saying who they think has got a shot to still go to the Super Bowl. The Lions, sure, let's set them apart right now. But from the Vikings to the Commanders to the Packers to anyone else, the Philly he threw in there. The Niners, I think everything is still very much in front of them. Okay, few things coming up next. First of all, we want to run this test, okay? Time for you to line up the phone lines. 888-957-9570. And you need to put your chip into one of 2 circles. Jonathan Kuminga stock up or Jonathan Kuminga stock down. Where are you on Kuminga? 888-957-9570. We want to take your calls. We want to talk this out. We also want to send you to a Warrior game. So immediately coming up next, Warriors-Hawks, November 20th. Great way to lead into the Thanksgiving holiday. We're giving away a pair of tickets next. Do not call now, but you can save the contest number to your phone, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Don't call now, but that's the number you're going to want to have ready coming up next. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, Willard, and Dibbs.
What?
We're hot, and if we're not ready to roll yet, wait and say it when we're ready to roll. No, I'm like Garoppolo over here, man. These play calls suck.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm like Shanahan, and I mean, if you could lip read on YouTube, there would be a lot of MFing going on because this MFer keeps jumping the snap count.
Well, listen, all I do, I'm a product of the system, and I go out there and I run the plays that are called. And if they're not called correctly, then you know what? We're going to commit penalties.
I look at Cowing and Pearsall, who are doing the, no, you move up, no, I move up, and they're talking to each other as the snap goes off, and I'm Shanahan going, dude, just line up.
Don't throw
Wait
a straight.
for the snap.
Don't throw a straight at Jacob Cowing. He wasn't even on the field when that happened.
You're the Jacob Cowing of the station right now.
Oh, I'm that fast?
Or Chris Conley, whatever.
See,
Same
too late,
thing.
Too late.
Ronnie Bell.
Anyway.
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mark. Thank you.
Speaking of Twitch and YouTube, you can go there right now and you can see our big fancy backdrop.
Pretty nice.
It's fancy. We're at Thrive City, and we fancy, like for real. So check it out. We are we're promoting the All-Star game in February, which is going to be incredible. It's a crisp but beautiful day out here. We're getting ready for Warriors and Pelicans ×2. We'll be out here again tomorrow. So check it all out. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And before we get into the conversation that we're going to have, and we want to hear from you, are you stock up or stock down on Jonathan Kuminga? 888-957-9570. Before we do that, it is time. It is time to send one of you to the game. Not this game, but one of the other games. November 20th, the Warriors will host the Hawks. And it's time to give away our first of 2 pairs of tickets. We'll do this again in exactly an hour. So if you don't win now, keep the number in your back pocket, and we'll do it again in an hour. All you need to do right now is line up 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652, and beat caller 5. Release the hounds.
That's it.
That's it. You don't even need to be smart. You don't need to know sports. You don't need to know what "you're hot" means in radio. You just need to punch the right numbers into your phone and get lucky. So, caller 5, good luck. And thank you for listening. And we'll do it again in 1 hour and send some people to Chase Center for a Dubs game. And with any luck, the one you go to, Steph Curry's going to play in.
Yeah, you hope. And, he's out for 2 games to be sure, which is today and tomorrow. And then, the thinking is maybe he's back by the weekend and able to play, but you never know. And I heard Steiny talking earlier today with Evan on Steiny and Guru about the number of games for Steph Curry, and Steiny was saying, ideally, he'd be there for 70 of 82. And I thought, for me, the number's closer to 60, 65. And he kind of said the same thing about, the number of games. And so, you wonder about the games he's going to miss. And Steiny said, you just want to go 500 in those games that he misses. And I looked back at the last 3 years, and when he's missed games, they are 25 and 27. So barely below 500 when Steph doesn't play. So you look at the next 2 and you think, you should be able to split these 2 with New Orleans, even without Steph Curry.
You would think. I mean, I'm almost sort of put off by the fact that everybody's going into these just kind of prayers up that we can split. Why not win both? The Pelicans have not been good so far this year. I know they've got some fancy names on their team, and the Warriors are down at least tonight. I don't know about Wiggins tomorrow night, but at least tonight you're down your top 2 scorers. I get that, but these are home basketball games. Let's go one at a time. There's no reason why they can't win both.
Of course. I mean, they're allowed to, as you like to say.
That is true.
And,
I checked.
They're certainly allowed to win both. They're also allowed to lose both.
Yes, they are.
You look at where this team is, and it's not just that Steph is out. Your second best player so far this year is also out, Andrew Wiggins, and he's been great through 3 games. And he won't play tonight. We don't know about tomorrow. And so it becomes more difficult when you start thinking about no Melton, no Wiggins, no Steph. And I think that they're going to activate Pat Spencer, so he'll play, and Lindy Waters will be up. And so now you're looking at a lot of guys who we aren't normally used to seeing as Warriors who are going to be playing.
Yep, but let's see what it looks like. You got a bevy of 3-point shooters out there. Stay hot, young men. Go out there and knock some down. You can win the basketball game. So we'll see what that looks like.
Do you know what the number is right now?
Ooh,
the
that's
spread.
a good question. I have not looked at it. I would bet
Carter. I'm going to go ahead and say this. Go on game show music and see if that's a good cue.
Carter, you're hot.
Yeah, exactly. Scat da da da. Scat da da. Get out of here.
What are we doing?
Right.
Okay.
Warriors tonight hosting the Pelicans. No Steph, no Wiggins, and no DeAnthony Melton. Dibbs and Willard live in the plaza. Dibbs wearing 5 layers and a beanie. Mark, what is the spread?
Lord, you look like you're going on a ski trip.
I'm freezing.
It's not that cold out here.
You have hair.
It's brisk.
When you're bald, you
have
get
hair
cold.
Too. It's just not on your head. It's all over your face.
Get
Billy
out
Joel.
of here with that scouting report of my hair.
Anyway,
you're not wrong.
I think the Warriors are still favored. I have no idea. Early season NBA.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah, Warriors by 2.5.
Carter, I don't know if you can see this, but give him the Grandy.
It's going to be on a delay.
New Orleans favored by 1.5. The Pelicans.
Okay.
Favored at Golden State. And I know you. I
get it.
We love them home dogs.
We do love that home dog.
Yeah.
You give me all kinds of ideas, too.
Yeah.
You give me some ideas, especially after I made all that money on the Steelers last night.
You had the under.
Hey, I had them both. Did
that stay under?
No, it did not.
Yeah,
no, it went over. It went over.
Well,
but I knew to put a little extra chicken on Faith.
Danny Dimes, they had no business not covering that game.
Sure they did.
Malik Neighbors, catch the ball, bro.
Stop it.
3rd down, get the dropsies.
You bet on the Giants, you get what you get.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I'm no longer hot.
Hey, listen. I don't want to make this about 3 games because it's not about 3 games. Nothing is ever about 3 games. I was actually going back. Somebody sent me a conversation you and I were having in May. And my quote was something along the lines of, I am not bullish on the future of Jonathan Kuminga if the question you're asking me is he going to be a star? I'm not trying to fade the Kuminga. I'm not trying to knock the young man down and say he can't this or he can't that. But I do feel like because of 2 things, draft position and leaping ability, the bar for him has been set at star. And the conversation surrounding a future contract has been at an astronomical number. And when I look at all of that as the backdrop, I go, no. If you're asking me if Jonathan can be good, yes, Jonathan Kuminga can be good. And so maybe this is unfair, but the backdrop that we have set and he has set for his future, to me, and again, it's not just about these 3 games. I'm not out on Jonathan. I'm down on Jonathan Kuminga. And at minimum, these first 3 games, I would say, are a discouraging start. Because it's my belief that in 2024, if you want to be a wing player that is highly paid in the National Basketball Association, you better be able to hit a 3. I think the Warriors as an organization decided that this offseason. We better be able to shoot a lot of 3s, and a bunch of them better go in. And when Jonathan Kuminga shoots a 3, I tighten up. He is 1 for 9 this year. And that's a very small sample, but right now I am not comfortable with the idea of Jonathan and a big future contract for the Golden State Warriors.
Well, for me, it's too early to really make that determination, and I do think that he gets a little bit of a bad rap based on 3 games, and I hear a lot of people and yourself and Grandy and Lucas on our show thread who are ready to give up on Jonathan Kuminga after 3 games. And I understand that, he is in year number 4 and you're looking to see that progression. And I'm thinking about other people in his draft class and I'm just looking across the numbers and he's got a higher 3-point percentage than Cade Cunningham, higher than Jalen Suggs, higher than Josh Giddey, And these are all players who are more widely thought of as good shooters. And I know Jonathan Kuminga doesn't shoot it as often, but I look at where he is in his trajectory. Year 4, never having played college. He played for the G League Ignite, and he's a guy who is improving. He's gotten better, and yes, he's off to a very slow start as a three-point shooter. And maybe this team is not where he ultimately will fit as an NBA player. And I'm also not ready to give him the money that he reportedly wanted, which is a max contract. And you look at other contracts that other members of his draft class got, and I think that some of them were also grossly overpaid. And so, yeah, he's in a spot where you got to go out there and prove it. You have 82 games to do it. So for me, it's not like stock up, stock down. If I look at it through 3 games, yeah, stock down, but not so far that I want to sell the stock.
Again, I wouldn't say this if I wasn't already feeling that way. There are a couple of words that keep coming up. You used the word fit, and I don't necessarily think right now that Jonathan Kuminga is a good fit. And here's another word. Every time right now, and last year, by the way, and I won't say every time, I guess, but a lot of the time when I'm watching Kuminga play, whatever he's doing feels forced. And that's my concern. That's my concern. My concern is that last year when the Shams tweet came out about how Jonathan has lost faith in the organization and in Steve Kerr, immediately it was like, oh, more minutes for you. That felt forced. When he shoots a 3, it feels forced. It looks like when he's got the ball, everyone's looking at him like, okay, are you going to do your thing now? And what exactly is your thing? If Jonathan was able to run the floor and finish with his incredible athleticism and have that be happening more within the flow of what the Warriors are trying to do, I'd probably feel really, really good about it. But it doesn't. It doesn't feel that way because it feels like there's 2 things happening at once. There's the Warriors game, and then there's the let's see what Jonathan can do game. And there are too many times where they're handing him the ball and making him a focal point of the offense to create a shot, and it's just not, he's not very good at it. He's a wonderful finisher. If all of that can happen within the flow, great. Let's see it. But I just think they're in a pickle right now because they've got to make a decision on him, and they're down right now a couple scorers. And so a role is being thrown to him that I don't think he's very good at. And everyone's looking at him like, are you going to be able to do this? Do you want $240 million? That's not a great sideshow for the Warriors to be dealing with this year, in my opinion.
Well, then maybe you could create things for him to where what he can do well, you can have as a part of your offense. Because what I see from their offense is not anything that is really Kuminga-centric. And there are things, and you just mentioned it, things that he does very well. So why don't we build that into the offense, especially now that Steph Curry is out, where you have some sets that are Kuminga-centric. What does Jonathan Kuminga do really, really well in your offense? Well, he could probably get the ball in the wing and score off the dribble and attack the rim and, create his own. So if that's what he can do, then why don't you create some offensive sets that would highlight that? Because ultimately you're going to play him and you want him to do well. And I do think that he wants to do well. I don't think that he's out there trying to mail it in or trying to just do his own thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's a problem.
No, but so I think for you as an offense, it's up to you to try to create things that make him successful to where it's going to help your team.
Okay, but then let's discuss why that hasn't happened yet to this point. Like, I don't think that, you say I don't think he's out there, like, causing a problem. I don't think the coaching staff is sitting here going, watch this, let's not do anything for Jonathan and make him try to do it all on his own. Of course not. They're trying to put him in his best position to succeed. And I've heard people pretty close to the organization say that Jonathan Kuminga he's just not a natural out there. He's got a lot of raw skill, but he's just not a natural. And I know he's still young, both in the league and by age. I get all of that. But then again, this is pro sports. How many years do you get to be raw? Like, it's too many. That's the only thing that I would say. It's not even really a criticism. It's just not, you don't get to be raw for 4 or 5 years. you have got, and you can say, well, they haven't given him his time. Well, at least starting through a third of the way last year, they have. And I would argue that at this point, where we sit here today, I would have loved to see a more polished basketball player based on the amount of minutes he's logged.
Well, and if you look at his draft class, he has logged the 17th most minutes a game. So, and he's the number 7 overall pick. So there are many other players who've gotten more on-court time than he has. Sure. And you add to that calculus the fact that he was a raw, inexperienced player coming in. So this is not Corey Kispert out of Gonzaga, who played at a high college level for a long time and hit the ground running.
But you know why. Most of the front half of the lottery is going to teams where all they want to do is develop. Jonathan Kuminga was drafted by a team that 2 years later won a ring.
Right, so at the same time, you can't then expect him to be more developed if you're not going to play him. You don't. For me, you don't get to have it both ways.
No, but now they have. Like, again, is he a young player? Yes, but like
he hasn't played that much basketball relative to his draft class.
Okay, relative to his draft class, but relative to life, he has. He has played more basketball than what someone who's as raw as him should look like, in my opinion. Like, he has played well over 200 basketball games.
Yep.
So to say at this point that the Warriors have not given him minutes, I don't think we can ride with that anymore. Like, whether it's
it depends on what you think is, and again, like, what does it take for a player with that level of inexperience to go from where he was to where you want him to be? And that number, it varies. And you just don't know what that number is. And I'm looking at overall minutes. He's played 4,587 minutes, which is 14th in his draft class. And the guys who are ahead of him, even Cade Cunningham, who missed an entire year due to injury, he's played more minutes and he sat out a year. So you're giving Kuminga 21 minutes a night, and you expect him to be all of a sudden in year 4 this player that. And for me, the real rat on the table is many fans, and I don't even know what the Warriors want him to be or what they think that he should be. Wrong sound effect. Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Actually, no sound effect was, I think, what you were going for.
No, we were looking for the which is the rat on the table.
Oh.
The rat on the table is maybe fans want him to be a player that I don't believe he's going to be.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He's 1 for 9 from 3.
Yeah.
And if you look at his 3-point percentage for his career, it is 33%. Do you really think that he's ever going to be a 38 or 39% or a 40% shooter? I don't.
No, he's not. But let's go around the league then and talk about how many players are not but a central figure in the scoring process of their team and can't shoot threes. I got Giannis, end of story.
I'm looking at his draft class.
Okay.
Scotty Barnes, 19 a game for Toronto. He shoots 31% from 3. He's a 6'7" wing. So there's another guy who is.
But what's the usage? How many threes a game is he shooting?
I'll have to look that up.
Because
but he shoots the ball a lot and he plays a lot.
There's 2 types of 3-point shooters. I don't even really care about his percentage. You threw out numbers that are like the elite 3-point shooters. I don't need him to be elite. But the shot right now, he's also getting shots that the rest of the NBA doesn't get, because he's getting the Draymond 3. He's getting I'm out at the 3-point line and everyone leaves. He's getting I could probably get a snack. GP2 could get me a Truly, and I'm still going to be open when he gets back. And he still can't make those. And so if that's the case, then you need to adjust and become a different kind of player. Again, I'm not killing his career, but to me, the thought is, from a lot of Warrior fans and the organization, they want to know if this guy can be at least a number 2 scorer on a team. Can this guy be 19, 20, 21 a night, your number 2 scorer in the NBA? I don't believe that he can do that with the shooting looks and percentage that he has.
Well, Scotty Barnes is that player, and he's 2 of 11 this year, so he shoots about the same amount of threes. He's basically not a 3-point shooter, and he gets you 19 a night. And he does it by attacking, mid-range, finishing, and the rest of it. So for me, it just comes down to what you think that Jonathan Kuminga should be or what you want him to be. Because for me, he's not ever going to be Andrew Wiggins, a guy who can shoot the three. Wiggins can score at all three levels. Kuminga, I don't think will ever be able to score at all three levels. At the basket, yes. Mid-range, off the dribble, yes. Three-point shooter, no.
You sure?
I believe he can.
Level?
I believe he can be that.
I am,
and he shows signs of it now.
Again,
at 21.
I would say it this way: if you want to battle back about the 3-pointer, this would be my rebuttal. Jonathan Kuminga does very well when the shot is set up for him. He does not do very well when he's setting it up for himself. I don't think he does very well at the second level when he's creating his own shot. I don't even think he does very well attacking the basket when he's creating his own shot. What he's great at is a finisher. He's great on the break. He's great flying through the lane, receiving a pass. All of that is good. But attacking the rim and having an idea of how you want to attack the rim, then if you're getting fouled, are you knocking down your free throw shots? All of these things are getting better. Just for my taste, they're not getting better fast enough. That's just how I feel about what I see right now.
Yeah, and the whole idea about fast enough is interesting because this is it for him. This is his last year under contract.
That's what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, he's got 79 more games. So fast enough for me is fascinating because he gets the whole year, and then either they give him a contract offer or someone else does, and then they have a choice to make.
Or he doesn't have 70-something more games because he's part of a trade.
Yeah, he's untradeable at $7 million, I think.
I don't.
That to me would be the ultimate sell low, which I don't think that the Warriors would do. You're going to package him with somebody else. To me, that makes very little sense, but we'll see. Maybe at that point he's playing so well that some team would be willing to do it.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, and sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Live City, Thrive City, getting ready for Dubs and Pelicans. Doc Pandia stops by live in person, coming up next to talk about Steph's injury and more. Half hour away from another pair of tickets to a future Warrior game, and inspired by our Kuminga conversation. Also ahead next hour, our top 10 players under 25 in Bay Area sports. That's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Here's a check of your game day traffic. If you're going westbound Interstate 80 in Berkeley, you're going to see some slowdowns from Ashby Avenue just before you get to the toll plazas when it clears up. If you're in Oakland going eastbound 24, there are no delays at the Chase Center. I'm Ken Luttrell with traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed...
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
Am I allowed to talk now?
You're hot.
Is it okay if I speak now on the radio?
Go.
Go. Shut up, Lucas. Good Lord. Oh, gosh. Okay. Hey, in 30 minutes, more Warriors tickets. Who won, Lucas? Do we have a name? Do we have a city? Do we have a situation?
Osvaldo in San Jose is our first winner today.
Hey, Osvaldo in San Jose. Hey, you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for listening to the show. Look what happened. All you had to do was listen to the show, and then a bunch of good things happened in your life.
Yeah. And somebody later today who is also listening and paying attention can get qualified for a free trip to Las Vegas to see Scorpions Klaus Meiner at Planet Hollywood. 2 nights, a flight, a concert, all for just sitting on your butt, listening, texting, qualifying, winning.
For doing the same thing you do on the freeway every day, texting. So
I tried not to today, but the show thread was going bananas.
Well, you know who's not listening right now? Doc Pandia.
Oh.
And, Doc, we mad at you because you're supposed to be listening every day. And if you'd been listening every day, you would have known to text us to be like, I'm not coming on today. I'm coming on tomorrow.
Exactly.
So Doc will come on tomorrow. We'll be right out here at the exact same spot with this beautiful backdrop and beautiful weather and Thrive City and Warrior games and all of those things. So we look forward to bringing you Doc Pandia tomorrow. Opportunity for us to throw a little something else out. Listen, I mentioned it to you yesterday. It came up briefly. I want to acknowledge all of the texters, all of the callers, all of the tweeters who, in some way, shape, or form, you wanted to chat out Nick Bosa's hat at the end of the 49er game on Sunday night. Look, there's a reason we're not going to dive too deep into it from that angle, but it inspired something else. Some of you may have loved the hat. Some of you would have hated the hat. Some of you, if we want to go back to a comparison of Colin Kaepernick, some of you inspired by that. He had the #1 selling jersey in the NFL when he started to take a knee. And then others obviously very turned off by it. It's a divisive time in our country, and everybody's coming from wherever they're coming from. But here's the question. Whatever it is you like, and whatever it is that speaks to you, does that matter to you with your athletes? Do you care who they are? Do you care what they do outside of, for example, go get a sack?
Right.
Do you care?
I don't. No.
You don't?
No.
Not even a little?
Not when I'm watching the game. So Sunday Night Football, and Nick Bosa eventually would go on to wear a hat, and I know from before that where Nick Bosa stands as it relates to Colin Kaepernick and where Nick Bosa stands as it relates to his political viewpoints, his beliefs, and all the rest of it. And they don't happen to align with what I believe. And so that's Nick Bosa over here. That's me over there.
Tangibly, yeah.
Who gives a crap? When it comes time to 3rd and 4, and I see him lining up against the right tackle, I want him to beat the right tackle, and I want him to tackle Dak Prescott, and it has nothing to do with the hat choice, what he's going to vote for, what he believes in, and the rest of it. So, does it matter? No. When it comes to rooting for my favorite teams, however, when it comes to like a tiebreaker on who you love and who you want to be a fan of, I think about the chef, and we are here in the house that Steph built. Yep. Yes, Joe Lacob, apologies to you. You built it, and all of the great ownership and all the rest of it. But without Steph and the success and all the rest of it, they probably don't have this. And you add into that the fact that Steph is a really good guy, and he's a humanitarian, and the things that he believes in more aligned to what I believe in. And so does it make me like him more in general? Absolutely. And I do think that Aubrey Huff is a great example because you go back to the 2010 World Series and the rally thong, and He was great on the field. He was an inspirational presence in the clubhouse, in the locker room.
Nobody knew yet.
Right.
Nobody knew.
No, but then you skip ahead now, and so when you want to think about Aubrey Huff, and I even say the name, and I know that you and me and many people are kind of like bristling at the name and what he has grown to represent, which is not great.
Yep.
But at the time, yeah, who knew? And the other piece of it, Mark, that I have to always remind myself of is if you take the 53 Niners and the 25 Giants and the 15 Warriors, 93 athletes, how many athletes are more aligned with Bosa than they are not aligned with Bosa? Even if you make it 50-50. So now we got to go through and we got to pick and choose like who believes what and who votes for where and all the rest of it. So for me, it's exhausting. I don't give a crap about any of these guys outside of what they do on the field as long as they're not heinous individuals.
Okay, so but
that's me.
And that's fine. And I think a lot of people would have been nodding as you were saying all that, but because of what inspired this conversation, I think a lot of people's minds go immediately to politics. And this isn't only about politics.
Right.
Let me push back on you a little bit. I would argue that through the years, you don't like Draymond Green. And some of that is what he does on the court, but some of that is the famous word that follows him everywhere, which is histrionics. The histrionics.
Well, that's all on the court. That's all on court.
But it's not all basketball. A lot of it has nothing to do with X's and O's.
No, but that's within the purview of him acting like a professional basketball player.
But you cannot argue Draymond's value through the years on the court. So if you are going to make it black and white, as in I only care what your output is, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's necessarily true for any of us. And I'm not giving 2010 back either. But would I have felt differently when Aubrey Huff came to the plate? Would I have felt differently? A little bit. It doesn't mean I wouldn't. Look, you root for who has your uniform. You've got no control over that.
Right.
But I'll tell you this, and I'll keep this person's name completely out of it. But someone reached out to me the other day about the Bosa thing, and they're just like, it's changed it for me. That doesn't mean they're not a Niner fan. It just means that particular person has a hard time now with their view. And I didn't really ask questions. So I don't know, is it the hat? Is it the fact that he wouldn't answer questions after the fact?
Right.
I don't even know necessarily what the thought was. But for that person, it changed the vibe and the feel of sitting down and rooting for Nick Bosa to get a sack.
I get that, and it makes me think a couple things. One, the Draymond Green histrionics conversation is totally different because that is just how he plays basketball, and I don't have to love the way he goes about carrying on the court, and I don't, but that at least is him playing basketball. And the other one is the idea of Giants ownership, and we all learned about
that's a good example.
What the Giants ownership is supporting and what they represent. And, you may not agree with what they do and you have a choice to make as a consumer. Same thing as a Niner fan. If you don't like the Bosa hat and you don't like the fact that he went full chicken salad later in the press conference when he was asked about it and that's all I'm going to say on the matter. That is so soft. There are 5-letter words that describe his behavior. I won't use them because Tim Roy is here, but you can agree with it, disagree with it, like it or dislike it. Ultimately, you can act with your wallet. And if, for me, I choose not to. I love watching Nick Bosa come off the edge, sack a guy and shrug, and whatever you want to support and vote for, that's on you, dude. And if you want to support that individual, well, that makes me think a certain amount of things about you as a backwater rube.
Yeah.
And a Neanderthal. And that's my opinion, and I'm not afraid to say it.
No, nor should you be, and you know that I share it. So, and that's why, because, in this particular case, I don't even believe this to be a political thing.
Agreed,
It's not about politics. It's about decency, and so that's a completely separate conversation. But as a fan, you do get you get stuck a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. And so one of the things that's interesting, though, is when this came up through the years, when certain media members or even athletes, when they decided to dip their toe in these waters, many of them were told to stick to sports. Yeah, I've been told to stick to sports. You know what's funny? I haven't heard anybody say that in the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
I never heard anyone say that. And that's just an observation. That's not a comment about hypocrisy or anything. It's fascinating that I never heard anyone say that in the last 48 hours.
For me, a lot of that is racial. And, you had white female political commentators saying that to black basketball athletes. And so that became the narrative at the time. And now you're in this space. And I don't want to get too deep in it, but it's also the political breakdown of, the party that Nick was not supporting is a little bit softer and weaker, in my opinion, when it comes to clapping back at those sorts of narratives.
All right. You're right. Tim Roy is here to talk a little Warriors basketball. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. In addition to Tim Roy jumping in here next, we have another trade to tell you about in the NFL. It's not 49ers related, but it's a pretty big deal, and we'll tell you about that coming up next. Tim Roy jumps in here. Live City, Thrive City, getting ready for Warriors Pelicans right out here on the plaza. Come by and say hi. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Your game day traffic.
He is. We're out here at Thrive City outside Chase Center, brought to you by Xfinity. In 10 minutes, we've got another pair of tickets to give away to a forthcoming game against the Atlanta Hawks next month, later in the month of November. Plus, we're starting to not fill this place up, but you can tell that people who have tickets to the game are starting to make their way in. And if that's you tonight, make sure you come say hi, because we will be here till 6 o'clock getting ready for the Pelicans two-step. And now we get to do that on the River Islands guest line with our buddy Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs. Hello, voice.
I gotta say, it's great that somebody else has to wait for a rejoiner, not just me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You don't ever jump those, do you, Tim?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Occasionally. Sometimes you're so eager to get back to content.
When somebody's shooting the ball and I hear, Steve Kerr say, hey.
That's exactly. You're listening to a frustrated broadcaster.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good.
Welcome back to a new season.
Yeah, it's great. It's so funny. The season always kind of sneaks up on you. You say, I'm going to get ready. And all of a sudden it's Labor Day. And then you go, I got to get ready here. And then you start your process all over again. And, now you're into it. And so I think it's an exciting time. I think this team can be very exciting when healthy. But, and I think it's going to be a great year to be an NBA fan in the Western Conference. You're going to see teams win 3 games in a row and go from 8th to 4th. You're going to see teams lose 3 games in a row and go from 2nd to 6th. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, the next couple of nights with no Steph and no Wiggins and no Melton, and so now it's going to be some Lindy Waters and maybe some Pat Spencer, and so you're going deep into your notes already here in Game 4.
Yeah, I think Lindy Waters had a great preseason. He looked good in camp. He looked good in the games he played. He's got a really nice shot, and he's long and athletic. So I think you're going to be a little surprised at how good he is. They've got guys who can handle, in Pajemski, Kyle Anderson, Draymond Green. I heard Coach address that on your show. Unfortunately, my dog is at home.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's
Mr. Well done. He's a pro right there.
Does make interviews better when the dogs can appear too. Just my opinion.
And they always time it out too, right when you ask a good question. It's like, so as if the dog knows.
Right.
What are you talking about? No, I think tonight's going to be really interesting, and I think we've talked about how deep they are, and tonight that depth will be tested. In fairness, New Orleans is also without, DeJounte Murray, who they say was going to be their glue guy this year. It's going to bring that team together. And a guy that always seems to light up the Warriors when he sees them, Trey Murphy, is out too. So both teams have guys out. We'll see how it goes. I think both teams, to be honest with you, would be really happy with a split, because of their injury situations.
Who's scoring the basketball for the Warriors tonight?
Well, I think Wiggins is off to a great start. He looks good. He's in great shape. I think he's had a rough couple of years, and I think he really wants to have a bounce back season. So I think you'll see some scoring from Wiggins. I think you'll see everybody try to pitch in, where they can. I think you're going to have to try to get a couple of lobs to Jackson Davis. You're going to have to try to get, Looney to hit an open 15-footer. I think the scoring tonight's got to be all hands on deck, and in relation to that, they got to get out and run. Because you run, you get easy looks, you get easier looks, you get some easy baskets off that, and that's where they can make up the scoring differential.
Yeah, a lot of talk early about Jonathan.
And by the way, Wiggins may play tomorrow. I said Wiggins tonight.
Yeah, he may play tomorrow. I know. Yeah.
So no Wiggins tonight. So it will be interesting to see if Buddy Hield, because Buddy's a guy who can come out and get you 25 or get you 5. Probably nothing in between. We saw him 3 of 14 the other night. What have you made of him so far through 3 games?
I think he fits perfectly, especially when they're getting up and down the floor. I think in transition threes, he's probably top 5 guys in the league. I mean, he can really stroke it in a fast break situation. I think the other night, I gave a lot of credit to the Clippers. Now, the Warriors threw the ball all over the gym. We've seen that before. Was the passes that were thrown to guys who weren't looking were the ones that killed you. But I thought the Clippers did a really good job of getting after the Warriors on the perimeter, and they've got you can tell they've got everybody bought in on that team, and that's going to be a team that's going to be better than people think.
You talk about Buddy Hield fitting perfectly. When I see some of the new directives for the Warriors, they want to be more scrappy defensively. They want to run more. They want to shoot more threes. And I know it's been a small sample, Tim, but it makes me want to ask, does Jonathan Kuminga still fit? Does he fit this new style?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just trying to figure out how he fits in right now. He's very athletic, and he's very, we know he can do a lot of things on the offensive end. I just think he's just trying to figure it out where he fits in with the way they're going to play. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's good enough. The only thing you worry about a guy in that situation is, don't press. Let the game come to you, and it will come to him eventually.
And he has the ability to shoot the three at times. Do you think that he is going to be able to make those leaps this year? I know it's a lot of a pressurized year for Jonathan going into a year where it's a contract year, and he didn't get the extension. Moses did. He didn't. He was asking for more.
I may have to leave.
Yeah, I understand. That could be awkward, but can Kuminga take that step as a three-point shooter?
I think so. I think the other thing we have to remind ourselves in today's NBA is that they're sending everybody for me.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah.
Run, Tim, run.
Exactly.
It's a running team this year.
Yeah, exactly. That we have to judge guys after about four years, because we're getting guys like Jonathan, who didn't play a lot of basketball growing up, but he played. I see. That's the Pelicans coming. That's basically who that
right.
is. Yes, Pelicans with their escort.
That's Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson.
Exactly.
There they are. So that's kind of cool.
So I think you gotta wait about 4 years before you really decide who a guy is. And I think, and I think Jonathan didn't play a lot of basketball until he got to the States. So I think he's still got a ceiling. He's still got a good size ceiling to get to. And so I think he's going to be okay. But it's your point, Dibs. I think that, the key for a guy like this in a year like this is just don't press. Let it come to you, and it'll be fine.
We're talking to the voice of the Dubs, Tim Roye, right here on Willard and Dibs. We're live out at Thrive City. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. And a reminder that coming up within the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to give away another pair of tickets to the November 20th game between the Warriors and the Hawks. More on that in just a couple of minutes, but stay right where you are. Tim, I think there's this sense with this team of excitement but incomplete. In other words, what is the rotation? That needs to come together. A lot of analysts have suggested when you have this many NBA-ready players, at some point a trade is inevitable. When do you feel like the picture becomes clear in terms of what this season is?
About 20 games, 25 games. I think that's a quarter of a season. That's a pretty good sample size, and I think you get an idea of how guys are fitting in and who's not fitting in, who's happy, who's not happy. And so I think at that point we'll have a really good handle on it. But I think, going to your point about maybe a deal down the way, I think the Warriors are set up pretty well to do that if they can find a deal that works. And if they want to make a deal, they may not want to make a deal with this team. I think, I think this team reminds me actually a lot of the 74-75 championship Warriors. I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but they remind me of that team in this regard. Al Attles would play, everybody off the bench for the most part. He played about 10, 11 guys every night, and they wore teams down. And, the only guy that was guaranteed minutes was Rick Barry. Yep. After that, everybody would be in and out, depending on who the matchup was and how well they were playing that night. And so they would go 10, 11 deep on a nightly basis, and that's what this team kind of reminds me of. But I think if they have to make a deal or want to make a deal, I think they're pretty good in terms of contracts and because it's always about trading contracts, making the numbers work, and then also with their other assets.
Are they now more poised in this NBA to do exactly what that 74-75 team did and, kind of make a late run and a playoff run? Because it feels to me more and more, Tim, like not that the regular season doesn't matter, but you don't really have to be the number one seed anymore.
No, but the regular season does matter this way. You want to be in the top 6.
Right.
You do not want to be 7, 8, 9, 10, because then you're rolling the dice there. Because all it takes is one team to have a hot shooting night, and you are packing your bags. So the regular season does matter, but yeah, I don't think the number one seed is guaranteed. The trip through, maybe a little bit more in the East, but I'm waiting to see how that pans itself out. I think there's better rosters in the East than we give it credit for, but in the West, I mean, it's just going to be tough. I think Oklahoma City is a team that you might have to look at as a potential number 1 seed, but I think after that, it's a mosh pit.
Anything raise your eyebrows yet out of the Western Conference? I know it's early.
Well, I was really impressed with how the Clippers played and how hard they played. And they actually got after the Warriors in the first preseason game in Hawaii. And that was noticeable right at the beginning of the game. Like, oh, okay, these guys are going to come after you. And so that they have surprised me so far. And I thought, and Denver hasn't looked good yet, but I think they have a couple of young guys who are going to be pressed into that rotation. So I think you have to give them a little bit of time. But nothing shocking per se in the West. Minnesota is another team. You're going to have to give them 20 games to figure out how their new players fit in, though I don't worry about Dante. He's going to fit in anywhere. But,
right.
But, yeah, no, nothing. I think it's really maybe in a couple of weeks, maybe the next time I come on, I'll have something for you on that.
Well, just looking at the Clipper game and Zubats, a big guy, athletic, and, talented on both ends, does that give a blueprint for an area where the Warriors may be susceptible on the regular this year against good athletic bigs?
Well, I think everybody will. I don't think that, there are a lot of teams that don't have that. And what's interesting is that Zubats and Norman Powell are going to really, I think, they're going to be factors for the Clippers as long as Kawhi Leonard's out, because, Zubats is getting the ball now. Before, right. He'd be setting screens for Kawhi or doing something that way. Now he's going to get the ball down at the box. And, yeah, I think the Warriors may be susceptible to that, but there's only probably about 4 or 5, maybe 6 guys that will go to the box and give you that kind of problem, and to the point where you're going to have to do something about it. I think, most bigs today are pick and pop bigs. And so even the guy as talented and as huge as Joel Embiid, he's going to pick and pop and try to hit a jump shot. And so
if he plays,
I think it's yeah. But again, that's a whole other hour. But I do think the pendulum is swinging back a little bit to talented bigs down low, because I think there is a way, you could play with a talented big and a shooter on one side, and then make that team make the decision where's the help going to come from.
Can we go back to the whole idea, and I know it's not always going to be a 12-man rotation, but if it's 10, if it's 11, the whole idea of depth and strength in numbers, does it also leave a team prone to having guys kind of get lost in the mix at times?
Yeah, I think occasionally you may have a guy that you go, oh, he only played 8 minutes, he only played 6 minutes. That's going to happen, and I think that even happens when you have an 8 or 9-man rotation. But I think there is always a little bit of a danger to that. But I think also, if you're on a roster like this, you pretty much know how much you're going to play every night. And I think if a guy plays 6 minutes one night, he's probably going to play a lot more the next night.
Yeah, and that'd be Kyle Anderson tonight, who only played a few minutes against the Clippers
and
the other night.
And that's why you have a deep team for nights like tonight, where you're missing 3 frontline guys. Now you got guys who can play that you can plug in there.
Well, and also to me, Brandon Pajemski has had a little bit of a wobbly start to the year, and whether it's the mask, whether it's the minutes, whether it's the role, how do you see that getting adjusted, at least in the near term, with Steph Curry out?
I think that he'll have a bigger role tonight, and I think he'll be able to look for his shot a little bit more. But I think the mask, he said the other day after practice, it really bothers his depth perception, and that's something that's hard to do. I've never worn a mask except on Halloween. But I can't imagine that would be easy to do, to be able to play at 100% with a mask like that on. Even just the fact that it's going to get sweaty and hot and all that. So I think until he gets that mask off, I don't think we'll see him at the level which we know he can compete.
Can't you just cut some eye holes out?
Yeah.
No, seriously. Can't you cut like a regular mask that you would wear on Halloween? Can't you cut the eyes out?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay.
Yeah. That's one for Dr. Celebrini, I would imagine, to see if we can't
to get Dr. Celebrini on there.
Yeah, exactly. Figure out what we can do to improve it. And you had me thinking about Halloween, and this year you're going to be free. Is there a go-to Tim Roy costume or an approach? Because you're a veteran of many a Halloween, Tim. There has to be an all-time great costume or maybe a go-to that you like to have.
No, I didn't really. Once I became a father, I was in charge of getting them, or if I was around that night, because the schedule, we missed a bunch. But then also, at times I would say, well, why don't you go out and have fun with your friends, and I'll just hand the candy out, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, but I do remember a college Halloween party I went to once where I didn't have a costume, but I did have a headset, an old Shure headset, the gray ones, right? And so I went as a hockey announcer. I just kept yelling goal. So walked around.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Right behind people, so just were getting their drink. I would go.
And when you're the one giving out candy, you know what that is, right?
No.
It's an allocation sensation is what it is when you're allocating the candy to the people. And I just want to thank you again in person for allowing us to corrupt one of your go-tos for our own devices.
Well, I thought about it for a long time, but then I went into a hibernation sensation.
There it is.
That's a bucket. I was
going to say, I want to hear you use it more. I feel like you've kind of tucked it away a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of put it in the back pocket there for a while.
Did we overexpose it, Tim?
No, I don't know about that. I just,
All right.
But again, it's it was around a dunk play by Joe Smith is where it started.
Joe Smith.
And so we've become a shooting team. So we haven't we haven't had the dunkers per se.
Well,
I do want to
Trace Jackson Davis maybe will bring it back.
No, I just want to ask you about your style, because you've been doing it. We were talking about it before you came on. 30 years as a Warrior broadcaster and longer in general, and it feels like more and more broadcasters today are like doing many more over-the-top calls. And so have you changed your approach to be more animated as time's gone on to try to keep up with the times? Because you were really, I think, ahead of the curve in the Joe Smith days and being more exuberant than your peers at the time.
My whole goal is that if what's happening in front of me is exciting, then I want the people listening to be excited. And so you can't fake that stuff, and you can't fake the excitement. So if it's not going well, it's not going well. But if a play is really over the top exciting, I think you owe it to your audience to get them to feel that and feel it the same way. So
Tim, we'll see you in there tonight, man.
Yeah.
Great to see you out here.
Yeah,
thanks for coming by.
It's a spectacular day. If you're near Thrive City or coming in the city, come on by. These guys are sitting out here.
Yep.
Sun's shining. People are walking around. And there's Gott's over there. You can get a burger.
Bring sleeves, but it's beautiful.
Yeah,
absolutely. Tim, thanks man. Have a good call.
Always fun.
All right, there it is. The voice of the Dubs, and you'll hear him tonight right here and tomorrow night and a lot of the nights on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy joining us on Willard and Dibbs. And speaking of Warrior games, how about if another one of you lucky listeners gets to go see one? So here we go. Second time around, Wednesday, November 20th. The Hawks will be in town. Now, if you do not win this time around, just be with us again tomorrow, and we'll give away tickets a couple of times to the Warriors and Nets on November 25th. So we're going to have tickets throughout the week. But this is another opportunity right now. And again, here's the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652 to win your way in to the November 20th game between the Warriors and the Hawks. All you have to do is not have fat fingers. Hit the correct numbers, hit dial, and be caller number 5 right now.
Right now?
Caller number 5 right now. And the tickets are yours.
That's awesome. And, like you said, tomorrow we'll have a couple more pair to give away, and you come on out here and enjoy a Warrior game. There's not much better entertainment-wise, even if you don't get a chance to see the chef, an NBA game here at Chase Center it always is worth your time and your money, no doubt.
And we were talking about this the other day. I really felt it this offseason more than we're used to because the season ended so abruptly last year.
Right.
Even if the Warriors don't win a ring, we're certainly used to some things happening in the months of April and May, and it just didn't happen this time around. So the wait for Warrior basketball felt really long this offseason. And so I'm so thankful it's back, and I'm glad that we're going to be in the building tonight, and I'm glad to be out here at Thrive City and getting to see some of the people on their way in. So all kinds of fun, and you can do that too on November 20th. Good luck. And again, we'll have more to give away tomorrow. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And coming up in just a little bit, and this is inspired by the conversation that we were having earlier about Jonathan Kuminga. Whether you're stock up, whether you're stock down, whether you're concerned about him or not, I do believe, Dan Dibley, that he will appear on this list. You and I decided to put together our top 10, and each of us has a separate one. You got yours, I got mine.
Yep.
Our top 10 current Bay Area athletes under the age of 25. Now, we didn't put too many rules on it. I kind of just did that in terms of not achievement because they haven't really had their chance to fully achieve yet. But in terms of where they're sitting and what their excitement level and projection currently is, the top 10 athletes under the age of 25, and that covers any of the teams here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, and I love that. And, your list and my list are similar but not identical. And I actually was looking at achievement a little bit as much as, if not more than, projection. So, yeah, some of these guys have achieved more than others, but I included what we think that they're going to be mixed in with what they already have been, because some of these guys on my list are in their fourth year, and other guys on my list, spoiler alert, have played just one game.
Well, we're also, or at least I'm at a deficit. You've seen my list, and I've not seen yours.
I just saw your nominations. I didn't see your actual list, and I glanced to make sure that I didn't miss anybody, and I don't believe I did.
Is there, I nominated more, which is the very me thing to do.
And there were
Let them all in.
There were a couple that you listed that I thought about, but I was like, you know what? You're not in my top 10, so I'm not even going to... Because I sent myself an email this morning.
I'm like the Academy Awards now. When they nominate 80 films for Best Picture.
It's a joke.
I knew that would make you mad.
Stupid.
Nominate them all and then pick one. It's not like any of us go to the movies anymore anyway. We have no idea what the hell they're even talking about.
You made a movie. Congrats. You're nominated. Whatever.
That's great. You haven't had your 25th birthday? Good. You're on the list.
Sure.
You get a trip to the list.
Exactly.
And you get a trip. All right, so we'll unveil it coming up next. And then maybe my favorite rhyme of the year, Zaza in the Plaza. That's
Pretty
coming
good.
up at 5:30.
Yep.
Zaza Pachulia is going to actually come out here.
Plaza Pachulia.
Yep, he's going to talk. He's tall. We'll give him a uniform. The Warriors aren't tall enough. All of that is coming up next. And oh, by the way, between 5 and 5:30, another chance to qualify for the trip to Vegas, the tickets to see the Scorpions, the 2-night stay, the airfare, all coming up next March. That's around the corner on Willard and Dibbs.
Your game day traffic, if you're going 101 northbound, beginning around South San Francisco, you're going to see a little bit of a slowdown. It'll clear just before you get to Candlestick. Once you transition to 280 northbound, heading towards the Chase Center, it's going to be a little slow and go before Mariposa Street towards 16th Street. I'm Ken Luttrell with traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Dan Dibley here to talk about my weight loss journey, and I'm so happy to be doing it. Down 25 pounds thanks to Abundant Life Weight Loss. And you too can find the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. All you have to do is go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com or call for a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. The great part about this program is it's all natural. You don't have to worry about injections or surgery surgery. There's no hormones, really no funny business, no tomfoolery. It's a good, solid weight loss program that is doctor supported and doctor recommended. Many patients lose between 20 and 30 pounds the first month or two. I certainly did. I dropped that 25 pounds in about 7 weeks, and I've been able to keep the weight off. Why delay? Get started with your weight loss program today. The number again, 925-854-5140, or go to abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile. And get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fee applies. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-211-4413. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help through special
That's right. They do. And that was confirmed again last night. Your picks stink.
What do you do?
Your picks stink, that's all.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got another one that'll come here in 48 hours.
Yeah, Thursday Night Football.
Those picks are relentless, Dibs.
Yeah, they keep coming.
They just keep coming.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pick a 49er game this week.
No, but I will pick the
you gotta
Sunday
pick
night
something.
game.
Yeah, you
I'll
gotta
pick the
something.
Sunday night game.
What is the Sunday night game this week?
I got no idea.
You got no
I mean, it's early. It's Tuesday. I'm still of a mind to look back at the game against Dallas. I'm not really ready to turn the page yet on the Week 9 in the NFL.
All right, well,
Still
I
a lot
am.
to talk about.
And the Sunday night football game will be the Minnesota Vikings hosting the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, the pick is in.
And by the way, that's one of those teams is the team that just made the trade that we wanted to tell you about.
Yeah.
Which is that the Vikings, after losing their left tackle, Christian Darrisaw, to a season-ending injury against the Rams last Thursday night, they called the Jaguars and grabbed their left tackle. So Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson to the Minnesota Vikings.
What was the compensation? Do you know?
The compensation will be draft pick compensation.
There you go. To be determined.
Undisclosed at this hour. But the Vikings make a move to shore something up at a 5-2 season, and you can't mess around with that position.
No, and so far a lot of teams that have needs are shoring them up. Buffalo did that. Kansas City's done it twice, and now Minnesota has done it, and yet the 49ers have needs, and they are yet to shore anything up yet. And the past would tell you, the case history would tell you that they will, and John Lynch has been very aggressive over past years and going out there and getting acquisitions at or near the deadline. And, we still got time. They have less than a week. It's a little less than 7 days now. It's about 6 days and 20 hours until the deadline. So I do think that they will make at least one move, and hopefully it's a move that will improve that defense, the defensive line, maybe the linebacking core. They definitely have areas where they can upgrade. So,
well, I still see wide receiver depth as a possibility. I would say keep an eye on Mike Williams of the New York Jets.
Yeah,
he's going to go somewhere. But I'm not against what you're saying at all. I would love to see the 49ers shore up the run defense because right now it's not what it's been. And maybe that's obvious because Hargrave is out, but I don't think that's the only thing.
Yeah, it's not the only thing, but I look at the problems that they've had against actual good running teams. And we'll put Dallas aside for now because Dallas is not one of those, but the Rams, Kyron Williams, he was able to gash you. James Conner, I'm looking for James Conner. James Conner had his way with the 49ers in the second half. And even you go back to the Kansas City game, Kareem Hunt had his way with them in the second half. So we've seen a pattern in second halves of games for me that has been a little bit troubling, and that is the biggest area defensively that I see.
Absolutely. All right. So with Zaza on his way out here in about 45 minutes, the window being open for the Vegas trip, opening in about 8 minutes. We're out here at Thrive City, all brought to you by Xfinity. The Willard and Dibs show is here today and tomorrow, getting ready for Warriors and Pelicans. We also wanted to unveil this for you. And Lucas and Carter, I don't know if you guys put together any fancy undertones or anything that we can do this, whatever. But our top 10 current Bay Area athletes under the age of 25. So if you've had your 25th birthday, I'm sorry.
You're out.
You are ineligible.
Yeah.
To get on this list. So actually, when we're done, we can hop over to some of the guys who have just had a birthday a little bit too soon. There's really, in particular, one guy where I was like, he just turned 25. Too
Tough
bad.
break, yeah.
You're out. But let's unveil these starting at 10 all the way down to number 1.
Yeah.
And for me, this guy barely became eligible because the rule I had set for myself is you have to have played with the big club. You have to have at least played with the big club to be eligible. So, in other words, Bryce Eldridge, you're not eligible.
Right.
This guy has only played one game.
Yeah.
One game. But that's good enough based on excitement, and he was really good in that one game. Number 10, Macklin Celebrini, San Jose Sharks.
I also have him at number 10.
Okay.
Which is it's funny because I was thinking about all the athletes, and if he would have played more than one game, if he would have played all, I think, 11 games or 10 games that they've played, he might be higher, because what he did in that one game, a goal and an assist, spectacular.
Incredible.
Number 1 overall pick, highly touted, highly regarded. He's a son of a doctor. Dr. Rick Celebrini, of course, the Warriors' head medical guy. And so, man, I was trying to find a way in my list to balance what you're going to be with who you are. And this is one where what he's going to be is the only reason why he's on this list.
Yeah, although, as you said, in his one game, he was incredible.
And he got hurt.
I understand that.
Yeah,
but dude,
and he was hurt before.
And by the way, he's easily the youngest player on the, what is he, 18?
18.
19?
No, he's 18.
One goes out there for one game and scores a goal and an assist?
He shares a birthday with my oldest son.
Oh, no way.
Not the same year, though, and that's what struck me. Is because
your oldest son is older than
23.
him. Yeah.
So not only is he older, he's 5 years older. And so that's what hit me. It's like, I know Celebrini's 18. Let me just check his birthday. The man, and I guess he's a man, he was born in 2006. 2006,
Come on, man.
bro.
Yeah.
That's where we are now in society. So he's also my number 10.
Number 9. For me, I went with Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh, my God, our lists are identical.
No way.
Number 9, TJD.
I think that Trace is such an interesting player because we know that the ceiling is not necessarily all that high. We're not talking about a superstar. We're not talking about someone who's ever going to take over an NBA game. We're talking about somebody who does much with the ball in his hands. He's a complimentary player by nature, but he is also a sure bet to be a part of the NBA for a very, very long time. Mature beyond his years, can do a lot of things around the rim, both offensively and defensively. And as a second-round pick to already be the starting center for the Golden State Warriors is a huge feather in his cap. So TJD makes the list.
Yeah, and if we did this bit on February 23rd or even the 22nd, he's out because he's about to be 25, even though he's in his second year.
Yep.
But I love what he does, not only for this team, but like you're saying, he looks like a ready-made, turnkey NBA player. He's a son of an NBA player, and so I do think that pedigree helps him. He's been around the game, and he does the things that any team would like, any team would love. Like, we can get into Jonathan Kuminga, and he may or may not appear further on my list, but he might be a better fit in some spots than other. Trace Jackson Davis is an NBA player no matter where he is. He'll be able to rim run, shot block, and rebound. He's a smart player. I have him also at number 9.
Okay.
Our lists have to diverge.
There's no way.
There's no way you have my number 8. There's no way.
All right. So, again, we are unveiling currently, after a long conversation about Jonathan Kuminga, our top 10 current Bay Area athletes under the age of 25. If you've had a 25th birthday, kick rocks, you're not invited to the party.
You're out.
Okay?
You're dead to us.
The top 10 current Bay Area athletes under the age of 25. I shouldn't get to go first all the time. You go first.
No, do it. This is great.
Okay. You want to be the reactor?
I'm not going to follow you this time.
Okay.
We're not going to agree this time. There's no way you have my guy at number 8.
Number 8. I am excited by this player.
No way.
One of our recurring guests is very excited by this player, and he rockets onto the list because he had, at the time, what I thought was the most important play of the entire 49ers season. And that's when things got wobbly on Thursday night in Seattle and the comeback started. It was stopped because he undercut DK Metcalf and picked off Geno Smith. We're talking about Renardo Green, and he makes number 8 on my list.
Well, I like it. A good player. Certainly stock up for Renardo Green. And Charvarius Mooney Ward, we find out today about the tragic passing of his almost 2-year-old daughter, and maybe that can be attributed to why he's had a bit of an off year, and Renardo Green has made it so it's kind of been okay, quote unquote. And, it's been good that you had a guy be able to step in and play that well. Renardo Green actually nominated for me on my list, didn't make
it. Okay.
The top 10. Instead, for me at number 8, I go to another rookie who stepped in before day one, a guy who was asked to start because you had not one but 2 injuries at a position, and everyone thought, well, kid looks good in August. What can he do in September? Well, September was good, and October has been better. Dominic Pooney comes in at number 8. Your starting right guard now, then, and into the future. This guy's a phenomenal athlete at that size, and he's made this offensive line stable.
We are out live at Thrive City, getting ready for Warriors-Pelicans, getting ready to celebrate the whole season that leads to the NBA All-Star Game being here in February. It's all brought to you by Xfinity, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And because it's 5 o'clock, that means the window is officially open for our Vegas contest. If you want to win a flyaway, 2 people to Vegas to see the Scorpions perform at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino next March. You also get the airfare. You also get 2 nights at the Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. The stay is on us. We'll tell you the key word at some point during this window over the next half hour. When we give you that word, you text it to 20357 and you're in. You're qualified. And we're going to do that every single day this week, every day between 5 and 5:30. And then at the end of the week, boom, we've got our winner and we're sending somebody to Las Vegas.
A little bit of John Madden there from you. Boom.
Boom. Okay, on to number 7. This will be a familiar name, especially with where we sit right now. I think everybody was impressed last year. Sometimes it took looking through the weeds to be impressed, because this is one of those guys that doesn't necessarily always fill up the traditional stats, but he fills up everything else, and he fills up Steve Kerr's well, because he couldn't get this guy off the floor. He has already achieved a lot, and I think he's nailed down certainly a spot in the NBA for years to come. My number 7 is Brandon Pajemski.
Wow, surprised at how low you have Pods right there because of everything you just described. He is a guy you can't get off the floor. He is best in all combinations, and he's been a key contributor. I'll just tell you that he is still to come on my list. I had him higher than 7. For me, number 7 is probably my favorite player currently on this list, and it's because of the way he plays.
I know where you're going.
All gas, no brakes. He wants to hurt you. And you know me, I'm kind of mean-spirited. I wish that I could live my life like Malik Mustafa and be able to just go full speed and light somebody up. You cut me off in traffic, boom, I'm going to light you up. Malik Mustafa comes in for me at number 7.
I don't mind your pick at all, and you may hear his name come even later on my list.
Okay.
Just like a point of clarification for me, part of putting this list together is also their projection and their ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Brandon Pajemski is that same thing as TJD. This is a lockdown NBA player, a starter for years to come. Do I see this player ever being like an all-star level player? I know he does.
Yeah.
I have my reservations on that. Can he score the ball well enough to actually be, as he says it, the face of the Warriors someday?
Right.
I'm not sure about that. Again, just being on the list is a compliment.
Of course, to all these guys.
Right. Okay.
Because there are some, most of them Giants, who didn't make my list. So I get that. And, you know, when you go across the big 3 teams, well, 4 if you count the one shark that anybody's heard of, tough to make this list.
Absolutely. And so we're going to do number 6 coming up next. And again, Dibbs and I unveiling just our personal top 10 lists on the top 10 athletes in the Bay Area under the age of 25. And number 6, I know I'm going to someone that you probably have higher than me. We've already had this conversation today. Look, he's been around for a while. He has shown the ability at times to be very high level in his sport. At the same time, I have my reservations about where this is really going. because this person doesn't just want to stay. He wants north of $200 million to stay. And so he's been very good.
To get paid.
He's on the list, but he's not in the top 5. Jonathan Kuminga is number 6 on my list.
That's fair, and this is something that we're going to talk about and debate and discuss throughout the entirety of the year. And if he happens to get dealt in February, it'll either be a huge mistake or a great deal. And this is going to be one to watch for many, many years to come. And yeah, I do have him higher on my list. For me at number 6, it's a guy who it's more about the upside and the draft position with a sprinkle of what we've seen in a small sample size. Ricky Pearsall comes in at number 6. I do think that, and you and I have talked about rookie receivers, you can't expect him to be Puka Nacua. He's so rare, and you're right. But what I've seen from Ricky through 2 games is as advertised. Good route runner. He catches the football. He fits in the scheme. He was taken number 1 in the first round, by this team. I do think that, for me, he's at number 6 in large part because of the upside. I got Pearsall at 6.
Okay, and we're going to start getting a lot of overlap and bouncing back and forth for sure. I've already put this guy at number 5. You sounded like you were complimenting him when you put him, I think, at number 8. I've got him even higher. There's not a lot of sex appeal to this position, but my God, is there ever importance to it? In fact, I don't really necessarily think that in all of sports there could be a position of higher importance that gets less attention. And we're talking about the offensive line. And Dominic Pooney, if you look at what he's achieved already and go into the analytics, this guy's already playing like a vet, and he's played 8 football games. This is going to a real good spot. And you found him not late, but you found him in the middle, and it was a position of need. People were screaming for you to handle this in the first round, and you handled it down in round 3/4, and you get Dominic Pooney. That's number 5 on my list.
I love it, and it was round 3, and I only know that because and you can reference my father-in-law who did a handwritten spreadsheet of all the first 3-round picks that the Niners have made, and here he is, D. Pooney. My father-in-law did a deep dive on hits and misses. We can get into it if we need content at some point, because he's all about the Niners draft. I love Pooney. I probably had him too low at 8. 5 is a perfect spot. For me, at number 5, I go to a guy who everybody wants to see play more. Everybody clamors for. And honestly, if it wasn't for the 3-year contract that he signed, he might not have made the list. But I do think the future is brighter for Moses Moody. I like the player. I like the pick. The fact that he has a 3-year deal tells me that he probably will be here. Maybe he won't be, but the Warriors believe in him. I got Moses Moody at number 5.
I can't get mad at that at all. I totally get it. Quick aside, because you just brought up what your father-in-law did.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this concept, this conversation that we're having, the 49er draft class right now is threatening to be one of the deepest that we have ever seen John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan pull off. I don't know if everybody is going to be, the stars that we project them to be right now. The early returns,
dude,
and the fact that they're all getting this much time this quickly, this might have been an unbelievable draft for the 49ers right at a time when they needed it, because we're coming up on a time where some of their high-priced veterans might have to be shown the door.
Right, and if I'm just looking at the picks correctly, I see a starter. Now he's a starter, kick returner. Jarrett Kingston is the only guy in their draft class. Tatum Bethune has actually got out there and played, so this draft class might go down as one of the greatest in history.
Early to say.
Early returns.
But, 8 games in, it's crazy what the Warriors have been able to get out of this. Okay.
Number 4.
Here we go. Now this is going to be a little bit of a curveball that I throw at you here, because I know this isn't where everyone's mind is right now. But last year, at a time where people at this specific position were really hoping for at least one player under 25 to show up, perform, and become the next big thing. This guy did that. but he's not the one everyone was waiting for.
Wait, what the?
I'm talking about starting pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. And at number 4, Hayden Birdsong.
Wow.
Hayden Birdsong.
What the truck?
Yeah. Birdsong came out and showed plus stuff. He showed some moxie. He struck out 12 at Coors Field. And he essentially took
and then didn't start the next game.
Zach got sent to San Jose. Farhan. Anyway, so this guy basically came in, and everyone was waiting for Kyle Harrison to do it, and Hayden Birdsong did it. And Hayden is number 4 on my list.
It's so funny because I had Hayden on my nominations, and I ultimately didn't choose him because of the small sample. And at number 4, I have the aforementioned Kyle Harrison. And I put him there because of a bigger sample. And I do think that, yeah, this year was not as eye-popping and as sexy as maybe you would have wanted it to be. I still have high hopes on his stuff. And so for me, Kyle Harrison at number 4 is balanced by expectation, draft position, and also a bigger body of work. Your Hayden Birdsong is great. I thought about it. I ultimately went with just one Giant in my top 10. Spoiler alert. One Shark, one Giant. Kyle Harrison at number 4.
Okay, and so this is going to lead to some conversation after we're done, and we can, that's one of the areas we can get into. I'll go to number 3. You've already laid out what you love about him. Maybe it's a little early for me to put him in the top 3, but because I see the potential for a Pro Bowler in the future, and it is because of the way he plays. And if you harness the way he plays with an understanding of what's going on the other team's offense, you have the makings of a star player at the safety position. For me, number 3 is Malik Mustafa.
And I love it. You know I love the player. I thought that was a little bit rich for my blood to put him at 3, considering some of the other greats we have under 25, but I'm not going to come down your road for it because, you know, I'm a huge fan of the player. For me at number 3, it is just simple. It's a guy who has been gradually getting better. I still think he's on the cusp of greatness, and I'm not ready to sell my stock in Jonathan Kuminga. I think that Kuminga, off to a slow start, maybe putting him at 3 right now is not the best move, but I think that he's going to settle into the year. The three-point shot will get better, and when we all take a deep breath and look at JK in a couple of weeks or maybe a month, he's going to be back to where he normally is, dominating games at times. So I still am high on Jonathan Kuminga. I have him at number 3.
Look, I can't argue with that, especially when we're talking about of everyone on this list, we've seen the most of him.
Yeah.
He's been here the longest. We've watched sort of the arc, and there's no doubt that he took a huge leap last year. I don't want to get done with this show and sound like I've just taken shots at Jonathan.
Right.
Again, the phrase that I use, I'm not out on him. I'm just a little down on him. I'm sort of, and concern's not the right word. I'm not like worried about the guy, but I just think that it hasn't looked good early, but there's plenty of hope still on that tree. Okay. You'll be surprised that I put this guy this high.
I'm trying to figure out who it might be.
He's already been on your list.
Okay.
You will be surprised that I put this guy this high, but there are a couple reasons for it. First of all, early returns, very good on the field. Second of all, his returns off the field, I think, have been as inspirational as possible. As you put it, sprinkle in draft status, which tells us that his team thinks the world of him. And sprinkle in that his position right now suggests that his team has very big plans for him very soon, if not already this year. And then the last thing, Greg Cosell loves him. Greg Cosell loves him. He loved him when he was in college.
Herm Edwards loves him.
Greg Cosell called him Juicy. I've never heard somebody called Juicy on the show, but I'm already putting Ricky Pearsall at number 2.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I'm excited about him.
Yeah, and you should be, and it makes me wonder why you want them to go out and get a receiver. I guess it's more about Debo than it is about Pearsall.
It's
more about
depth.
Insurance. I get it.
It's about depth.
I am surprised that you have him so high on your list. I'm excited and happy by it because I do think, and again, small sample, 2 games. But he sure looks like the kind of receiver they thought they were going to get. Route runner, versatile, good hands, makes the right plays. I'm glad you have him at 2. For me, number 2 is a guy who hit the ground running, and he was a part of the futures game in the NBA. It's Brandon Podziemski, the Poughkeepsie kid, Podjowski, all the rest of the names you want to call him. I think that he is a ready-made turnkey player in this system. He's a guy who can do many things on both ends of the floor. I love Pods, and I do think that, their reluctance to trade him last year in the offseason, it seemed like the Warriors were saying Kuminga could be had, but not Podziemski. So for me, based on how they feel about him and the way he's looked, Brandon Podziemski's number 2.
Okay, I get it. He was such a Swiss Army knife, and obviously Steve Kerr didn't want to take him off of the floor. So here we are at Thrive City, and we are unveiling. And by the way, the sun just kind of went behind came out from behind a building.
Yeah.
And so now we're sun-splashed. This is feeling even better. Warrior fans are starting to arrive for the game tonight. This is feeling really good, and we are unveiling the top 10 current Bay Area athletes under the age of 25. Now, Director of Sports Lucas Alexander and Carter Chickering, who is large and very good at fantasy football, are both standing by with this drum roll leading up to unveiling the number 1 player, even though there's not a damn person listening who doesn't know who it is. But go ahead.
Marco
Let's drum roll.
Luciano.
It is not until 2 days after Christmas that the quarterback of the 49ers will turn 25. He is still 24 years old, and each and every one of you listening, whether you are on his side or if you are one of these people who still likes to hold him to a ridiculous standard, should remember that this is what he still is. He's still a 24-year-old player who has not completed 2 full seasons of NFL football. And look at what he's already achieved. A trip to the Super Bowl, 2 trips to the NFC title game, battling through catastrophic injury, and all the while stabilizing the 49ers to be a contender the entire time at a time where the position could have gone totally haywire based on Garoppolo and Trey Lance. Thank goodness for this player, number 1 on everyone's list, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and it just reminds you exactly. It makes you take a step back and remember just how young he is.
Yes.
And 24 years and 307 days, so he's got 58 more days to live on this list. And then, sorry, Brock, you're out.
You're off.
Maybe we'll do best players under 26 in a couple of months. That way you can still have him at number 1. But, yeah, you look at what he's done at his age, and it also reminds me the value of a quarterback playing 4 years of college, and he started almost every game as a freshman, and he went to, I believe, 3 bowl games in college. He started about 45 or so, 50 games in college, and all that matters. And I think about Mitchell Trubisky, who the Bears thought that they were jumping the line to take, and he had started 1 year at North Carolina, and he never developed because, and Trey Lance is another one, 1 year at South Dakota and or North Dakota, one of those various Dakotas.
State,
and he didn't have a chance to really get that big body of work, so maybe it's less of a surprise that Brock Purdy was this ready when he got the call.
So now that we've gotten through the list, a couple of fun things to sort of talk out. First off, I do want to acknowledge a couple players who have just had their 25th birthday who totally would have been on this list if they hadn't just had a birthday.
Yeah.
Number 1 is Diamador Lenore. He is 25 years old.
Okay.
And he is, my God, Mr. Extension, if you're asking me, if I'm John Lynch, that's almost priority 1 this offseason. Forget about all the dancing you may have to do in releasing high-priced players or whatever. Get Diamador Lenore locked up in a 49er uniform for a long time. The dude's a stud. He's a star. So that's 1. You might have a few more. I'd like to mention one others, though.
I'm looking at the Niners roster sorted by birth date, and you've got, like, Spencer Burford is 24. Good player. Isaac Guerrero is 24. And, Ronnie Bell. Jair Brown is 24.
Yes.
So these are all guys. Diamador Lenore just turned 25 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
So,
why didn't we do this segment last month?
Exactly.
Demo would have been number 2.
Yeah.
He easily would have been number 2.
Jordan Mason turned 25 back in May.
Okay.
But just as far as like young Niners who are still kind of in that same realm, those guys are all right in that 25 age.
And you know who would have been either number 2 or number 3 if he didn't have a birthday already this year? Elliot Ramos.
Oh, yeah.
All-star, San Francisco Giants.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I had nominated Luis Matos. I put down Marco Luciano.
They both got nominated on my list.
And Hayden Birdsong was another one that I thought about but didn't pick.
And I nominated Kyle Harrison, but I left him off.
Yeah, wow.
That was not the year that he wanted. There's no two ways about it. That was not the year that he or they wanted.
I didn't look and see how old Camilo Duvall was, but
he's 27.
Okay,
he's 27.
I was wondering. I thought
he's
he might have been.
And a nut job, apparently.
Yeah. And I was trying to find one to throw in there just to kind of bug you because that's what I do, but ultimately I played it straight.
Okay, who else was nominated that didn't make it for you? Like I had Luis Matos, Marco Luciano, Kyle Harrison. Now, one we didn't talk about. He made your list. I obviously nominated him, but I didn't put him on the list because I'm just like, dude, they've got to play you more than 11 minutes a night before I can put you on there. Plus, you do project as everyone would call it. It's almost like calling someone a system quarterback. You project as a, quote, rotational player. And that's Moses Moody.
Yeah.
I love the guy. He's obviously worthy of this list. Just didn't quite make it for me.
Yeah, I put him on there in large part because of the contract. And they gave him 3 years and $39 million, which I think is a fair contract. And, honestly, if you look at him as a 10th guy and a guy who's not going to be in the rotation, you wouldn't give him $39 million over 3 years. You would have just let him play out his 4th year like they're doing with Kuminga, and then they would have said, all right, go out there and get whatever you can get, and we'll match it or we won't. But the fact that they gave him 3 and 39 tells me that they see him in the future as more than a 10th man, probably not a starter, but as somebody who can be like a 7th or 8th man.
Well, he's a reliable guy. He's a smart guy. He's a great teammate, great locker room presence. And I wonder if all of in their trade discussions through the offseason, what I think they found is that the league values him. I think his name came up a lot when they're trying to get Paul George and they're trying to get Lauri Markkanen. And if his name comes up a lot, you talk to other GMs about him, and you're like, we love this guy, and we can put him out there, and he can shoot a 3, and he can defend, and all of that. Or is he a tradable number also at $13 million?
In the offseason,
I think their answer was yes all the way around the board, so why not keep him?
Yeah, and that $13 million kicks in at the end of this league year, so if you get into next year in the offseason trade window, that's when that $13 million becomes viable and something you can deal because that contract would kick in next year, which is essentially what they did with Jordan Poole.
Right.
They never paid Jordan Poole a penny of that extension.
Few other Niners that I nominated, and you mentioned Guerrero. Guerrero got a nomination from me, which probably wouldn't have been true if we had done this last week.
Yeah, right.
But seriously, his performance last week alone got him onto the list. And then 2 other guys. I'm really interested in D. Winters. I know the linebacker situation with the Niners is a little in flux because Campbell has not been good and Greenlaw is like looming, and how's that going to look and how's it going to be? So there's that, but Winters has been an exciting young player to me and a potential option for them in their linebacking core, so I put him on the list. And then there's one other name who I think will surprise people that he has not turned 25 yet. And if we had done this list 2 years ago, he would have been top 5. But then he suffered a really bad injury, and then he suffered another really bad injury. We'll see where the rest of his season goes. It may already be over, but a couple of years ago, we would have put Talanoa Hufanga on this list, and now we do not. But he is still 24 years old.
Yeah, till February. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It feels like he's been here a lot longer than that. It feels like he's going to be 25 or 26 at least, but born in February of 2000, so not quite 25. But you're right, it was not 1 but 2 bad injuries, and now he's in a spot where he's kind of been replaced, and you don't really miss him. Depth-wise, yes.
Yeah, it's funny. His replacements are like, if you want to sort of like assess their game, they have the same issues that he did.
Right.
So, which is that they over-pursue, maybe a little bit overly aggressive. When you look at Jair Brown, when you look at Malik Mustafa, I think Mustafa, he pops a little bit more than Hufanga does. Maybe not quite as refined, but all of them, I think, suffer from that same thing. They need to be a little bit more refined, but they're playmakers. They're playmakers.
Right.
And, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what Hufanga's future is now with the emergence of some of these other young guys.
Yeah, and you also wonder about Greenlaw's future because I think that his contract is up at the end of the year.
I think you're right.
And so,
yes.
Dre's going to have to come back and show that he's healthy and show that he can still be the same kind of player in order to get that contract again because, you're going to be paying your number one guy under 25. He's going to be making more than 25.
Oof. Yes, he
He's going to
is.
be making closer to 60, whatever that number is, and so hard choices will have to be made.
Okay, so did you have anybody else that was nominated who did not?
No, that's it.
That we
You
did
covered
not get
it.
to?
Yeah, I just mentioned the two Giants, and Luis Matos was an interesting one for me because, God, he popped so hard in the first couple of weeks, and then I do think he got a little bit of the Farhan treatment where it was up and down, and he never got comfortable. And the other one is Marco Luciano, who still isn't 25, even though he's been in pro baseball for 7 years, and
Crazy.
yet he has not been able to find a real foothold. And then the other one was Hayden Birdsong, and I think that you spelled that out perfectly.
All right, Zaza's going to be by shortly, but guess what? It's time right now. Today's opportunity for you to qualify to get to Vegas. Here's what we're giving away. 2 tickets to the Scorpion Show, March 6th at PH Live at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. You also get a 2-night hotel stay at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino and round-trip airfare for 2 to Vegas, okay? So listen up. We are about to give you the keyword. You need to text it to 20357. Again, the number you want to text the keyword to is 20357. You do that, you're entered into the drawing to win your way to Vegas and the Scorpion Show. And make sure you keep listening all week right here to Willard and Dibs because we do this between 5 and 5:30 every single day. So text today. You can text again tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and up your chances to win. So every day this week, today's keyword is hurricane. Today's keyword is hurricane.
Here I am.
Rock me like a hurricane. Yes, so text the word hurricane. If you want to put in Gale after it, you'll probably be disqualified, but it would be funny. Text the word hurricane to 20357, and you'll be entered to win hurricane to 20357. Zaza on the Plaza coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Your game day traffic, if you're going 101 northbound, beginning around South San Francisco, you're going to see a little bit of a slowdown.
Go. We're out here having a very, very good time.
It's festive.
It really is. Thrive City Plaza. We're expecting Zaza to come by here any minute and hang out a little bit. Live from Thrive City outside of Chase Center, brought to you by Xfinity. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and getting ready for a little home and home again, I guess, is what we're doing here with the New Orleans Pelicans in town.
Yeah, I think I call it a stay and play because
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Or play and stay and play, whatever you want to call it.
Stay and play is kind of a Vegas term. It's like you stay at the hotel and you can also play some blackjack or craps, but it works for this too.
And Steve Kerr was, I think, pretty clear in sharing my feelings about how he doesn't like it. I don't really like it either. It's kind of a little lame. He understands why you limit the travel, but you play him and then you got to play him again tomorrow night. A little bit lame for me, but whatever. Each team does it 2 or 3 times on the road and at home, so you get through it, and you just don't want to lose both. You'd love to win both, obviously, but a split probably the most likely scenario.
Do we really understand why? I mean, it feels like this idea was sort of born out of the pandemic.
Right.
And quite frankly, I don't really see the need anymore.
Agreed.
It's kind of like the runner at second base in the 10th inning. Born out of the pandemic, and for some annoying reason, still here. Like, go away. We you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't need that anymore. And so the fact that I get it. I get the travel, but it's like, come on, man, this is the NBA. Like, you don't really need to be limiting that anymore.
No doubt. You can just get on a plane and go play somewhere else. Especially for New Orleans, they played Portland back-to-back nights, 2 straight games. Then they travel here and they do the same thing again. Is it that serious? And I understand where you send Jacksonville to Europe and they play 2 games. Okay, you're going to Europe. You play 1 game as the road team, and you play 1 game as the home team. That makes sense. You went 5 time zones away for Jacksonville. This is going from New Orleans to Portland to Golden State, and we got to knock out 4 games. Anyway, not a huge fan.
No, not necessarily.
Not gonna cry over it, but
yeah, exactly. But by the same token, they're here, we're here, and I can't wait for these basketball games. And it almost feels a little bit like the Chiefs and Niners from the perspective that both teams are down 2 very, very key players to what they want to do. The Pelicans will not have Trey Murphy or DeJounte Murray. Still got Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. And obviously the Warriors will go tonight without Steph Curry and without Andrew Wiggins. Throw in a little DeAnthony Melton as well. And pretty interested to see how the Warriors get the ball up the court and how they try to score it tonight.
And get it in the hoop, exactly.
Yeah,
I do think it feels like a Buddy Buckets kind of game where, not that he needs the green light, because the light is always green for Buddy Hield, but this one feels even more like a night where you're going to need him to go out there and try to get you 25 and try to fill it up. It's neat being here, Mark, because I'm thinking about what an awesome piece of land this is, but also what's coming. February 16th, the 74th NBA All-Star Game. It's taking place right here at Chase Center and in Thrive City, and all the NBA signature events are taking place throughout the weekend. They'll be here at the Bay Area, Moscone Convention Center, the Oakland Arena, the old Oakland facility for the Warriors in the East Bay, and tickets are available. They're on sale now for the 2025 fan events and premium experiences. And that all takes place Friday, February 14th to Sunday, the 16th. And to get all these tickets, all you have to do is go to NBAevents.com. And,
love it.
Being here now, Mark, is getting me excited about then. And I know that one thing you and I really do well is we stay in the moment, and we're just going to live today, October 29th. We're not going to get too excited about February 14th, but when we get there, it's going to be here our city, our building, our Thrive City will be home to the NBA All-Star Game. That's pretty awesome.
Have you ever been to an NBA All-Star Game before?
I have, yeah.
And I mean, like, not just the game, but the festivities whole weekend.
No doubt.
I tell you what, man.
It's a full-on bacchanalia.
It is different. It is different. It is so much more than a basketball game. And let's be real, and the Warriors might get mad at me for saying this, but, like, I mean, hell, even Barack Obama came out the other day and was like, dude, the NBA All-Star Game, come on, guys. Like, we got to be able to put together a better product. But for me, the NBA All-Star Game is not about the game. It's about everything that you just talked about. It is an NBA-centered party.
Yeah.
For any fan, especially for the kids, bring them out, bring them out, bring them out. And all of the different things that go on surrounding the arena during an NBA All-Star game, from access to the players to all, I mean, you mentioned just a bunch of stuff out there. It is so fun. And so I don't say that because we're here at Thrive City. I say that because I'm excited that it is on the way. It's been years since I've gotten to be a part of an NBA All-Star weekend, and I cannot wait to bring the kids out to be a part of this one in February.
Yeah, it's been since 2000 that the Warriors have been the host, and going back to the Oakland Arena in 2000 and 1967 at the Cow Palace in Daly City. So the third time the Warriors will host the All-Star Game. And, well, Mark, we are being joined by our own personal All-Star. And the average height of this broadcast just went from, well, you're 6'.
Yeah, you're not
I'm going to give you
helping.
6'3".
You're not helping.
I'm 5'8". So we go about 5'11" on average, but not anymore, ladies and gentlemen, because starting at center, we call you Plaza, Pachulia, but it's Zaza in the Plaza.
Yeah, we've been saying, Zaza on the Plaza. So here you are.
Dude, look what we're dealing with, man. Teams don't want centers anymore. So there's only one true center, maybe, right? So here I am.
Would you be the tallest player on the Warriors if you were still on the team?
Absolutely. Right, the other day, Kyle Anderson playing as a center. So
That's right. Right. And then, meanwhile, you got like Zubats the other night running around as a real center. And I'm sure you were thinking, man, let me get out there for 5 minutes and try to shut this guy down a little bit.
So I found a home. Here I am.
Here you are. Here you are.
Your new home.
So on the River Islands guest line with us, it is none other than Zaza Pachulia joining us as we get ready for this homestand. So great to see you. And what's your entry point, your view on how this roster has come together and how it's looked so far?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of excitement and, not only me, but just hearing, right? So, unfortunately, last year where you ended, you have so much attention, what are you going to do, the changes you're going to make, right? So, the addition players and, obviously the players that joined us, right? So, they've been around. They play in different levels, in different teams. And, everybody was so curious as to, okay, how this team going to look like on the court? And then, obviously, the record we had during the preseason, the type of game we played, right? And, they actually adopted this culture. Steve talked about the culture so much, right? I mean, these guys really love each other, care each other, and that's very important because knowing Steve, he really wants that off the court, those guys to in the locker room to be healthy, right? So to have a good relationship. And then obviously success we had during the preseason in the first two games, right? So there's a lot of excitement. How can't you be excited, right? So unfortunately, the last game, we know the story, right? So you can't win it all, even though when you had the best teams, 2015, right? We still had how many? Nine losses, right?
Right, 7-3-9,
right? But we're playing good. This is deep team. I mean, the one thing I was thinking the other day, last couple of years when you have injuries, and injuries are part of the game. We all know, right? So you always say, gosh, we missed this guy. We didn't have him, or we didn't have. So I think this year we are so deep, next guy mentality thing, can actually work. I don't wish injuries to anyone, but again, there are some things you cannot control. If that happens, we have a deep roster, guys. So I'm excited for this year.
And does that make it a little easier if you are player number 11 on the rotation, knowing that you can be patient because inevitably there will be injuries. Does that help Steve and the rest of the roster? Guys like, maybe Lindy Waters, who hasn't played much yet, but now he knows now's your time. Is that something that kind of helps the guys at the bottom of the bench to be aware of?
First of all, nothing easy.
There he is. Game 7, baby.
Yeah.
Game
nothing
7.
easy. I mean, gosh, it's so hard. I mean, first of all, Steve always talked about, actually, he was telling me when I was playing in 17-18 that, I'd rather have guys who complain about that they want to play more versus the guys who don't want to play, right? And they don't care. I mean, let's start with that. And, having these young guys, they always looking for more. You play them 15 minutes, they want 20. You play them 20, they want 30, right? So I think that's a good problem to have, but at the same time, challenge is a challenge, right? So you want to make sure as a coach, and I think Steve is really, all the staff are great about, managing the players. I mean, I have so many stories between Steve and I, because it was not easy, right? For me to actually, you're going to play 12 to 15 minutes every single night, right? So there's a motivation aspect, and especially with the youngster guys, they have so many agendas, right? Yes, they should be bought into team chemistry and, the goals the team have, they're winning the championship, but at the same time, there's a personal stuff too, like in a contract situation, there's aging factor, but overall, there's so many things that you need to be aware as a coach, and coaching side and management as well. And I think we have a pretty good experience in that regards, and most importantly, we are aware of that, right? So, but we love our deep roster we have, and looking out tonight, there are a couple guys that are out, but you actually can feel confident and good enough. You know what? I have a good enough players and enough players to actually win tonight's game.
It's more than just a couple players being out, though. One of them is a pretty famous guy. So I wanted to ask you about that. And Zaza Pachulia is sitting with us, Willard and Dibbs here out at the Thrive City Plaza, getting ready for game 1 of this 2-game stand, if you will, against the New Orleans Pelicans. I wonder what your perspective is on an NBA team. The NBA teams are so structured around their number one guy. So what does that do to a roster? It's not just like an injury. The whole process, the whole framework of who you are is out. How does that affect the team? How do you go about attacking without him?
Yeah, that's a great question. And especially we're talking about Steph, right?
Yes.
Number 30, right? So, yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't see any player replacing Steph, no problem. We have a guy who can do similar things. That's not the case. But same time, that's the answer probably we're gonna have after the game. See, where we are. And but one thing I'll tell you guys, opportunity, right? So again, this is such a powerful word in my opinion. And these guys, especially at the beginning of the season, to feel that and to get, to understand, okay, there's the opportunity for me to get more shots, right? So to play more, get more playing time, right? To showcase myself. And this is a great opportunity for some of the folks, and maybe more than we might be thinking. And let's see how we're going to look like, because like I said, we're not used to playing without Steph, right? I mean, he's so valuable on and off the court. When he has a ball, when he doesn't have a ball, it doesn't matter. He's so valuable. And they put so much pressure on defense. But, we're curious. We're going to see.
Yeah, and maybe it is a time where you look at Buddy Hield, and he can't be Steph, but he certainly shoots the three almost as well, and he looks to score almost as often. What have you made of Buddy Hield so far in his early days? And not that he's going to replace Clay, because you could never replace a legend, but he's trying to do Buddy things. What have you made of him so far?
Yeah, I mean, we coaches really, and us as organization, we really like him. He's so authentic, I'll tell you that. He's very authentic, and you love his personality off the court, and, it kind of translates on the court too. He's authentic. He's just playing, he's just being him. And, something this franchise and the fan base is used to us shooting a lot of threes, so he perfectly fits in the strategy we have, and he perfectly fits in Steve's offense. And, he's actually a decent defender too. Like, this is something that there were questions probably previously, but I mean, there's an effort. I mean, the other day I was watching the Portland game. This guy was sprinting. Like, I don't remember how many minutes he played, but like, he was sprinting both ends, and that was so cool to see. And just say, you know what, you're perfectly fit for this system.
Zaza, we've got some developing news. You may be well aware of it already, but our audience is not, and so we want to share it with them and get your reaction. And that is that the Warriors, at least for tonight, are moving Jonathan Kuminga to a bench role, and he is not in the starting lineup. And considered certainly an intriguing development, considering who he's been for this team and the situation with Wiggins and Curry both being out. So the starting lineup tonight is going to be Podziemski, the aforementioned Buddy Hield, Moses Moody into the starting lineup, along with the front court of Trayce Jackson-Davis and Draymond Green. What's your reaction to that move?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is not first time we kind of seen the change in the lineup. Like, gosh, Steph came off the bench, right, previously?
Well, that was coming back from injury, though. Coming back from injury.
Draymond have done it. Clay, I mean,
Clay did it.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot, right? So, and our head coach still the same. Like, he loves seeing the different lineups, and still, early of the season, and he believes in he thinks that some of the players fit perfectly together. Some of the lineups, so this is something, I mean, he can address it better, but like, this is not new, guys. Right? Yeah. So it's a long season. Again, we're talking about having a deep roster, and then deep roster allows you to make those changes probably easier. And of course, from the player standpoint, you're always looking for consistency, but in the same time, delivering the consistency both ways, right? So consistency, to get him playing time and to deliver it as well, right? So, this is new, and we all gonna see how it's gonna work out, and we trust our coaches, we trust their vision, and looking forward to tonight's game.
What's your advice to Jonathan Kuminga, where he enters a season where it's a contract year, and he's looking to take that step not only financially but in his game? So when you see him, 3 games in and really in a spot where he's trying to get to the place and the organization wants to get him there as well, what advice do you give to a young player in that spot?
Stay pro. Be a pro. And you cannot be a pro just one day. And you're going to be consistent with it. It's a journey, right? And, we're talking about 10, 15 plus year career. And, we always have to be a pro because that's what the kind of reputation you want to have, right? So, yeah, these kind of things absolutely happens. Worst things happens, right? So, for some players, things are just easier, it's just a give and take, but, there's some things you can control. I'll just say in general, not only JK, but, Moses can be, BP can be, for everyone. So I learned a lot, throughout my career, right? So some things were easy, some things were not easy, but one thing, there are things that you can control, right? That is the discipline, the professionalism, the being on time, right? Being coachable. And of course, grass is not always greener, right? Again, general, not only JK, but there are so many things you can control, and just focus on that and make sure you're the best at it. And then, good things going to happen after that.
And as you said, nothing easy, right?
Nothing's easy.
Gotta get that in every chance we get.
Although Trayce Jackson-Davis has made it look kind of easy, going from the second round to the starting lineup almost overnight, and because you were a front court player, I wonder what your thoughts are on him and his relatively quick rise through this organization to a key role.
No, absolutely. And, I think we've done our scouts and, the front office have done a great job of, finding the talent, and I think we got a really good player, really good guy, first of all. He's, he's so fun to talk to, and, he has so many questions, he's trying to learn. He's very coachable. And you love it as, that kind of personality coming from the young man. And it motivates you too, right? As a mentor, as somebody who's there to help him. And I love the personality from him, from Trayce. But one thing, I think I had this conversation with most of our young guys. There is a season, right? So you're going through a season, you have good, decent, whatever, right? So kind of season. And then summer comes, right? Unfortunately, summer was like long summer. You should not be expecting you're going to pick up wherever you stop. You still have to come to the preseason, the preseason with the mentality of you have to prove it. you have to prove it. You deserve this spot, right? Because there's so much competition out there, guys. So much talent out there worldwide, and we've been seeing through the Olympics, the World Cups. Like, there's so much talent out there. So as a young player, you should become with the mentality like, you know what? I'm going to prove you guys that you picked the right player, right? Every single season, and it never ends. It never ends. Like, you might be in year 10, 15. Guess what? You still have to come to the training camp with a mentality like, I'm going to prove you guys that I deserve this spot. I deserve this minutes, right? So if you have that, then you can talk about 10-plus year career. But without that mentality, it's very hard.
Zaza, thank you for coming out here, man. Thank you so much for coming to see us.
Guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, we'll be in there with you here in about 5 minutes.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
That's good.
All right.
Thanks, Zaza.
Zaza out here with us on the plaza as we get ready for Warriors and Pelicans coming up here on 95.7 The Game. And Evan Giddings is standing by, and we will hand him the baton for Warriors Live here very shortly. But a few minutes for us to react to that development, which is not a small one. I know what people are going to say. Look, this is just game 4. Who starts is not as important as who finishes. That all matters. However, so does this. And I'll give you one very, very key reason why.
Yeah.
We were told all year long last year what was the difficult matchup for the Warriors. What did they want to figure out? How can we play Kuminga and Wiggins together? And all of a sudden, Wiggins is out. And how does the team react? They pulled Jonathan out of the starting lineup too. In a situation where you're thinking, well, this guy's got to be the leading scorer tonight, and the troublesome pairing of him and Wiggins is at least momentarily out of the way, and they take him out. The bottom line is even in games 1 and 2, when the Warriors looked good, they did not look good in the first 6 minutes of their games.
Exactly.
And I think that this is a message that they are not loving what they're seeing right now from Jonathan Kuminga.
I wouldn't go that far, and I will wait and see what the minutes distribution is like. But what I am seeing from this lineup change is that Jonathan Kuminga is not shooting the 3 very well right now, and you have Draymond in a lineup, and if you put in Kuminga and TJD, now you've got 3 non-shooters all together. So you take Kuminga and you put him with the second unit, and most likely TJD will come out and Kuminga will probably go in for him, and Draymond will slide over to the 5, and then you don't have the same shooting challenge as you would starting the game. And if you don't have Steph and you do have TJD, Draymond, and Kuminga, you replace the greatest shooter of all time with 3 non-shooters. That's a recipe for disaster.
It is, but it was.
Steve has said that I think the bigger issue he's had has been with the offense this year.
It's a very good point. However, that was already true with the original starting lineup with Wiggins and Steph.
But you had Steph.
Right. So you're willing to put those 3 out there on the floor if Steph's out there, but you're not if he's not. I can get that point.
Yeah.
I do think that there is something to this, though, which is to say, look, we've got to find a way. It's not a shot at Jonathan. It's to say we got to put him in his best position to succeed.
Yeah.
And so if that is being that energy high flyer coming off the bench where they can set you up a little bit with a different lineup, we'll see when he comes in and who he's with. But again, the starting lineup tonight, no Jonathan Kuminga. It will be Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, Draymond Green, and Trace Jackson-Davis.
I actually like Kuminga coming off the bench for those reasons in general. So maybe this is just the beginning of a long year where he comes off the bench, and you said it, it's more important who finishes than who starts anyway. And I'm just fixated on what Zaza said, and it was about JK, but it was about everyone. I asked him, what advice you give? And he said 3 words: be a pro.
Be a pro.
Be a pro.
Yes.
So if Kuminga comes off the bench tonight for the rest of the year and he makes it work and he's a pro, it won't affect his bottom line or his dollars one iota.
Great stuff today,
yes,
man.
Sir.
This
Very
was
fun.
A ton of fun. And Tim Jordan, thank you so much, kind sir, for all of your work today. Here we go. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And that will be Warriors Live with Evan Giddings right ahead of the game. Warriors and Pels tonight on 95.7 The Game. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Only if we can do it here.
Okay, we will. For Diggs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Carter. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy.